Fam, good morning. What's up? How's everybody doing? See, the sun came up. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Today is Thursday, January 18th. Want to get the show going. Want to get the good energy out there. Want to manifest all that positivity. Yesterday is gone. Today we turn to a new day, and it looks like there could be good news to come. I appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up, run the thumbs up on this video, and thank you for being here. We are back to streaming, back on Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here, and let me know where you guys are watching from inside the comment box. Yesterday was a great day in terms of as we started getting towards the afternoon, and we had some amazing calls yesterday. Jocelyn came through with it, and then Will with the slam dunk on the back end. Roll Tide to you, brother. I see you inside the comment box. Good morning, Bobby. What's up, Jarvis, my main man? Kai Ringo, what's up, man? Isaiah Mendoza, High Power TV. Schooly, Amanda, what's up? Bino, good morning. Jeff, yeah. So, okay, I had to tell you guys, what's up, Brandon? I appreciate you guys. So, as you guys know, in YouTube life, I am a streamer, but also in real life, I am a father. So I'm going to step away here in about 4 minutes. I just want to get the show cranked up, and then I'll be back at like 8:20 to start the show. We're gonna have some really good guests on today. I want to take your calls, and it looked like some good news to come. So you're going to see this graphic up just for a little while, just kind of while everybody gets checked in. So if you guys can inform other people that I will be back, we'll really start everything up probably like around 8:20 or something like that. So I literally got to run Caden, my son, who's in ninth grade, to football practice, which starts today. They've been kind of having like some different transitions with the timing, so got to take him to school. But let's kind of run over the news that we're going to be tracking this morning. All right, so I got it broken up by today's headlines and from yesterday's, and we'll kind of filter out as we go, and you'll see this updated graphic. So here in just a minute, you're just going to see this graphic. I might play Will's call just because it was so dang good, or Jocelyn's. I don't know, either one, to kind of get us going. But then I'll be back at 8:20. So, yeah, and like parent life is real life. Like time is always fleeting with your kids. They're the most important thing. So, not, and I like to share like what I got going on. Like it helps me continue to be real with you guys. Like I am just like you, like doing my thing. Jeff just became a fan funder, which is awesome. I appreciate it. If you want to become a fan funder, hit the join button at the top of this video for as low as $2.99 a month. You guys can become a fan funder. Super chats greatly appreciated as well. So, today this is what we're going to be locked into. So let me kind of run through the list real quick before I take just a short break and be right back. All right. So up top, you got Devontae Smith. He hints at good news. What could that be? Looks like Alabama's going to have a big weekend of visitors, which is really awesome. So we're going to dive into who is Noah Carter. We might check his highlight tape out. The guy is, long story short, that is going to be one of the top edge rushers coming in. I think you're going to really be excited about. And then Ryan Williams, everybody knows him. He's going to be coming in for an official visit this weekend, which is significant news considering that Alabama just hired a new head football coach in Kalen DeBoer. You also have Jabbar Muhammad coming in. And look, this is huge considering all those guys hit the portal from Alabama secondary. Key defensive back from Washington. Think he'd fit in nicely if he was able to come over. And then Parker Brailsford. Who is he? Well, he was Washington center last season, played in a ton of snaps, helping Washington win the Joe Moore Award. So those are the items we're checking. And actually, Landon Hatchett just hit the portal as well yesterday. And he was a key center for not a key center, but he did spot play against Michigan and won some significant awards at Washington as just a freshman. So, things are looking good. Things are cooking for Alabama. I know kind of took it on the chin yesterday, which is fine. I mean, that happens, and we kind of move forward with it. So I want to kind of walk you through all that stuff before I take just a quick morning break. I got to take my son to the high school. He doesn't even live that far. So I'm a dad. I'm gonna go take care of my responsibilities. My kids are always my number one, and you guys are right up there, in terms of my work and all the things that I'm juggling. Kind of as we've turned this to a network overnight. So I'm going to play some audio right now before I get back, and then I'll probably I'm anticipating to be back at like 8:20 or something like that. I got to make. I kind of rotate. I do a lot of green tea in the morning. Sometimes, how coffee can hit differently. Like I definitely have coffee, but not all the time. Kind of just depending. And of course, I'll have a Red Bull today. So I'm gonna go take care of my kids and my son. And I'm gonna be right back, and then we will dive into it. I feel good about today. I'm positive about some good news to come from one of the team leaders, and I'm gonna go do my thing. And I'll be right back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Take care of each other in the chat. I'll be right back.
Maybe the timing and the portal would have been open, for us to be able to get players out of, different teams' portals. Yes, that may have happened. But would we have been in the semis? Would we have made it to postseason play if all of that, was, a factor that he went ahead and dropped before now? I don't think there ever would have been a good time. But we knew that it was imminent. We knew that he would retire. And I believe that after the grind of this season, he just couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't do it. It was too much. And so we cannot crucify Saban, y'all. He is the GOAT, and we will move beyond this. We will move beyond Caleb Downs, if he leaves, and we just may have a year or two of rebuilding. But we got to stand strong, Bama Nation. We got to stand strong.
I think you bring up a good point. It's like when I look at kind of the timing. No matter the timing, there was going to be a changing of the guard, and there was going to be, some sort of change and a lot of change in terms of the roster management, just because of the way that the NCAA has the rules set up, right? Whether this could be worse if Coach Saban did retire during the transfer portal when it was open, right? Then it would just be completely like, what would be happening then? And then Alabama really wouldn't even have an opportunity. They would have to make a really quick hire immediately, which they really did. But still, the timing of it, like if Coach Saban, let's say, retired, when? Like there was really never an opportunity where it wouldn't be open season. So I think that now that I kind of conceptualize that, the timing of everything, there was really never a good time. Would we have won the
SEC? Our kids would have been distracted.
No.
It just would have been a huge distraction in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad that we won the SEC. I'm glad that was our, coach's last win, and it was against Kirby. And, I'm glad that we have that, but guys, he's still the GOAT. He's still the GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is with the system.
Mm.
The system is broken,
mm-hmm.
and our value system in this world is broken. Everybody's chasing a bag,
mm-hmm.
And that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Caleb Downs, I don't believe Caleb Downs is chasing a bag. I just honestly don't, because I know his family, and they're really strong in their faith, and they're
mm-hmm.
great people. And his dad was in the NFL, and
mm-hmm.
His brother's currently in the NFL, and Caleb will be in the NFL. But I don't know what this is other than he's going with T-Rob because there's the loyalty there to the coach.
I think my reasoning for Caleb Downs going, I think you're absolutely right. Look, a short-term NIL deal is really going to be pennies to what Caleb Downs is going to be paid in the NFL. Right? Let's be honest. What are you going to pay him? NIL deal. Like, what is he making? Maybe $1 million at the highest? Okay. Just wait till you see his NFL contract. So he's going to be a millionaire, far greater than an NIL deal. But what I think for Caleb is it comes down with him being comfortable with his coaching staff. Right? He didn't feel comfortable with the staff that they hired. That's his right. He felt comfortable with T-Rob, felt comfortable with Coach Saban. And guess who he also feels comfortable with? Kirby Smart. He's from Georgia. He's been recruited by Kirby Smart for a long time. There's a lot of emotion going on with Coach Saban leaving. We all know that. So, he hasn't even announced that he's leaving officially, but I think the writing is on the wall that, he's going to go to Georgia. I'm not surprised by that. So, I wish him the best, man, because you're right. Like, I've spoken to him. Coach Saban has talked about him. I mean, he is a great person. So I don't think it's necessarily too much about NIL. I think it's just kind of about who he wants to be comfortable around with. Plus, Georgia's got a program rolling. They won their last 30 out of 31 games. They won the last 2 national titles. So things are going to be fine over here. All these corners that are coming in from that signing class, I'm going to have a graphic talking about those guys. Jalen Mbakwe, Grimsley, Payne Woodyard. Those guys are elevated quickly to the 2 deep. And those guys are ballers, and they're going to grow up quickly because it's going to be a really challenging schedule. And just as Kalen DeBoer said, his job is to recruit the guys right now, which is a tall task because you're following Coach Saban and you have all these other tampering things going on, and coaches leaving, coaches coming out. What else you got, Jocelyn?
That's about it. I'm looking forward to Coach Kalen and what he's going to do. I believe that he's just, he's trying to retain who he can. And then he's just going to have to build a new team, and we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. I've been an Alabama fan. I'm an Alabama alum. I was there in '92 when we won the Natty. We'll get back there again. We will. We went through some harsh years, some drought years.
Yeah.
But we'll back there. We'll get back there.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the call, Jocelyn. Feel free to call in anytime. I really appreciate you being inside the chat, and really good take and really good call. So, if you want to call back later or tomorrow or whenever, feel free, feel at home, and we really appreciate your feedback right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Thank you, Kyle, so much, and thank you for putting out great content. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. All right, take it easy, Jocelyn. All right, Jocelyn with the good call from the 717. We got a 678, a 601, a 256, a 570, at 850. Someone said it's like self-therapy, watching therapy. Kyle, this will leave the door open for more hungry players to come in and give Alabama their all. Like I was talking about, I want to have a graphic basically of like the younger guys coming in. Plus, you got Damani Jackson, and who knows, maybe kind of you also add Jabbar Muhammad too, who comes in. So those could be some new pieces to the puzzle under a defensive secondary now led by Maurice Lindquist, who will be coming in and with the title as co-defensive coordinator. We go back to the phone lines, and we have 678. I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show. You're on line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Dontario from Riverdale, Georgia. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Dontario? I appreciate you, man. Thanks for your support and your contributions to the channel, to the show. I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome on in.
Oh, thank you for taking my call, Kyle. First of all, I just want to give kudos to you and to all the coaches who have given us this great content within these past few days, man. It's been great. I've had to put my phone on the charger a few more times than not because of the great content that has come forth. So I want to commend you and the coaches and everybody in the chat for making this channel great.
Appreciate it, man.
It's going places.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much because Jocelyn, pretty much everything I wanted to say, she said it. So I'm just going to pick it back off of what she said because what she said was pretty much spot on. Look, guys, Bama Nation, we've endured tougher times than this. Please don't let this be the moment where we hang our heads. We've had 17 amazing years of experiencing the greatness of Nick Saban. We all knew that when he left, the day that he put in for his retirement, that we was going to have to rebuild. And I've been a Bama fan for a long time. I've been a Bama fan since the mid-'90s. I basically grew up in Alabama. I bleed crimson. My heart is white. And I've endured the DuBose days. I've endured the Shula days. And I've had the experience of just experiencing great football for 17, 18 years with Nick Saban. Guys, I know losing Caleb Downs is a blow, but trust me, it may look like it's doing right now, but just like we found Caleb Downs, we will find another great player or players that's going to join this program. And I just feel like this is not the time to be putting the blame on Nick Saban, putting the blame on the players, putting the blame on the coaching staff. Because like Jocelyn said, the last call, she said, this ain't Nick Saban's fault. I don't think that any time that he said he was going to retire was going to be a good time. You know, he is the grind. He was just tired. He was just tired of the grind, and I get it. You know, he's the greatest of all time. He's the GOAT. But even the greatest have to step down somewhere. I mean, we've seen in the NFL this year, Bill Belichick, being with the Patriots for 24 years, he stepped down because of the grind. Pete Carroll being with the Seattle Seahawks for a long time, he had to step down because of the grind. Guys, it gets grueling at times. It's going to get hard at times. And my thing is, I don't want us to put the blame on Nick Saban. Well, if you would have put in retirement this time. No, this is not Nick Saban's fault. This is not Nick Saban's fault. Like Jocelyn said, this is a systems issue. I don't think that no matter what time he retired, the NIL was still going to be existing. I mean, that's what it is. This is the society in which we live in. Players nowadays are going to chase after the bag. I mean, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And loyalty nowadays, not only just in football, but anything else, loyalty is almost non-existent. And we just have to learn how to elevate from that. I have no ill feelings towards Caleb Downs. He's an awesome player. I know he's going to be a future first round pick in the NFL draft one day. And he's going to be an awesome player, awesome guy, awesome person, awesome character. And I wish him nothing but the best. I wish him nothing but the best. Thank you for the amazing year that you've given us. Thank you for the amazing plays that you've given us. And I just pray nothing but the best for him. I have no ill feelings towards that. Yes, losing him is going to be a huge blow. But at the end of the day, we've won with less and we've lost with more. We shall overcome this. We shall overcome this. My head is still hanging high. I am excited for Coach Jabbar and what this coaching staff is going to do, and for the players that's going to stay loyal and true to the A on their helmets and on their jerseys. I know that we will be fine. We will be fine. Yes, it may take a year or two for us to rebuild, like the last caller said. But at the end of the day, we're still the standard. And Kyle, I just want to look at your chat, Kyle. Look at your chat. Them ain't all Alabama fans up in the chat. We got some Georgia fans up in there. We got some Texas fans up in there. Why is that? Because we're still relevant. We're still relevant. Everybody, every other fan base right now is praying for our downfall. They're celebrating because for the longest we've ran college football. And now on these few days that it seems like we're down. Everybody, they want to celebrate. But they ain't going to celebrate for long. Because eventually we will rise up from this and we will roll over everybody, just like we've always done. So the fact that they're still talking about us, the fact that they're still celebrating and still hating means that we're relevant. Because I am a huge believer that when you're not doing anything, you're not going to get hated on. And when you're not hated on, that means you're not great. So the fact that all these fan bases, other fan bases are in the chat laughing at us, trolling us, means that we're great. We're still great. We're still the standard. And no one player runs the whole show. No player runs the show. So, Bama Nation, I want to encourage all of you, keep your heads up. Keep your heads up. Because this too shall pass. And that's all I got to say.
Hey, on the line with Dontario. Great call, man. I had a quick question before you go, man. Really good call, by the way. Got a lot of good feedback inside the comment box. So thanks for speaking from the heart, man. I think this is really interesting to point out, and I want to get everybody's take inside the comment box as well. Do you think this is true, this comment? Now it's evident that these players came to play for Saban and not Alabama. They knew Saban, and his name and the backing would get them to the league. Now all that is unknown. I was thinking about that. So Saban, with his connections, right, and everything, like his word carries, and he can get you the NFL. And now I wonder if, like, you're Caleb Downs, not to think that he wouldn't get to the NFL one way or another, but Kirby Smart, maybe he feels like he's that guy that can get him to the league. T-Rob can get him to the league. I mean, I don't know, Kalen DeBoer's overall, list of guys that he sent to the NFL, but Saban has sent, 46 guys, or is it 44 in the first round of the NFL draft? Right? Nobody else.
46.
Is it 46? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, with him leaving, and if you're, want to go to play in the league, that has to factor in. What's your take on that, Dontario?
I would definitely have to agree with that to some degree. I was looking at, I can't think of his name, but the guy on the 1-3 on the On3 channel on YouTube, he said that nowadays players aren't committed to a system. They commit to people. So people commit to people and not the system. So I'm already on the train that Caleb Downs is going to Georgia. And if he choose to go to Georgia, okay, cool, I understand. You already have that relationship with Kirby Smart, you have that relationship with T-Rob. Caleb Downs wants to go somewhere where he's going to get the most success, and he's going to be able to display his talents to the elite level that he can be. So I've already resigned to the fact that he's going to Georgia, and if that's the case, cool. You have to do what's best for your career at the end of the day, because can nobody play his game? Can nobody make the decisions for him for himself? But he has to make the decisions for himself. So I do think that the majority of the players did come here because of the name Saban. I've seen it for many, many years that him and Belichick are basically one and the same. So I feel like, with that name Saban, it's an automatic portal to the NFL. And if that's the player's ultimate goal is to get to the NFL, whichever way they can, the easiest path, then of course, why wouldn't you come to Alabama? But I feel like it's important to understand that when you put on that jersey, you're not just representing a person, but you're representing a school. You're representing a fan base. You're representing a community. You're representing the standard and the purpose of which you're here. So now follow Caleb Downs, if that was his main objective, is to, let me come to Alabama because I know that Nick Saban is going to give me the fast track to the NFL. And maybe that's why he's leaving. That's why he's leaving, because like Jocelyn just said, he's not chasing the bag. He's not chasing the bag, and I don't feel that way either. I don't feel like he's chasing the bag. I don't even feel like he's going to Texas, because I just feel like at this point, Texas is just trying to buy whoever they're trying to get and all that. But I don't even feel like he's chasing the bag. He's just trying to set himself up to be a huge success in the NFL. And I mean, we hate to say it, but Georgia right now is probably the best place for him. It's probably the best fit. I know some people have said Oregon, some people have said Ohio State. But if you're trying to get to the NFL, you got to stay in the SEC. You have to stay in the SEC. So I do feel like some players, the majority of the players, have committed to Alabama specifically because of Nick Saban and not specifically because of Alabama. I mean, that'll be my take on it.
I appreciate it, man. Good call, Ontario. I appreciate you calling in, man. Call in again next time, and I'll catch up with you, man. But really good points, man. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, Kyle. Thanks for the call.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, that was Ontario with a good call. Really good call. All right. We got a 601 right now, and we'll take that right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, my name is Robert. I'm from Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
What's up, Robert? Welcome on
How you
in,
doing
man.
today?
Feel at home, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a lifelong. I'm 50 years old, lifelong Alabama fan. My daughter is a current student there. She's a member of the $1 Million Band on the color guard. Shout out to them. My thoughts on this whole NIL and everything and paying the players. You know, we got problems with everybody's talking about the problems with it. All right, if we're going to treat these players like they're professionals, because let's not even get this twisted. They are amateurs. They are not employees. So you're paying to play. So if you're going to do that, then let's treat them like the professional athletes and make them sign a contract. In the NFL, when a coach leaves or gets fired or leaves, retires, whatever, those players on that team, they don't just get to jump ship and go wherever the hell they want. They don't sit there and go, oh, well, it's open season on free agency. They don't get to do that. So there's restrictions that need to be put in place and all that. And everybody wants to sit here and blame Saban for retiring at the wrong time and all that. But let's not forget that the Alabama legislature is the ones that tried to jump out in front of this NIL, and they handcuffed the University of Alabama, and I believe they handcuffed the University of Auburn because it's statewide, in what they could do with the NIL. Where these other teams like Texas and Georgia and all these other states, they said, well, let's just hold on and see how it plays out. Now it's a free-for-all in all those other states. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a complete mess. I mean, there's no way to spin it. And, I mean, I think what's going to happen, and by the way, Alabama just had another decommit from the class of 2025. This is their third decommitment so far, as Zion Grady has decommitted from the Alabama Crimson Tide. So you have Jamie French, you have Mason Short, and you have Zion Grady that is decommitted, along with all these other moving parts. So we'll get another graphic kind of updating you on that. Yeah, I think the problem is the timing. We keep talking about kind of the timing and the rules of the NIL and the transfer portal. And in this particular case, I mean, the more I think about it, and after listening to Jocelyn, I mean, there really was no perfect time for Coach Saban to retire, because this type of fallout and these type of rules were going to happen anyways. I mean, and maybe that's why, Saban got the hell out of here. I mean, I can only imagine how Coach Saban is looking at the program right now and looking at everything going on in college football. It is a grind. It is a gruel. I mean, there's literally no time off. You only got June, and then everything else is just a complete cluster. When kind of looking at the world of college football right now and what's happening with Alabama, I mean, this is like you still have players. Alabama is still going to be good. Alabama is still going to be a top 10 team. But this is impactful. And you got to think that Coach Kalen DeBoer right now, knowing that Caleb Downs is headed out the door, you got to think, look, I got to continue to re-recruit the guys that want to be in here, that want to be here for the brand. And I guarantee there's a lot of players right now hurt and upset that Caleb Downs is out the door. People were saying that Caden Proctor could be next. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. I did hear that Jabbar Muhammad, who is from Washington, a corner, could be coming into Alabama. I think he has a visit coming up shortly. So that would be a huge get to the secondary to kind of bolster losing Trey Amos and Caleb Downs, projected starters for Alabama. But any other make another point, man. This is a good call. Continue, man.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see major changes coming, especially if Jim Harbaugh leaves Michigan, because what people are not understanding is, or realizing is, if this happens and the way that the rules are set up now with the 30 days, you're going to have 3 programs getting picked that were in the college football playoff, and it's basically going to destroy that.
Yep. Yeah. You're exactly right.
And
that's a damn good point.
I can foresee major changes.
Yeah. That's a damn good point. Yeah, there's got to be major changes, and I think someone inside the comment box, they're like, this will never happen again. And the rules need to happen, soon. Who would have thought it would have happened to, like, Alabama at this point in time? It's crazy. I mean, there's the 3 decommitments, all the guys in the transfer portal, guys getting Lambos, coaches getting poached, first-round draft picks being taken out. It's all happening right in front of, like, this is all historic stuff that we're covering. And this reminds me of the Wild West. It's just like there's no rules. It's man, the same thing is going to happen to Michigan if Jim Harbaugh takes an NFL job.
I'm pretty sure he's going to. I got some friends that are Michigan fans, and I'm pretty sure he's going to. And right now, from what I'm reading or hearing, is he's trying to get a clause. They're trying to renegotiate his contract, but he's trying to get a clause saying, an immunity clause or something. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. And why would you need an immunity clause if there was no cheating or anything like that? It's none of my business. That's for later on. But once again, if he leaves, this like the comment said, this will never happen again because you have 3 programs that was just playing in the college football playoffs that are basically going to get destroyed. Then through the transfer portal.
I wanted to ask you something. And by the way, I'm sorry. I apologize. I missed your name at the beginning of the call. What was your name?
My name is Robert.
Robert, this is a damn good call. So thank you. I'm going to ask you one more question. The NIL in terms of like the money that other programs have, and I ask this because I kind of look at the last couple of guys to leave Alabama. Maybe it's coincidental, whatever. Des Ricks to Texas A&M, Kendrick Blackshire to Texas, Isaiah Bond to Texas, and now I don't know if it's going to happen, but Caleb Downs to Georgia. Seems like it's going to happen. How much do you think Alabama is really behind in this NIL fund game? What's your take on that?
Well, my take on it is, and Nick Saban never brought it up, but I'm almost positive it came up on the Paul Feinbaum show. The Alabama legislature tried to jump out in front of the NIL before it got implemented, and they put rules, the state rules, not national rules, state rules, to handcuff Alabama and probably Auburn and the other schools there. And that everybody going, there's no money in Alabama, but there's restrictions on how you can do it in Alabama. So when there's no restrictions in Texas, there's no restrictions in Georgia, there's no restrictions at USC or Florida State, and they can come in and you got these billionaires that's throwing money at these guys, then it is about leaving for the money. Mm-hmm. And once again, this is what I'm talking about, is they need to put rules in. If we're going to sit here and say we're going to treat them like professional athletes because they need to get paid, because they're not. They are not employees of the university. They have to sign a contract basically for their scholarship, but that doesn't tie them to the university. They can leave any time. You need to put restrictions on the transfer portal. Be like, okay, well, you have to be here 2 years before you can even consider entering the transfer portal. And then you put restrictions on them like, well, you can't leave to go to another SEC team, or, you want to do some pay-for-play stuff, do it like the NFL, performance-based or whatever. And you're going to stop these kids from transferring if that's the case. Because if you can't go to a Georgia, you can't go to a Texas or a Florida State or Ole Miss or Auburn or something like that, where you're going to be on TV every week and you're forced to go, to a Penn State or Washington or Oregon or something like that, where you may not get noticed as much, they won't transfer out.
What a call. Robert, I think you should work for the NCAA or at least lead some sort of council. Seriously. This is like the realest take, and like the ideas that you have are like spot on. What an amazing call. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in.
I don't have patience for that shit. I'd walk out there.
No, but that's what we need. We need somebody with like this exact mindset to be able to come in and really get this thing on the rails. Otherwise, we're going to – the same thing. Michigan fans are sweating because this is exactly what's about to happen to the Wolverines, and this is what's happening about Washington.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Like Michigan, you're on the clock. And guess what? You are open for business. And Alabama is like, with the ties for that Courtney Morgan. So maybe this is kind of the silver lining of this, is that if Michigan's Jim Harbaugh takes a job with the NFL, Courtney Morgan, who has ties to Michigan, is going to start hitting up players that are in the portal because there's still time for Alabama to recruit now for Michigan. So maybe that's kind of the silver lining of it.
With Michigan, the only thing is with Michigan is they have a coach in that can step in. So it won't be as big of a downfall with Sharon Moore.
Great.
Damn. But I do
point,
believe if Harbaugh goes to the NFL, he's taking Jesse Minter with him to be his defensive coordinator, and he could take Sharon Moore, but I doubt that.
And think about this too with Moore. The players love that dude, and could this have been? I mean, because it's going to work perfectly for Michigan because. He left because Harbaugh was suspended for 3 games. This guy gets on. He started crying after he beat. Who did he start crying after he beat Penn State? Like they're in love with this guy. The players are right, and maybe they'll want to stay and play around for him. But I don't know. But you're right. I think Mentor is going to the NFL. That guy's a badass for sure on the defensive side of the ball. So, anyways, Robert, I appreciate the call. Really good stuff. Call in anytime and save the number, and we'll catch up soon.
Yeah, man, keep doing your thing, Kyle. Roll Tide.
All right, roll Tide. Fam, what's up? Good morning. I appreciate you guys on my live. Yes, I am live. I appreciate you guys rocking with me today on this beautiful Thursday, January 18th. I'm going to open up the call-in line in just a minute. I appreciate you guys being here. And tracking another day of Alabama Crimson Tide football coverage right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Let me get my shirt all situated here. I had to I like to start out the show in the morning times, right? And kind of get the stream all set up. And then my son came up to me and he was like, I need a ride to school. Well, they've started football practice now. So he needed a ride to football practice. And so I went and I picked up his buddy as well. And I took them to school. And I saw that, there was like so much traffic out there. So, all right, you guys are asking about the good news. So let me just, get to that real quick while we start. Yesterday, Devontae Smith hinted good news to come. I think I have that tweet, okay? So what does that mean? Does that mean good news to come by like the end of the season? Does it mean like today? And people, and that got people really curious because of the fact that there was like so much bad news yesterday. And those are some of the things that we're tracking today. And this is the actual tweet that he put up yesterday. Let me organize this real quick. So Devontae Smith, who was one of Alabama's returning secondary players, put up this tweet. He said, big news. He didn't even say good news. He said big news coming. So, I mean, we can look at that a million different ways, right? Coming soon. Like when? Because everybody wants to know. They're like, okay, like when is it going to come in? When is the news going to come in? I don't know. I mean, remember the other day we waited all day for Caleb Downs news, and then it turned out to be bad news yesterday. What's up, Ray? I see you inside the comment box. I appreciate you guys. Hey, we have 744 on. Let's get the thumbs up rolling. Hit those thumbs up. Encourage everybody to be here. And if you're if you're a fan funder, what that is you support the channel as low as $2.99 a month. Hit the hyperlink atop the screen. So, and the super chats are certainly welcomed, and all that, goes back to support Bama Football on YouTube. All right. I'm going to take your guys' calls in just a minute. Let me kind of run through a couple pieces of news today. So, what we are watching and what we think could be the good news, and I don't know if this is, and not even good news, I might have to update this because he said big news. What would be big news to me? Big news would be really Jabbar Muhammad committing to Alabama. That would be big news to me. Significant news to me would be that Ryan Williams like goes 1,000,000% all in with Alabama. That would be monumental news because Kalen DeBoer, that would be his first, really huge slam dunk here at Alabama. The problem is Ryan Williams is not signing his official paperwork until February 9th. The problem is Ryan Williams just got back from Texas A&M. The problem is, as you heard Will yesterday on with the killer call, said that Auburn's still in play for Ryan Williams. But Will also did say it was between just Auburn and Alabama. So basically, we already know that. That would be monumental news if Ryan Williams comes to this official visit this weekend and is like, I am 1,000,000% in. And Marcus is saying, big news to me would be no more transfers going out. I don't know. I think there could be a couple more transfers going out, to be honest. All right, so we're going to watch it. I have, I've heard that there could be a couple other transfers leaving Alabama. So I guess we'll just have to kind of wait and see what happens because, we're still, there's still 3 weeks of this or 2 weeks or whatever it is until like the final 30 days what the transfer portal is. Can someone do the quick math? What is 30 days from last Wednesday? Can someone look that up? Because that's when the portal will close for Alabama. What's up? 804 on this morning. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. These are the news items that we are tracking today. We have Ty Hayes who will be jumping on at 9:20 a.m. Actually, at 9:30, I'm kicking it with the guys from Orange Bloods. They invited me to go to their show. So I'm going to be a guest host, as you know, with Kendrick Blackshire and Isaiah Bond. The Texas fans are curious to kind of, talk about some Bama guys going over. And they probably want to ask if, me on Alabama burning down. Hey, did you guys see that Jerry Kill, the head football coach at my beloved New Mexico State Aggies, that he just became the head football coach at Vanderbilt? And did you see that quarterback Diego Pavia is headed to go be his quarterback at Vanderbilt? Love it. Look, Diego Pavia, they got crushed by Fresno State. And no, I'm not hitting the transfer portal to Texas. Long story short, I used to February 9th, someone's saying February 10th. Okay. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, MJ. All right. Yeah, we could recruit from New Mexico State. No, I'm not hitting the portal. But you guys know about Diego Pavia, right? The quarterback from New Mexico State. And remember, New Mexico State beat Auburn badly. It wasn't no 4th and 31. They definitely ran the show against Auburn. The quarterback's a baller too, right? And everybody knows what happened with him off the field against New Mexico. He literally took a piss on the logo of New Mexico. So New Mexico and New Mexico State are rivals, right? So Diego Pavia, at some point, I think it was after the game or whatever, literally he went to the main logo of New Mexico and took a piss on the logo. And people were, it was on the field, right? And the crazy thing is the news stations asked him about this, and he manned up and he was like, listen, he was like, I shouldn't have done that. But he was like, no, he didn't even say but, because but is excuses, right? He said, the reason I did that is because I had animosity because they didn't offer me a scholarship when I was coming out of high school. That's what he said. He became a legend for New Mexico State. And then he body slammed that guy from Auburn. So he's a wrestler. Albuquerque is a big city. On the west side, it's there's a ton of wrestlers. So he's going to be the quarterback of Vanderbilt. He'll face Alabama this year. Shoot. And so we're Jerry Kill as Alabama goes to this shirt is really bothering me. As Alabama goes to Nash Vegas this coming year to take on Vanderbilt. Yeah. Your cousin played for New Mexico State? That's what's up. What year? I was down at New Mexico State 2006 and 2007. I lived in DC in 2003 and in 2005. And then I lived in Los Angeles in 2008, 2009. And then I lived in Albuquerque for like 10 years. Played in Santa Fe. That's what's up. Hattie Mae, really? 2003. Got you. Yeah. Um. All right. Check the portal this morning. No, we're gonna be tracking the portal. All right. I already got some calls lined up. I'm gonna take some calls, and then we'll get you guys going this morning. Then at 9:20, I got Ty coming in. Have him scheduled for an hour. I also got Coach Sean, and I'll be honest with you guys. I'm having a meeting too with Will. I mean, I couldn't. I couldn't help it. We need Will. Will had that call yesterday. That call is tremendous. So I'm gonna talk to Will, see if he can come on and guest host. What I was thinking about too, I mean, damn, we have so many people here that have such an authentic approach that are really good. So look, don't be, if you come with it and you bring it, I might reach out to you honestly to come on and guest host. That's kind of like the new wave, is giving people a different platform to come on and give their point of view. Like if you really come with it. So car conversation, I might hit you up too. Just saying, bringing content creators to our platform to talk Alabama football. And I hate to say it, but I've heard this too. Okay, I don't know if it's true. I don't know how much legs this has, but I've heard this. All right, rumors on Keon Keeley and Jaheim Otis. Again, this is kind of a rumor that is floating around. All right. Might be a slow day today. I would hope so, Brett. Dude, Brett, the hat is tight up top, the Dodgers hat. As you know, I used to live up in Los Angeles. I went to Dodger Stadium many times. I like it out there. I love LA. 12 experience in TV film industry. Live in Northport, no doubt. All right, Jeremy. All right, if you guys are looking to contact me outside of the show, this is my email. I'm gonna take my calls in just a second. Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. And the end is YT at Gmail. All right. Let's take some calls. Let's fire up the call in line. All right. All right, 913, let's do it. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson.
How you doing?
Good. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Kyle from Kansas City.
Kyle from Kansas City, man. Kyle, recognize Kyle. Kyle from KC, man. Take it away. First of all, what's the temperature up there?
So it's warmed up a little bit. It's about 25 right now, but this weekend it got down to -5, -7.
All right, man. Kyle from KC, man. Welcome on in, man. Take it away.
Yeah, man. So I wanted to kind of approach this from a way that I haven't heard any listener talk about yet, and that's how we're viewed by Vegas. And that's not a perfect view of the world. That's not a perfect prediction on how things are going to go this season, but they do make a lot of money on those projections. And what I want to say is, from every player we've lost, from Caleb Downs to Caden Proctor, Isaiah Bond, Amos, Nye Black, Ricks, Blackshire, what do you think the spread has done for that Georgia game this fall? I can tell you, it went from Georgia -2.5 to Georgia -3. All those players were worth half a point in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I bring that up is back, before Colin Cowherd went off the rails, I would listen to him, and he would talk about how even when you have a star tight end or a star corner go down, that guy's not worth a point in Vegas. Nobody outside of the quarterback position is. And I think that when you think about it that way, it kind of puts into perspective where we're at. and just how much talent is still on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you really look at what we've lost, I truly, to my soul, believe Proctor was gone to Iowa anyway. I think he was going to go home. I think that Isaiah Bond wanted out. He wanted to make more money. Like a lot of people have said, these guys were taking discounts to play for Saban. The one that hurts the most is Caleb Downs. That obviously, goes without saying. That is a huge loss. But as soon as Saban left, he was not salvageable. He came to Alabama to play for Saban. As soon as Saban retired, he was going to go elsewhere. And so it's tough. It's tough to blame him for that. But we've got a great weekend coming up. We've got this little mini Washington family reunion down in Tuscaloosa with Noah Carter, with Parker Brailsford, with that receiver, and obviously with Jabbar Muhammad. And I was thinking about this morning. I think one of the things that's made this so difficult on Alabama fans, and people will say, "Oh, Alabama fans are spoiled. Alabama fans are delusional. They've had this incredible fairy tale run," and that's partially right. But any Alabama fan out there who's thinking like, "Oh, is it weird that I feel this way?" No, not at all. It's been a week of just, kick in the gut after kick in the gut.
Yeah.
We've had nothing but bad news for an entire week, at least from a player standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Because I said this on a call a couple of days ago. This is a top five coaching staff in the country. I wouldn't trade our coaching staff for virtually any outside of Athens.
Mm-hmm.
I think on the offensive side of the ball, this is as good as it's going to get. We've got Huff, who had the best offensive line in the country.
Yep.
We have back-to-back a wide receiver coach of the year in Shepard.
Yep.
We have Ryan Grubb, who's one of my favorite offensive coordinators in the country and one of the best young offensive minds in football. And we have Kalen DeBoer, who led them all last year. Not to mention we kept Robert Gillespie, which is, in my opinion, what's going to keep Justice Haynes together. I mean, we've got the second best running back room in the country outside of Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because they paid Quinshon Judkins a couple $1 million to come up there and kept Travion Henderson. So I totally get the feeling of just also helplessness, because there's nothing we can do about this. We're just sitting there and watching, bad news after bad news after bad news. And it can feel very hopeless. But when you look at what we lost that was unavoidable, it's not as bad as it seems on the surface level, at least to me. And I think a big weekend this weekend, and we can really start picking up some of that momentum. If we can, offer Jabbar Muhammad a blank check and get him on this roster as a shutdown corner, if we can really solidify those relationships with Ryan Williams and just show him how he's going to step in and be our wide receiver one day one, and put up, Rome Odunze numbers by the time he's a junior with Julian Sayin throwing him the ball. And Parker Brailsford is a big deal. I don't think people realize just how good that kid is. He's a second string All-American in the Pac-12 as a redshirt freshman, and a top 5 center in the country. And I know a lot of people will ask this question. Yes, he can snap the ball to the quarterback.
Yeah, on the line with Kyle from KC. I appreciate you joining us, everyone inside the comment box. A couple things I'm going to run through, Kyle. I want to get a couple more callers in this morning before I hand the keys over to Ty. I'm gonna be back like all day, so if I don't get to your call, just call back. I'll be here, so don't stress out about it. Good morning, Run the Table Sports TV. Good morning, Kyle. Do you know why Lane Kiffin was in Tuscaloosa? He's been posting around the university. Maybe he's just visiting Coach Saban. Yeah, I did see that last night. He posted, basically, there's a sign in Northport by Billy's Cafe that says Roll Tide. He posted that, and then he posted basically when he was coming over the bridge where it says University of Alabama. I don't know why he was in Tuscaloosa. Who knows? I mean, his troll game is, and his timing is perfect. Nobody can tweet like Lane Kiffin, so I don't know. What do you guys think inside the comment box about why Coach Kiffin was here? Who knows? Maybe he was just coming to pay respect. And he did pay respect because he did tweet a photo of the statue last night with like a heart symbol. I don't know. Nobody does it like Lane Kiffin. Kyle, I wanted to get to a couple of these points. I appreciate you bringing that up against the movement in the line against Georgia this coming season by only half of a point. And I think what is happening here is you're starting to see Alabama fans, and it's going to take some time, and you might be one of the first ones, Kyle, to do that, is take steps towards optimism and start taking steps towards being realistic with what is coming back. And Alabama is still really in a prime position to win a lot of games next year. These guys are still the guys that were recruited by Coach Saban. The more I feel when I look to Alabama's secondary, for example, I feel good about those guys coming in. They're going to be elevated and play probably sooner than they would in the past, which is fine. I mean, these guys are absolutely ballers. I like that. And Alabama was the underdog against Georgia going in the SEC title game as well. The Washington visits, and that's kind of what people are asking about in terms of what is the good news going into today. I think any of these points listed is part of the good news. But he didn't say good news. He said big news. Like he would emphasize that. So let me kind of just break it down for everybody. You got Noah Carter coming in, 6'4", 220 pounds, is an edge rusher that a lot of people like. He's out of the class of 2024. He had to escape an NIL deal that he was tied in with Washington. He's coming in to visit the Alabama Crimson Tide this weekend, along with Jabbar Muhammad, who is an elite cornerback. And you also have Parker Brailsford, who's at center, and then Landon Hatchett is also a freshman from Washington that was a center that could come, maybe give Alabama a look as well. Still diving into that one on Landon. And then you have Ryan Williams, the elite wide receiver from Saraland down in L.A. that is going to take an official visit as well. Kyle, any other final point before I move to my next caller?
I'm good. If they're not wearing crimson, you know the rest.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Call in anytime. You know where I'm at. So hit me up, and I appreciate the dialogue, man. Nice first name, by the way, man.
All right. Thanks, Kyle.
All right. See ya. Kyle calling in from Kansas City. We got a 601-404, and we'll just dive right back into it with the 601. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is James from Mississippi. Hey, what's going on, Kyle?
What's up, James? I appreciate you being here, man. Welcome to the show. Feel at home, man.
Hey, man, I just wanted to let everybody know just to calm down, let the storm brew over, because the tide's still going to roll into 2024, and it makes the team a lot, closer now because they see who's really there for them, who's really about to push forward on this journey with Kalen DeBoer. And I just wanted to relay that message because I seen a lot of I seen a lot of people doubting and wondering what was going on. But hey, let's move forward. I'm pretty excited with Ryan Grubbs coming in with the offense. I think it's going to be elite. It's going to benefit Milroe a lot better. And on top of that, it's a quarterback. They are quarterback whisperers, meaning that they can put a lot of patience in Milroe, because if you look last year, Milroe didn't have a lot of patience, and he either would keep the ball or try to take off running, and they start keying in on that. And I just wanted to tell everybody, it's going to get better before it gets worse.
Yeah, and kind of the second call in a row where you're starting to see a little bit more optimism and kind of like we'll be fine mentality. And I'm not surprised to see that, to be honest, and you're going to see more of that going forward. And there's going to be a lot of fans that get behind this team and feel good about it, because what we're still trying to process is we didn't have any time to have any sort of closure about Coach Saban even retiring. And I think a lot of people took that personally, and they should. This guy was so impactful to the University of Alabama, to college football, to fans, to people. So we didn't even have time to process that. And it's been one kick to the gut day after day. Big hits, right? T-Rob on Saturday. Then you wake up on Wednesday and it's, Caleb Downs leaving. So Caden Proctor. So look, we haven't even had time to kind of get past that, but people are resilient. And I think Alabama fans will find for the first time in a while, they're going to have to go through a little bit of adversity. And the adversity is happening right now in front of you. This is what you are going through. You are going through adversity. You are going through what the rest of the college football world goes through every 3 seasons, having to change your coach. Now, it's not going to be as dramatic as it's been at other programs, in my opinion, just because of the foundation that Coach Saban has instilled here. And what I mean by that is the overall brand. You're still going to get big-time players to come in, but it is up to Coach Kalen DeBoer to continue to recruit at a very high level. And from what we understand with this staff, like, let's maybe give them a couple weeks. Let's give them a month. Let's see what they do in terms of bringing in key visitors. I mean, this guy coming in this weekend, you have Ryan Williams and you have Noah Carter. And I think you start to see, kind of the recruiting staff get a game plan. I know the guys from 2025, you had 3 decommitments. Help me out, fam. You have Jamie French, you have Mason Short, and who is the other guy who decommitted from 2025? Not really worried about it yet. These guys,
the defensive end,
the defensive end, yeah. Is it Zion Grady, right? Zion Grady.
Yeah, Zion Grady.
So look, I mean, these guys haven't even really they just put together their staff. So thank you, you guys inside the comment box. Chad is always undefeated. So, it hurts, but we got to move forward, and you're going to face a little bit of adversity, and there's going to be some bumps. And Coach Saban he dealt with that. You lose that first game to Texas, tied with South Florida, trailing to Ole Miss this year. That was not good. That was not the standard. And people over here have very high expectations, and they should. Alabama is still the quintessential place of college football. That's why you see so many people inside the comment box wanting to see this place burn down. Right? They want to see it because Alabama has owned college football, and other fans want to see the house being, the castle being stormed. It's like TV, like right before us. That's why we became a network overnight. Anyways, James, what else you got for me, man?
Man, just to say, if overall, I'm so excited because you still got on the offensive side, especially, we still have a lot of people that played a lot of ball. And overall, with that being said, we still got our core in the end with Jaden Roberts and Tyler Booker to anchor everything with Kendra Law, Kobe Prentice, and potentially, hopefully, Ryan Williams. And, we still got Miro. And on defense, I'm excited to see, some of the 2024 class to come in, like Zay Mincy, the cornerback from Modern Day, to see they can come in and step in, and play their role because, you never know because they may end up panning out that we see Khalid Downs gone and they fill it in with, especially with Devontae Smith, and we still got Deontay Lawson and our other linebacker. I'm just waking up, so forgive me. But overall, with that being said, we still got a lot of excitement on this team, on offensively wise and defensively wise. And that 4-2-5, we ran it a lot before when we get in our base nickel packages. So it's really not an adjustment to me. Overall, they just learning more what comes within the 4-2-5 at this point. It's just going to be a perimeter base now and everything like that. So I'm not worried. I know we probably going to end up in the college playoff again. So I'm just happy. I'm excited.
And what's up, Surplex, inside the comment box saying you're going to lose more, but you're probably going to gain more too. I mean, that will be the first time where you can kind of shift gears and look to the transfer portal and see other guys that are in and fill some needs that you need to load up on. And it's a new coaching staff. You'll have guys that want to come over here and play at the University of Alabama. You're going to have some guys that leak out. But guess what? You're going to have a full roster of guys, and the majority are still going to be Coach Saban guys, and it's up to Coach KD to coach these guys up. James, I appreciate you calling in, man, and calling again next time.
All right. You take it easy.
All right, man. Take it easy. That was James calling in from Mississippi. We got a 404. We just dive right back into it. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, good morning, Kyle. This is Al, Coach Al. How you doing, man?
Hey, Coach Al, what's up, man? Good morning, man. I appreciate you calling in, and welcome on in, man.
Yeah.
Feel at home as always, man, and thanks for calling in from, should I just list from Georgia?
Georgia, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, man. Go
Atlanta
ahead.
Metro, yeah. Great callers as always, Kyle. I love how the callers are so educated about the game and just everything. It makes the show so entertaining. So I appreciate you for bringing this to us as fans. One of the things we've been talking about here is Alabama football, but one of the callers touched on it a little bit earlier about NIL. The state of Alabama did get ahead of it, but a lot of times, we talk about how much money that Auburn has and this, that, and the other. Well, the same codified rules apply to Auburn. All right. The specifics in the code allows for each university to still kind of set up how they want to treat it for the players, what they can and cannot do. So I think that now that Coach Saban, and I'm taking a different twist on this, it's kind of out of the limelight for coaching. He's going to become one of the biggest lobbyists that you can think of, that you won't even know about, that has influence with the legislature for the state of Alabama to kind of look at the impact of this. I think he's really going to have a tremendous amount of weight behind all of this that most people on the surface won't even know, because Saban is the epicenter of college football, as we know. So I'm really excited about that for Alabama football going forward, as far as getting us in a position where we could go back to these players and say, hey, we can market it to them and say, hey, here's our package. Here's what we're doing for you at L. This is what we could do for you when you come here. Mm-hmm. So the branding of itself, a readjustment in terms of the overall strategy on how we're going to now aggressively manage NIL. I don't think anybody in the nation is more equipped to handle that than the University of Alabama. That's just one of the things I see is playing out here. Will brought some really excellent points yesterday, some solid information from someone who has experience in the industry. So I loved his interview yesterday, which it was dang solid. One of the things too, Kyle. Let me take from this standpoint too. We always talk about the Bama standard, okay? And I have a vast technical background, engineering, and when we create a standard, that standard it doesn't become a standard until it is exposed to all kind of tests and rigor from all kind of different scenarios to make sure that it is a standard. What a standard is something that everybody can use in an envelope of whatever they want to do for that application. That's a standard. I don't think any other team in the country is more equipped to handle what we're going through right now than us. Nobody else. Maybe Georgia, maybe. Okay, but because we are the standard, we're better equipped to handle this resiliently and come out on top than anybody else in the country. So I'm real pumped about that. Even the last caller talked about the Vegas line. Yeah, that's facts. If you water it down and you look at where we're standing from a roster standpoint, we're still good in the box, both sides of the ball. We've upgraded our coaching staff, and let's just face it, Bama fans, at the wrong time in the big games, we got outcoached. Mm-hmm. Other than so, we got outcoached. Mm-hmm. So now, if we reinforce our staff, we got a great staff. We're good in the box. That's what the game is won anyway. We're still good in the backfield. We still got superior talent at the wide receiver. Stocks up. You know what I mean? So I'm feeling real good about us coming in. And then, too, Will brought out a good point yesterday. Spring registration for classes, I think, ends next week. So a lot of this is going to slow down to a trickle as far as people leaving until the portal reopens 15, right? So I think I was over with some of the Georgia boards and chats and stuff like that. Man, they're just having a party and popping champagne corks. Granted, okay, great. Okay, but understand this. When the portal opens on April 15th, Bama's going to be open for business. Mm-hmm. And we're still a brand. Oh, another thing, too. All these incoming guys, they're going to be looking at straight-up playing time.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All the guys that are leaving say, I'm not getting playing time. You just open the door up for some guys that are just as talented as you are to come in and get on the field early. Oh, and by the way, by the time the season rolls on, I can promise you that Byrne and Nick Saban and company are going to have the whole NIL deal as it relates to within the code until it's changed for Alabama to basically show a package deal to these incoming guys and any recruits and anybody who's still there that we got something for you here. Oh, and by the way, we're still Bama.
Mm.
So I'm always, my brand is NFZ. I'm always negative free. I'm all good on the Alabama brand right now. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. I think of the style that nobody's seen in a while next year. That's gonna make it so attractive to the brand. So that's kind of what I wanted to bring out to the fans this morning, Kyle. Hey, just hang on. Everything's gonna be all right. We're still Bama, and we're putting together a tremendous staff. We got great senior leadership and junior leadership on our team, and I'm glad Shake put it out there that people talk about you committed to saving, you committed, but I've been on teams, and I'm in with my dudes. I'm playing for you, man. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even when I coach, I tell my players, this is your team. You're only going to make it as good as you guys bond. I'm just in a position to put you in place to make plays. I'm on the sideline. I'm your biggest fan.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are on the field getting down. So you playing for each other. You see, so if a guy want to bounce, great. But you playing for your teammates too, man. That's why they call it a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Al calling in from Georgia. I appreciate the call, Alan. It's always good to ride with you. We always have some good dialogue right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, I appreciate you guys checking in. Run the thumbs up on these videos. Really, any video you see. Way to support the channel is to become a fan funder. Hit the hyperlink above this video as low as $2.99 per month to become a supporter of this channel. Super chat's definitely appreciated, but a thumbs up goes a long way. Really appreciate you guys. And yeah, man, Bruce, that'd be cool, man. Maybe I'll post up and have the call-in show from A-Day somewhere. Maybe like a spot where everybody can kind of come on. It would be cool if I set up at A-Day and then had kind of different guests come on, and we kind of set up a 2-deck so we could bring kind of the call-in show to life in a sense. So, always thinking about ideas right here. So yeah, Al, look, go ahead, Al.
Can I compliment something? Let me compliment you on something. I live here in Atlanta Metro, and been on talk shows over here with the guys. And one thing that I used to see what they would do, they would dominate the show, the host. And Feinbaum was in Birmingham, and he was doing his thing. And he made it about the callers, the fans.
Yeah.
Okay? And it blew his brand up. Okay? And that's what I love about you, man. You're just so authentic in how you've handled people from everywhere, all around the world, man. And you make it about the fans. You let them engage with you and get their points across, stuff like that. That's why this channel is just blowing up. Like Coach Jay and Sean, we be offline talking about stuff, and that's what we talk about. It's the excitement. You're giving these guys an opportunity to bring their unique blend of it to your show, man. It's just fantastic. So I appreciate you, for doing that and for the vision that you have. The book said, "Where's no vision, people perish," right? You have a tremendous vision and in a way to articulate yourself that endears people to your show. So I just encourage you, man, to just continue what you're doing. Keep bringing in resources and ideas and all of that stuff with your experience and channeling it. It's just a wonderful thing to see, man. It's a wonderful thing to see.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much, Coach. I mean, that really means a lot to me. I know you have a lot of wisdom. You bring a lot of really good dialogue, and I like your delivery too, man. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. And you know where to find me, man. So I'll be here. So if you want to call back, later today or tomorrow, I'm always here.
Oh, I'm always, Kyle. You know that.
All right, man. All right. Have a good day, Coach.
Take care, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you. I think I just saw someone from Cloudcroft, New Mexico. That's what's up. You love Cloudcroft. I get it. Okay. So Cloudcroft, New Mexico is in southeastern New Mexico. And if you haven't been in New Mexico before, you probably didn't know the fact that the mountains are gigantic in New Mexico. You got some really big mountains because I'm going to say that the Rocky Mountains start in New Mexico. And I'm going to start a war here with my Colorado fans. But they go up into Colorado. In southern New Mexico, you also have some mountains. And Cloudcroft, I think, is at it might be at 10,000 feet or something like that. It's high. It's a high city and really nice little small mountain town. There are a lot of cyclists that kind of go through there. Anyways, that was a really good call, as always, from Coach Al calling from the ATL. I'll take one more call before I turn the keys over to Ty. I got Orange Bloods wanted to interview me today, so I'm going to do that. And then I got to call up Will and talk to Will about some business, and then I'll be back. And then I think I should have Coach Sean at 10:30. So a lot coming your way right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And if I don't get to you, don't hold it against me. Like I'm busy. I'm doing a lot of things, but I try to get as many people in as possible, give them their time, and talk football, college football, Alabama football right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, here we go with the 256. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, what's up, Kyle? It's Sam from Huntsville, Alabama.
Sam, what's up, man? I appreciate you joining the show, man. Welcome on in. As always, man, feel at home.
Yeah, man, I was just thinking that maybe this Devontae Smith news could be something on the defensive side just because, he's a defensive player. Maybe him and Mack have been talking to Jabbar maybe. Who knows? So I'm thinking that would be the big news he's referring to. Also, I want to say Ryan Williams, that dude's a troll, right? I mean, is he going to pick Auburn, Alabama? What's it going to be? I just want to get your take on
that. Look, I don't like to really – as you know, I like to treat people with respect. I don't really like to say anything bad about anybody. I just don't like – that's just not my style. But from what I see out there is like – a lot of these prospects understand the game in terms of like keeping up in the algorithm, keeping your name up. And either he has a really good PR team that's going to give him the most bang for the buck. I mean, he was just at Texas A&M, and kind of as Alabama fans were kind of sad, he pops into Tuscaloosa. I mean, he knows how to work it 1,000,000%. The facts about Ryan Williams are he was recently in Tuscaloosa this week. He is coming on an official visit this weekend. And we all know the guy is a phenom. He reclassified from 2025, which is crazy to think. He's probably like only 16 years old. Is he even 17 yet? I don't know. The guy is crazy. The guy's a baller. And I think under this offense, he could certainly flourish. The way he's working things is pretty amazing. That he come in here with an official visit this weekend. It'd be an amazing opportunity for Coach Katie to sell his vision, and I hope that Ryan Grubb is officially hired so he can talk to Ryan Williams and kind of showcase the offense to him because I think he would kill it here, crush it. With that said, he is not signing his official paperwork until February 9th. He's going to get so much NIL money thrown at him that he's going to have his pick. So if he comes here to Alabama, that will be a gigantic win for Coach KD. And if he can retain Ryan Williams, if he can get him back to be committed after he decommitted the day that Coach Saban announced his retirement, that would be huge. But I just don't know because the kid knows how to work it, rightfully so, and he's a baller. So whoever ends up with him, hopefully it's Alabama, he's going to be a day one guy. And that's kind of what I have to say on Ryan Williams. And then in terms of the big news, I like where you're going with that. Devontae Smith said, big news coming. And I kind of associate that with the defensive side of the ball as well, considering that Trey Amos just hit the portal, and so did all these other guys from the portal. I'm saying Trey Amos from the corner's perspective because maybe if you tie things together, Jabbar Muhammad plays corner. Jabbar Muhammad was just at Washington. The Washington coaches are here at Alabama. Maurice Linguist was just hired to coach the DBs and be co-DC at Alabama. So if you're coming over here to Alabama on the defensive side, you got room to compete for a starting spot, specifically at corner. So I see where you're going there, Sam. What else you got, man?
Right, and just want to bring up one more thing. These guys that are staying, these guys that are coming on, I think they're going to have some real fire under their skin with, social media, everything that's been going on, everything that's been said all around Twitter and whatnot. But I think they're going to have some real anger to unleash next season. So I think people need to get ready for it.
Yeah, I totally agree on that too. I think that there's a lot of true naysayers now. There's a lot of people out loud. People are starting to say Lang in terms of let a naysayer go. Look, I mean, there's a whole reason to be fired up and to play for this coach and everything else. But look, there's guys that we don't know about just yet because we didn't get to see them play. Devontae Smith being one of them. And these guys who didn't get to play don't have the huge NIL deals coming in because they still just haven't, increased their stock overall from like our vantage point, but they know how good they are. These younger guys that are coming in are going to get to play really fast, maybe be starters like a Jalen Mbakwe. He was kind of like maybe on the too deep coming in, but now you're looking at him as probably a starter at the corner spot, which isn't a bad thing. And you look to, guys all over the field that are going to compete for jobs. The offense, there's a lot of spots that are open as well. So, yeah, you're coming into Alabama right now or you're on the roster. There's a lot of competition. That's what I'm going to really like to track as we get closer to spring as the position battles. And nothing is going to be set in stone because, as you know, with that transfer portal window opening up again on April 15th, there's going to be new guys coming in. But I would love for Alabama to get this Parker Brailsford. My transfer portal wish list as of right now, I know it's kind of slim pickings, but I would like Jabbar Muhammad number 1. Actually, I'm going to say Parker number 1 and then Muhammad number 2, just because of all the issues with the snaps. And not to say that James Brockemeyer isn't capable to be the center. I just want a lot of competition there as possible because competition makes the product better. And if Parker could even come in and push James to be better, because the center, we can't mess around with the center position anymore. Like, I didn't like that. You already have Tyler Booker, who said he's coming in, that he's dialed in. And then you have Jaden Roberts, who announced yesterday that he's coming in, which is no surprise. So getting something solidified at the center. The tackles will come together. I know losing Caden is a blow. Maybe Elijah Pritchett could be that guy that steps up. Who knows? But and I saw that, Al. I don't like this, that Brailsford is only 280 pounds. I like my centers to be much larger, but I like my centers to snap the ball effectively. And I felt that Seth was undersized too. I just did. So if there's another center out there, Landon Hatchett, that just hit the portal. He's younger. We just need a bigger center. I don't like undersized centers. I think they get bullied. Anything else, Sam?
Yeah, I was just going to say Aaron Hampton, he's another guy that's going to be a true freshman next year. I'm seeing him working out with Julian Sane at the practice field, so there's good signs there with those two guys. If anyone had any worries about them leaving, they're working out together. So, man, I'm excited for next year. I think it's going to be different than people expected. I think people are going to be very surprised because that offense at Washington was very explosive. So I'm thinking if he can bring that, we're going to have some good things to look out for. And just another thing, I want to see if Kalen DeBoer, if our coaching staff does well and they, get jobs at other places, I want to see if he, can rebuild his staff and just stuff like that, just to think about in the future.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Sam. Call in again next time, man. Good call.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right. That was Sam calling in from Huntsville. Believe I have Todd coming in at 9:20. So if I didn't get to you at this current point in time, I will get back to you another time. So I appreciate you guys working with me as I navigate this network overnight right here at Bama Football on YouTube. And I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe, and you can always become a fan funder by hitting the hyperlink. I'll put the top of this video as low as $2.99 per month. Thanks for watching Bama Football on YouTube. So I'm going to close the call-in line for right now, but I will reopen it throughout the day. I will notify you guys when I am opening the call-in line. And that was a good call this morning to start the show off. We had Kyle from KC. We had James from Mississippi. And we had Al from Atlanta, Coach Al, that is to be. And then we had Sam calling in from Huntsville. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube, and appreciate you guys being here. Yesterday we saw Greg Byrne on, I guess, the Paul Feinbaum show. I didn't see the interview, but he said that Coach Saban is going to be in some sort of advisor role for Alabama, and that he's already doing really well in the advisor role. I wonder what Coach Saban would say right now. You imagine if we got a press conference from Coach Saban just about kind of the week after, right? What he would say. I bet you he would have a lot to say in terms of NIL and how this was going to kind of gut the roster. From what I understand, there's still a couple names that we are tracking that could go into the roster. I'll just tell you who those are right now. We heard that Keon Keeley is the name to watch. We heard that Jaheim Otis is a name to watch. I do not know if those names will enter the transfer portal, but those are the names that people are talking about right now. What we do know is that, what's up, Coach? See you inside the comment box, man. What we do know is that Devontae Smith has hinted at some good news, and Noah Carter's coming in, and you have Jabbar Muhammad, Ryan Williams. So this isn't a big weekend. This is a monumental weekend. This is the first weekend. I mean, think about it. Last Saturday, Coach KD is getting hired. The next Saturday, you're hosting Ryan Williams, Jabbar Muhammad, Noah Carter, Parker Brailsford. Yo, Coach KD, this is an opportunity for you to really, really win over the fan base, to show the vision of the program, to still recruit at a very high level. I think there's definitely going to be some positive news coming in to Tuscaloosa. I mean, the guys are already coming in, and feel as of right now. So bring on my boy Ty Hayes. Ty, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here.
Man, Kyle, and y'all may have already seen it. Y'all may have watched it. Have you watched Noah Carter's Huddle film from his last season? It is.
I haven't. You know what? I didn't get a chance to watch it. So he's 6 foot. Let's bring up before I have Orange Bloods here in just a second. I'm gonna bring up his on-3 profile, and then what I'll do is I'll get his highlights as well, and then we'll bring his highlights here, and you can kind of tell us what you've seen so far. So far, it looks like the RPM, which on-3 has, is predicting him to come to Bama at 73%. Yeah, I mean, so I don't want to say locks, but it sounds like this dude's a lock. So I'm going to bring up his on-3 profile. Ty, what you think about Noah Carter?
Well, to add on to that, 24/7 Sports, pretty much everybody has flipped their prediction from Washington to Alabama. Kyle, I sat down this morning and I was like, I don't know a ton about him. I've seen a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me check it out. So I started his huddle, and the second or third play I got confused because, you can't find him. You don't know where he is. Well, turns out he's out running a route, making a one-handed catch after getting smashed by 2 people. Kyle, he's returning punts.
Yeah.
The kid is 6'4", 220 pounds. They have him playing outside wide receiver, slot wide receiver, returning punts, and rushing from the edge. I have no idea where this kid will play. This is one of those dudes that you get in. And there's a phrase we have in the South. Kyle, you may have been in the South long enough to know it, but this kid is freaky like a frog with a mustache. You ever seen a frog with a mustache? No, but it'd be pretty freaky, wouldn't it? That's what we're working with here. Alabama has a problem, and it's a good problem. It's the first really good problem we've had since Saban. I don't know where you play the kid. He could be a tight end that is awesome. Or you could slot him up, have him gain a few pounds because he's got the explosiveness, the athleticism that you add a little bit of weight to him. He's not going to diminish in his first step. Nothing. This is a really, really talented prospect, man. Like when I started watching, I was like, man, he's just green. You can tell though, this kid has such a high ceiling.
Hey, X, I will pull up his highlights when I get back. I'm about to dip out because I'm going to be on Orange Bloods for just a minute. But what I'll do is I will upload those highlights, and then we'll bring them back and we'll chop it up with some coaches. I'm actually, before I go to, I'm going to meet up with Will. I'm going to talk with Will because yesterday was straight fire. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to that interview yet, Ty. I know there's been a ton of stuff, but Will called in from Tampa and was part of the crew. So
that's awesome.
In terms of the delivery, the knowledge, the scoop, the nuggets, he was just like bam, 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 bam. And he just definitely went off. So I got to meet with Will. And then I have just to kind of inform you too, I have Coach Sean rolling through at 10:30.
Okay.
So he's coming on, if you need anything else, just shoot me a text. And I'm anticipating this interview with Orange Bloods probably be 30 minutes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-record that interview and bring it here so everybody can check that out as well, because we have a lot of Texas fans inside the chat. I kind of like the Texas fans more than I like the Georgia fans. I don't know, Georgia fans, like maybe they're a little bit stung because Alabama beat them in the SEC title game, or maybe it's because of that the rivalry. I don't know. Texas fans, and look, that was their Super Bowl. They won a Super Bowl last year in week 2. But I don't know, they seem cool. They just seem a little bit more. I don't know. I can maybe mess with the Texas fans a little bit more. I don't know why. I know you're out in Texas, so I'm not just kind of gassing the Lone Star State up. That's just kind of how I feel. So, anyways, I'm trying to get T to get on here, our producer, to share the screen. So you might just be like full screen for a minute because I got to close on out.
Hey,
so
man,
I'm
good with whatever.
Yeah, they might get to see you up. If I send you this graphic, Todd, do you know how to share a screen on StreamYard?
I do, but I don't know that if I have access to go in and do it all.
I got you. Cool. All right. So let me. You might just go full screen for a minute, man, and then I'll come back with it. But basically, I'm gonna send you this screenshot so you know what we're talking about. I mean, basically, you know what's up. You got Noah Carter, Ryan Williams. You can fly it.
Let's do it.
All right, man. Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Ty Hayes.
All right. As Kyle goes over to talk to the good people at Orange Bloods, ladies and gentlemen, this is a morning that I think that we still need to prepare. I think that there will still be movement on the roster. As I counted it this morning, Alabama is at 80 scholarships right now. So that's about where you would hope to be, allowing you some room to add some players in. But I think it's also, one of the things we can expect, that still a long time to go in this portal window. More players might be moving. But what did we talk about yesterday? As Freddie G gives the $2, my voice isn't wanting to let me shine. He says, Georgia just mad we ended the three-peat dreams, Kyle. Hey, yeah, it's all love, man. It's all love. But yeah, that would have made me pretty mad too. Al Sanders says, Ty just checked out his huddle. Great skill set. Looks like a plug-in spacing tight end who would complete mismatch. I don't know what you do with him. And when I say it's a problem, it's a great problem to have. Like, he could be, I don't know. He is so gifted. When you watch his film, you're like, wow, that's really talented player, a player you really hope commits, because the coaches on both sides of the ball, right? Like, I can imagine those meeting rooms. I can imagine those meeting rooms with the coaches. They're just fighting back and forth, right? Like, oh, he's going to play offense. He's going to play defense. It's going to be fun. Robert Moody with the $2. He says, Noah Carter, Bama is only school he plans to visit. I would imagine that makes sense. If I'm not mistaken, he got released from his letter of intent because the coach movement there. So, I mean, this is a guy you really hope you get in. Very, very gifted player. Very gifted player. But it's one of those days. Yesterday we talked about, if you think about this whole search since Saban retired, like a boxing match, Alabama was taking some blows. All right. You were getting jabbed. You're in the 3rd round. There's still multiple rounds to go, but you're in the point of the fight where right now you can't really fight back. You're just getting jabbed up. Today feels like the first time where Alabama is sitting in the corner, ready to come out to round 4 or round 5. And it's like, okay, it's time to throw some counter punches. And that feels good, right? Like, that actually feels good to be in a position of throwing counter punches. So it's going to be interesting to see the moves that happen. You have a lot of talented players coming in this weekend, and there's some, like I said, you still need to expect that some players will hit the transfer portal. But here's what I will say. Caleb Downs leaving, that was the one, not to say that anybody else leaving won't hurt, but that was the one player who you were just like, man, hope we keep him. He already hit the transfer portal. And so at this point, the worst has happened, right? Like, and then Caden Proctor. And Caden Proctor, he's getting crystal balled to Iowa. That's going to be interesting to see. But him being homesick, he was a starting left tackle. So now you have to replace that, right? There's some pieces you got to replace, but change is inevitable. Change is good. So Jeff says, Ty the GOAT, have you heard anything definite signing on our coaching staff? I think that the coaching staff, like, even though it hasn't been official, when you're hearing people like Zenitz or Chris Lowe come out and kind of be like, oh, well, this guy is going to be a part of the staff, they got the scoop. You know what I mean? Like, those are people that if they say it, even on my channel the other day, Jeff, I actually messaged Jance. I was away from the house. I think it was Saturday. I was away from the house and I didn't know if I should post a video or not because I was like, I don't think it's official yet, but I don't know. All these people are reporting it like Zenitz, like Chris Lowe. So I messaged Jance. He watched over the video. He messaged me back, or Coach Jay. I call him Jance. We've been rocking together for about 2 years here on YouTube. He messaged me back and he's like, nah, man, you're good to go. You're good to go. And so I posted it. But I think it's one of those, man, where it might not be official yet, but whenever you have people that are that good at their job, right? Like, and then you have Pate kind of talking about it. You feel good that it's going to happen. Danny Tate with the 499 said, God said, let there be light in Alabama football. Amen. Amen. Someone earlier asked me, Jason, you asked me how I was doing. Thank you for that, Jason. I'm good today, man. I'm good. It feels like today's the first day since Saban retired that you kind of wake up and you're like, okay, still in the point of getting the punches thrown at us, but it's time to get some counter punches in. And that's exactly where we want to be. And like I said, guys, we talked about Noah Carter, some very talented. Whenever Kyle gets back in here, we'll see if we can't get some of his film up here from Huddle, but very talented player, very gifted player. Whether he plays offense, defense, going to be a lot of fun to see. Ryan Williams coming on a visit, and this is big considering they just got him on a visit the other day, kind of unscheduled. He popped up. The fact that he came then, was interested in hearing what the new coaching staff said, and he's coming back. Listen, at the end of the day, all you could want is a chance. And DeBoer and company, they're doing what they can to provide Alabama with that chance. Can't ask for much more. Can't ask for much more. And the one thing we've talked about time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, is offensively, I think Alabama's offense is going to be really fun to watch. It's going to be creative. It's going to be more upbeat. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunity for wide receivers, for running backs, for tight ends, and for quarterbacks. So I think that, Ryan Williams, it makes sense why he's at least giving the Tide a second look. He knows the coaching staff that just came in, and he knows the position they could put him in. Then you have Jabbar Muhammad to visit. If I'm not mistaken, he's taking a visit to Texas first, coming to Alabama after. I say this all the time. Whenever you can get the last visit, it can be compelling in the battle. Now, it's not the end-all, be-all, far from it, but it's just one of those things where it could just be another little drop in the bucket. Now, the thing you have to worry about is that he doesn't commit on the first visit. But if you can get him in, you kind of have the last word. It's just, it can be another drop in the bucket. Dexter says offense is Bama cornerstone now. New era from Nick Saban, defense era. Hopefully it's balance, man. Hopefully it's balance. I said this the other day. I don't have my notebook next to me, but I believe it's the number 30 is the number that's the key here. Since 2000, there have only been 3 defenses in college football that ranked outside the top 30 scoring defense win a national championship, and that's 2010 Auburn, 2014 Ohio State, and 2019 LSU. All of those teams had like great offensive firepower. In the case of Auburn, you had a literal cheat code at quarterback, right? Cam Newton was just an absolute cheat code in college. So you need to be balanced, right? I dug up all those stats earlier in the season whenever we were talking about USC, and someone on my channel asked me, hey, Ty, do you think USC could make the playoffs? And if they do you think they could win a national championship? And my answer was no, because it's just, you cannot be unbalanced and win at the highest level. So as long as Alabama can remain balanced, you can still find success, right? But you cannot forego one side of the ball. You cannot forego one side of the ball. Brandon says Saban was the proverbial lipstick on the pig that is Alabama. Yeah, well, I agree and disagree, man. Like, don't get me wrong, there's going to be a change period, but Alabama has found success. Like, don't get me, you can point to, oh, well, what about the 90s outside of the early 90s? And it's like, yeah, they were down, right? Like, we can definitely point to down periods in a program. No doubt about that, man. No doubt about that. But Alabama has found success outside of Nick Saban, and that's not to diminish what Nick Saban did. Nick Saban's the GOAT. He took them to heights that I don't think you have seen. And I know Bear did great things there. Coach Bryant did great things, but I think that it was a more difficult era. But that's neither here nor there. I think Alabama still, it's going to be an adjustment period, but they have to prove who they are now, right? Instead of it being proven, they have to prove it. People are saying Proctor to Iowa. That's not surprising. Reports were that when he was at the end of the season, he was homesick anyways. He's from Iowa. So that makes sense. Right? That makes sense that he would head back. All the best to him. Hopefully that we get to see him succeeding over there. Yeah, but it is what it is. I understand the homesick thing. But on the flip side, we're talking about all these visits. Jabbar Muhammad. What about Parker Brailsword? Parker Brailsword, if I'm not mistaken, in the transfer portal right now, he's like a top 10 available player in the transfer portal. And Alabama already had a real tough time at center. Parker Brailsford could be an answer at center because Alabama right now, I don't know what their answer is there. So a lot for us to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still very excited about Noah Carter. Let me see what we got going in the background. Oh yeah, Smook, roll it. We're going to bring up this Noah Carter huddle film. Oh, Smook, this is his 2022 stuff. Let me see if I can't. One second, guys. Let me see if I can't get us. I just dropped that link. I found it through Huddle. But yeah, you already saw in his 2022 stuff, the man is listed as an edge rusher, and you saw him running the football. Just super, super talented. Super, super talented. Timmy says the portal that opened in the spring is going to do amazing things for Bama. I also believe Ryan Williams is a lock to go to Bama. Timmy, I love your optimism, man. I don't know that if I'd say anything is a lock at this point, but what I do love is the fact that the coaches are giving us a chance, right? The coaches are giving us a chance. But I 1000% agree with this right here. The portal that opened up in the spring is going to do amazing things for Alabama. That's 100% true. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that it's just super unfortunate whenever you look at the timing of everything, how the transfer portal window closed right before and how when Nick Saban retired, Bama can't basically be in a situation where they still have the luxury of other teams having players enter the transfer portal. It's kind of a one-sided street. But the flip side of that, Timmy, like you pointed out, my man, whenever it comes time for the spring, Alabama is going to be in a position where some of these schools, they just recruited full classes. They just got their scholarship situation right, and now they're adding on more. They're going to have to clear scholarships come the spring. And that's where Alabama can eat. So you're 100% right. Let's roll it, Smook. I'm excited for this. Coach Smook is in the background, killing it as always, guys. So you see that chase down speed. Swat the hands. This is what I'm talking about, right? You don't know where he is. Just wait. You'll see him. That man's making one-handed catches. That's ridiculous. Look at this. This is a 6'4", 220-pound edge, ladies and gentlemen. One-handing a ball like he's Odell. We got the top view. Jeez. My word. And this is the thing, man. This is what I was talking about. The kid's returning punts. This is a great problem for the coaching staff because someone with this much athleticism, where do you put him? You add 15 pounds on him, you throw him at edge, and that explosiveness is just going to be a nightmare. Or you put him at tight end and just let him roll. Right? Now he's working out the slot. Come on. Come on, man. Toe tapping in the end zone. Like getting skinny through the Coach Smoot. Can you go back one? I want to go back to this one right here because he's listed as an edge. Watch how he gets skinny and goes on the interior. He gets super low, super skinny, slides right up under this offensive lineman. Whoop, it's over. That's instincts. That's football IQ, man. Like that's just wild. This kid's very talented. And if I'm not mistaken, he was lighting it up at the All-American game. Once again, the football IQ to just strip the ball. So this is what I came in here this morning, guys, and when I said I'm excited. I'm excited because this, if Alabama gets the commitment, this feels like the time where they're punching back. And he's intercepting it. Smoot, one more time, if you may, please. MVP over here. Coach Smoot killing it. Look at this. Float out. He sees it. Interception. Come on. Come on. Look at this. Identify the play. Diagnose. Disrupt. That's ridiculous. That's bold. Now, you won't be doing this in college, but the fact that he can pull this off in high school is ridiculous. And he's one of those guys where his strides are so long, he doesn't look like he's moving that fast if you're just watching him. But if you look at the yard markers and see how fast he's flying by it, yeah, no, he's absolutely moving. Come on, man. Come on, man. And he's routing people up. Bro. He's out here routing kids up as an edge. That's ridiculous. This kid is so athletic, man. This kid is so athletic. Oh my gosh. This would be a huge win for Alabama, man. This is hopefully part of what Devontae Smith was talking about whenever he said good news coming, because this kid is a gem in this class. He lit it up at the All-American game. Alex asked, are we going to see Milrower saying getting... No, I pray not. I pray not, Alex. That's been a problem since Bryce Young was here. It was a problem under Doug Marrone. It's got to be fixed. Has absolutely got to be fixed. Bro, I just don't get it. Like... And I think y'all can now see what I mean. Yeah, right, DR334. This is what I meant earlier when I said this kid is a problem and a great problem. The defensive coaches are going to be fighting in the rooms for him to play defense, and the offensive coaches are going to be fighting in the rooms for him to play offense. Jarvis, if I'm not mistaken, and don't quote me on this, but I am fairly certain I saw Jeremiah Beeman quote something out saying like ready to work. And this was when the new coaching staff came out. So it seemed like he was ready to get going. I mean, this is just absurd. It's just absurd. And if he goes to Centennial, that's the part that's wild. See, 247 Sports has him as a top 100 player in the nation, the number 2 player in the state of Arizona, and the number 1 player in the state of Arizona is a 5-star top 20 player, Elijah Rushing. So listen, very talented, very, very talented player. Would be a huge win for Alabama. Centennial is, man. Centennial is. Roll Tide Roll says Downs is gone. Unfortunately so, man. Unfortunately so. But it is what it is. It is a time of change. You're not going to arm tackle him. He's playing tight end. Guys, he can play both 100%. 100%, man. This is, I love it when you see players like this and you're just sitting there. Jason says Downs have the crystal balls officially been inserted, Jason? I know it seems like that. At the point where a UGA reporter was one of the first ones to break he was in the transfer portal, it seemed like that was a foregone conclusion, in my opinion. But you had to respect Ohio State in the battle, no doubt about it. Finishing up there whenever he finished. If I'm not mistaken, his dad has a connection up with a coach up there at Ohio State. So yeah. I don't know what he runs, man. I don't know what he runs. I just know one thing I love about him. He's got a relentless pursuit to the ball. And that's what I love. You saying 4.59, coach? I'll take it. I'll take it. And what's crazy is I think his top speed is going to be like faster than his 40 would indicate, because when he gets going, goodness gracious. Putting the pressure on the quarterback. Yeah, this is just ridiculous, man. Little backyard football. Yeah, when he gets up to top speed, he's moving. And he's so strong, right? Like you're just not gonna get arm tackles off on him. Danny says if Georgia makes the playoff, Danny, unfortunately, man, with the 12-team playoffs, I think Georgia and Kirby will be there. But it gives Alabama a really good shot, right? Like year 1 with Kalen DeBoer. I mean, it gives us a great shot to try and get stuff going and head in that direction. But Kirby and them, they're bringing back a lot. They're bringing back a lot. But Alabama, it finally seems like some exciting news is starting to come in. Ty, I was wondering about the commit from Germany. Is he still locked in? Justin Unkurunkwo. And I haven't seen anything official, but I do know this. Whenever I saw DeBoer get hired, I know that he is like with this group, I think PPI Recruits. And if I'm not mistaken, the guy who's like at the head of that, he was tweeting out that it's a really good addition for Alabama. He's excited. So I certainly hope so. I certainly hope he is, because I don't know if you remember whenever Coach Sean and Coach Smook and Kyle, Coach Jay and I, we were all in here on signing day. I kept bringing him up and I kept saying, hey, one of my favorite players in this class is a name you're not going to hear a lot about, but his upside is very apparent. So yeah, he's going to be one to know. And then this last little bullet point down here, you have who is Landon Hatchett? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, Landon Hatchett, offensive lineman, enters the transfer portal. Someone to watch. Because Alabama is going to need help on the offensive line. Now, here's the thing to remember. Before last season, there were a lot of positive reports about Ola Salinen and about Wilkin Formby. They're still there. They both tweeted that they're ready to rock and roll this year. I think Olas is going to be a really talented guy. In fact, I said a while ago that during the early portions of the season, whenever the second unit offensive line came in, and this is when it included Jaden Roberts and those guys, I thought they had more pop. They were playing quicker. Well, Jaden Roberts comes in and it was obvious, right? Like he was playing quick. He was playing aggressive. I think Olas and them, man, I think they're dogs. I think they are. But you want experience. The center position is one. Listen, Parker Brails Ford. My goodness. That's one to watch. Miss Dog says Germany, seriously. Yeah, there's actually some really cool, if you get some time, look into it. And I'm not being facetious either. It's really, really interesting. Check out PPI Recruits. They've taken their players to camps at Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Kirby has recruited some of their guys. Really interesting. If I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to say 100% that Justin Okoronkwo is PPI Recruits, but I'm fairly certain he is. But regardless, look up PPI Recruits. They go around the world and like find people and will have them like enroll in a high school here and pursue football. It's really, really cool, actually. There's a defensive lineman committed this year who came to the United States. And when he came here, he was just coming here to play basketball. Like he thought he'd play high school basketball. He thought, I'll get a scholarship. Well, he played football for the first time like his junior year. And by the time he was a senior, he was a top 300 player. And it was a similar deal as PPI Recruits. It's really, really interesting. I think it's really cool. I think it's really, really cool. When I first found out about it, I just started looking into it because it's fascinating. Landon Hatchett says, I've decided to enter the transfer portal. I will take this opportunity to understand what is best for me and my college career. Thank you. So Landon Hatchett, ladies and gentlemen, ranked as a 4-star offensive lineman. All right. 6'3", 300 pounds. Recruited by Scott Huff. I mean, if you look at the guys that recruited him, you're talking Sharon Moore out at Michigan, Adrian Clem at Oregon, Scott Huff. So some really good offensive line coaches in the mix that were after him. Oh, and then you look Oklahoma, Bill Bedenbow. You look at what Oklahoma's done with offensive line in the NFL. It seems like every year they have someone sign a contract and then now the highest paid. So you got some really keen offensive line coaches that were interested in the young man. Going to be one to watch. Now you have Scott Huff at Alabama with Alabama resources in terms of the Sports Science Center, with the training, with the conditioning. I mean, that's the part that's going to be a lot of fun to see, is the access to the facilities and stuff that Alabama has. All due respect to Washington, but I think, Alabama pours in so many resources to the football program. So many resources to the football program. Dylan Hester, thank you for becoming a member, my man. Awesome of you to become a member. Really helps out the channel. Kyle does a phenomenal job. I've said this time and time again. I'll say it again. Usually, whenever you think of content and you think of YouTube, think of a Venn diagram, right? Don't think about that Toyota. Think about a Venn diagram. And usually on one side of the Venn diagram, there's quality. On the other side of the Venn diagram, there's quantity. Well, Kyle's channel is that intersection of the Venn diagram where quantity meets quality. And it makes for a really fun time. Really fun time. Jeff says, hey, Ty, do you have membership on your channel? You're amazing. I don't, man. I don't have channel memberships, but I also don't stream like 11 hours like Kyle will do. Like I might do a 6-hour stream every now and then, but I don't. I don't like have the long streams and stuff. I mainly make videos and put them out, but no, the channel memberships are huge for Kyle, and he does a great job here. Bruce says this is your home now, Ty. It reminds me of Happy Gilmore. See, even a Georgia fan, Miss Dog, I appreciate that. True great content on this channel. I appreciate that. That means a lot. This is a college football channel. Yes, this is a channel primarily for Alabama fans, but this is a college football channel, and we just like talking college football. You know me says Ty has an excellent vocabulary. That's about the only thing excellent I can do, so I'll take it. Thank you very much. You know me. Female Franco says I need some good news. Well, you know what? For the first time in about a week, I feel like I have good news for you. I feel like I have very good news for you. I'm already here, Smook. I'm already here. The NCAA granted me a waiver that allows for me to play at multiple institutions at the same time. Jeremy says, Ty, you got the Shady Mile flowing? I got the 2 bottles right back there, and I got the one up on top, my man. Always. Hoop says this is a channel for people obsessed with Bama football, for sure. But it's also a channel for people obsessed with college football, man. College football. Any support, right? Like people dropping likes, even if, it's just healthy back and forth, man. It's all support. It's all love. Oh, I'm already over, George. I'm already over. But Female Franco, you said you need some good news, and I was getting into the point of saying for the first time in about a week, I feel like I have good news to give you, right? You look at this graphic. You have Devontae Smith hints at good news, Noah Carter to visit, Ryan Williams to visit, Jabbar Muhammad to visit, Parker Brailsford to visit, and another Washington offensive lineman enters the transfer portal that was recruited by Scott Huff. And I love recruiting. I keep up with recruiting. In fact, that was one of my first loves of college football. I did an internship at Dave Campbell's Texas football right here. Huge source for Texas high school football because I love recruiting. It's I love college football, but I love recruiting. And when I look and I see like a Landon Hatchett and I see the recruiters and the offensive line coaches that were after him, it's the offensive line coaches that I've noticed will go after guys who are 4 stars or 3 stars and then send them in a top 2 round to the NFL. And next thing you know, they are a high-paid offensive lineman. I mean, Bill Bedenbaugh does that all the time at Oklahoma. All the time. You look and he might not get a 5-star guy, but then you ask yourself, well, how the heck are all these Oklahoma offensive, right? Guys like Bill Bedenbaugh, guys like Sharon Moore, if they're interested in you, they have got brilliant eyes for offensive line talent, and they've proven it time and time again. And now Alabama has a guy. And listen, Coach Wolford could recruit his tail off. But it just never got together. Scott Huff, I think I'm excited to see him recruit the South. I love that they've kind of acknowledged what they don't know. But if he's able to recruit at an elite level, I think he's an elite offensive line coach. Dylan says, I know Pac-12 isn't as tough as the SEC. That's absolutely true, Dylan. Then the Pac was, ironically, Dylan, and for everybody in chat, the Pac was probably the best it's been in a while. And it died. Like, does nobody else see the irony in that? Like, everybody, we as college football fans have piled on the Pac-12 for years. But the one year where the Pac was like actually pretty good. Like, if you look top to bottom, there were a lot of good games out there. There was a lot of fun football played out there. That's the year it died. So it's a little bit ironic to me, but that's neither here nor there. Chris, we'll get to that. I see that, and I'd love to talk about that. But Dylan, continuing on, he says, I know the Pac-12 isn't as tough as the SEC, but this staff took a 4-win Washington and immediately turned them into an 11-win team. They might have had a handful of 4 stars. What will they do with this talent? This is the most talented team they've ever seen, or coached at least, right? Not seen, but coached. And I think that's massive. I think that's massive. I know people are saying you're hype about a Pac-12 coach. Ladies and gentlemen, he can coach. He can coach. X's and O's is not my question. My question is, are you going to be able to recruit at an elite level? Because Coach Sean said this days ago, and I'm going to bring it back up. You might get the number 12 recruiting class in the nation, and you might be patting yourself on the back saying, we did good. Top 15 recruiting class, let's rock out. And the SEC, that's number 6, that's number 7. And you don't want to be recruiting as the number 6 or the number 7 in the SEC. Right? Like, not if you can help it. If you want to continue, Bama has got to be shooting for top 10 classes. That's just the only question I have right now. I like the hires. I think that I don't have questions from the hires from X's and O's standpoint. And I'm fine with not having those questions. I just want to see him hit the trail. All right. Chris, you asked about the 4.25 and my thoughts on it. Listen, I think that the 4.25, I've seen some people saying like, oh, you're going to bring the 4.25 to the SEC. Ole Miss, his daddy ran the 4.25 at Ole Miss and was whooping people. Listen, we're in an age of college football where people play a lot of nickel anyways. Like you're constantly, I know Bama, they didn't base out of the nickel, but you're constantly sliding into a nickel, right? Like everybody's scheme or most people's scheme at this point, you have to understand the nickel defense. You have to. And the 4.25 is one that people will play. So I think that it's a defense that's apt for the times, but you still have to be able to have your athletic linebackers that don't mind stepping up and doing some dirty work stopping the run. You need your defensive front to be disruptive. At the very least, you need them to engage and allow your linebackers to run free, right? Like, but the 4.25, I'm not as worried about the 4.25, man. I think that the 4.25 is going to be just fine. I don't think that it's going to be problematic. People play 4.25s. I think it's going to be just fine. I don't think it's going to be this massive, like, I don't want to say massive transition because of course it is going to be a 4.25. But Schoolie, that's my point when I say people play the nickel all the time, right? Like people play the nickel all the time. So a 4.25, it's not going to be dissimilar from what people are already using. So it's not something that's like brand new to these players. The concepts are analogous, or for the most part, fairly analogous. But 100% Schoolie, 100%. Mack is a great coach. Yeah, I don't know a ton about him, but people love him. Big Dan says 4.25 is feast or famine without cover corners. Yeah, you gotta hope your secondary is able to supplement your front. There's no doubt about that. Danny Tate says Mississippi State the only team that ran the 3.35. The 3.35 is a little bit confusing to me. Not that I don't understand the 3.35. It's just like, I always wonder, why would you do this as opposed to this or this? And I know it has its uses, but I don't know. I think it's a really interesting defense. Miss Dog Tie. It's about the only thing I can do. So yeah, listen, we got some exciting news coming down. Hopefully this is the point where Alabama can start counterpunching. Because ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about y'all, I'm just about sick and tired of taking the jab. This past week, I'm just about sick and tired of getting my butt jabbed into a corner. I'm ready for Bama to start counterpunching. Ty Miller says Ryan Williams, 100%. Big Dan says 3 more weeks, 100%. 100% Big Dan. That's the part that sucks. Hey, Arnold says sick and tired of Hayes. Hey, man, I get it, man. He's just doing his job. It just sucks because it's Alabama. But listen, whenever it's Alabama, the eyes of college football are on those posts, right? And Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I get the game. Can't counterpunch into you can't completely counterpunch Sandman, but here's the thing, right? Like you can actually start counterpunching in terms of like Noah Carter or seeing like a Parker Brailsford or attempting for a Jabbar Muhammad who's visiting Texas and then coming to visit Alabama, right? Like you can counterpunch, but you are 100% right where like, but the vast majority of your counterpunches are going to be in the spring portal period. You're 100% right there. Yeah, Sandman. I think you were probably typing that right at the same time I was saying it, man. 100%. You kind of beat me to it. Harbaugh to the Chargers is a lock. He's interviewed with 2 NFL teams. You know, I gotta give Harbaugh this, and I gotta give Michigan this, and sincerely, I'll give Michigan this. I am so surprised at like the response of that team because he flirted with the NFL last year. Like he went from having a good season to instantly flirting with the NFL, and I was like, "How is your team going to take that?" Like openly flaunting with the NFL right in front of him. Well, they went on and won a national championship, and now he's flirting with the NFL again. And if I'm not mistaken, trying to ask for provisions in his contract that would shield him or provide him immunity. My question is what do you need immunity from if you didn't do anything wrong? But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it seems likely. If I'm not mistaken, not only did he interview for the Chargers, he interviewed with the Falcons. So it's like, yeah, I think it's probably likely. I think it's probably likely that he heads to the NFL. If Downs goes to Georgia, would one of their talented safeties not end up transferring? We could benefit from that. It always could, Dylan. Listen, Georgia got hit by the transfer portal in the first wave as well. But I always say this with Georgia and Alabama, right? And this is Alabama with Nick Saban. I don't know what it will look like going forward. So when I say this statement for anybody listening, I'm operating under the assumption of years past because I can't operate under the assumption of the future. Georgia and Alabama, every year when the transfer portal would open up, I'd see all these people saying like, oh my gosh, Georgia's losing all these players. Alabama's losing all these players. And it's like, yeah, because in the portal era, you can't just stack talent like that. But for the most part, Georgia and Bama, up until now, with Alabama, they weren't losing like massive key players. Nick Saban retires, and now Alabama's lost key players. But the same can be said at Georgia. They could lose some people. Right? They have so much talent on that roster, and in the transfer portal era, you can only hold it for so long. You could be a beneficiary of some players looking elsewhere from a Georgia, right? Completely feasible. Completely feasible. Coach, yeah, if you want to jump in here and chop it up, man, you know I'm always good with that. Love chopping it up with you. Dwight says, what happened to the defensive lineman we got from Duncanville, Texas a year ago? Oh, I don't know. Was that be the class of 2022? Let's look him up. Let's see what's up. Duncanville is a hotbed, man. It is wild how much talent there is there. And it's a hop, skip, and a jump from where I am. Maybe it's the 23 cycle. I think that's my fault. I know we were after some defensive linemen from Duncanville, but I didn't know I don't see one in the 23 or the 22 class. So if you know who that is, let me know. Because I don't see anybody that Alabama landed on the 23 or 24. Ty Miller says, Ty, should the SEC's 10-year, $3 billion was Blackshire? I thought so, Coach. Ty Miller said, Ty, should the SEC's 10-year, $3 billion deal with Disney, ESPN for TV rights include NIL money being allocated to the colleges? Well, the crazy thing is like, If you really want my opinion on it, I think NIL is a great thing in college football. It's something that should have came a while ago, but I think that the powers that be have created a thing where they are still profiting hand over fist, and they have just kind of passed the buck of responsibility down the road. Um, does that make sense? Like, I think that the powers that be realized whenever they knew that they were going to have to enter some sort of revenue sharing, or at the guise of some sort of revenue sharing, instead of actually doing that, the people that are raking in billions of dollars, millions of dollars a year, they were like, oh, well, we're going to have NIL, but it's going to be more or less crowdfunded. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, you gave NIL, but you did so in a manner that didn't affect your bottom line, which is kind of wild when you think about it more. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be aspects of like, yeah, go get a Gatorade commercial, right? That's awesome. A Dr. Pepper commercial. That's so cool. That's so awesome. I thought the Pop-Tart Bowl, the Cheez-It Bowl a year ago, like that stuff is all awesome. But it is kind of wild to think about that you're talking about a multi-billion dollar industry, that they are the ones that directly profit from the players, and they completely skirted responsibility and any sort of compensation to the players. Like, just think about how wild that is. And I'm not even speaking as an Alabama fan right now. I'm speaking as a college football fan. I'm speaking as just a human being. That's just a wild concept. It is what it is. It's the reality we're faced with. So you have to accept the reality you're faced with and move forward. All good. But my gosh, that's kind of crazy. In a roundabout way, Dolomite, yes. I mean, think about this. You have people making billions of dollars, but they're not the ones doing any of the compensation. They completely skirted that responsibility and instead passed that on to other people to figure all that out. So their bottom line is not affected at all. They're making more money than ever. And it's just like, the more you think about it, it's just one of those things that just doesn't make sense to me. But I also like, I there could be stuff, a lot of this stuff, guys, and I'm going to admit it, is so far over my head. Like, someone who really knows what's up could come in here and say, oh no, like, fair, but it makes sense because of this, this, and this. And they might be 100% right. But I'm just saying, from where I sit and from my understanding of it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me at least, but I might not know enough. And that's a caveat I do want understood, right? I do think that that's always acknowledge what you don't know. Ty, the whole narrative that, Brian, I'm going to get to yours too. I see you asking about Big James Smith. Here we go. Horn says, Ty, the whole narrative that's being pushed that everyone's praying for Bama's downfall is false and dumb. Honestly, I think that there are fans, here we go, that are just like you, that are like, hey, this was funny day one, day two, but now it's just like, no, I don't mind Alabama being a great team in college football, because you're probably a fan that's a little bit like me, where I'm like, no, I want Alabama to be good. You want Texas to be good. I want college football to be good. And so I want quality teams across the board because I love watching college football. I covered college football nationally for Bleacher Report. So I watch a lot of college football. So I think that there are a sect of fans just like you, here we go, Horns, from every team. But I also think that there's a lot of fans that absolutely are preying on Bama's downfall and absolutely loving it just for the sake of it, right? I think both things can exist at the same time. It's yeah, Dolomite. It's wild. Jared says Caleb's meeting with OSU. That'd be a huge win for OSU if it's Georgia that gets him. Wherever he goes is a massive win. Massive. He's an amazing player. I'm not going to shy away from his talent just because he doesn't play for Alabama. It hurts. Oh boy, does it hurt me, because those of you like Jeff that have been rocking with me on my channel, that like I've said and been said that I thought Caleb Williams was a very talented player, but Bama has had talented players in the past. They will have talented players in the future. Make the decision that's best for you, and it's all love. Here we go. Horan says, I think Bama getting Muhammad and Williams would be huge. That would be massive. Absolutely massive. Jared Peavy says, reported Caleb Downs meeting with OSU. That's great. That's great. I know that his dad has a connection with someone up there on staff. Miss Dog says, not all college football. I only want the SEC. Good. That's fair. That's fair. Tony Novinsky, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. And thank you for rocking in here, man. I've seen your comments for a few days now. I've seen you in here chopping it up for a few days now. I really appreciate that. As y'all can tell, I love getting super interactive with chat. I'll do streams on my channel where I just talk to chat. We just talk about college football because it's fun. It's fun, right? It bridges the gap. I've said this before, kind of, we do these so long that we end up talking about life. There's a reason why a lot of these big media places are failing. Sandman, you're good. I can see you. I can see you in chat. There's just so many messages, guys. If I miss one of your messages, do not feel bad about typing the same message again. If I miss one of your messages, it's because chat will move very rapidly at some points. But I said this the other day. There's a reason why big media and these big sports shows are failing. It's because they've made themselves feel so far apart from the fans. And that's not what sports is about. Sports is about togetherness, competition, no doubt, but togetherness at the end of the day. And like, the more and more they keep getting these lavish sports shows, the more and more it's getting further away from what it's all about. And really, this is what it's all about. It's about feeling like you're chopping it up with friends, talking about sports, even if you're not actively a part of the conversation. But, you know, it is what it is. High Power says, don't miss my message. I got you, High Power. I got you, man. Kyle says, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to ask Ty. I would think they know. Kyle, ask again, my man. Ask again. I might have missed that. As I said, if I miss anything, please do not be afraid to type it again. Chick says, I work for Bleacher Report too. That's awesome, man. I was very, very blessed to be able to have the opportunity. Amy Sal says, is this Kyle's channel? Anwar gave him the hookup. Yeah, this is Kyle's channel, Amy. Kyle just blesses me with the opportunity to come in here and basically talk about football, about Alabama, and people, for whatever reason, listen, and we have a good time. So it's a lot of fun. Muzzy Justin says, question, do you think Downs has a chance to come back? Yeah, I mean, listen, anything is possible, but I think that if he was going to come back, he wouldn't have entered the transfer portal. I'll give Caleb Downs this. He let the staff get the cornerback coach and get the defensive coordinator, and then he entered the transfer portal. So I think that if he was going to come back, he wouldn't have entered because he gave the staff time. And if you listen, his dad was talking about it, and I said it yesterday before his dad gave an interview. The three most key people in his recruiting process are no longer with the Tide, being Charles Kelly, T. Rob, or Nick Saban, or at least the three people that I thought were very key. Not saying that is fact. The people that I thought. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So I don't think he'll come back. I would give it a less than 1% chance, but at the end of the day, the sun rose. Life in and of itself is a wild amalgamation, is it not? So like, who am I to say that it's a 100% chance he doesn't go? And I'm also an optimist, right? I try and be a glass half full type of guy. So maybe if it is a 0.1% chance, it's a chance. But I don't see it happening, right? I don't see it happening at all. If Suplex says Down's going to shock the world and come to Texas, like I said, man. Who's to say? It'd be a huge win for Texas. If you look at Texas, that was their biggest need coming out of the offseason. You knew your defensive front was really good. Now, how it's going to be next season, replacing those monsters on the inside, I don't know. But you knew that safety was a position that you needed to work on. You had some young guys really improve throughout the course of the year, kind of alleviating that. But didn't you go out and get an Andrew Makuba, who already held the ties to Texas, being from Austin? When he went from Austin to Clemson, I remember that Clemson staff super high on him. Now he gets back to Austin. That's going to be a big piece. Big piece for the Longhorns. Tim Lawson says we're going to have a 2 to 3 year down period. There'll be a change period. I don't know what it will look like. I'm not going to. That's why yesterday, guys, I didn't mean to not answer the question, but people kept asking me to give my take on Alabama's record next year. I can't give my take on what the record is going to be next year when I have no clear idea of what the team will be. Whenever this portal window closes, whenever the dust settles, we look at who the staff is, we look at who the players are, then I'll have a much clearer indication of what next year could look like. So I saw someone ask me about Ohio State's transfer portal work. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't kept up. Timmy, you asked, give me your take on Ohio State getting key players out of the portal. Do you think Ohio State has one of the best rosters in the NCAA? I think, of course, they have one of the best rosters in the NCAA, Timmy. I don't think there's any question to that. Ohio State constantly puts together top 10 at the worst recruiting classes. Typically, they're usually pushing for that top 5. So they have stacked talent, and they are one of those places that, yes, they're going to lose a lot of talent to the transfer portal. So will Georgia. So did Bama. But the question you have to ask yourself, and this is not a shot, it's who are they losing? And up until now, it wasn't like massive pieces. So I don't know if it'll be a 2 to 3 year down period. I think that the expanded college football playoff allows for more flexibility in what you can do. And yeah, it's going to be an adjustment period, but I have no idea what the future will look like because I don't know what the team will look like, but I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful, man. That's what being a fan is about. Good news, chat. We out recruiting Alabama. They must have heard Coach Sean. Yeah, listen, what is good though is apparently yesterday Roach and them reached back out to Zion Grady's family, which is good to hear. They're already on it. Like the second that quote came out, they're already on it. So we're going to see. Is that Noah Carter played with Washington? He was a part of their recruiting class. He's a part of their recruiting class. So he hasn't played yet. He lit it up, though, at one of those All-American games. Webb says, Ty, what's your honest opinion on our young cornerbacks that we're going to have to put out there? Very talented. Absolutely talented. As much talent as you could want, but you don't have experience. And to say I worry about that, like worry is a strong word. We should do a tier list for vocabulary. All right. Worry is a strong word, but maybe just under worry because they're young. I know they're talented. I know they are. But you look at a Damani Jackson, right? Very clearly, very talented. He needs some work because he came from a defensive system that I don't think was very good. No offense to Grinch and all them, but I don't think that they were very good. I don't think that they were coaching their players up to be in positions of success. So he needs some work. Thank God for Mo Linguist knowing what an NFL cornerback needs as Coach Smook joins us this morning.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Roll Tide. What's up, brother?
Man, nothing much. Coach, I want to hear from you on this because I want to be honest, right? And I'm not going to say, oh, no, I have zero concerns about the secondary as we're turning to a 4-2-5 because there's going to be a lot of young talent out there. But I don't know if concern, like that's a strong word.
Right.
Questions. I have questions. That's what I want to say.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm concerned. I want to see spring development.
Yeah.
That's because I just haven't seen Lindquist. I haven't paid attention to his prospects up close that he's had. I've heard about the success. I've read the names, just have not seen anything. Like a lot of this, there's reason to be nervous. There's reason to be worried because everything that's happening to Alabama fans is new. Kind of like when Saban came on. There was nervousness when Saban got hired. Like I remember being nervous, thinking that, man, is this about to turn into year 7 of Auburn beating us? Because at that time I'm only 16, about to be 17 at that time. So a lot of my knowledge and opinions about the coaching changes at Alabama during that time, it was based off of what the old heads were saying. The older heads we listened to. So yeah, man, there's not I don't doubt the talent. It's all about the development. and adjusting to the game speed. Like Caleb Downs found out real quick, high school speed and college speed is two different things. We saw that quick in the Texas game, and he was able to make his adjustments and grow. Same thing with Caden Proctor. So how soon do we get guys in those situations, the young guys in those situations, to see how they develop from that? And I think you're going to get an opportunity to see it in spring ball because of how open the competition is just for the roster with a new staff. So you might see a surge in progression and development in spring, probably something you haven't seen from Alabama as much in the past because you kind of knew who your guys were. You knew that guy that came in last year that had to wait. You kind of knew he was up next. It ain't like that this offseason. So that people not factoring that part in for transfer portal too. Because some guys came last year knowing that they were going to sit for a year. Now they got a new coaching staff. New coaching staff. If I'm on new coaching staff, I'm opening it up. I don't care who you was last season. Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
Okay, great. You got it with a national championship. So let's open it up. Even if you did, I'm a new
it's only
coach.
fair.
It's only fair, right? You're right. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I'm concerned, but I don't doubt that these players can come in and develop. Man, it's a lot of talent, and yeah, man, that's why that's probably the only area right now. Even if we continue to get guys in the portal, right now, I think the key to this hire, Dave Kane Womack being, and I keep saying Dave because I went back and I started watching Ole Miss film from when Dave Womack was the defensive coordinator, and they were aggressive bunch, man. The same stuff. And this is what I want Alabama fans to start doing when we talk about these coaches. And we start talking about lineages and what coaches they were related to, or get their concepts from. Go back and watch 2013, 2014 Ole Miss defense. 2013 to like 2015. You can start seeing their 4-2-5 become what it was, man. And if we talk about how many points they started giving up during the stretch, it's because they didn't have competent coordinators. They were trying to stay in the 4-2-5 with coordinators who did not understand that basis of defense, that scheme. So had guys trying to play 3-4 technique, trying to fit run gaps with two inside linebackers crashing to the same. Like, it was crazy concepts, after Dave Womack left, that people were trying to create exotic blitzes. And what makes this 4-2-5 so different from other 4-2-5 schemes, the way that Kane Womack runs it, he wants four guys up front that are QB pressure guys. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily primary run contain guys that could flow, but you want four guys that can get after it, your interior and your edge guys. And because this defense, because of how susceptible it is to the run game, you have to keep your linebackers in the middle of the field, have them middle inside out reads. That's like the basis of the defense to make it successful. You got to keep them at bay. So you don't want to give up like what Alabama has done in recent history. You don't want to send those inside linebacker blitz as much. You want to be able to send that with your interior, walk one up, be able to drop your edge back if your interior walks up. Like, those are the type of schemes and schematic things that you want to see, that we're going to see adjusted as far as adjustments and changes to. And we did kind of run the 4-2-5. If you look at our alignment, it was 4-2-5. People call it 3-4 multiple, but it was really 4-2-5. You just had edges walking up as D ends, wide D ends, with Braswell and Turner. We talk about the base formation of how we ran our nickel. So it's going to be an interesting transition. I think we get a lot of changes. I think it's going to be a lot of simplicity implemented with the concept of how they run the 4-2-5. I love the bump push method with the motion automatically checking out to match or dropping back to zone depending on the formation. Like, the simple stuff that we didn't do because we have all this talent, and Coach Saban was his great mind when it came to dialing up the defense. I think we get back to the simple things and allowing athletes to be athletes, which usually tends to produce a better progression as far as their progression path, how they progress throughout the season, and also how you can build on that defense and start adding things. Start simple, let them fly around, let them be physical, impose their athleticism, their talent, and then you start adding different concepts and things of that nature. And I think we see a good development with this defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. And someone saying the downside is the SEC. I mean, yeah, you're a bit more susceptible to the run, but at the same time, it's not like that SEC teams aren't running variations of the nickel or 4-2-5 ad nauseum anyways, right? Like, I would be very fascinated to see the percentage of times teams base out of a 3-4, a 4-3, as opposed to, in the modern era of college football, some sort of 4-2-5 nickel defense, right? I think that a lot of teams are in that nickel scheme or a 4-2-5 or something analogous far more often than like we know. You know what I mean, coach? Like, I
Yeah.
don't think that's why when people are like, oh, is it going to be, I don't think it's going to be this massive jump. It's going to be a change, but like this type of defense is where college football is now anyways. That's
Yeah.
just the state of the game now.
Because you got to be able to cover in space, and you can't do
Yes.
that with a bunch of big bodies on the field. Traditionally, in the SEC, you needed big bodies in the trenches. Now, because offenses are trying to spread you out, you got to get long, athletic guys on the edge. So you're not going to get a 6'7", 280 guy that can cover in space like you used to. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta is linebackers that's being forced to play defensive end right now. And that's what Dallas Turner and Chris, the likes of Chris Braswell, even Will Anderson, guys have been coming in, basically being defensive ends, but they're outside linebackers. And a lot of people, they look at the game and be like, man, who that defense? He's not a defense. That's Dallas Turner lining up, outside linebacker, lining up with his hand in the dirt in the 5 technique or in the 7. These are things that's happening. That's the nuances of college football, and I don't think people are paying attention to it. Texas A&M did it against us. They really, Texas A&M, they were able to have success early against us because they rotated 6 defensive linemen, like legit defensive linemen. I'm saying defensive tackles and defensive end in their 2-man front. Their linebackers play the edges. They have their inside linebackers, and they have those linebackers that stand up. They come down and put their hand in the dirt. So it's not necessarily set to one personnel grouping. You got a heavy package where you could bring all 4 true D linemen out. You get 2 true tackles inside, one over the center, shading inside or outside, and then you have your other one over the guard. So it's so many different things you could do out of the 4-2-5. And Alabama has the personnel currently on the roster to fill all those different sets, those different personnel groupings. So that's what I like to get into. I don't, because I see what Kane Womack did at South Alabama. You go watch South Alabama versus Troy game last year and look at how the defense, because Troy runs a crazy offense, a crazy aggressive air raid offense at that. And Kane Womack dialed up a solid game against that high-powered offense.
Travelpreneur Sports Podcast says Bama has been running that scheme for a while back with Ryan Anderson and Williams. Yeah, look, Bama has a lot of analogous stuff. Hey, Kyle, what's up, man?
That was a quick pause. We got Coach Sean up in the back as well. I'm going to add him on. And then, Ty, why don't you make your final point? And then I know you got to probably break out. You've been here for an hour. So, I'm going to add Coach Sean now. You guys continue. I'm still working on a couple of things. I'm still waiting to meet with Will, but I'll be back on. But I just wanted to give you the update. Coach Sean, you're up on.
Fellas. What's up, Ty? How you doing? What's up, Ty? What's up, Smoke?
What's up, brother? Let me check the mic.
Man.
Before I get out of here, Coach, I got to ask you this right here, because we were texting about it this morning. So you already know where I'm going. Smooth. I started watching Noah Carter's highlight tape, right? I got to the point earlier where he routed up the dude on the outside. I got up and I was like, nah,
this ain't real.
And so I sent it to Coach, and I was like, Coach, I don't know if you've seen this, but if you haven't, please take the time. Let me know what you think. Coach, I got to get your take now. We texted back and forth, but there's no better word than the spoken word. Talk to me about what you've seen from Noah Carter.
Noah Carter. Oh, I'm sorry. You talking to Sean or me?
Sean. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Sean. I was about to say, go ahead, because go ahead, Sean.
Both. Let's start with Sean.
Go ahead, bro.
Ty kind of educated me to the guy. What's up, people in the chat, man? Roll Tide to everyone, man. Ty kind of hipped me to him and gave me some really, really, really good footage on him. That young man is awesome.
Greg, the coaches are awesome. Awesome.
You see what I did? Hey, we appreciate you. Thank you for showing up, man. We really do.
Oh, my bad. I thought you was trying to get my attention.
I was acknowledging Greg.
Yeah. Ty kind of hit me to the young man. That kid is awesome, man. A freakish athlete. It'd be a super blessing to get that young man, especially at this time. Freakish athlete, very, very fast. Kid is actually more athletic than I gave him credit for on his initial film. Kid can play offense, defense, an absolute freak of nature, man. So to get somebody of that nature, that's pretty cool, man. I hope we get a chance to get that young man. That'd be a super addition at a time like this.
Coach Mook, I haven't had to heard your opinion on it yet. You just played. Coach Sean, he
I
was
was
in the
background.
background.
You see
Like
what I
the
was trying to
puppet
do,
master.
man.
He was over here MVP of the show. You already know. So Smook, we haven't heard your opinion on him yet. Before I get out of here, I got to hear what you thought.
Bro, so I was in the background trying to, and I've seen this kid's highlight film before. But I was watching the 2022 film, and it was nice. The 22 film was nice, but then you send me the huddle for this one. I said, ain't no way. Like, how hadn't I seen it? So, man, I don't know, Sean, Ty, I don't know where you play this kid, because that could be to me, that's Jalen Hale in a bigger body coming out of high school, to me. And Hale's a lot faster, naturally because of where he's been playing his whole career. But this kid could get in some off-season training, man, and he's going to get bigger. I think he's already 220, 225, 220, 220, something like that. So he's going to get bigger, which leads me to believe, and he reminds me a lot of the kid I've been telling y'all about, Travis Smith Jr. In the 2025 class of from Westlake. Those two guys, you don't know where to play them right now because they're big bodies. And Travis is going to play wide receiver or he's going to be a slot tight end. This guy, Noah Carter, I could see him having the same dilemma. Do you play him as just a wide receiver or do you big body him and let him and Caleb Odom come in together as a tight end duo that like you just featuring your pass game? He's clearly physical enough to get in and learn how to block and add some technique to his blocking. I mean, do you line him up as an outside linebacker, as an edge, and let him just be a pass specialist, a pass rush specialist? Like, what do you do with a talent like this? And a big body like that, I don't know if y'all remember, we were recruiting a kid. I can't remember his name right now. He was like 6'4", like 225, played safety at Miami.
Oh my goodness.
You know who I'm talking about?
Wasn't he a part of the Palomado 5?
Yes, man.
Oh God.
I can't think of it. Chat, if
Williams.
y'all can something Williams. And people's like, he gonna get to Alabama and have to move to defensive end because ain't no way you gonna play safety at the college level at 6'4", 6'5", 225. And the kid goes to Miami and just goes crazy.
James Williams.
James. I'm talking about the kid goes to Miami and you know what type of shambles Miami was in. And I don't even know where the kid is right now. But this guy, Noah Carter, has that same type of athleticism. So don't be surprised if you get a big hybrid, strong safety, outside linebacker, middle linebacker type guy out of this kid if he decides to go to the defense side. But I think his upside and where he's going to get marketed is on that offensive side, man. The one-handed catches in between coverage, just the willingness to lay out, the ability to catch the ball and protect yourself at the same time, the wherewithal to know hand transition, ball transition with your hands when you're breaking out, trying to get yards. This kid is something different, man. And to know that he's a raw talent, man, you would love to see him get developed on either side of the ball right now. And I think his best bet right now is on the offensive side with this staff, man. You talking about Grubbs, you talking about Shepard as his possible wide receiver coach, / tight end in that receiving core, and being featured in the offense like what Washington had last season, and bringing that over here and trying to integrate nuances in at the Alabama side. Oh my God, this could be crazy.
I want to get to a super chat. Kyle Glenn, I apologize, man. I think I was in the middle of a speech and then a lot of things started rolling in. Thank you for the super chat. Once again, that's my fault, Kyle. I meant to get to this earlier and just drop the ball. But he says, if classes start, will that stop Michigan's roster from being poached like ours has been? The best corner is a coach, or is someone Coach Mo recruited? Is he available for the NFL this year, though? And Will Johnson, because if he's available for the NFL, he'll probably test that. I don't know that off the top of my head, but here's what I would say, Kyle. You are right with classes starting. It will put a little bit of a wrench into it. But these guys, if they think that somewhere else gives them the best opportunity to go to the NFL, then they will just hit the portal and rock out in the spring, right? Like it is what it is. It's all going to be similarly analogous. It's just the timing of it with classes starting, which is why I think you'll see transfers slowing down within the next week, even though Bama still has days to go on this 30-day window. But with classes starting, that's a very good point. But what I would say, Kyle, is that these guys, if they feel like somewhere else gives them the best opportunity and their goal is NFL, they're not playing school. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where they didn't come here to play school, even though school is very important. But yeah, that's about my take on it, guys. I don't know if y'all have any different thoughts on that.
Nah, not really. I mean, this whole NIL transfer portal thing is put in, and it's only not as bad right now because it's happening in Alabama. You know, the power of college football for the longest. But I think once this happens, like later in the summer, you know, towards fall camp, you know, before school starts, when kids are allowed to go and do all of this transfer and after spring, it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny to watch college football unravel, you know, around Alabama as we're just picking, you know, putting the pieces together. We're not falling apart. The thing is, people trying to say we're falling apart. No, we really had to restart, not necessarily restart, but find a new way once Saban retired. You can't expect somebody to come in and be like, okay, I'm going to be Coach Saban. No, they have to start a foundation, something solid. And I like the patience. It's not comfortable, but I like how strong this camp is holding with how they're handling the transfer portal, how they're, you know, trying to get the ins and outs of this NIL collective worked out so that we can start using that to our advantage in full force. Because right now it's real light out there. You know, we know that is because they're not aware of the playing field that they're on. So you have to dibble and dabble, ask questions, do your research, all of that. And I think they're coming in with a strong plan. They just want to make it to spring. And like you said, this next, 21 days, I believe we have left, or 20, it should be less than 20 now. It's been more than a week since Coach Saban retired. So
It's been a week exactly.
So, I mean, you got time to just kind of just watch this thing unravel. And then I think your initiative post this is what guys who aren't committed, do we go back and try to bring back in, reel back in? But then also, what guys out there want to come to Alabama? And you got to find the balance between those priorities. So I think we're still in unshaky. We're still on shaky territory, but we're in a good spot to make moves on either side.
100%, 100%. And guys, as I'm getting out of here, DeMaio, Gore, Coach Sean, he's got some good news for you. Apparently, a few minutes after that Zion Grady quote the other day, Roach was on the case, and they're already back after it.
Heard me.
Well, you were 100% right, Coach. Listen, I don't mind him offering the kids from Washington that he'd already offered, he had evaluated, they had committed to him, such as a Noah Carter. I get that. I rock with that. But don't do it at the expense. Like, two things can be true. Offer them and then call Zion Grady and give a 10-minute pitch. It ain't got to be a 50-minute phone call. Give him a 10-minute pitch letting, hey, a lot of moving parts right now. I want you. You bought into the brand, and I'm here to show you that the standard continues, and you are a key piece of that standard continuing. Can't wait to have more conversations with you. We got a lot of exciting news coming. I'll be linking up with you very shortly within the next week, and we're going to talk more. But if you just let him know that in a 5-minute conversation, it's like, oh, I'm a priority. It's love. He's got work to do, but like he made it a priority to call me through the work. You were 100% right, Coach. And with that, I will see y'all later. Y'all enjoy. The coaches are going to have y'all well taken care of. Y'all are about to have a lot of fun. Guys, see y'all.
Much love, Ty. Yeah, I think Freddie listened to us yesterday. I think he heard us because I read the same thing where they immediately hopped on that kid. What's up, Travelpreneur Sportscast? Car Connects, Car Conversations. How are you, man? Adam Lamparello. What's up with you, bro? How you doing? I think the coaches heard. That was good business. I was proud of that. I was really impressed by that as well. For them to hop on the phone with that young man and then, really pick him back up and kind of swipe him back up. That's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. Don't give these other coaches a chance to come in and strengthen them. I was real proud of that, man. Real happy to see that. And the young man was obviously ecstatic about it. You know, I appreciate in this time and day a kid that wants to play for Bama. I really appreciate that. You know, not a kid that's leaving or a kid that's jumping ship. No disrespect to the ones that did, but I was real proud of that young man to be ecstatic for the communication to be back there, and I'm appreciative of that to him. So how you guys doing, man? I mean, you guys been reading what's going on, seeing what's going on. I'm sure Smook and Ty covered most of that. You know what I mean? What's up with you, Adam? How you doing, brother? So I'm
What
just
up,
proud of the
bro,
guys that are
bro?
still
Look,
here.
what up? What up? We ain't even get to speak to each other. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah. What's up with you, bro? How you feeling? What's going
Man,
on with
look,
you?
let me tell you, I ain't feeling too good because I had to settle for McDonald's breakfast this morning, bro.
Yeah, those
And
signers got me bad, boy.
man, I don't mess with McDonald's at all for nothing right now. Like, I done messed around and got coffee from this mug. I done went and got McDonald's coffee, y'all. I'm tripping. Y'all pray my strength in the Lord right now because it's McDonald's just don't do it. Yep. So we getting news in the back that Caden Proctor has officially entered the portal. Man, y'all, this ain't a bad news to me. I think I kind of saw the writing on the wall after the season when Coach Saban retired. We knew how much Coach Saban was a factor in getting Proctor to Alabama when we was following the recruiting last season, getting him there. He was already he didn't want to be far from home anyways. That's why I pushed for him was so important. It ain't bad thing, especially with, like I said, I think what people keep forgetting is that we have enough talent sticking around, I believe, that you go out in the portal and you get the best guys out the portal, which is going to be it's going to be a hotbed for transfer guys. Alabama's going to be a hotbed. They're just like people are ready to leave. It's people that's watching, ready for their chance to come here and play on this stage. Everybody that's watching right now, you talking about NIL opportunities. The guys that's coming in with a little bit of a name is going to be that much bigger because this is the season post Saban. Alabama probably gonna get more publicity network wise than they've gotten since Saban has been coaching, since the national championship drop, or the 2-year drop. Like, this is gonna be one of those things where we can literally use this in recruiting. Man, you know how many people waiting for Alabama to fail? You get to come and be a part of the next big thing at Alabama. You get to be a part of the next phase of Alabama. And it's talent out there. So, yeah, we losing a lot. We losing a lot of talent. We recruit some of the best talent, but we don't recruit all the talent. We don't get everybody. And the object of this season is secure what you can right now, which is, I believe that, like you said, Coach Sean, they're doing that. They're getting back, talking to the 25 recruits that were locked in. They're talking to the guys that's locked in here, trying to get into these different branches and these different what we call them pipelines, trying to get into these different pipelines of communication and start implementing themselves, making a presence. And I think that's the most important thing, making a presence.
Facts, all facts. Dear Mario Gore. Nah, it's all good, dear Mario. Long as they heard me, it's all good because you see what they doing. Not even 24 hours later. So that
Hey,
I'm all good with it. What you say, Smoot? Go ahead, Smoot.
No, they getting on me for talking about McDonald's, man. I'm sorry, brother. I just can't do it. I watched that documentary and it messed me up when I saw what they do, that franchise. Man, America's Burger, man. Just if you only knew.
The Mario Gore, that's my boy, man. Hey, look. Nah, it wasn't. It's all good, DeMario. Hey, you see, they listening to me. That's all I care about. I don't care nothing about it. Long as they listen and they did exactly what I was worried about. You know what I mean? Somebody was watching because they damn shit they definitely hit a U-turn and went back and got my man and got on the phone with him. So I'm cool with that. That's you notice I don't even really cover who leave no more. I ain't gonna say I don't care, but I don't even waste too much of a sentence on the ones that leave. Shout out to you, brother.
Facts.
God, you know what I mean? I'm worried about the ones that's coming and the ones that's here. That's all I care about at this point. Car Conversation says Coach Son spoken into his. Hey, I don't claim to be the football guru, you know what I mean? But I know if common sense, and this is at a high school level, if a kid is a 5-star kid and was good enough for Coach Saban to offer, you would think he's good enough to play at Alabama. show that man some love, man. And they did. So, hey, somebody was listening, so I'm appreciative of that. Shout out to Marquita Eason. Shout out to K Spray One. Shout out to Joshua Ray, man. I appreciate you all. But yeah, it's just like Coach Mook was saying. Robert Moody, what's up with you, the brother? How you feeling? Adam Lamparillo as well. Yeah, man, those pipelines need to be established. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I was on. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I was on. I wanted the guys to really ingratiate themselves. I ain't got nothing against you recruiting Washington. I dare say get all of the good kids you can get, but just don't forget about the kids that's here. I just don't want the other schools to get kids that we could have got.
Right,
You know,
man.
I don't want, because they're another SEC veteran coach is not gonna miss. Like they're gonna try to stripe up every scrap they can. So I don't want us to miss out on good kids that's very, very, very talented that we could easily get with just a phone call. Kids that want to come to Alabama. In this day and age, when you have a coaching change, the one thing I've been through a coaching change, the one thing you want is kids that want to play for you.
Yeah.
That want to play for the school, play for you. Kids that want to come. That's why I got so much respect for Tyler Booker, for Jihad Campbell, Malachi Moore, all the kids who just said, you know what? Sure, I could go somewhere else and get money, right? Get these wonderful bags, whatever the case may be, cars. But for the kids to stay here like that means a lot, man. That means a lot. I got a lot of little cousins, a lot of younger cousins who are 19, 20, 21, who don't know anything outside of Coach Saban. Like they weren't here during the Mike Price. I'm gonna pay for the strippers with the card era.
Right.
Mike Price is a gangster, by the way. I'm just gonna
Yeah, OG. You don't remember me saying that yesterday when you started talking about it? I was like, OG.
Gangster, bro. That cat's I'm gonna buy the young ladies, the ladies of the night on the company card.
Them lot lizards. We're going out here get some lot lizards.
Yeah, he a gangster. I'm gonna buy him with the company card. So what? But yeah, man, they missed all those wonderful times. Us losing to Northern Illinois, and I can remember. They missed all those times. So they're having a super meltdown right now. I'm talking about when I tell you guys a meltdown, I'm talking about full-fledged tears, destroying their own stuff. I'm like, bro, it's gonna be all right. Calm down. So they don't have a recollection of Alabama outside of when Coach Saban was here. So they're going through it right now.
Just to your testament right here with recruiting, Sean. Coach Gillespie right now, down at my old school, at my alma mater, Central Phoenix City, getting back to it, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, and the spot where T-Rob was just making a freaking, I'm talking about T-Rob had tried to get a stronghold on the Tri-City area down there, Columbus, Georgia, Phoenix City, Opelika, Alabama, Montgomery. Like T-Rob started. G got a chance to step up and say, man, look, I was at Bama before him. What you gonna put more work? Like I could get you there just like he could have. He just got a little bit more flat. Now I think this is Coach Saban having his hand in as far as not manipulating, but guiding this staff to retain Freddie Roach, Coach G. That was key, man. Losing T-Rob was big, but T-Rob don't have ties to Alabama as far as the university like Coach G. Coach G been there for what? He's the only, since Coach Saban, he's the second running back coach that Coach Saban has had. He's I think the second longest tenure coach under Coach Saban. And then Freddie Roach has been there for the past 5 or 6 years now.
I think it was Burton Burns, and then when Burns went to the Giants, it was him. Yeah,
it was Jeff. Yeah, so you got a coach who's really more connected than T-Rob, and we haven't been giving him his flowers. So let's congratulate Coach Kalen DeBoer for acknowledging that. Because if you look at some of the primary recruits before T-Rob came in, and we just talking about what he's done recently, like in this new age of NIL and marketing and all that. That's what. But I think if you're gonna have somebody on your staff that knows the lay of the land, that can really keep those connections and keep them relationships tight, it's gonna be a coach like Coach G. And now knowing that he's on that staff, Sean, do you think that has something to do with how the total flip of like the mode of recruiting has kind of been brought to a calm? Knowing that Coach G is retained on that staff?
It seemed like it had to be, because they shifted gears quick, man. They sent out a few offers, and from what I hear, it was his assistants who did it, and that's fine either way. But for them to shift gears and really get back and get their hands in the mud of the kids. Because that
Yeah.
Zion Grady kid and that Jaleel Hilson kid,
Yeah.
them dudes, Javion Hilson, I'm sorry, them kids monsters, man, monsters. So I don't think the kid really loves Florida State like that. I just think Florida State came with a little bag, a bunch of promises, and so I think it's still open for both of them, and that's really all you can ask at this point in time.
At this point, man, this is what I was saying about the process, y'all. When I posted that status the other day about when we was talking last week about the this would be a knockout hire if we could keep T-Rob promoting the D coordinator. And then one of the things after that, we knew that was already out the way. But one of the things after that, I immediately said, you got to keep Gillespie on the offense side, and you got to keep Roach. You got to keep ties to the SEC. You got to keep guys that have relationships, that have a good stamping in the footprint. And if you look at what Coach Saban did in 2008, he brought Bo Davis over. He had Kirby. He had Jim McElwain, somebody who wasn't. I mean, his staff was so diverse. He had enough. Burns was connected in the SEC at running back coach. You had Bo Davis, who was connected in the SEC on your defensive side. So you got guys on each side that really had strongholds. Gillespie and Roach have strongholds in recruiting. They're going to get out there now that it's been confirmed that they're on the staff. And that's what I think kind of delayed the process of retaining these recruits, just not announcing them as the guys on your staff. And I think that they wanted to make sure this is the strategy that they want to come back out with. Caleb DeBoer has a good advisory staff right now, and the staff that's with him, I feel like they're so willing to come in and be open to conforming and evolving this whole process that they're going to flip some heads in this recruiting cycle. I think they're going to turn some heads, especially what's the easiest way to get in front of a high school football player's face? Not money, outside of money. What's the easiest way? Winning. You win.
Yeah.
If you win, if you win, it's easier to be looked at. It's easier to be found when you're winning.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier. James Madison, I bet nobody even knew James Madison had a football program unless you're from the area. You know what I'm saying? Unless you live around there. The past 2 years, James Madison has been winning, and they put themselves on the map. Now you see guys having James Madison University as a top 5. As a top 10, like nobody would have ever put that on their Twitter, or somebody would have put Tulane on there before they back in the day, or Toledo on there before you put James Madison. But now James Madison is a hotbed because they're winning. So if DeBoer and his staff could come in and win immediately, watch how eyes start turning. And I'm telling you, and it don't take a national championship. Clearly, Georgia wasn't a national championship. Texas didn't win a national championship. Ohio State didn't win a national championship. They didn't even make it to the playoffs.
Facts.
So
that's a whole fact.
We got to open the book. If we want to look at it from one side, turn the page and look at the other page too. Because I promise you're going to see just as bad as it's working against us, you will start to see that it's working in our favor.
And that's the thing for me, man. I think it's just sort of unfair that the portal is open for Alabama players to go places.
And for
us and to go for, us in Washington. I get it, the 2 coaches, but for everybody to be able just to cherry pick off Bama's roster, it seems like that's just so foul. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I get it. We lost a coach. You got to get a kid's opportunity to stay, or I get it, but it just seems so foul for everybody just to be able to offer bags, come in, take who they want. Tracy McGraw, $5.99.
Hey, this is big. This is big. Did he let you know about this?
The super chat?
What? Yeah. Read it.
Hey, coach. Yeah. No, I didn't know. And then that's my partner.
That's what I'm saying. That's a promotion for him. Yeah. Y'all know he's just been kind of like
but
staff.
I know he watched this show. I know that for a fact.
Hey, shout out, Josh. That's
my dog. But maybe
holding out. Then got promoted and stuff and ain't told nobody. Look at you. Go ahead, Josh. Congrats, man.
Yeah, man. So, and let me stop the presses just for a second. Saying, man, we got to stop hating on Whataburger. Whataburger is absolutely delicious. Stop hating on it. 5 Guys, great burger, but $80,000 for one burger, and it's this little. Can't stand it. You know what I mean? Whataburger. That's what it is. Okay, moving on. But yeah, man. So they heard us, Ephraim. They heard. Now Red Robin, Ephraim. I got to give you glove on that one.
Yeah,
But the
Red
egg on the
Robin and the
burger.
fries. Oh my
First time I ever
Jesus!
ate an egg on a burger. It was absolutely wonderful. A
Well,
fried egg on a
where
burger.
you been?
Man, I didn't
Man,
think it was. I don't know. It was just
my
great
uncle,
though.
my uncle used to do that every family reunion, bro. I'm talking about you. We used to, cause my he had a chicken farm on his land out there in Troy. So like he just have crates and crates of eggs, man. And when we used to go down there, we used to be able to pick the little berry field he have out there, play with his goats. And but when he start grilling on that big old pit grill, he bring them. I'm talking about thick slabs of patties, man, and he throw the bacon on the other side of the grill and let it smoke on the grill.
Chain, man. Off the
Had
chain.
the little flat tray on that mud, throw the eggs on there. You start frying them. Boy, we used to tear them things up. That's like a Heinz family tradition, bro.
Yeah.
We used to do that, man. It was so boy.
Irish Viking 85 says Culver's. I love Culver's. I hit Culver's the other couple of days ago, but their patty's too thin. Little thin patty.
And they make choke burgers. And we call them choke burgers. When you have a burger, if I get mayonnaise and ketchup and mustard on my burger, I want to be able to at least look at the bread and notice that it's there. You know, I don't want to see like a yellow stripe and assume that it's mustard. I want to be able to taste a little bit of mustard. So
that boy Joshua Ray crazy. He said water burger, a burger with water. Joshua, you crazy, man. Robert Moody said maybe Sean find it. Hey man, I wish they would. I'm gonna bring my coaches with me if that was the case. I'm taking everybody, Kyle, everybody.
The only water I remember they had a Whataburger in Montgomery when I was staying in Montgomery. My cousin used to work there off of right there on Taylor Road.
Yeah.
In the little shopping plaza off of the Taylor Road. East Chase, my fault. East Chase. They had that over there and then they shut it down, man. That hurt my little feelings because that was like our spot in college, boy. Whataburger.
Ephraim just spoke blasphemy. I gotta highlight this.
What?
Ephraim said Sonic is
better
than
no.
Whataburger.
Hey, somebody. We got a moderator in the chat.
Absolutely. Ephraim, I got to disagree with you, buddy. Sonic is terrible. I just don't even like touching the button that everybody touch. I hate that. You got to touch the little button, everybody fingerprints be on there. I don't like Sonic.
Man,
but yeah,
I went to Sonic the other night.
The Whataburger on Highway 72.
Night, bro.
Ask Travelpreneur Sportscast about the Whataburger on Highway 72. That joker jumping.
The one in Panama City. When you go to, if y'all ever go to Panama City, I don't know the location because I ain't from there. But it's one in Panama City, man. It's like the one right when you coming into town on the main drive, and that mug it be packed all the time, and it's reason for it. They got the skinny fries though, the stringy fries. They don't have the thick fries. They got the stringy fries at that Whataburger, and I don't know what it is. They do them at the right texture.
Travelpreneur facts.
Ooh, I'm telling y'all.
But look, let me say this while we talking about this for the last 10 seconds. Full Moon Barbecue in Birmingham, in Gardendale. I think that's Gardendale. The best Full Moon. The one we got here in Huntsville is good, but the one in Birmingham, coming into Birmingham, that Full Moon, I think that's Gardendale, if I'm not mistaken. Fieldstein, one of them. That Full Moon is wonderful, bro.
The one in T-Town good too.
Everybody need to try that Full Moon Barbecue. That thing is absolutely great, man. They changed my life with barbecue.
Tonyo, stop playing. Whataburger back in the Gump. I know where I'm gonna be at when I come and visit, y'all.
Probably, yeah. Okay, I heard that they had they got one in Montgomery. I thought they left Montgomery.
Now, Whataburger has shut down in Montgomery. I want to say like 2013, 2014, something like that. So it's been a while since
ATL.
And then, but yeah, Full Moon, the Full Moon in Montgomery trash. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. But the one in T-Town, love it.
I keep hearing about this Hattie B's in Birmingham. I hear about this all the time, man. Now I went to Nikki West's in Birmingham, and it was straight. I went that joke and got full, bro. Nikki West?
Hey,
Nikki
what's
West?
the name of that soul spot? This is it.
Type thing.
Have y'all had This Is It yet? The little soul food spot. Man, y'all gotta. If y'all got one,
where at?
I think it's one in Atlanta, and then I think it's one in Birmingham too, if I'm not mistaken. But I think they based out of Atlanta. We went to the one in Atlanta, and that thing.
They got one in Atlanta.
They got one in Birmingham, yes, on Camp Creek. And yeah, Carl know what I'm talking about. This is it. Oh Lord,
Camp Creek and ATL. I'm going to check that out, man. I go to ATL a lot, and I'm always hitting new restaurants up.
Sean, bro, down.
Your
grandma might be back there in the kitchen cooking type stuff. Yeah,
check that out, man.
So I ate. I forgot what I got, but I went back. I started, and y'all know I'm a clown. I get up from where we eating at, and this is right after COVID, right when they letting people back in and eating at restaurants. I walk up to the counter, and they got like the little swinging door entrance open to the back kitchen and stuff. And I started walking, and the employee stopped me. She was like, "Sir, what you doing?" I was like, "Nuh-uh." I said, "Y'all gonna have to let me back there." She's like, "What's going on, sir?" I said, "Is my grandma back there?" Because she died in 2006, and this tastes just like her. Boy, they was laughing so hard, man. I had tears in my eyes because I'm a clown, man. I was like, "Is my grandma back there? Y'all gonna tell the truth? Is my grandma?" Because that food was so good, boy. That lady, she thought I had a real problem though. She was like, "Sir, you got a problem?" I was like, "My grandma better be back there. Food like this my grandma." Man, it was so funny. So I had them folks trip, but it's good, man. Some good food, man.
Tony. Exactly. I know, right, Tony? Yeah,
Hey, it is about
man.
lunchtime though. I think that's what happened. We messed around, started. It's lunchtime, but yeah. Hey, we got some more super chats. They heard you. We talked about that one. Steve Sibley says top the river is the place to eat in Alabama. Top of the river. I think it's called Top of the River.
What city is that in? What city is that, Steven?
That's some content we gonna bring y'all too, man. Y'all start doing these recommendations.
Yeah,
because man, I'm telling y'all, especially like when we so the plan is, man, I know I'm trying to make it back for at least 2 games this year. And me and the bros, we was talking about, lining some things up so that we can get together. And even if it's not on this channel, doing some IRL content and just trying to, get out and meet some more of this Bama community, man. I know we have differences of opinion and our takes on the team, but at the end of the day, I think when it's time to kick off, I think we all cheering for these boys to win.
Oh yeah, facts.
Every time, no matter how it look, coaching staff, whoever. I think when it's time for kickoff, you cheering for Alabama to win. And during that 60 minutes, man, it's good to have other fans around. I'm usually want to watch the game by myself because I watch it differently than most people. But those few times that I do get out and commute and chill and watch with the community, I like to have a good time. And I see a lot of y'all like to eat good. So usually people that eat good know how to have a good time. That's what my uncle used to say. If you know how to eat good, you learn how to have a good time. So, we going to get together. Y'all send some good spots.
Oh, right here. One last thing. Travel Premier say catfish. Oh, I forgot all about that. Travel. Highway 72 Catfish Cabin. Check that out. Down in Athens, Highway 72.
They got hush puppies too, right? Catfish Cabin got them hush. Them boys.
I ain't taste no catfish. Catfish Cabin always been jumping since I was a kid. That rascal be jumping, bro.
And people dog catfish nowadays. All these little health heads and stuff because of how what they give me some fresh catfish. I don't want none of that frozen stuff. I want the stuff you go out there and catch.
Yeah, they fresh.
But them hush puppies though. I don't even. You know what's crazy? We was on a trip. I think who we had to go. We went to a camp there, passing camp, either at UAB or somewhere, and I think they catered. There. Catfish Cabin, was it UAB? It might have been A&M.
Yeah,
and
catfish, it go hard, man.
Yes, sir. Yes,
it
sir.
Go hard.
Man, let's start talking about food before we have to end and get off here and let y'all be looking at the prompt all day. But shout out to Steve. He said with another $5 super chat, he said gas in Oxford and one other somewhere else, best catfish and greens around. Facts, man. Facts, man. You guys have 5 Guys down there and smash burgers. Here in VA, those burgers smack. Yes, I'm in VA right now. What part of Virginia you in, Thomas? I'm in Virginia now. That's where I live, which is crazy because my first time having smash burger was at the smash burger here in Colonial Heights. We went over there right there by Walmart. I had that one day when I was working at a call center up here, and we went there for a lunch. Man, it was pretty straight. Yeah. Appreciate the super chats too, everybody in the chat. But yeah, so in other news, we already broke news to y'all about Caden Proctor. He finally entered the portal. We talked about Caleb Downs. It's been 2 other names, and me and Sean, it's crazy the fact that we even push ourselves to talk about this. It's like crazy, but potential names in the portal right now. They said it was Keon Keeley and Jaheim Otis. Yeah. I don't buy too much into the Otis thing. Otis been a Bama kid since 8th grade. Coach Saban was definitely an impact on his life though. So we don't know how he's processing that. But Otis and his family give me Jaden Roberts and his family type vibes. Like these some down home country boys that just they love playing football. So I wonder if this team, some of these players are waiting to see, how the process is started here. They not able to get together and do no team workouts and stuff right now. Everything is voluntary. So spring ball is going to be interesting. I do want to keep some of this nucleus, man. You got quality guys, quality leaders. You may not have all the talent right now, but you got quality right now on this roster. And if we can maintain majority of what's here, I think we set ourselves up for a good portal push, a good recruiting push. I mean, just overall schematically, you give your chance to start putting looks out there and knowing what you're working with coming into fall camp. What you got? What's your take on those two guys possibly entering and how it affects going forward?
I hope they don't. Otis is going to have a huge role as he has since he set foot on campus. I think Keon is just scratching the surface. Him, Quindarius Robinson, take your pick of which one he was going to play. He was going to play big time. Him, Quay Russo, with Braswell and Dallas leaving, Quindarius, Quay, Keon, these guys are going to have a huge role. So I hope not. But at the same time, not if Caleb can transfer, anybody can transfer. So
yeah,
it is what it is. I hope they don't, but if they do, shout out to them. Next man up as usual.
Yeah, man, and that's what. And see, this is why it's hard for us to talk about it because that's what I look at. Even yesterday, we was doing the roster. Everybody saw anybody that did a mock up depth chart was putting Keely at your weak side edge and either Overton at your strong side edge or Quindarius Robinson at your strong side edge. Like Keely was going to see the field. Yancey Pierre is going to see the field. I think I don't know, man. I haven't seen much about Pierre as far as his weight gain, but that was literally the only thing keeping that kid off the field. Because if you talk about as far as power, the motor, the ability to what they call it, that transfer, the power from his hips up through his push when he's making his attack, his pass rush. I mean, to me, he seemed like he possessed more of an arsenal than Keon Keeley. Keeley, you can look at his film, he just manhandling everybody. He's a specimen, physical specimen. He's a taller guy, longer, but I think Pierre, you finally get him up into that 240 range for his weight. That's when he becomes a serious problem at this level, because everything else was already there. The speed, the violent hands, the finesse with the spin, his hammer spin move or whatever you call it. My D-line coaches, y'all know what I'm talking about. When they hammer through the arms, they chop through the arms and spinning off of it. I don't know what it's called. It's not a swim, but it's something else. When they hammer fisting through the hands, we call it hammer fisting in jiu-jitsu. But yeah, that move right there. I mean, you just watch him. Even in practice films, you could watch some of the practice clips and see him just technically sound. As a technician, he's sound with his technique in the pass rush game. Just like he light in the britches. So Keely being there, I think that's gonna be another deep rotation. We still deep at that position. That outside linebacker edge room is gonna be competition there, quality competition.
I can remember when Keely was being recruited out of high school, he didn't go to Ohio State because Ohio State wanted to put his hand in the dirt and he wanted to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
So that 4.25, may or may not. I don't know if that had an effect on, his outlook or whatever. I'm not even sure if the kid transferring, to be honest with you, because I hadn't heard.
I don't think so. I just know the rumbles and buzz about, because Notre Dame was on them heavy too, and
yeah, of course,
and they'll play a guy out of position just to have him on the roster.
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I just hope these kids understand, man. It's gonna be good. Once the season starts, it's gonna be good, man. You get some kids in, get some depth in. We're gonna be young at some spots, but that's okay. It's some talented kids, man. So, I just hope they understand it is what it is. You know what I mean? I've seen a bunch of the older players talking about how different these coaches are, these players are. And that's something that me and the coaches have talked about for a week now.
Mm-hmm.
You really can't bash them because it's not just Bama's players. It's
Right.
this generation as a whole. It's just
Everybody.
yeah, man. You got to remember the kids who are 17 and 18, they've never grown up without social media in their life.
Right.
They don't even know what it feel like not to have MySpace all the way down to Facebook, all the way down to Twitter X.
Right.
Their whole entire life has been in the phone, you know. So everything they do is a product. It has to be of social media and opinions and getting the bag, and you know, it may even look like a portion is me, but everything they've been raised is that, right? They don't know nothing else. So you almost just have to take it with a grain of salt, man, and just do the best you can.
Yeah. And this is the time I've come to right now in this offseason, man. Focusing on guys like James Smith, a quality guy. You know, saw spurts from him last season. You know, he started getting snaps towards the end of the season, and we saw how raw he was. Some plays he looked like that dude, and some plays he was just out of position. Young mistakes. The only way you get past that is more snaps. In this game, we saw it happen with Caden Proctor. We saw it happen with the great Caleb Downs. Like Caleb Downs, I think what made Caleb Downs allow him to be on the field was just his instinct to be where the ball was and secure tackles. A sure tackler, because if we be honest, early in the season, a lot of over-the-top looks that were given up were on him and Jalen Key. It wasn't necessarily the corner getting beat. It was miscommunications, not understanding concepts. And Caleb Downs he's a student of the game, so it wasn't hard for him to make adjustments. And he comes from a family of athletes, you know, just dog athletes. You get what I'm saying? So his natural ability included with his ability to be coachable definitely played a large part of his development. I think there are a lot of players on this roster right now that are coachable. The thing is, they didn't have the natural ability. And you got guys like James Smith, who's going to have retaining Freddie Roach as his position coach. In a new scheme, this type of scheme, James Smith can be your big edge if that's the base formation you go with. You can put James Smith as a big edge, but I think he's going to be stronger as a relief for the Keenan Otis rotation right now on the inside. You get James Smith on the inside, man, that power in that compact frame, because he's not as tall as those guys, but he's just compact and he reminds me of you remember not Thomason used to be on the inside for us. Christian Barmore. You remember we had Christian Barmore playing the tackle for a little while, then we finally gave him that edge, the big edge position. I think that's where we see James Smith kind of being like a Christian Barmore type field with more of a motor. Christian Barmore wouldn't play every snap. So I like James Smith, man. He's explosive.
Yeah. The thing for me with Caleb is what made Caleb so good is a lot of times these kids play athlete, and Caleb did a lot of stuff in high school, punt returner, played some offense, but he was a safety. Like he very similar defensive responsibility. He was a true safety. The position you see him playing is the exact same one he played in high school, right? It's kind of like with Marlon Humphrey. When Marlon Humphrey came from Hoover, Marlon was a straight corner. Like he played corner more than any other thing. He was a corner, so the position and the transition wasn't so great with him. You know, he latched on when he first came. He redshirted because I think Marlon was about 168 pounds. He's very small, hurdle jumper, and he put on about 15 pounds, 185, 190, and the sky was the limit. So that's what made Caleb so good. You have a lot of these kids like Jalen Mbakwe, who's super duper talented, but he played quarterback. You know, he was such a great athlete. They had to use him at the most important position. So it'll be some growing pains in the learning curve, right? But you know, it's gonna be all right, man. It's gonna be all right. I just want this portal stuff to be over, man. I just want it to go ahead and be over.
I think the worst of it is kind of like coming to an end. You still gonna have onesies and twosies, like and this is no disrespect to any player on any roster. You're gonna have I don't even want to say it like that. You're gonna have not so well-known names going to the portal that going to get attention now, especially from Alabama. Because you're from Alabama. Anybody that, at least if the water boy don't be retained to this staff, is going to be news for college football. So just expect it. Don't invest too much time in it, because we're going to have our time. We will get back in the works of normal college football day-to-day activity. Right now, we're at an abnormal time with the coaching change, the rules. Like you said, that 30 days, man, that's a long time just because of a coaching change to give a kid an opportunity to make.
Man.
That's crazy to me.
I don't
think
remember being that long, Smoke. Do you?
it should be 14 days max, bro. You
I
get
thought it
2
was
weeks.
I don't remember being a whole month, bro. I've never heard of that.
I don't either. And this is to me I'm not gonna sit here and be one of those conspiracists and say this is a plot, but this is just another move.
I ain't gonna lie.
It's just another move for money to be in control, man. You open up the window, now you get more money in the pot. You know how many people getting broke off because players are getting crystal balled here and crystal balled there. You know how many corporations are their stocks are going up because they're invested into UGA, Ohio State, Texas, and crystal ball. Oh man, let me start moving money towards this, and then Vegas gets into this now. You got Vegas odds on players landing places. Like you could bet on players landing in places, high school players, college players. You can bet on them landing at certain schools right now. That is crazy. So just let's all understand it's more than just against Alabama. This is a money thing. We know how this country is. It's built off of it. Greed, man. It's literally built off of it. So don't be surprised that it's bleeding into college football. PK 205 with the $5 super chat.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah. I won't. Go ahead.
Super chat.
All right. He said testing your VA knowledge.
No, you from VA. You go ahead, bro. I don't even know what I'm reading.
I ain't from VA. I just live here now. He said, "Who was the guy from VA?"
My bad. Yeah.
Who was the guy from VA that was the number one player in both football and basketball? Hint: he played both in college. Iverson didn't play football in college. I know he played in high school.
Virginia, number one. Played both.
It ain't Iverson, yo. PK, give me a hint. Give me a year. Like a decade. Was he in the 2000s? The 90s?
Sean Hand was number one in football, but he didn't play basketball.
Yeah. Who was the guy from VA? Did he play at Alabama? They said good. Ronald Curry. Somebody said Ronald Curry was from VA.
That's right. Played in North Carolina. He played North Carolina. No, he played basketball in North Carolina. Ronald Curry did.
He ain't played football. He did play football in college. Football, yeah, dang, you right. Okay. Who got that?
Julius, not Julius, but what's the big light skinned cat from North Carolina as well? Played defensive end for the Carolina Panthers forever. He played football and basketball too.
Johnson using that Google. He was one, like his answer came in right at the same time.
Peppers. Yeah. That's it. He played both as well. He was the number one player in both as well, whatever state he was from.
I think Pep was actually from North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. That. You know what? Come to think of it, looking at Noah Carter's film, he almost like he just ain't as tall, of course, but that kid, man, seeing him line up at the edge and then be able to go out there and play wide receiver, I guarantee you Noah Carter can windmill, bro. I guarantee you that kid can off 2 feet windmill.
Super athlete.
I guarantee it. That boy got 2-hand yam. I'm telling you, man. Yeah.
Super athlete, man.
Who we got? Are you guys good to cover for Colin till 12? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Taylor. They called. Well, my school was shut down today because one of their boilers, I guess it was like overheating out of commission from it being so cold the night before.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm here, and
good,
I'm here with it. Hey, Coach Carr, how you doing today? Look, I definitely was gonna try to set it up. You know what? I can set it up today. We are back in action on the big PC. I had to run a little scan on not a virus scan, but I had to update some drivers and stuff yesterday. That's why my big PC wasn't working. But I think I could create the invite and pull us in the Discord so I can get everybody in Discord. If you want to get on the phone lines and talk with the coaches, we can definitely get y'all in there. Let me set it up. Coach Sean, you talk to the chat for a minute. I'm going to try to set this up in the background.
I got you.
All right.
Demayo Gori says, coaches, what y'all think about Marlon's tweet on X about the portal situation? Him saying he would have dipped out too. I mean, for me, man, I heard about that. I didn't see it. I heard about it. That's shocking coming from Marlon. First of all, Marlon wasn't hurting for money. You know what I mean? Let's stop it, Marlon. Your daddy was Bobby Humphrey. You from Hoover. Like, you ain't hurting for no money. You know what I mean? That would have just been greed at that point in time, bro. Like, but hey, what does that tell you though? What does that tell you? Maybe he's speaking from his heart. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I got to the point where I don't even judge it no more because everybody in this chat know money make you do some weird stuff, man. So I can't even judge it, to be honest with you, DeMaio. I mean, maybe that's what that man would have done. I don't even know what to say about it, right? But I know he made a lot. He was a beloved Alabama player, but with that tweet, he really caused himself some fans on that one. I will say that. But yeah, man, for me, I'm just ready for this portal situation to be over, right? I'm ready for it to be over. I sort of don't appreciate, and I'm not a conspiracy guy either. But let's not make a let's make no mistake about it. Alabama over these last 17 years has made a lot of enemies as well as a lot of friends, right? It's a lot of people that don't want to see Alabama at the top anymore. I mean, look no further than when we're going through what we're going through. How many fan bases are latching on to the let's bash Bama? It's like I was like, what? I even seen people from Florida, like we have no type of situation with Florida. What the hell do you got to do with what's going on? Florida, their fans are talking. So everybody want to see it. Alabama's been on top for so long, guys. It's a lot of teams, coaches, administration, alumni. A lot of people don't want to see Alabama up there no more, man. And look no further than the teams that are sort of trying to poach our players, offering bags to come in and leave. But I just pray they do something about this stuff, man. I pray that some type of rule comes in where you can't do this. And I think it's funny because, these schools act like this very thing can't happen to them. Sometimes you can have too much talent.
Yeah.
And back in the day, having too much talent was a good thing because kids wouldn't
Had
really
to stay.
Yeah, or had to stay, or wouldn't really transfer to the effect that they're transferring now. Well, now they can. Now kid get upset, he out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Robert Moody says, Sean Smook, I watched film on Peyton Woodyard, and I feel he is Downs 2.0. Hard hitting, quick to the ball, and can cover. Yeah, Peyton is a baller, man. Come from a good family. Kid come from the West Coast. He's young.
Yeah.
Kid knows he's gonna get on the field soon. Yeah, Peyton Woodard is a monster, and that's a kid that Georgia fought us tooth and nail for. He actually was committed to Georgia at one point in time.
Yep. And this is another thing, guys. Not only Peyton Woodard, but Rodarius Morgan. I know he played a lot of corner at Central. I know this kid. I used to tell him, and talking trash to him. I used to tell him, bro, you could play safety, and Rodarius, man, Reg, he can be a rangy safety with his ball skill ability. That's a rangy safety. You talking about putting a guy in a one high look or one high responsibility? You got to have a guy back there with some range and some instincts.
Yep.
But they mostly need range. Tony Mitchell, Rodarius Morgan. Man, you get those two guys over top. Tony Mitchell, you're big. You kind of want Tony Mitchell there because he gonna come up and just that boy is physical. I mean, a bullet when he got a bead on somebody in the open field. Tony Mitchell is a bullet. But man, Rodarius Morgan and like y'all said, Peyton Woodard, man.
Jameer Grimsley. Did everybody go look at Jameer?
I want him so bad on the offensive side, though, Sean. I can't even lie.
I think they're gonna put him on. I mean, I'm assuming. I know Coach Saban was gonna play him on the defense side of the ball.
Yeah. But I think with this offense, this Grubs, they like to go 6-7 deep as far as their rotation at wide receiver. I know we possibly get in their one of their speedsters that was at Washington. He did kick return, punt return for him. He was like their fifth receiver on their roster. I'm pretty sure he'll jump in the portal. He might come this way, being in this system with the likes of.
I hope the kid come that plays center.
Oh yeah. So he's 100% Alabama. Like he made it known, like he wants to follow this. And I forget where I seen the conversation, but he was having a full conversation about in chat about his desire to finish with Coach Grubbs, Coach Huff. So like that is something big, and that goes to show you, like you said, Coach Sean, these relationships with these coaches in recruiting are so important, even on the college level. Like it don't stop after they get to college. It goes through college. Like Caleb Downs, you got to think the coaches that got him to Alabama, the coaches that made him secure about his decision, that were investing in his development, are all gone. All of them. So you definitely want to try to stay there because you know that coach has your best interest at hand, not only off the field or for their own personal gain, but because they're with you. They've been part of your development. They're part of your success. So this is a good thing and a bad thing for Alabama at the same time. We're just not seeing the most good because we're suffering the loss of the inevitable. We're suffering from the inevitable, and it's not going to hurt us bad once we start seeing some of this talent come in, because I guarantee you some of the people in the chat didn't even know about Noah Carter until yesterday or today.
Yeah. I know I didn't. Ty sent me that video and I was like, I heard the kid's name, had seen him, in the little rankings or whatever.
Yeah.
Committed, but I didn't have no clue that he was interested in Bama. So that's a good thing, man. I hope any talented kid that we can get at the moment, especially incoming kids, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I'm all for these coaches to reach out and do what they got to do, and because right now it's a poach fest. It's a poach fest, man. And that's the part of recruiting that I have grown to be tired of.
Yeah.
Offering money for kids. The numbers I'm hearing on some of what these kids are getting, man, it's astronomical, man. Like, it's crazy that a kid can make that much money to go to a school or whatever. They're gonna have to do something about that, man. Some of these numbers are almost unbelievable. Like, it's almost like that can't be it.
It's almost to the point where at 17-year-old, if I was 17 right now and I had an opportunity to, knowing what I know now, right, at the age of 33, if I can go back and be 17, you know what I'm doing? I'm about to work my butt off, and I'm gonna see how many offers I can get, and I'm gonna go play college football for 1 year. And then after that, I can start my own business because what I collected NIL. What some of these people, if I'm a 5-star and I'm getting offered $500K to come and play for you for one season, it's not even guaranteed that I'm gonna start on the roster. You get what I'm saying? I just need to show up, and bro, that is crazy to me. Like, Florida, I'm an adult. I'm an adult right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, 250K could do a lot for where I'm at in my life right now. With my production equipment, I can go and get all the production equipment I want, pay for all the subscriptions. Me and the wifey can go get 2 vehicles, because I know some of y'all like them high-end vehicles. Me, I like something reliable. It ain't got to look extra nice. It ain't got to be luxury. I want me a nice Tahoe, Suburban, something like that. You know what I'm saying? I can get all 12 of my kids in. And then, like I want to be able to just chill after that and work for myself. I could do that with 250K. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's what these kids are running up on right now.
Bro,
17 years old.
17 years old. Hey, Robert Moody, that's a whole fact, Robert. That boy gonna be a dog, man. Daniel Hill. Let me say this. Everybody, if you get a chance, if you wanted to know, I forgot the kid's name. Was it Jalen Rashada?
Yeah, Rashada, the quarterback. Yep.
They promised him
$8 million.
$13 million. Through a collective, they could only raise 7. Said they would give him this 7, they would give him the other 6 in sometime during the course of the season.
He turned it down.
Nope, turned it down. Like, what the hell's going on, bro?
Yo,
13. I want everybody to think about that. This kid has never played a down of college football at that time. $13 million.
Chat, bro. Put the mind-blowing emojis in the chat.
Crazy.
You get what I'm saying, man? Like,
crazy.
Even Christopher Jefferson, even in that, 125K will change your life. I'm not a pocket watcher, but 100, like 5K, $5,000, we can do that. That's regular everyday money for a lot of population in America right now. A lot of, especially entrepreneurs. You see entrepreneurs out here balling. But a high school kid with 125K access to it for him and his family, man, that is crazy. And you got people actually out here working. You got teachers, educators actually out here working. You got EMS. You got your public service servants. They are out here risking their lives, and they barely making $40,000 a year, $55,000 a year, paying half of their paycheck go to healthcare. These kids are being privy to this stuff out of high school. That is
where
crazy
you
to
get
me,
the balls to turn down even 7?
bro. And
No,
say
you
that's not.
promised me 13.
You said
That's
13.
only
What?
7. What?
What?
They're going to do something about that, though, bro. It's going to ruin it for everybody, even
It's
Texas.
Yeah, it's going to ruin it even for the ones that can pay, even for the ones, because there's no, like I said yesterday, and we talked about this. There's no way for you can't make them pay it back. Most of these kids are secured to the point where if it don't go my way, I can pull out. This is a no, what they call it, a no interest clause or something like that. They had it's called something. I forget the term they use. But yeah, man, it's crazy that it's like this. I did want to do something. Chat. We had the banner up. Let me see. Talk with the Bama YouTube coaches. So something that we did last week, and Sean, you could set up while I'm introducing it to the chat again. Jump in the phone line chat on Discord, and I'm gonna set it up audio wise so we could be straight and make sure it's coming through to the chat. Make sure it's coming through.
What's the heading? What's the
I'm gonna slide you. Just jump in one. I'll slide you into the phone line.
Coaches waiting.
Yeah, you can go on that one, or you should have access to go on in the phone line. Okay, I'll put you in there. I got you. Say something in there real quick. Nah, leave your Discord on, cause I got your audio coming through here in Discord. So I muted you on the stream, so you good to talk in the Discord. And yep, and chat, y'all let me know if y'all can hear Coach Sean. Uno, dos, tres. Can y'all hear him, chat? Talk to me. Can't hear him? Nope. Let's fix it. All right, I got you. I know what the issue is. What happened? Oh. Let's
Testing.
There we go. Y'all should be able to hear him now, chat. Y'all should be able to hear him. Y'all got it? Uh-huh. There he go. Yeah. All right, so we got it routed right. All right, bet. All right, so now we're about to post this link. And if you want to jump in and talk with us, we're gonna do it kind of like phone call, call-in show with Kyle. This is something that we did last week, and now we can do it with you all. Got Coach Sean in the chat. Let me see. I think I may have to mute up in here. Mic check. All right, Sean, you got me on your Discord on the speaker. All right, put your headphones in because we can hear the echo on the stream. Yeah, to your Discord. Hook it up to what your Discord hooked up to. There you go. If you're using it on your phone, you should plug in your headphones to your phone and we should be straight. But I'm posting a link here, chat. You want to talk with the coaches? I just posted it in the chat. Let me see if I can get there to pin it. Okay, I got you.
I take this. I think this will help if I take it off speaker. That's what it is.
Yeah, take it off speaker.
Wait a minute.
Well, yeah, chat. I just posted a link. Taylor, I don't know if you're still in the background. Can you pin that comment for me? Oh, I got it. I think I could do it. No, I can't. Let me see. Yeah.
Take the shit off speaker.
And if y'all see that comment, I'll keep rotating it through. But there go to the comment there. I just highlighted. That's the Discord link you want to look for. Coach Smook, Alabama is the favorite to land Noah Carter. Facts. He's definitely interested in playing for this offensive coaching staff. Washington was his front runner. Of course, when DeBoer left, Like just like we're seeing when the coach that recruited you left, it's just natural for you to want to, come in and be a part of that. So it's the nature of the beast, chat. It's the nature of the beast. That's how things roll. And so we got 3 in the chat already. So first up, and make sure with your names, make sure you identify yourselves in the chat. I got John in the waiting. He's the first one showed up, John, with the $sign. If that's you, put a fire emoji in the chat so I can know it's you. Got my boy Ray in the chat. And Sean, you there?
Yeah. Can you still hear me? Testing.
Yeah, I got you echoing. You got one of your audios on speaker right now.
Hold on. Let me see this. What about now?
Mic check, mic check. All right, you good. Yeah, I don't hear the echo now. But you can hear this.
I had it on mute.
Okay.
When I talk, is it an echo?
Nuh-uh. No, it's not an echo right now. Let me see now. Say something now. Okay, you got your microphone muted. That's good. That's good. Because you can hear Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. All right, let's get John in here, man. We're gonna get the first person in here. I'm gonna work the audio while he's talking. Sean, I'm gonna bring him in, introduce him, ask them what's on their mind. We're gonna give them, we're gonna give you all 3 minutes apiece to just run amok. You know what I'm saying? Give us your thoughts, give us your feels about everything up until this point. Updated news, whatever. We're gonna give you 3 minutes and then we'll dialogue and then we'll get the next person in. Sound good, chat? Thumbs up in the chat if you're feeling that. Bringing John in. John, appreciate you for joining the show. It's Coach Smoot, Coach Sean. You on the line with Bama YouTube coaches. How you feeling today, man? John, you there? I can't hear you. I see your icon going off like you're talking. I just can't hear you. Okay, looks like John's trying to get his audio straight. Let me get Ray up in here. We're gonna bring John back. Ray, what's good, brother? This is Ray Parn from the chat, man. How you feeling, brother?
Hey, brother, I'm feeling pretty good, brother. It's just that as Bama fans, we're just not used to
All right, it's saying that. All right, so y'all didn't hear anything that my boy Ray he said. I swear, I just had it set up.
Smoke, what's up, man?
It's not. It's
Hey,
not it,
Smoke, there was no sound on that. So let's
Dang, we gotta get him
run through
back.
the call in, and I'll get you guys up to speed on that. But
Bet.
let's just finish out at the 12 with you guys, and then I'll walk you through that on the back end. Cool.
Yeah.
So just for now, just finish out with you and Sean, and then I'll be back at 12 to take everyone's calls. Cool.
All right, I got you.
Cool. Thanks.
My bad, Chad. We was trying to integrate everything for y'all, open up the forum a little bit more, keep y'all active, and because the news is slowing down. Like we told you earlier in the week, we knew it was going to be one of those things where it was going to be an initial push. People are going to poach. I mean, we're Alabama, so just trying to keep y'all interactive. So that's my bad, y'all. It's my bad. I wanted to try to integrate everything. But we'll let Kyle do that. Y'all know he the OG. He the GOAT at that. Getting the phone line up. But yeah, back in on this thing, man, about and what Ray was talking about basically was just how, the Caleb Downs, his father's statements were, it brought cause for concern. When you're talking about a player like Caleb Downs, whose talent was never in question, and how you have to look at how he's looking at it as a parent of this highly touted recruit. He gave the blessings of the Alabama staff that recruited his son to develop him and get him to his next level, with no foreseeable future of Coach Saban being sure about retiring. And that's something that we have to consider with all of these players that's considering leaving the university. Like, a lot of them were banking on Coach Saban's evaluation and his development process and how he was going to get them to the NFL. And now, you have a mixed bag of both. Coach Sean, you heard Ray throughout the conversation. The chat could hear. What was your take on what he was saying after, reiterating what he said?
I mean, again, it just goes back to our generation is just not used to kids. Listen, here's the truth, and here's the truth. Here's some details that succumb the truth, man. We all played this game. None of us have played this game in this era where money is exchanged legally the way it is now. Right? You've always had backdoor stuff to go on in college football, even in my day, even going to an HBC school, stuff like that go on, right? But not to the effect and the astronomical amounts that's going on today, right?
Right.
And this is what I want people to understand. You may ask, I had several people was emailing me a while back asking me, well, if it's so bad, Coach Sean, why don't they do something about it? Why don't they do something about it? How are they able to here's the reason why the courts don't want to get involved. The courts don't want to get involved with this because as long as football has been able to be played on television in college, people have been making money off of the athlete's name, image, and their likenesses without having to pay them, which is illegal, right? We always used to use the fact that these were college athletes, prep athletes. That's that word they used to use, prep athletes. So it would be illegal to give them any benefit. Well, in 2024, you have a multitude of businesses that use these players' face, name, and stuff that look like their face in order to make money for their businesses. When you sign your football scholarship, it doesn't say in the scholarship you have to help Coach Smook's Winnebago service make an extra $330,000 every quarter. It doesn't say that. It says you play football, you keep your GPA right here. We'll attrition you and the scholarship is year to year. What I'm trying to say is not a 4-year scholarship. They'll tell you it's a 4-year scholarship, but Coach Smook can speak to that. It's really a year-to-year thing. Now, a lot of coaches don't come in and be like, hey, we're going to renew your scholarship next year. They don't do that. You don't even hear nothing about it unless you just getting in trouble or you just can't play or it's something bad. That's the only time it comes up that they'll, pull your scholarship and send you home or you transfer, however it go nowadays. So the people that make the rules don't want to get involved in this because they understand for years people have been greedy and making money off of these kids outside of what you're supposed to do illegally. It's really been illegally. So now the courts are like, no, 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 no. I don't want no parts of this. Because if you open that can, lawsuits, it started with Ed O'Bannon back in the day. That's why the college
Right.
football game stopped being made. You had players' faces on this game, likenesses, right? You could download the rosters with their names on them, and people were making money. And the player that you're playing with didn't make a thing. So nowadays, that's illegal. If you use his name, his image, his face, you have to pay the kid. So hence, no rules. Hence, pay to play. Hence, I'll give you such and such amount of money if you leave Alabama and come play for us. He said the young man was in places that he was almost like was unfamiliar. I don't know what Texas roster gonna be. I mean, do you know a lot of those guys? All I can say, guys, is as an adult, I understand it, right? But as a 19, 20, 21-year-old kid, a couple of 100,000 to make me look the other way too.
Yeah. I mean, look at today's day and age. You got kids going out that buy fake product, you know what I'm saying? Like knockoff J's, whatever, Louis Vuitton. It's not hard to convince an athlete who's been trying to, you know, what they call it. I don't even know how to use the term right. They want to get some riz, you know. It's not hard to get these kids to turn their head. So this quality, the quality of recruits that we're going after, I think is going to be one of those things where you just kind of you kind of live and die right now. This offseason, you kind of live and die with what quality you can retain. And with that, retaining that quality, I'm talking about development, players that can develop, players that can, you know, get out there and be not necessarily day one starters, but can be implemented and effective with their snaps. That's what I think this staff is focusing on right now, because starting the season, like you said, we might have 2 boundary corners with no college football experience coming out next season. We know we're going to have 2 boundary corners with no SEC experience. We're going to have anything out under the safeties right now is going to have no SEC experience right now that's projected to start. Talking about Mbakwe, Damani Jackson, Zay Mincy. I mean, Jaleel Hurley is there, but no game snaps at corner, not boundary corner. I think Jaleel came in and they had him playing at the star and at the safety when he got his snaps and pickup time. So, he did have a few snaps at corner against Chattanooga. I remember that game. He did. Even the Kentucky game when Christian Story forced a fumble, Jaleel Hurley was in on that drive. He was in on that drive. So, man, I can't wait to see the competition, but we got to expect the growing pains to happen. And I think this staff is doing the best they can to retain quality guys, coachable guys, people that are committed to the program. I think spring is going to tell a lot of what this coaching staff is bringing as far as morale standpoint and continuity standpoint, as far as continuing to be able to breed that competitive nature. How much of the fourth quarter program do they keep? And you know, how much of that tradition do we, do they bring over and continue to push and buy into? Like that, those are the type of things I think will matter to recruiting. That's going to matter to the players that's currently on the roster. And you lock in those things, you start keying in those things and using it to your advantage. You can definitely have some success as far as getting the foot in the door and getting ahead, getting back in the game of recruiting.
This is a question right here, Coach Mook, I want you to help me with. I'm going to try to go over it really quickly, but this is a really good question by James. Shout out to you guys, James, down there in Athens. He said, curious, what prompted Coach Saban to retire? Strong classes coming in and loaded with talent. James, this is a good question because everybody talking about it, but this is just me and Coach Mook's humble opinion.
Yeah.
Coach Mook, you chime in with me on this too. I want you to think about this, James. You got summer camps going on in the summer, right? Coach Saban is 72 years old. After summer camps, obviously the season starts around August, September, right? After the season, you go back into full recruiting mode, right? For the next class. Then spring ball comes in around March. After that, you get an 8A game in April. You have the month of May possibly to unwind. Then summer camps start back in June. You know, high school camps coming in, guys coming in, youth league camps up there at Bama. And then the season starts back again at the end of July when the players come back, and August. You know what I mean? So you're 72 years old, guys. I think sure, he's a great coach, but Father Time is undefeated, right? The man is 72. Terrion Arnold had the best tweet I've ever seen. He said,
Mm-hmm.
Coach, you devoted over 50 years to this.
Yep.
It's time for you to go take care of yourself and, most importantly, Miss Terry. You know what I mean? What you think about that, Smoot?
I'm right there with you, man. When the news first broke, you can tell, man. Like it was a surprise to everybody. And the way Coach Saban did it, I honestly believe, like he said in an interview, 5 minutes, he's that dedicated to this group of players. Coach Saban said in the interview, he said it was like 5 minutes to me actually going into the meeting to finally make the official announcement and let them know that we were going to make it official. 5 minutes up into it is like I was still contemplating. I got one more year. I got one. So the energy for him to be able to leave with the level of energy that he currently has is definitely something that you want to see. You don't want to see him going out run down, battered and withered, withered out. You know, like I didn't want to see Coach Saban go out. Miss the playoffs. He made it to the playoffs his last year, one game away from the national championship. He left, came in to the SEC, became the king, left as the king of the SEC. Like the things that really can put a stamp on your career, he achieved it. He took a underachieving team and made them overachieve. A very undeveloped team, and we overachieved with this undeveloped team at key positions. You had a quarterback, Jalen Milroe. You got to know that Coach Saban's confidence in Jalen Milroe had a lot to do with the amount of success Jalen Milroe was able to accomplish. And man, you just don't replace something like that. So it's a dog eat dog world right now. But
yeah,
I think we've put a staff in place right now, man. I think we've got leaders in that locker room in place right now that are dogs too. And if dogs eat dogs, you're gonna have every dog out their day. You got yours right now. After this 30th, I think they said the 28th or something like that, chat. What was the last day we got after the 28th? You're gonna see some Coach Saban like moves being made from this new Alabama staff. I guarantee it. And right now, Coach Saban is the king of patience. The king of patience. The psychological aspect, he's probably given a one-on-one psychological one-on-one class right now. And I'm telling you right now, they're just prepping this. Courtney Morgan, they all out there on the trail right now doing their due diligence. We seen the picture of Coach G down in Central. We know Central that area is a hotbed for recruits. You go down there. AJ Harris is back in the portal. Y'all remember AJ Harris was a top target for.
I think he committed to Penn State.
He ended up committing.
I think so.
Hey, all that could change after spring, man.
Oh yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Facts.
All of that can change. We got guys that we missed on. Peter Woods, he might not be liking this situation up there at Clemson right now. We got all of this. And these guys that skipped out on Bama, these in-state guys that skipped out on Bama a year ago, 2 years ago, they have the opportunity before the restraint. Same way we suffer from it, we can benefit from it too, without throwing bags, without doing all the extra stuff.
Yeah.
It's people that want to come to play with Bama, but they were like, and it's 8 or 9 5-stars right there in my position. I'm not about to go there when I can go to Clemson and start. When I can go to Georgia and sit for 1 year and be the next, big thing at Georgia. Kirby Smart coming to my school, beating Saban to the school. Like that was the big thing that year, So we're gonna see a definite change. These guys should have the energy for it. This staff is in their middle age, their thriving ages of coaching career, young coaches as far as coaching the age, but they right there to where they got the energy for it. Coach Saban literally just 72, man. I don't expect. Man. I wouldn't want my granddaddy to be out on the road all the time. Whether it's a jet plane. My favorite athlete of all time died in a helicopter crash. You think I want? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
And I say this too, Coach. Move to James Richardson. Shout out to James. I mean, guys, when you really think about it, and now with the recruiting calendar moved up, that's another thing Coach Saban complained. I heard Kirby, heard a lot of coaches complain about this. The recruiting calendar is moved up, so now when they have recruits in, they can't even really spend a lot of time with them because they got it. It's running into your game schedule. The recruiting calendar with this early recruiting schedule, it's just a young man's game, man. Being 70 plus years old, Coach Saban has done it better than most. I watched Joe Paterno struggle. I watched Bobby Bowden struggle. Coach Saban was back in the playoffs again with a roster that's ready to win right now. So Coach Saban's just one of those guys. He's a realist. Like, listen, man, I'm 72. My wife has let me do what I wanted to do for over 50 years, man. It's time for me to go spend time with my grandkids. This recruiting, begging 18-year-olds, and now I got agents trying to stiff me for my own recruits.
Muscle me?
Nah, I'm cool. Y'all can have all of that. I did it. I won 6 championships. I have more first rounders than I do losses. So you can hate on Coach Saban all you want, talk crazy about him. This man has more first round picks than he do losses, bro. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, that's what it is. The man's 72 years old. But yeah, shout out to James. That's a good question, James. I'm glad you asked that. 72 years old. Father Time is undefeated, bro. I watched my greatest athlete of my time, which is Michael Jordan. I watched this dude dominate every facet of domination. Like, he made great athletes look bad.
Yeah.
I watched him get older. He looked different. I watched him. Father Time is undefeated, man. And unfortunately, the day came when it came for our coach. And but Alabama will be Alabama. Make no mistake about it. They can laugh now. Let them laugh now, bro.
Please laugh. Enjoy it.
Yeah, the tears coming later. I promise.
It makes it that much better. Like, even Georgia fans coming into the SEC championship game, and this is why I don't get about Georgia fans. Let's do our little part. You know how we get at it with some of the other fan bases. This is my part that I kind of like. I like how y'all troll and pick and talk about the ship is falling, but just let's line this up for how Georgia should feel right now. You were the two-time national champion, defending national championship, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
You ran through your schedule again. You beat all the SEC East guys. You watched the team that you want to be so bad lose to Texas in week 2. So you felt real confident. You saw the struggles our quarterback, our running back at quarterback. So a lot of y'all say our running back at quarterback, Mack. You saw him, get by in games by the skin of their teeth. And then that team, you seen the old man who's losing his fire, who ain't got it no more. The dynasty is over. Your last time to really knock him off the top, you failed to the running back that's playing quarterback. You failed to the same true freshman safety that you jumped in the portal and you're tampering with to come to Georgia. We ain't gonna say that. You're gonna get him, Caleb Downs. I mean, the same stuff that you're downing and talking was bad all last year. You lost to it. So if that's your last taste, that's the last taste in your mouth about Coach Saban. I can understand you're hurt. You know what I'm saying? I can understand your pain. Well, actually, I can't understand it because Coach Saban didn't go 1-5 against nobody during his tenure. So I don't understand that pain. But yeah, to kind of console you all, we appreciate you for being here and taking shots, but don't let September 23rd or the 28th, whatever day it is, 2024 come, when y'all got to come to T-Town. No, we go to Athens. We go to Athens, right?
No, it's at home. It's in Tuscaloosa.
And then y'all come to T-Town. You know the buildup is going to be crazy because this is first-year coach. The fan base is going to be up in arms once kickoff starts. And that's what I said earlier too, Sean. I said we could talk about how it's falling apart, but I guarantee you, when it's kickoff, every game, you're going to see Bama fans roll tide. They're going to show up for that game.
Oh, yeah.
And
look, Smoke, not to interrupt real quick, just to say, James Richardson, we're not talking about you. James wasn't trying to be disrespectful at all.
Oh, no.
We're just covering all bases. James was just asking a question. Shout out to James. Not you, James. We wasn't harping on you at all.
Definitely not James. James been one in here talking about some, man, we benefiting from it right now, Georgia, as a Georgia fan, but Alabama, we got to remember, Alabama is still a talented roster. They're like they're 3-4 deep. Like, you got to start pulling our 2 and 3 deeps. I mean, like, for real, 2 and 3 deep for us to start having some serious concern here. And that's not what's happening right now. Right now, it's the guys that have been able to prove themselves, prove their 5-star, 4-star work. They've been able to be on the field and show, hey, I'm a talent. That's why Caleb Downs hurt so bad, because of everybody. And I think we all can agree. Isaiah Bonds was good, but he wasn't the best receiver production-wise on the team Jermaine Burton was. And I feel like you give Kobe Prentice the opportunities that you gave Isaiah Barnes this season, you have the same results. Honestly, you probably don't have the 2 drops from Kobe Prentice has 0 drops this season, just so y'all know. All his targets, he had receptions. I think him and it wasn't knee black. I want to say it was Robbie Oots. Robbie Oots had like 6 targets this season, all catches. So that goes to show you, and we know Robbie Oots wasn't used heavy in the pass game this season. So Kobe Prentice's value is definitely there. And then you start talking about other players. Caleb Downs is the only one you really can't compare anybody else on the roster to as far as his production. And that, I think that's why that one hurts. But you got to remember there's other safeties out there that can come into this on this roster and that have the same experience and can have the same production. So I like it, man. I kind of like where the roster is and where this transition is happening at.
Jamarcus Reynolds says I've had more Auburn fans talking in Georgia. And Jamarcus, that's to be expected. You have to understand that. And I think the Georgia fans are understanding what Alabama. I can give Georgia some love because Georgia is understanding what it's like to be Alabama, meaning you're going to get everybody's best shot, right? No matter who the team is, no matter how down they were, no matter how good they are, you're their Super Bowl. When you come play them, you're going to get their best shot every time. It's going to be a record sellout in the crowd.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to be a social media blast the week they play you. Right.
Yeah.
They're gonna overload to make a point on you. Their game is going to be prime time against you. Right. So Georgia do understand what that feel like. So you can expect the Auburn fans to do that. It's understandable when you lose as much as they do. You know, Coach, I mean, for God's sakes, they rolled Toomer's corner when Saban retired. If that don't tell you all you want to know, you know what I mean? You had a fiesta because our coach retired. So we thank you guys for that. I'm not even mad at you. That shows the ultimate sign of respect.
Yep.
I can assure you, if your coach get fired, we're not going to throw a party. Bro time. Had to get that in there.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Kyle?
Guy?
I was just watching on on Twitter's undefeated, of course, right?
Of course.
Social, like the internet. That's what I mean. Like the internet is undefeated. Like all the stuff that happens out there is hilarious. But I was just watching this clip. I'm sure you guys will see it now, like hit the airwaves. I don't want to play any other types of videos over here because there's like copyright stuff, and then we get screwed over here. But somebody basically dubbed, like those like commercials that come on, and I love dogs more than just like everybody. And I asked the other day, like, what type of dog do you have? I have 2 French bulldogs, but those really sad commercials that come on when it's like, now is the time to like donate.
Adopt the dog.
50 cents. So somebody dubbed that over Alabama football highlights, and then they put in like Yay Alabama's logo. Like, now is the time. Like, they need you more than ever. 50 cents will save the program. I think it was like a Tennessee fan. It's a funny edit.
Let them take their shot. Let them take all their shots.
Right?
Get it in now.
That's what I'm saying.
Get it in now.
Yeah. And Michigan's laughing, but they're going to be in the exact same situation here, T minus whenever when Jim Harbaugh goes. I mean, it's open season for you, and you're next. Season. Your program's up next. This will happen to you until the rules are changed, and you know how quickly the NCAA moves. They don't. It's coming to your program soon. So
yes, sir.
That's why, here today, gone tomorrow. It's a cold world outside, and it's coming for you. The college football transfer portal is coming for you, right? So is NIL. So no, man, I was gonna fire up the call line. I appreciate you guys being here. Smook, you did a good job. And see, the thing about it is like the network overnight popped up, and Gene Williams, who I used to work with and work for at War Chant, who's he's one of my mentors. War Chant is a beast. I have some of the most respect for Gene Williams. He literally has done so much for me in my career, and I was so lucky to be a part of him. What's up, Janet, with the super chat? Boom, to 50 spot. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you.
Definitely goes
Janet,
back.
you could claim me on your taxes,
right? Yeah. And Janet, that helps. The contributions help, support the coaches, the channel. If you want to become a fan funder, hit the hyperlink above the video, as low as $2.99. So we appreciate you, Janet. Thank you very much. But I was saying, like what you're seeing right now as the YouTube channel grows is like network overnight. And I like that about Smook. Like you tried to fire up a call-in show, and while it was muted, the thing about it is, Gene told me this. He told me it's a lot easier to tell somebody to slow down in their work
Mm-hmm.
than it is to tell them to like smack them on the ass and like tell them you want to work. So like I appreciate that, and we do have to set up some kind of basically like how we are going to work this YouTube channel. What are
Yeah.
the parameters? What is realistic based off the working schedules? Are we going to be able to bring people, on as staff? I mean, Coach Sean, you have a full-time job, right? You have a full-time life. I don't even know how you're here like right now. Like, so I'm
No, we're
no,
closed.
okay,
The
good.
government
So,
said we're
okay,
good.
so what is
He
this?
don't even know what to do with himself right now. This is saving his life right now. Like
I look forward to get up coming on here. I'm like,
Thank you.
what time you need me,
Okay,
buddy?
so
I'm
so
here.
coach, then you're gonna come back then later on today. So
That's
you
cool.
just you tap in. This is a perfect time probably for some lunch.
Yeah.
And then what is the forecast looking like tomorrow? Can you come can you come back tomorrow?
I'm here, baby. I'm here. You
So
know.
yeah, no, I know. And then in the evening time, it's like I was joking with Taylor in the back, our producer. It's like when we hit the lights, in the evening time, when we go like this and kind
it
of we're
gets
just like wait.
crazy. Did you see the chat last night?
It's like the purge, right?
Yeah,
People
man.
get in there and I think Nicole was going crazy on it there. So look, I like it. And we're gonna continue to be organized. And I think we should probably even have like kind of a team meeting with all of us about producing, content creating, because now that the direction of the channel, we definitely want to provide a high level product, and audio is really important. Making sure that
Yeah.
the calls coming in is really important. Understanding kind of the rules and parameters. So we're going to continue to work on that. And that is my job
Right.
as kind of like the visionary. And these guys are doing a really great job. And every single time you guys fan fund, show support, it definitely helps me continue to keep these guys here and continues to help the channel grow. So I appreciate you guys supporting these guys and watching all of this grow as we move forward, because this is like network overnight. And you guys are doing a really good job. So, despite, any little hiccups that you might see, like shoot last night, like I want, when I have to step away, I want to put some audio so you guys are just hitting the screen. So I'm trying to like rip audio and stuff. I mean, you're all seeing this coming together. And right now, like, I think we're all kind of in reactive mode, but like, give me a month, like, give me a little bit of time to like get this going. I got you. Like, we're going to fly this ship. So, Coach Sean, Coach Smook, I'll catch up with you guys here in a little while. Smook, you going to be around today? What's your schedule? You got stuff going on?
I'm open today, bro. The I told everybody about the situation at the school today. With the
Okay.
boiler. Yeah, so I'm good today, and I'm yeah, I ain't doing nothing.
All
I'm
right,
here.
so you guys follow stay in the group text. We're gonna watch whatever is coming our way and pop on as news comes, and we'll get you guys back on later today.
For sure, man. Roll
No
Tide
problem.
chat. I'll be in the chat too, Kyle. I'll be just turn
Yeah.
the camera.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay.
in and out the chat as well. Roll Tide to everybody.
All right, thanks, fellas. Appreciate you guys.
All right, bro.
And then earlier we had Ty Hayes. So thanks for supporting him too, doing a great guest host. And I'm still trying to chase down Will too from yesterday. Think he, the call that he had was absolutely out the park, completely crushed it, and definitely does a really good job. So I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks so much. And if you're a fan funder, welcome to fan funding right here on YouTube. And how to do that? Fan funding is basically as low as $2.99. If you like the YouTube content, go up to the top and hit the hyperlink. It's hyperlink if you're on your phone. If you're on your computer, it says join. Hit the join button and you can get different types of emojis. Hey, if you're a fan funder, will you just kind of put some of the emojis that you can have? And I'm going to update the emojis too. I might put like an emoji of like Smook, Coach Sean, Ty, and some different types of elements in there that you can use inside the chat. And really help support. So see what you're saying? Those are the type of emojis that you can use. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we do have a Venmo account too. I'll Pinmo. I will pin the Venmo. I think it is Bama. Let me see what the Venmo is. Hey T, can you post the Venmo? I'll do the Venmo too. So I think on Venmo, Bama underscore YouTube on Venmo. So appreciate you guys. And that's directly like how I pay the coaches. Yes, Schoolie, and 100% goes to me. And then that's how I pay the coaches at the end of each night. Honestly, that's how it works. That's the business. So what's up, Sean? Appreciate you guys joining in. I am here to take your guys' calls. I feel good. Kind of looking at the news that we're watching, supposedly this good news, and I think kind of like bringing a little bit of optimism. And I was talking with Anwar, and I'm going to play that interview here in a little while. It's a 25-minute interview. I posted on the YouTube channel. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, but I'm going to post that here to just talk about kind of the state of the program and it kind of gives you an insight and some optimism about the direction of this program, because I think if we move forward, that's our only choice, is to move forward and focus on the players that are here. And we are going to highlight the players that are leaving. That's the news. But the players that are returning, that is going to be, our focus as well going forward into the springtime. And I'm really excited about, there's nothing more exciting to talk about than the actual position battles. And this year, oh my goodness. I mean, the position battles will not end after even spring football, because the fact that April 15th, the window opens again for the transfer portal. So, Sean, no news as of yet, but all you need is like one piece of news, and boom, we're rolling. So when you think news, think Bama football on YouTube. When you see news, think Bama football on YouTube. When you see news, think Bama football on YouTube. Right? We're always live, and we got you covered right here on Bama football on YouTube. So what we are tracking is what is highlighted up top. So you have Devontae Smith hints at good news. Now that came yesterday. What is the good news? Is that good news to come later on? Is that good news to come this season? And yeah, I think like you're saying, Olive friends, Alabama friends, can we talk more about the players that are coming? Absolutely. I think that's kind of the direction that we are going to go moving forward. And the players at the portal, we will talk about that as well. And yeah, Les, he said big news. And to me, what that would mean, big news would mean, because and I think we had a caller kind of point this out, is that Devontae Smith being on the defensive side of the ball, maybe the defensive piece of news, which I think would be great, considering a lot of the secondary is transitioning out, but maybe a Jabbar Muhammad could be a guy that comes in and fits into place. Now, I want to point this out. You have Noah Carter. Can we either Smook or Taylor, can we record Noah Carter's highlights and then put them up? One of you guys, if we can do that. I can do it myself as well. Because I want to talk about him. 6'4", 220 pounds. He got out of his NIL deal, and he could be coming to Alabama. In fact, he is coming for an official visit. Everybody is saying that he is trending towards Alabama. And I think a lot of people like him. Ty has pointed out that he even likes him on the offensive side of the ball. What's up? I see the questions. Can you explain how the state of Alabama handcuffed the program in regards to NIL? That's a really good question. We talked about that yesterday. It was a really good call from Robert, who called here. I think Robert was from the state of Alabama and talked about how the legislature basically kind of put handcuffs on Alabama and Auburn because they were in the same state, and how that has affected the program going forward. If I replay a clip, I will point that out because that was a hell of a call. Robert, in fact, should probably work for the NCAA. Definitely think, that was one of our better calls yesterday, and we did feature it. Jason Madden has just became a fan funder. I think we got a couple more fan funders in here that I'll roll through. We got M Champion. What's up? Hell of an avatar. That's what's up. Jarvis, my boy, finally decided to jump on board to become a fan funder. Jonathan as well. Thank you very much for becoming a fan funder. John Allen as well. And again, the super chat. You have one hell of a crew, Kyle. Best I've heard. Yeah, thank you so much, Nate. I appreciate you being here, and kind of the rotating comment right here. It was Robert. Oh, Mississippi. Yeah, that was the call. That was one of the best calls about explaining where things had fallen with Alabama in the legislature. Let me see. Let me look at this tweet real quick. I think Robert Bala. Is there some news on Robert Bala that we need to look into? Thank you. So Robert Bala, I'll go ahead and pull this up. Screenshot time. Get your screenshot ears ready for. Robert Bala was the inside linebackers coach for the University of Alabama this past season, and I thought he did a really good job. I like what he brought to the table, and it seems like year over year, he did a good job in terms of having those inside linebackers dialed in, doing a really good job of getting those guys to be physical. And I think a lot had to do clearly with the fact that you do have Deontay Lawson, Trez Marshall, and Jahal Campbell running through. And it looks like to me, this message, because we are wondering like what would happen with, I guess I need to share my screen. What would happen with Robert Bala? And right here, you're seeing it. Looks like Robert Bala will be moving on from the Alabama Crimson Tide. So Robert Bala is pictured on the left of the screen, and his message to everyone looks like a farewell message to me, to be honest. And he is saying, thank you for the opportunity. It's been real. We'll always rock with you. Roll Tide. So Robert Bala clearly moving on from the University of Alabama, and I guess no real surprise on that. Thought he did a good job. Clearly came in for 1 year. I liked him. I was able to speak with him shortly during the Rose Bowl. I liked what he brought to the table. Good inside linebackers, and he's a hell of a coach. I think he'll move on and he'll do great things wherever he goes. I don't know who is going to coach the inside linebackers just as of yet. Who do you guys think, if you're inside the comment box, that will coach Alabama's inside linebacker? And can we bring up the graphic of the coaches that have already been added, T, if you're back there, just to kind of give everybody a lay of the land about the coaches. Robert is saying, Kyle, Noah Carter is only visiting Alabama, no other schools scheduled, so it really looks good for Bama. Thank you very much, and we'll talk more about him in just a second because I think that would be a good addition, and specifically to note because he is from the class of 2024, which would mean, he's coming in with this class, and that would be a really big get for Alabama, in my opinion. As we go full screen and we look at Alabama's coaching staff, the ins and outs, who do you guys think coaches the inside linebackers? Let me know inside the comment box. Robert Bala is out, though. I want Kyle Anderson to coach linebackers. No, I would like to be basically in the background of Jamarcus Shepard. I think I could, help out the wide receivers a little bit, but not in like a full time, just kind of like part time behind the scenes. Pirate is saying he's thinking Mack will be the inside linebackers. I don't know if that has been like announced yet, but it does seem back to me. Does make sense to me. So Pirate of Playtime, I think that's how we're going to rock with it. But here is Alabama's football staff and how it's coming together right now. So you have Coach Kalen DeBoer as the head coach. And I'm reiterating a lot of this stuff because people, there's a lot of moving parts. So if you've seen this graphic before, just chill. Ryan Grubb is the OC. Love it. Shep talked about it. I really like the hire too. Robert Gillespie, you retained him, which I think is really good for that running back room. Don't know a lot about Nick Sheridan. And sometimes the tight end coach works with the special teams. You got offensive line coach Scott Huff. I liked him. I would just like to see the development of Caden Proctor under him. A lot of people talking about Caden Proctor leaving out, and they're like, we don't really believe in him, and he allowed a lot of sacks. Yeah, he did, but he also grew up. He really did. He grew up. So Scott Huff coming in, great addition. They won the Joe Moore Award. I think there are 2 remaining openings, David. I see you inside the comment box. Freddie Roach being retained, huge for the program. A lot of connections. People like him. He's from here, played here. Kane Womack coming in with the defensive coordinator position, like him. And look, this guy is like 36 years old, and people are asking about him. I'm asking about him. I love this hire. The co-DC and DB's coach and Maurice Linguist, like him. Courtney Morgan, center of your screen, the general manager, and the guy is about to feast on Michigan. Any of the guys that hit the transfer portal. Yeah, Devon, this is live, man. I see you inside the comment box. And then the scouting director is Jarrett McElwain. I've had time to think about this. I like this. Can you imagine the Rolodex of that his pops has that he handed over in terms of connections? Probably seen a lot of talent too. Looks like a younger guy. But how old is that guy? Like 25. Director of sports medicine. That is Jeff Allen, the real GOAT behind the scenes. Yeah, I think you look to Jeff Allen. You look to Cedric. You look to those type of men that have been here at Alabama, been a lot of the backbone of this foundation to still see those. What is Cedric doing? What is he? Seriously, is he still going to be like around to help Coach KD? Has any like website or anybody with scoop? Has there been any update on Cedric? I'm serious. I need to know this. Haha will be with the DBs. Would love that. People love him as well. He said he's not retiring. Well, good. And that's in reference to Cedric, right, Carr? Yeah, I like that. Okay. Said is staying. Love it. Yes. Yes. Love it. You can, like, you know what? If you somehow didn't retain Cedric, you would be fired. You would be canceled. You don't mess with him. I'm serious. It's like the two people you don't mess with over here is clearly Nick Saban, but Miss Terry and Cedric. You don't mess with them. And Jeff Allen's up there too. People love Jeff Allen. Said did not hit the portal. That's probably the best thing that we haven't even highlighted. Okay, so Cedric is staying. Love it. Thank you. And then Jeff Ballou staying as the strength coach. So there you have it. There's a couple pieces moving on now. You got Charlie Strong, who will not be with the coaching staff. So there's kind of a look at it. But right now, this is hot on social media, just off, and that is Robert Bala saying, "Thanks for the opportunity. It's been real. Always rock with you." A lot of these guys just were here in 1 year and they're going out. But as you saw, there was plenty of. We haven't heard anything from Deontay Lawson, and I wouldn't expect to. I mean, these are the leaders of this team. These are the guys that are going to lead this defense. Deontay Lawson's one of them. Clearly, Devontae Smith is one of them as well. He came out with a statement. I love the statement from, I don't know if you guys saw this. I posted this, not this graphic that we're looking at now, but I'm going to find it. It was of Jaden Roberts last night. He posted it on the late tip, and try to find it real quick because, oh, here it is. This dude is he's coming back, and he probably looks, I mean, I know it looks like a cartoon on the right, but it's pretty, that's literally like what he looks like. And that's Jane Roberts, and he says forever tied. Nice graphic, whoever put that together too. So at right guard for Alabama, and I know on the left side of the ball you lose Caden Proctor, but you return Jane Roberts at the right guard, and you return Tyler Booker. And at center, I'm not sure. That's why we're tracking who's coming in at the this weekend, and that will be Parker Brailsford. Parker Brailsford was the center at Washington this past season. He's coming in. You get him. I like it. I know we've kind of gone back and forth about his size inside the comment box. I think what was he like did someone say he was like 265 or 275 or something like that? Too light for the center. So what we're tracking in terms of what could be good news to come. I'll definitely check this out. Lawson had a great quote in ESPN article by Chris Lowe. Not surprised. That guy, NFL player, and really when we saw Deontay Lawson come to was during the Sugar Bowl, right? Against Kansas State. I mean, there was never a doubt that he was going to be this good. Those are the leaders on the defense. Lawson, Moore, and Milroe has been very vocal in the locker room. Leave and take the bag if you don't want to be here. We need loyal players. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from Jalen Milroe. You don't need to. Clearly, he's the leader of the squad. Let me take a look at that T inside the back. Trying to play this video. I can't play it. I don't know if you can load it in. That's Noah Carter's highlights. I don't know. You can share it in the bottom and see if we can see it. Just make sure there's no audio on it. We're trying to get you highlights of Noah Carter in the back. Yeah, I saw No, Major Applewhite. I don't know if you saw this. We didn't even talk about this yesterday. Major Applewhite is going to coach at. He's going to be the head football coach at South Alabama, right? Did I read that correctly? Like I just saw it like pass through my phone. I think I saw he's going to be the head football coach at South Alabama. So we are tracking Ryan Williams' official visit, Jabbar Muhammad coming in, Parker Brailsford to visit, and Layden Hatchett is a center for Washington. That's a center freshman that hit the transfer portal. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, Major Applewhite, the head football coach at South Alabama. All right, fam. Are the highlights ready to look at? If they're ready, pop them on the screen and let's check it out. This is Noah Carter. Noah Carter, 6'4", 220-pound prospect out of Arizona. Coming into Alabama this weekend for an official visit. Like Ty Hayes was saying, look, this guy is big. He's athletic. And a lot of people like him potentially on the opposite side of defense, which is offense. Coming in as a very athletic player. This is the first time I've seen his highlights, so I haven't even looked at him. When I look to edge rushers and you look to what guys bring, I like guys who are athletic. I like players with, really long wingspan at that position. Specifically, if you have to fight off offensive linemen, I like these guys to be, super physical and with a lot of athleticism. And I think that's what you're getting in Noah Carter. He doesn't have any other visits scheduled, according to James, inside the comment box, and is a player that clearly has been playing all over the field at a very well-known high school in the state of Arizona. And I think he's the number 4 overall defensive edge rusher in the country. But as you can see, I mean, right here playing safety, has the nose for the ball. Let's see how he comes up, able to make the tackle off the screen. So, what's not to like about him? You get him super athletic, a 6'4", a lot of physicality that I see from him. What do you guys think about him inside the comment box? Again, we're looking at Noah Carter, who is coming in on an official visit this weekend to the Alabama Crimson Tide. He has some nice hands. Yeah, I messed with Coach P a couple times, man. He does a really good job. The unofficial assistants, yeah, they do a good. There's so many good content creators out there, for sure. 1,000,000%. Taking a drink of my Rebel. Yeah, I like this. I don't know, I think he fits in nicely to the class. As you guys saw, I know that you saw as well as I did about, rumors about Keon Keeley and Jaheim Otis. If that stuff breaks, we will bring that to you right here at Bama Football on YouTube. But yeah, what I see from this guy, look, these are the type of plays I like. Is there any way to rewind that play right there? Smook. It was of him chasing down. Yeah, see, right here, pause it. Okay, so this type of play tells you every single thing you need to know about a player. Like, does a player give up on a play? I love this type of mentality from players. When you don't give up, like there's nothing better to me than watching a player, whatever level, whether it's pee-wee football, junior high, whatever, when a player does not give up on a play. And that is chasing down somebody with the ball all the way to the 1 yard line. Like, I love that type of mentality. Don't give up on the play. You could run it through Smook. I love that. So I love that mentality in him. I've actually really enjoyed this highlight tape. Ty was talking about it earlier. He got a chance to see it before I did. And I really like it. So this is, you're watching Noah Carter, and he's doing really nice things. So excited about him coming into Tuscaloosa. And look, I think this gives you a glimpse of the type of players that Alabama is going to recruit under Kalen DeBoer. And I'm not mad about it at all. I'm really not. I like a player that can play both sides of the ball. Coach Saban does too. This guy right here, shoot, man, I know Alabama has a wide receiver set, but man, could this be the first guy that plays edge rusher in a 4-2 and also is playing on the offensive side of the ball? Give him the slant across the middle. All right. Yeah, this guy, he's nice. Okay, this guy's a lot better than I thought he was going to be. Don't show this film to Kirby Smart. Don't show this film to anybody else. He's good. This guy's really good. I like it. I sold. 4-star, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Well, yeah, what is his 40 speed? Chat, what have we seen? But I'm sold on this guy. I like him. I'd be hyping him up, and I'm just not sunshine pumping over here. Like, this guy is good. Yeah. So he's everywhere. So, yeah, all right. Good stuff. Smoke is saying he's 4.5. That's enough. I've seen enough of him. We'll get a highlight video ready for him if this guy does commit. Joel is saying a 3.940. He's 6'4", 220. All right. I'll come back with it. Yeah, I'm sold. I'm in. That was good. We'll add back to this full screen. So that was Noah Carter. Thumbs up if you think that you were impressed with his highlight tapes. Hit me a thumbs up inside the comment box. I'm sold on him for sure. That was good. All right. Yeah, no, he was returning. He was playing every position. It's a beast. Love it. All right. Let's take some calls. Let's do it. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We get the call online at top the screen. And let's get it rolling. Let me check the audio. Make sure the audio is crisp. And let's do it. We got a 973. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where you calling in from?
Kyle. Chris from New Jersey.
What's up, Chris? Welcome on in, man. Appreciate you joining me. Always good to rap with you from New Jersey, man. Welcome on in.
Well, generally, when you and I banter or chat, we, with positive or with cautious optimism. But I'm going to call in with a little rant. This is the first time that I'm going to rant, and I've never done this, but I'm going to say this. And listen, the trolls that are in the chat, I ignore. But and I don't mean to mention a specific person by name, but I will, because I listened to that call and I had to turn it off. I was like fresh mad last night. AJ, that caller AJ, he's not a fan. He's a hater. And let's just go back a little bit here. Where does the word fan come from? It comes from the bigger word fanatic. And listen, I became an Alabama fan for Saban like 17 years ago, 16 years ago. I'm still the newbie. But that's not why I stayed an Alabama fan. I stayed an Alabama fan because I like the university. I like the fans. I've been to Alabama many times. The fans the people in the state are good people, nice people. You think all states have nice people, Kyle? I live in New Jersey, trust me. And I'm wounded like everybody else is. And with the portal, the way they're picking us clean. But I'm going to say this about what I want to focus on is what AJ said is Bama that doesn't mean anything with NIL anymore, and I totally disagree. Alabama still has the most amazing facilities. They're going to get it right with all these coaches. They still have the most amazing fan base in the United States. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't even think about going on a trolling in somebody else's. I've never seen a show from any of these other teams. I've never gone on a Georgia or a Michigan or an Auburn. I'm interested in Alabama football, not the others. I don't even know these teams. I could care less. Whoever is our next opponent, that's the way I look at it. So, I know. Listen, and I mean this 1,000%. I've said this about the coach to you. I believe he's saving 2-0. And Alabama is going to get the NIL right. And let me tell you something. It's not just because these other teams have all the money in the world. Alabama has the strongest fans in the country, and that people are going to pony up. If every little person around, gives a few bucks. The NIL is going to be the biggest NIL in the country. I live in New Jersey. I'm going to give Yay Alabama money. So, I know. Listen, let me tell you something. When Alabama starts doing what's been done to us right now to others, they'll change the rule. Because, we're going to, the rich get richer. The rich get richer was last year. Now we're like it's sharks in the water. So, I'll just say this. I'm Roll Tide all day. Alabama football is more than just the Alabama football. It's the people. I mean, look at this. Look at the guys, you and the coaches, and generally the great people that are in the chat. Ty. This is way bigger than NIL and Lamborghinis and players. Listen, I'm wounded. I didn't want these players to leave. But, I was all in with you on a call about T-Rob, but, I'm sorry to say this. He's the enemy now. And he's Georgia. He doesn't, Kyle, he doesn't exist anymore. It's now. So, I'll say this. I've been staying away because, plus my wife was like, you're not calling Kyle Henderson again, are you? So I said, I heard, I popped on today. I was like, oh God, what headlines? And I read the headlines. I was like, oh God, it's not so bad today. And the coaches were on, and they were starting to turn this thing to the positive side. And I don't blame the coaches or anybody in the chat for being negative. I've been negative. My heart sunk when I saw that Caleb Downs, just like everybody else. So, I think positive, go forward. Listen, you're right. There's going to be, looks like Harbaugh is going to pitch it for the NFL. Let's go pick their roster clean a little bit. If there's anybody we even want, So, listen, I'm wounded. And these other fan bases, they better be careful. When people are wounded, they become dangerous, Kyle. So, listen, I here. Sorry for the rant. I'll get back to the regular. Oh, one last thing, Kyle. So I was out to a shopping mall with my wife yesterday in New Jersey, and we pull into the shopping mall, and there's a Jeep with a Roll Tide cover on the wheel. And we walked into the mall, and we randomly went all over this mall. And as I'm walking out of this store to go to my car, I say, "Oh my God, it's cold." The guy from behind me says, "Oh man, it's I've moved up here." And I haven't been able to. I haven't gotten used to it. And I said, I've lived here my whole life. I'm not used to it. He proceeds to walk to the Jeep with the Roll Tide that we noticed like an hour and a half before that. I go, oh my God, Roll Tide! I'm a huge Bama fan. And he goes, immediately says to me, they're picking us clean on this transfer portal. And then I go, oh man, I know. I go, I love this coach. He goes, this is a great hire. I call into one of the one of the shows, and he goes, which one? This is like I had the same thing happen to me in Florida. I don't remember a couple months ago, Kyle. I call into Kyle Henderson. He goes, I love Kyle Henderson. and I go, I'm Chris from New Jersey. So let me just say this. I'll finish on this. I know this is a rant. Sorry, Kyle, but there are people that are about Alabama all over the place. In Tuscaloosa, all over. There's people in Florida. There are people in Texas. Look! You got people calling from forget New Jersey. You got people calling from overseas into this show, Kyle. So Alabama is going to be just fine. Sorry for the rant, Kyle, and Roll Tide, brother.
I appreciate you being here, man. Good stuff, Chris. That's Chris from New Jersey with the call. I'll answer you on the other line, man. That is Chris with the 973. Appreciate you, Chris. I'll catch up with you again, man. I know the wife has put some limitations, man, and happy wife, happy life. I get it, man, but if you want to call in, it's all good with me. As long as it's cleared with the missus, I got you, man. Bama Worldwide, man. Appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you being here, rocking with me today on Thursday, January 18th, and supporting the coaches on the show. Coach Smook, Coach Sean, Coach Jarek, and of course, Ty Hayes does a really good job. He was filling in that morning time, and I think he said that Ty's wife, I think she was a little under the weather, so we hope that she recovers as well. We see you guys inside the comment box hitting the thumbs up and liking all our videos. Any type of content that you see, I don't know why, but when you hit the thumbs up, it helps us. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have an interview that I'm going to play probably around 2:30 today. That will be an interview that I cut this morning with Anwar Richardson of Orange Blood. So the reason I'm doing that 2:30 is because that is when my little girl gets home. So I'm going to go down to the bus stop and I'm going to pick her up. I'm going to bring her here and I'm going to make her a snack and make sure that she's taken care of. As you know, I am a parent and certainly, the kids are the most important thing to me. So you're watching kind of the network overnight, as I keep referring it to, because this channel has really blew up. And it's fine. And we're going to manage it the best way that we can with content creators, probably like you. So don't get it twisted. You call in, you got the facts, and you have a good delivery. I might call you. I might text you to come on over. And that's kind of how Coach Sean and Coach Smook got involved with running things. Same with Jarek, who had been calling, I think, before Coach Sean around the same time. Either way, those guys doing a great job. And, of course, we got Taylor behind the glass as our producer. She does an amazing job making sure the graphics are organized or listening on the show. And the Venmo is Bama_YouTube. So would appreciate that. Any type of support, to help, the channel grow as a business. We appreciate it. As you see, there's a lot of mouths to feed and it's free to watch, but it's not free to produce. So just keep that in mind when you are rocking with us all day long. With that said, we go back to the phone lines and we got a 832. Let's do it. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from? Are you there? Let's do it one more time. 832, you're on the line. I'm going to put you back in the call queue. Maybe
I'm here, Kyle. Can you hear me?
Mike, man, the last second there was the buzzer beater, man. I was about to bounce out.
Sorry about that, man. That was my bad, dude. I was on mute, so sorry about that, man. But hey, but what you could do for your show, just so you know, I know you want to keep building your brand and building your show. What you could do is just have like different shows come on at certain times. And what I mean like that, like you kick the day off, it's between 7 and 10 or whatever, and then have the coaches come on between 10 and 11, and then maybe tie between 11 and 12, like time shows so people know what to expect. And even shows that go late into the evening, like 10 or 11 o'clock in the evening, just shows that are timed that people kind of know who's going to come on at what time. That's just one idea of what you could do for your channel.
You know what? We've thought about that. And right now we're kind of in reaction mode because of, this is like the way that we're rolling. So like Smook has a full-time job. Coach Sean has a full-time job. Coach Jarek has a full-time job. Taylor is getting her master's degree. So there's a lot of elements that we have on here that we're trying to work around. So we're trying to basically piece this together the best way that we can. And I'm available. I do this as a full time. So I know that I can rock towards different times during the day, but getting those guys in, that's what we're kind of building. So, we're going to navigate it through. And the great thing about Taylor behind the glass is she's getting her master's in digital strategy. So, talking about people behind the glass who are really coming through with it. It's just not a producer that we found. I mean, she's completely tapped in and dialed in and understands the business perspective of everything. So, with that said, man, I appreciate you calling in. Mike in Austin, let's get his name on the screen. Let's take it away, man. Go ahead.
Kyle, the Bama schedule next year. Their third game of the year is at Wisconsin, and that's going to be a pivotal game for us to play and win, because really the first two games of the year are Western Kentucky and USF. Well, we should win both of them games no matter who our head coach is. We should win both them games. But that at Wisconsin game is so pivotal that we win that game. And the reason why, because that's going to be the first real test of how good we're going to be or not. And the fourth game, the game after Wisconsin, is Georgia. Well, we may or may not win the Georgia game. Let's be honest. That game's 50-50. Let's be honest. So, but if and I'm going to go ahead and say that Georgia game's a loss, and it may or may not be. I hope we win it. We're very capable of winning it, but let's say the Georgia game's a loss. But if we lose that Wisconsin game before that, then we'll start off 2-2. Then when that happens, all the doubt sets in, all the naysayers set in, all the coulda, woulda, shoulda set in. That's why it's so important for us to win that at Wisconsin game. I mean, that's the biggest game of the year because that's going to be the springboard for us to have momentum to go into the rest of the year, or just a gut punch and then have to play Georgia the next week. So that at Wisconsin game is pivotal because, like I mentioned, Wisconsin's a decent team, so we'll see how good we actually are or not. So, but the next year's schedule, there's some pretty tough games on there, like at Tennessee, at LSU, and at Oklahoma. But the schedule's doable. To be a 2-loss team or a 1-loss team or a 2-loss team to make the 12-team playoff next year. So with that at Wisconsin game, very, very important to win that game, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at the schedule right now. In T in the background, could we screenshot Noah Carter? He just said, I will be in Tuscaloosa for an official visit with the Alabama logo. So good things coming. We just highlighted his highlights. So, yeah, Mike, when you look at the schedule right here, great graphic, by the way, T, on the back. So you look at Western Kentucky coming in week 1. Then you got South Florida. And Alabama has a lot for South Florida. But with that said, they have a pretty good football coach. I like that guy. And I liked kind of how he uses offense. I mean, that wasn't the prettiest game for Alabama, but still, I think he's pretty good. Then a trip to Wisconsin, to Camp Randall to take on the Badgers. That's going to be an interesting game. I think Alabama, I'm curious to see like a way too early line on that. And then you have the big one, Georgia coming to Tuscaloosa on September 28th. I might even be renting out my house. We'll go back to the schedule and then back to that graphic. I might even be renting out my house for that type of game. I mean, my goodness, with Georgia coming in, everybody's going to be renting out their house for as much as they want. I think hotel prices are already like $1,900 or something like that a night. Then you go to Vanderbilt to check out my old New Mexico State. You know, that's where I went. Coach Jerry Kill left from New Mexico State, and he's coaching at Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt then just got quarterback Diego Pavia from New Mexico State to go to Vanderbilt. Just hope he doesn't pee on the logo over here, right? South Carolina, then on October 12th, then at Tennessee on October 19th, Missouri, LSU, Mercer, Oklahoma, and then Auburn. All these schedules are going to be challenging for everybody across the board. This is a challenging schedule. Let me ask you, chat, inside the comment box, does Alabama win 11 games, more or less than 11 games this coming season? Sound off inside the comment box. All right, back to you, Mike. Take it away.
I say Bama does win more than 11 games. I say Bama makes. I say they make the 12-team playoff, which would have a chance to actually add more to the 11 count. But I say they absolutely play more than 11, win more than 11 games, or 11 exactly. But you know, Kyle, when Nick Saban left, it was a shock for everybody. We knew that was going to happen the next year, 2, 10. Who didn't know when. We knew it was eventually going to happen. We just didn't expect for it to happen next week. But this schedule attrition, this roster attrition, this roster turnover, it was expected too. But it really hasn't been that bad. Now losing Caleb Downs, and if we do lose him, I think that's going to be a bad one. But he's not the only safety out there. He's the best safety out there, but he's not the only safety out there. But when I heard Caleb Downs' dad was involved, well, what comes to my mind is the dude's just trying to get paid. That's why that may or may not be the case, but that's what comes to my mind is that Caleb Downs' dad's trying to get paid. I mean, so who knows how that's going to turn? There may be forces working against us that we don't know. But the roster attrition, that was to be expected. Caden Proctor on the left, all the potential in the world, but I don't know. I mean, there's I don't know how bad that'll hurt or help us or not. But and also, like right now, the portal's not fair because people can take from Alabama, and Alabama can't bring anybody in right now from the portal. So it's kind of messed up the way the situation is. So once we get through this little headwind, once we get through this, I think we have the right people in place to be the Bama program that we all know and love, a winning championship Bama program that is, which is going to be I think we got the right head coach, because if you look at the success he had at Washington with the roster he had leading up to that, I mean, he's definitely done less with more. So I think we're going to be all right at Alabama. But like I mentioned, that at Wisconsin game, that's going to be a pivotal game for us to win. And that's going to let us know exactly where we stand. But get to the headwinds, and trust me, the future is bright, Kyle.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for calling in, man. Always good to get your dialogue and your take on college football, man. So that's Mike in Austin. Thanks for calling in, Mike. I'll catch up with you next time.
Okay, take care, Kyle. Roll Tide.
Mike in Austin, I appreciate it. We got a 702, a 470, and a 251 coming up next to get the call-in line on the screen. I appreciate you guys joining me today, along with the coaches and along with the super chat right there from Landrick Edwards. I appreciate the 99 spot. We also got a Venmo coming in. I guess we'll get like a some sort of a Venmo logo or something like that. You're watching live the birth of a network right here on Bama Football on YouTube with the $5 spot. That is from Gianna. Gianna, we see you inside the Venmo. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So these are the items that we're going over today. But as Mike was talking about with some of the returning players, there's a lot to focus on. And I liked his points about the schedule too, and kind of how it sets up with Alabama. And I was asking you inside the comment box, does Alabama win 11 games this year? Do they win 10? I like the schedule. It's challenging. I mean, road games against, and that's the thing with Coach KD coming in here. Josh is like, we're going 12-0. Who knows? The games, the games are going to be ultra challenging in terms of, 66% of the chat thinks that Alabama will win 11 games. Optimist. I love it. Coach KD, as you know, just like I did when I moved here to SEC country, these games on the road are different, right? Going on and playing on the road, Neyland Stadium, crazy. Going on the road and playing at Death Valley, LSU, crazy. Playing, hosting Georgia. That game is going to be wild. But yeah, that LSU game is going to be challenging, man. How many of you have been to that game at LSU, Death Valley? I'm serious. It is different, 1,000,000%. It's loud. The stadium's kind of like shaped up, so it's kind of like a vortex in a sense to where the crowd just is like right on top of you. Now, I will say this. If you're going there as just like a college football fan, enjoy the show. Make some friends with some LSU fans, and they will feed you the best gumbo you have ever had in your life. There's a rowdy crowd base, but it's great. And they have these beautiful oak trees outside, and it's nice. And you know the game's going to be at night. It's going to be a 6 p.m. kick. So you could tailgate all day. Jimmy's saying it smells like corn dogs. Now that is true. It does kind of have like a funky smell to it. If they were able to close off that back end stadium, it would probably be one of the biggest stadiums that we have. But it is a wild tailgate. I'm telling you, the last time that I went there was a couple years ago, and I went to this LSU Alabama game, and all these LSU fans thought they were going to beat Alabama. Well, I'm telling you, like, if they would have, I would have got an LSU shirt and partied all night, because that would have been the biggest party in the country. Alabama was able to get the best of them. And the stadium, like the press box and stuff, is nice. They're rowdy. It's just Alabama took it to them that time. But now under Brian Kelly, it's going to be challenging, as we've seen. How are they going to do without Jane Daniels? I don't know. But, I appreciate you guys being here. We go back to and I think what I want to do is build out a graphic that talks about the offensive starters and the defensive starters, kind of list a graphic so we can start talking more about the players who are here. And we've done that over the past couple of days. I mean, we had a graphic kind of looking at the 4-2-5, and we brought that up on the screen, and a couple other things that we've been talking about. But I want to make sure that we continue to emphasize like players that are staying, so we can continue to get familiar with those players that are coming back. With that said, we go back to the phone lines with the 702. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, what's up, Kyle? It's Adam from Las Vegas again.
What's up, Adam? I
I called
appreciate
in a
you.
couple days ago.
Yeah, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling from Vegas, man. Thanks for joining the show, man, and hope you're off to a good day, or as we kind of move to the midday. But anyways, man, welcome on in. Take it away.
Yeah, so had a few points I wanted to make, and then maybe a couple questions I'm going to ask you. So first point is, I don't know, just that after a few days of thinking about how this new era is going to be, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited. I think Alabama fans, we all got to be grateful and really realize reality, which is that we have the best football program in the country overall in terms of every FBS team. Like, we have 18 championships. I guess, 16 of them are NCAA championships. 2 of them are self-claimed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, we're at the top of the totem pole. And we just got to witness one of the greatest dynasties in the history of American sports.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe next to the Jordan Bulls. Like, it was just pretty dope what we got to witness for the last 15 years. It's crazy that we were literally out of 100 and however many schools there are. When you thought of college football for the last 15 years, you thought of Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty dope. So, I mean, I think we all just got to be grateful for our rich history and everything that comes with Alabama. Also, I mean, we're losing players, and I feel like from a realistic standpoint, we might be, maybe we'll creep down to like somewhere in the lower top 10 of the rankings and be like number 10 and just make it into the playoffs at 10-2 or something like that. But I mean, I still think fans got to be grateful. Even though I know we're all competitors, we all like to dominate. Like Ricky Bobby said, if you're not first, you're last. But we all still got to be grateful and understand, how college football is. There's 100+ schools that will kill to have a top 10 team in the country.
Mm-hmm.
We're still going to be in that position, and I'm excited for Caleb DeBoer. Defense is looking like, obviously the secondary is taking some big hits. I'm excited for how the offense could look, though. And so one more point I had to make before I asked you a couple questions is me and my friend were talking about the landscape of this 12-team college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
And like everybody's talking like, oh man, we finally have the 12-team playoff. Like, oh, it's finally fixed. Blah 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 blah. And me and my friend were just talking about like, when you really look at what's going on, like, if you actually think about what's about to happen, you realize that everybody's complaining about this 14 playoff because it's decided by a vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, like, obviously, Florida State fans thought they should have gone in, Georgia fans thought they should have gone in, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be the same problem, but even just, like, the issue's going to spread even bigger this year because it's just going to be more teams that are, like, especially looking at how the SEC and the Big Ten schedules are this year, how their schedules are super tough. Like, it's going to be some 9-3 SEC teams, probably like 4 or 5 of them, or 4 or 5 9-3 SEC and Big Ten teams fighting with maybe a couple 10-2 Big 12 ACC teams, and it's going to be a bunch of schools that are like getting left out with possibly a better record. And so instead of the issue being fixed, it's just going to be more schools and more fans complaining about how, oh, it's just decided by a vote. We should have got in. So in my opinion, the issue is really like spreading. It's like now we're going to have like 8 schools complaining about how they didn't get in. You know what I mean? Especially with how the schedule is, it's going to be even funnier when an 8-4 Alabama team gets in over a 10-2 Big 12 team because they don't play anybody, and we played freaking Georgia and Oklahoma and Wisconsin and all these teams. You know what I mean? So it's like guys are going to be freaking out even more. There's going to be more people freaking out. Now,
Adam,
my question that I have for you.
Yeah, get your question in, man, and then I'll answer you on the other side. But go ahead, get your question in, man.
Okay. So, yeah, my main question is that there's just been a lot of chaos and negativity. And so my personal favorite moment as an Alabama fan was, I mean, obviously I watched all the championships since 2009, all the way to 2020. My favorite moment was probably the Georgia game. That was like the most fulfilling moment as a Bama fan. So I was just wondering, like, what was your favorite moment as an Alabama fan so far?
All right, cool. I'll answer on the other line, man, but I appreciate you calling in, Adam. Adam calling in from Vegas. Appreciate the call, man. Thanks, Adam. Love the 702s. A couple things. All right, so Adam called in talking about the greatest dynasty and kind of just taking a minute to absorb it. And I think sometimes, and just like I've been saying, we really haven't even had time to think about it. And I think we are going to understand the gravity of like what Coach Saban did at Alabama, not even this year, but it'll be like in years to come. Right, just kind of as we look back at like what Bear Bryant did, it's going to be on another magnitude because Coach Saban, at least for the next couple years, I mean, we're not going to see anything like this. I mean, that's what Anwar and I were talking about in terms of, and I don't think anybody can do this at the college level because of how NIL has changed this space, how the transfer portal has changed this space, right? So I think also I want to ask you guys. The new 12-team playoff, I'm sure you guys, because Chad is undefeated. How does the 12-team playoff work? There's some auto bids, right? Is it the 4 power conferences with auto bids, and then they go the next teams go from there? I think that's how we go with the playoffs. Let me know in the playoffs. I think who gets the auto bids, I guess, is my question. And then the other thing that Adam was asking me about is like in terms of like great moments. See top 4 auto bid. All right, appreciate you. All right, Brent is saying, Kyle, my nephew has a PhD from Alabama Aerospace Engineering, and he went to the defense the contractors in Mexico. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm sure he probably works in Los Alamos. I would take it. Did you know Los Alamos, New Mexico has, I think, the most PhDs per capita in the country? So, I mean, if he has his PhD, I'm sure he's probably up on, they call it the Hill in Los Alamos. I don't know. That's pretty awesome, man. Congratulations. PhD. It's no joke. But for me, one of the most significant moments of watching Alabama football, I'll tell you, my first season was the year that Tua was subbed in at halftime and he threw the 2nd and 26. I was literally on the field. I have video of it. I'm like on the field. However, that while that moment was amazing, like the most amazing moment that I ever saw, honestly, was this moment. And this will probably never happen again because of transfer portal and NIL. So we go into the next year, and Tua Tagovailoa becomes the quarterback of the University of Alabama, right? And what does Jalen Milroe do? He didn't complain about it. He didn't bitch about it. He didn't say anything. He handled it like a man. He has a lot of integrity. He could have just completely bounced out. Who knows? He could have just transferred immediately. He didn't say a word. He just, all right, not the guy anymore. And he continued to be a teammate. Okay. So, yeah, Jalen Hurts. My bad. Jalen Hurts. Sorry. Jalen Hurts. He didn't complain. Nothing. Sorry. Jalen Hurts. Tua becomes the quarterback. You guys know the story. And Jalen Hurts, a lot of Jalen's to keep track of, didn't say anything. He was a teammate. So fast forward. Yeah, Jalen Hurts. My bad. We good? Jalen Hurts, everyone? We fast forward and we go to the SEC championship. I'm talking about my best moment for Alabama since I've been here. And we get into the SEC championship game. And Tua gets an ankle injury. All right. Well, who do they go to? Alabama goes right to Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts leads Alabama to defeat Georgia in an incredible moment. You guys remember, I was on the sideline again. It was in the opposite end zone of where 2nd and 26 was. And that was like a moment that was like just so encapsulated because of the emotion. And if you had followed that entire season, and I remember, I'll never forget, he scored and he just like did the Superman, and he was Superman. Like, for him not to be able just to like quit, complain, nothing. Like, he helped. That was amazing. And I mean, that was probably one of the best moments, is Jalen Hurts coming through with it. So Noah, what's up? Is Justice Stain? There's been no report of him going into the portal. People have been talking about, maybe the guys to watch are Keon Keeley and Jaheim Otis. But other than that, we haven't heard anything about those guys hitting the portal. That was my favorite moment about watching Alabama football since I've been here, just because of the gravity of it. And then Jalen Hurts goes out, finishes up at Alabama. The crazy thing was about Jalen Hurts is he finished his degree. Then he finishes his degree right here. And then he goes to Oklahoma, right? And he does his thing at Oklahoma. Then he goes into the NFL. And then guess what he did? He got his master's degree from Oklahoma. Balling out. Love it. And then you see all of the naysayers. That guy had a ton of naysayers. And you look at what I know right now, the Eagles, they're out. But I mean, shoot, last year he took them to the Super Bowl, right? Amazing story for sure. Kyle, what's up? Roll Tide Roll, man. See you inside the comment box. Ben, I appreciate you, man. Kyle, will you rent me a room for the Georgia game next year? Broski, I help. See you at the game. Yeah, I might be renting out the whole house, man. Why not? I'll just take my computer, my little screen that I have right here, and just go on the road. We go back to the phone lines, and we keep it going. All right, 470. All right, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah. What's going on? This Rico, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Rico.
Yeah, what's going on, Kyle? Hey, I'm a huge fan of the show. Even though I'm a Georgia fan, I'm a huge fan of the show.
I appreciate it, man.
But I just had some questions. Yeah, I had some questions for you. Like, you get what I'm saying? I just wanted your opinion on it. And I would just want to backtrack real quick, all the way back to Saban retiring.
Cool. Where are you calling? Where are you calling out of, Rico?
I'm from Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta, bro. I'm from Atlanta, Kyle.
All right, I love Atlanta,
I'm
man.
from Atlanta.
Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, we got the best strip clubs. Yeah. Hey, but look, though, I was trying to tell you. Look, so all the way back to Saban retiring, I was trying to like go back to that and get your reaction from that, because to me, when Saban retired, I feel like Alabama should have been on code red, and a lot of people don't feel that way. This is just my opinion. I just want to get your opinion on it.
Hey, Rico.
I just feel like it should have been.
Rico, I gotta pause you real quick because we have some breaking news about a transfer. So just hold that thought real quick. I'm not gonna hang up on you. I just have to. This is a screenshot alert. Screenshot alert for a transfer portal that I don't think you guys are going to like. And Rico, hang tight, man. You're my boy. Stay in. Hang tight. All right. So, remember that we were talking yesterday about, I'm talking to everybody, Rico. Remember that we were talking about Jameer Grimsley, and if players if they signed, could they hit the portal? Well, here you go. This is Jameer Grimsley. He's hit the portal. Of course, this is from Matt Zenitz, who absolutely is crushing it on the recruiting front. So Jameer Grimsley has hit the portal. Breaking news as you see it. Rico, we go back to you, man. Start again, man. You were talking about something with Saban. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just wanted to get your opinion on it. This is all I'm calling for, Kyle. Because from a Bama fan, like somebody who lives and breathes Bama, I just wanted your opinion on it.
Gotcha.
Because even though I'm a Georgia fan, I still understand that Bama is a big part of football. It's always been that way. It's always been Bama. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So even though we take over recently, let me chill. I'm not trying to troll, but I'm just saying. So when Saban retired, to me, I feel like it should have been code red. And I really just want to get your opinion on this coaching staff. And to me, I feel like a lot of these players are leaving because you hire a guy that has no ties to the South, and it's just like, and you lose T-Rob, which I feel like Kirby behind the scenes is going to war for T-Rob. Like I feel like the war was T-Rob, if you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
if that makes any sense. Like, I just want your opinion on it. And it's like Saban, everybody's saying he left at a bad spot. I don't agree with that because I don't think it would never been the right time because he's just that impactful. He's that impactful, and it will always be some type of turnover when he left. And I just really just wanted your opinion, you more to get on into this coaching staff, how you feel about them, even the negatives. Like, I know you have to stay positive, like, but I just want to hear some negatives you feel about them. If you're really like 100% behind these guys. All right, and that's pretty much it. Appreciate it.
Wait,
bro.
hold on, Rico. I have to ask you too before I get to you. Just give it to me real. Like, what are like? And I know you probably comb the message boards and social media, but just from like an outside perspective, like what are like Georgia fans saying about the coaching staff? Are they like laughing? Are people like, okay, this is okay? Like, what's kind of the pulse around it?
The receiver coach, great hire, great, and it's like, but it's really damage control. Like, me and my friend were talking, and when Saban retires, it should be code red because it's going to be turnover, and a lot of people, I felt like they just thought it was going to be, oh, we're fine, we're Bama, but anybody can fall off. Georgia can fall off today. Like, I just feel like it should have been code red, and the receiver coach is a great hire, but the rest of these hires, even Kalen DeBoer, short tenure, he has a great history, but it's just these are great hires for the situation y'all are in. Y'all are already in a bad situation, I feel like, and these hires are just damage control, if you get what I'm saying. So Kalen DeBoer's job was not to go recruit a class. It was to keep the class that was there, almost. If you get what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying, it was to keep the players that was there. And so right now, if I was to grade his damage control, it would be a D- because you lost Caleb Downs. And I'm just from a Georgia fan's perspective, I know this is a Bama chat. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful. Go Bama all the way. Roll Tide. I get it. Don't get me wrong. But just losing Caleb Downs, that can't happen. If he wants a fucking Lambo, he gets a Lambo. Isaiah Bond, no. But Caleb Downs, yes, he gets a Lambo. he gets a statue. But And then you lose him you don't lose him to Tulane or somebody. You lose him to Georgia. That's terrible. That's a D- for me. But but that's pretty much it. I just want to get your detail on this coaching staff, and I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of the show.
Appreciate
Y'all
it, man. Thanks, Rico, man. I appreciate it, man. I'll answer you on the other line, man. Appreciate you. All right, Rico calling in from the ATL, and see, that's the thing. Like, I like Rico's call, to be honest. So sometimes Georgia fans can be a little bit trolly inside the chat more than Texas fans. But I have said this like a million times. People from Atlanta and really Georgia have treated me really, really well. Like, you guys know, I'm a fan of Atlanta. Atlanta has some amazing neighborhoods. I could probably live in Atlanta, to be honest. I like it. It's a really nice spot. I'm not hitting the portal. I'm just saying, every single time that I've went there, I've had a really good time. People have treated me with a lot of respect in Atlanta. So I appreciate the call, Rico. Let me, I have to tweet something out real quick. You guys see the news right here that Jameer Grimsley has entered the transfer portal. Just give me 1 second. Got to tweet something out, and I'll be right back to you in just like 2 seconds. All right. Thanks for being patient, fam. I think we need to better, in terms of like me tweeting out stuff, we need somebody to do that. But yeah, Grimsley out. Crazy. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, is like how much we like Jameer Grimsley as a player, right? Being one of the most athletic guys within this recruiting class. being a guy that a lot of people were excited about. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yikes. A lot of damage to that defensive back room, right? The corners room got gutted. And yeah, that is not good. So appreciate you guys sticking with us, and yeah, we'll continue to track it all. But maybe the good news is the fact that Jabbar Muhammad is coming in. I don't know. He's coming in for an official visit this weekend. Marcel, what's up with this $5 super chat? My prediction is that Ohio State has Caleb Downs locked. So the Zenfone visit deals over 1 million plus key starters. Yikes. Imagine it gets 1 million and Isaiah Bond got a Lambo. This is crazy. We're in just like the craziest time of college football. All right. As Rico was thinking, like he was asking about the coaching staff. Look, I like the head coach hire. Anyone who came after Coach Saban was going to be highly criticized. This guy was just in the national championship game. I do like to hire Ryan Grubb. I don't know how I really feel about the defensive hire as of yet. I'm not talking smack about Kane Womack at all. Look, he's coming over from South Alabama, has to prove himself at this level in the SEC. So does Coach KD. 1,000,000%. I like the fact I guess I'm going a little bit easy on Ryan Grubb because I feel that his offense can come in with these weapons and do immediately what they want. But a lot of people not liking the staff. Let me ask you guys from the OC, DC, and just the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and defensive coordinator, the big three. Give me your take in scale of like 1 to 10, how you guys are happy with them. And what's happening right now is the more players that they lose and the more players that you don't get in, their rating is going to go down in terms of how people feel because they're upset. They want to see some good news. So I get it. John is saying 8, being optimistic. J-Dub is saying 7. I'm probably right there, J-Dub, with the 7. See, 7. I think that's going to be probably the average is about a 7. Matthew Pate is saying 2. Kiffin would have kept 50% of these players. Drexel saying 8. What's up, Drexel? I see you inside the comment box. John Lee saying 10, 10, 10. C 7. I'm gonna go with. I think the average is 7. All right. So yeah, there it is. Jameer Grimsley is hitting the portal. And follow Matt Zenitz. Guy's a cool dude. Breaks it. He used to work here in Tuscaloosa, as I saw. As I've said before, and the thing is, the dude is a monster in the weight room. This guy can bench like, I don't know, 380. I'm serious. This dude is like lives in the gym. So, monster. All right. Okay. We go back to the phone lines, and Jimmy is saying a 6. 251. What's up? Hey, thanks for calling in. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. This is Brian from Axis, Alabama.
Hey, what's up, Brian? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir, man. I've been watching you since about the beginning of the year. You've probably seen my name under Super Chats as Flower Power on YouTube.
Oh, no way. Awesome,
but
man.
Yeah, man, I was – yes, sir. So, man, I was just calling in. I think it's something that a lot of us realize as Alabama fans. A lot of this hate that we're getting – everywhere in chats, articles, wherever, comments on Facebook or Twitter, it's all rat poison, man. I mean, if everybody would just look back, I mean, maybe not all of these guys remember. I think I started comprehending football around the time Shula was our coach, right before Saban. Some of these fans have never seen the downsides of Alabama football. They've only seen the greatness in the past 17 years at Saban. With that being said as well, too, these hires that they're making, I think they're great hires. Ryan Grubb and DeBoer, obviously. Womack, I watch him all the time down here at South since he's been here. I think that was a genius idea and a hire for DC. If a lot of people will go back and just watch the schemes that they were running, how efficient they were running, it looks like it'll be a decent transfer over to us. And I'm going to make this phone call real quick because I am at work. One thing that's great about living in Axis is I live right by Sairland, which is where Ryan Williams, of course, is coming out of. Now, the local talk around here is very, very positive. A lot of family members are known around here the talk coming around is that he is most definitely going to be coming here. Now, can we put our money on that? Unsure of. That's just the town talk. But town talk sometimes goes a few miles, you know. And then, you know, the last thing I want to say about NIL and transfers, I think we all need to calm down. This is something new. This is a new era of football, and it's a new era for Alabama altogether. New coach, you know, new players coming in, leaving. It had to happen to somebody, you know. It had to happen to somebody to show the flaws to these deals that we have going on. There needs to be a little bit more of infrastructure. I don't know the exact ins and outs of NIL, but I do know that there's not really a set cap on what they're allowed to spend on players versus the NFL. They have around $224 million allowed per team. It's just kind of crazy, but I think it's going to all iron itself out, and I think we're just a part of the stepping stone, unfortunately.
Yeah, good call, Brian. I appreciate you calling in. By the way, before you get back to work, and I appreciate you stepping out real quick, I'm trying to continue to learn more about Alabama, like the cities, like where they're at. I've been here for a long time, but it's a big state. There's a lot of different places. Where did you say you were calling in from?
So I'm in Axis, AXIS.
Okay.
It's extremely small town, maybe a couple thousand, no stoplights, you know, nothing, no town council or anything.
Mm-hmm. And that's by, because when I've gone through like to the beach, I've passed Saraland. And so it's kind of like in that proximity. Got you. Just kind of, you know, I like geography. I like learning about the state of Alabama. I really do. So I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you and everything you've been doing for us.
All right, man. See ya. All right. Kyle, if all you can do is pedal is panic, it's time to unsubscribe. Really haven't been trying to panic or, just been really reporting the news. That was, by the way, that was a really great call. Really appreciate the continued support inside the comment box. Yeah, I was kind of wondering where access was. Yeah, you'll pass it as you're going in through Saraland. That's why I asked, because I thought it sounded familiar. But anyways, as you're seeing, and look, this is news as it happens. So like if bad news happens, I can't just like ignore it. We're going to look at the positive. We're going to focus on the players that are here when we're on the show. But like if something happens, and look, there's a lot of time there. We should talk about this. We should understand like who's playing. You as a viewer, you're looking like which players left, which players are coming in, which players hit the transfer portal. You know, I'm not trying to panic by any means. Go watch some of my videos. Watch a video that I just did with Anwar, which I'll play in here a little bit. I mean, I'm like the furthest thing from trying to panic. It's I'm trying to be here for almost like a huge group therapy to get you through after Coach Saban. So I know emotions are high and no hard feelings, honestly. And I'm not going to ever force anybody to subscribe or, whatever, because I can only control myself. I can only control my actions, how I treat people, how I talk to people on the phone, how I interact with other people. Other than that, everything else is out of my control. So, and people understand that 100%. So Adam is saying that Proctor 100% to Iowa. Said he was homesick or whatever. Yeah, I mean, coming from Iowa to Alabama, it's a long distance. I'm a long way from home, and there's nothing like going back home and eating some food, man. It's crazy because every time you go and eat the food from back home, I mean, it hits. I mean, like my mom's food is like always good, no matter what she makes. It's just how it is back home. All right. Get a different graphic so you guys can chill. But Jameer Grimsley is at the portal and covering the news as it happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Here's a look at Alabama's football schedule. And we continue to roll with it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We'll dive right back in our calls. Can we go back to the graphic to where it's like headlines, but also add Jameer Grimsley kind of up in there as it is news that we need to post on that graphic whenever you get a shot. Call line, plenty of calls right now. We got a 601-256-865. We'll take this 256 right now. Hey, I appreciate you calling in. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
I appreciate you calling in.
Couldn't hear you. There was some feedback there. We'll go right back to 256. Hey, what's going on? You're online with Kyle Anderson. Who am I online with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Brent from Gunnersville, Alabama. I just shot you a chat telling you about my nephew with the PhD from Alabama.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He is in Los Alamos.
Yeah.
And is there any fan clubs out there around that area? Bama fan club?
No, but there's plenty of places to eat a good breakfast burrito. Tia's so Los Alamos is where it's at is situated like up on a hill, and that's where they developed the nuclear bomb. You've seen the movie. What is it called? The new movie that just came out. It always skips my mind. But he's up on the hill at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. And that's where he's at. So, look, Los Alamos is not necessarily known for the food they have, but just down the Oppenheimer, thank you. And just down the hill from there is Santa Fe. So, and just as you're coming in, there's a really good spot to eat at called Tia Sophia's. So, please tell Brent, please tell, is your nephew, right? You say your nephew?
I will.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Hey, and another thing I wanted to hit on is I'm going to hit the young generation of Alabama fans.
Okay.
And how I'm going to do that, I've been a season ticket holder since 1986, and I'm still a season ticket holder. I remember going to games. Our seats were on about the 20-yard line home side. Right before the game would start, we'd slide over and sit on the 50. And by the fourth quarter, they would have been 15,000, 20,000 in that whole stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So there was some tough times for these younger fans that just getting all blown out of proportion over Saban retired. All it is a new chapter. You know, Mal Moore had it set in his head who it was going to be, and that's the only body it was going to be was Saban. But guess what? We got a new team down there. And for as I read in chat, all this bleeding, this end of the world, skies falling, the bleeding will stop. And when it stops, it's going to stop with people that wants to be at Alabama. They want to play for the university. They want to play for the tradition. So it's going to stop eventually. But now I got two questions. The first one is, are you hearing any rumors out there on Justin Haynes?
No, I am not. The rumor is on Keon Keeley and Jaheim Otis, but haven't heard anything about Justice Haynes. And the reason Brent is probably asking about it is kind of the connection to Georgia from Caleb Downs. But no, I haven't heard any of that. And I would say with you got to feel good with Robert Gillespie being retained that helps. Yeah. But no, I haven't heard anything on Justice Haynes.
Then I don't know. You may not know as of today. What is our roster at right now?
I don't know. I think we were looking at it. It was like, was it still over? It was like, I want to say like lower, I think like upper 80s. Someone in chat might know. That's always like a question about like the numbers. And I think it's still a couple more guys need to leave and come in and out. But that's a really good question. Carlos is saying 77. Is that it? I don't know if that's it. But let me get back on.
The roster limit's 85, correct?
That's what I'm saying. Schooley's saying 84. Someone's saying 80. So I think we don't know. 84, Thomas is saying. So a lot of people saying 84. So I don't have an accurate number on that. And I don't think anybody does. But that probably gives you a good idea. So around 80, David's saying. Those are kind of what people are saying in the chat.
So if we're at 77, somebody's saying, and 84 is the roster limit. Is the boy at the time now he can start plugging people in, adding them to the roster on these transfers?
Yeah. I mean, that's why you have these guys coming in this weekend. You have
Carter coming in and
Ryan Williams going to take his efficient. Yeah, I mean, think about it. So if they're at 83, that probably tells us maybe a couple other guys could leave, and then you add on hopefully a Ryan Williams, Noah Carter, who's part of this class, and maybe a Parker Brailsford, and I don't know, maybe a Jabbar Muhammad. There's 4 more guys right there.
Now, which one? Now, who's the center from Washington?
That is Parker Brailsford, and then the backup center to him, who also hit the portal, was Landon Hatchett.
Now, was the starting center this year? Was he a true freshman starter?
No, he was not a true freshman. Landon Hatchett is a true freshman.
Okay. But I watched your video on the Carter kid. Where do you play him, Kyle?
I don't know.
You play him wide out? You play him at safety? You play him corner or edge rush?
Maybe that's why Grimsley is headed out. He saw the highlights and he's like, I'm getting out. You got a safety. I don't know. The guy can play everywhere, it seems like. I think
yeah.
I mean, I loved his highlight tape. And if those are the type of guys that Coach KD is recruiting, I'm all for it. I like a player who is very versatile.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I was impressed when I watched the video when you posted it. I mean, my answer would be, as a coach, where'd I put him?
Mm-hmm.
He fit probably any of those spots.
Yeah.
Now, I'm one other player. I'm going to get off here. I'm here a little chatter on. As a wide receiver from Arizona.
I haven't heard anything on the Arizona wide receiver, because I know Arizona's kind of going through a similar thing that Alabama is in terms of like guys coming in, guys going out. And they had a corner that also hit the portal as well that I think people were really talking about. They also had a running back hit the portal. So there's kind of been,
yes, it was the corner.
Yep. And Chase, we posted that up at the top.
Well,
Chase, go ahead, Brent.
Yeah. One other thing, I'm off here. I know you got more callers. It's promising that Carter coming in this weekend, this only official visit he has set.
Mm-hmm.
So I just leaves me to think that he's already got his mind made up.
I agree. Yeah.
I think he's going to announce after this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, good deal, Kyle. You keep up the good work. I'm retired, so I get to watch every show you put out there. So you keep putting the good content out there, and I'll keep watching it.
All right, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. All right, appreciate it.
Roll Tide.
All right, roll Tide to you. All right, that was Brent coming through with it. I appreciate it. Shane says, breaking news, Tommy Rees just accepted the ping pong head coaching position at Notre Dame. I guess he missed out on the lacrosse, right? Just kidding. All right. I'm going to play. I was going to wait, but I need to take a quick break. So, and again, I'll probably play this interview again later, or I'll have something else at 2:30 when my daughter gets home. But I'm going to play this interview with Texas Orange Bloods Anwar Richardson from earlier today. Gives you kind of like a state of the program about Alabama football, and I hope you guys enjoy it. It was fun to put together, and had a really good time. Let me make sure this is it. Check. All right, here we go. This is earlier today with Anwar Richardson of Orange Blood. Really good. It's about 24 minutes. I think you guys will enjoy it, and then I'll get back to my calls when I get back. So 24 minutes. I'll be right back.
See how they did during, spring ball and things to that effect. Maybe summertime. I just thought we'll just text each other, just kind of chill out or whatever, And Kyle, there seems to be a lot of things going on in Tuscaloosa right now. Yeah. I'm trying to get an understanding because you said to me before that one of the appealing parts of you taking this job was that you wanted to be there for the Nick Saban era and an eventual retirement. However, did you anticipate the retirement would go like this?
Well, first of all, to everybody inside the comment box and supporting the product, definitely hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe over here at Orange Bloods. I've seen these guys grow up since they were a little YouTube channel to where they're going right now. Catch does a really great job, and Anwar crushes it. So we rapped before. Want to have him back on my show as well. So if you're inside the comment box, I appreciate you guys being here. Let's dive into it. I mean, when I first said that I moved to Tuscaloosa, I was kind of always anticipating some sort of retirement from Coach Saban, and I wanted that to happen. And I'm glad that it didn't happen early on in my career. I don't think that I was ready for it. The YouTube channel wasn't ready for it. I didn't really understand kind of the lay of the land in terms of moving to Tuscaloosa and the gravity reality of covering a team in the SEC. Remember, I'm not from SEC country. I am now proud to say that I've lived here for 7 years, so I understand the responsibilities of covering a program like Alabama, and it never hits, never stops. And right now we've turned it into a network overnight with our YouTube channel because we're covering historic event. How it went down, I did not anticipate. I kind of saw some foreshadowing during the season when Coach Saban kind of jetted over the student section, and he kept on thanking fans on the back end of his press conferences. I don't know if there was ever going to be a good timing for Coach Saban to leave. You look at the transfer portal windows and NIL and everything like that happening. And he said in the interview that I'm sure everybody watched with Reese, it was a grind. It was he used the word grueling. And if everybody watched that game against South Alabama or South Florida down in Tampa, it rained and rained and rained. And he was going to the locker room, and AL.com has a picture of him, and he looked like he was 170 years old. It was a grind for everybody. That game sucked. Even the TV broadcast went out. So, and this year was a lot of anxiety, but I didn't anticipate. I thought he would give us maybe a heads up. I thought we'd get a final press conference, and he doesn't owe that to us. He said going into his last meeting that he had two speeches. One was basically kind of get back to work. Another one was to announce his retirement. And I think hearing from Greg Byrne, at some point they knew that was going to happen. So they had kind of this hour by hour plan of how to attack this. Nobody could just step in and replace Coach Saban. So the timeline was quick. We've been covering the news. It's just been over a week since everything has been kind of released. So Coach Kalen DeBoer has his work cut out for him. There's still guys on the Alabama team that were recruited by Coach Saban. So, okay, the sky came up. Yes, there are transfer portal guys that are going. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Caleb Downs and Caden Proctor, Isaiah Bond, those guys definitely hit. Coach T-Rob coaching the defense, that hits. So there's a lot to dive into, and I appreciate you here to answer any questions or cause or concerns about people watching Alabama and kind of the changing of the guards.
Let me ask you this, Kyle, because from the outside looking in, this almost seems like a failure by Alabama leadership. And here's why I say that. Before, I guess it was this summer, Saban bought a home in Jupiter, Florida for $17.3 million, right? So you don't buy that home in Florida unless you're planning to retire. And you don't spend that kind of money unless you're planning to leave soon. What I don't understand, Kyle, from the outside looking in, is that it doesn't seem like there was a plan put in place to have a successor for Nick Saban. The same way that FSU groomed it and they waited for Bobby Bowden to leave so they could hand it over to like a Jimbo Fisher. We just saw that honestly with the New England Patriots, right? They have been grooming Gerard Mayo to take over for Belichick whenever they were going to part ways with him. Why wasn't Bama ready to say this guy's in the 70s? He's just bought a home out here in Florida. He's retired soon. Why were they not prepared for this?
Yeah, that's another piece of the foreshadowing, right? Is he just bought a retirement home alongside, some of the biggest names and all of, all the celebrities. Yeah, I think that a plan in place was not there. And I think they were scrambling in a sense. And I have to ask the question, I've asked my channel as well, how everyone felt about Coach Saban not necessarily leaving and kind of maintaining this advisor role and having an office now at the football stadium. Who wants to kind of come into that situation and have, theoretically coach just right there? Now, how they framed it here at Alabama, and yesterday Greg Byrne had an interview on Feinbaum talking about the fact that he's like an advisor type role. But I think Alabama is in reaction mode. I think I'm in reaction mode. I didn't know that my YouTube channel would blow up like it's been. So I think everybody's kind of scrambling. I do feel really good about the head football coaching hire. I mean, Washington was just in the national title game, and not to kind of throw salt at you guys, but he's 2-0 against Steve Sarkisian, right? He beat you guys twice. And that's just, I'm not making that up. It's fact. He's also 2-0 against Dan Lanning, and people feel really good about that. With that said, the Pac-12 is not the SEC. It's a different grind, and Texas is about to find that out, and Oklahoma is about to find that out, and I get it. Steve Sarkisian would have been the dream hire, but that was never going to happen. It was never realistic because of the fact that what he did at Texas, he was able to beat Alabama, was able to take them to the playoffs. He was able to have the first 10-win season since 2009 and pay him whatever he wants because he's doing an amazing job. And I'm a huge fan of Sark. You know that. So coming in with Coach KD, I think it's good. I do feel that Alabama fans have a right to question the defensive coordinator hire, and it is Kane Womack, who's coming over from South Alabama. Alabama also did add Buffalo's head football coach, the University of Buffalo, and that is Maurice Lindquist. I'm sure you guys are familiar with him in the state of Texas. If you guys follow recruiting, did coach for the Dallas Cowboys. So there are some good elements on the defensive side, but they're unproven. Now, with that said, how good is Alabama going to be? I don't know. I mean, they're going to be good. I mean, most of the guys still on the roster were recruited by Coach Saban. So the challenge for Coach KD is to continue to recruit at that highest level. Now, the first guy to decommit as soon as Coach Saban retired was Ryan Williams, the 5-star that everybody's chasing, electric wide receiver. And he's hosting Ryan Williams this weekend, along with several other targets, Jabbar Muhammad, who is also in play for Texas. And you also have Parker Brailsford, who is the center at Washington, coming over this weekend as well. So this is a really big opportunity for him to re-recruit the guys, recruit some guys into Alabama. And I think it does sting losing Isaiah Bond. And I don't like where we're at with when a player leaves, fans are like, oh, he wasn't good. No, like Isaiah Bond was a baller. He is a baller. You guys will see. And the best thing about Isaiah Bond is if you guys ever get a chance to interview him, he will tell you everything you want to know. He's SID's worst nightmare. He will just be like, no, that dude sucks. I don't like that guy. No, that food wasn't good. Your mom isn't a good cook. Like, he's not going to I love it. He's great. He'll just tell you how it is. He's good. I mean, if they, I think he's a 1,000-yard wide receiver, maybe plus. He's a NFL type guy. Kendrick Blackshire, he was in the 2 deep. He wasn't going to be a starter this year because you have Jahad Campbell and Deontay Lawson coming in. But everybody remembers Kendrick Blackshire from those high school photos. It looked like he was going to go from high school straight to the NFL. He is good. You also, I guess maybe Amari Niblack could be in play as well at the tight end position, right?
Yes.
I like his game as well. He was a starter here at Alabama. He's a versatile tight end that I think under the right development could be, a step behind the last tight end that you guys have. Jontavius Sanders, right? That was your tight end?
Jontavius Sanders, correct. Yes.
I loved his game. I thought he was a baller. He's not going to be that guy, but I think in terms of what he can bring to the table, something similar, and he'll get on the field as well. So, the Lambo and all that stuff, that's cool. I mean, whatever. It's pay for play now. And if the guys want to go out and if they have a better NIL deal, which I think Alabama is completely on their back about, take it. I mean, coaches do it all the time. I mean, Anwar, do you want a salary cap on your job?
Nope.
I don't either. So like and subscribe and follow the show because I'm trying to pay bills over here and I want to take some vacations. I got 2 kids who are eating at Publix, and Publix is the most expensive grocery store. So I mean, that's kind of where we're
at. Blake, we had a super chat that came in, I think, for Kyle. You want to throw that on the screen? Said, Kyle, I've been enjoying your shows in between Orange Blood shows. You've been going 24/7, brother. Blake may want to give you a shout out there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think kind of the network overnight was always kind of established. And what I'm talking about is the YouTube channel, which just hit 100,000 subscribers. The plan was in place. The foundation was there. I was having a morning show every single day this season. I'd only get like 125, 150 people on. But now after, kind of the news, we've been humming. And the product is in place. So adding more elements. And of course, we're online. If you want to go over to Bama Football on YouTube, we're tracking, the castle being stormed, the castle burning down or whatever. So if you want to come over, I appreciate you guys. And there's a lot to dive into and there's a lot of questions. But there's still a lot of good players still on the team. And, this is the biggest news that's happened in college football in quite some time. I mean, Coach Saban's been here since 2006? Alabama fans haven't had to deal with any type of adversity over the last, 10, 14 seasons since Coach Saban has been there. It's always been Alabama's going to be there. And I think that's why it's so gravitating for people to watch as well, because, Coach Saban's been in living rent-free in a lot of people's mind because, there he is again. And this year when you're like, man, this Alabama's team sucks, they're in the playoffs again. Florida State was like, no. So, Coach Saban, and for the Georgia fans that are in the chat box, I love them. The Texas fans are cooler, and I'm not just gassing them up because we're here on the show. They're actually nicer. They have, I don't know.
These fans love you, Kyle. They love you, man.
Yeah, and I love them too. And I love Texas. Have some family out in Lubbock and in Dallas. And, of course, being in New Mexico when I covered high school football, southeastern New Mexico, which is pretty much West Texas, part of the Permian Basin, you have a lot of, there's a lot of high school football. You guys ever heard of Artesia? You guys ever heard of Lovington? Carlsbad Hobbs is part of the Permian Basin. So I've been all over and I made a lot of good friends, and now I have more friends because of, Orange Bloods. But the fact is, Coach Saban's last win ever, and this is going to be hard for Georgia fans to sleep on, is against Georgia. But Georgia fans can point right back and be like, well, we just potentially stole Caleb Downs and your defensive backs coach. So kind of always a back and forth. And there's a really good play by Kirby to get T-Rob over to his staff. And Georgia has won their last, 30 out of 31 games. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Tommy, I don't know. This is Catch and I do a show we call Overreaction Monday, right? So this is an overreaction on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Does Alabama ever rebound? And I know I'm asking you this on January 18, 2024, but will Alabama ever be the Alabama that we saw under Saban? Is this one of this? It's just history was made and we just should enjoy it because we're probably not going to see that again, because it seems like there may be this is the official changing of the guard and handing the torch over to Georgia, and then with Ole Miss and Texas maybe be able to fight for a piece of that as well.
That's a really difficult question to answer. I think that this world of college football completely changed, and Coach Saban retired at the perfect time because now will be a whole new season of college football. This coming season, I don't know if you guys know, this is going to be like something we've never seen before. You guys have 2 bye weeks. We had 2 bye weeks covering Alabama football. The 12-team format, the NIL, the transfer portal. This is a whole new wave. So I don't know if there's ever going to be able to be a college football team that dominates like Alabama football did under Coach Saban, because there's too much parity now with the arms race with NIL. I don't know if the teams that have the most NIL will climb to the top. The example is Texas A&M. They just got rid of Jimbo, and they could buy every single player you want. So a lot of it is the X's and O's. A lot of it is the Jimmys and Joes. A lot of it is the NIL. If you can wrap that up into one and continue to win on the field, credit to you. It's hard to manage because if you don't play me, I'm transferring. If you don't pay me, I'm transferring. And I'm transferring just because I'm transferring, because, I'm transferring. So I don't know, if there'll ever be a dominant program like Alabama. I don't know if Alabama will ever be like Alabama football. I would say no, because there's nobody going to be like Coach Saban. Were the Bulls ever like the Bulls after Michael Jordan left? No. Did they have some quality teams make the playoffs? Yes. But, when somebody of that magnitude leaves, that's it. They're gone. And if a player doesn't want to be at Alabama, or if a player doesn't want to be like Texas, you let them go. And that's it. And you move forward and you focus on the players that are on your program. You develop those type of people. You don't chase. Like you're grown, Anwar. I'm grown too. One of the things that we learned in life, that there's only so many things that you can control. That's kind of your output, your consistency and performance. But there's other elements out there you just don't chase. And you let those players go. You wish them well. You send out the positivity. And, if I'm Coach KD, it stings because you do lose Caleb Downs. You do lose Caden Proctor, probably a couple more during this 2-week span. And you kind of roll with it. But Sark is the new Saban. I don't know about that, but Sark is the man for sure. What he has going at Texas, you guys should be make sure to absorb it. appreciate when you have a really good coach in there and the good coaching message and what they can do. I mean, Texas is at a prime spot. There's not a lot of excuses for Texas right now not to be making, and I don't even refer to it as the playoffs, like the Final Four, whatever it's going to be, because Sark has those ingredients: NIL, the players, the schematics. I mean, I'm rocking with Coach Sark, man. Quality coach. I love the rebuild of where he's at in his life, and certainly bringing it with the Longhorns. Everybody at Alabama has a lot of respect for him.
Tell me now your faith level in DeBoer. You did mention him, Kyle, and we always talk about it's always tough to be to replace a legend, right? That's a tough position to be in. It's a no win. If he wins 10 wins, everyone's gonna say it's okay. Anything short of winning a natty probably puts him in a tough situation. You did mention a couple of he's had a little success against Sark, but like you said, it's still got to play against the entire SEC. Your thoughts on him? Not only your thoughts on the hire, I also want to know your fan base's thoughts on it as well.
The fan base is excited. I think that they are optimistic. Look, we haven't even really had a chance to have any type of closure on Coach Saban. I mean, it just happened last Wednesday. So fans were really excited when Coach KD came in and landed in the airplane and got off and all that jazz, right? And then on Saturday, he had his press conference, said all the right things, spoke to the media, and his main message was re-recruiting the players. I like his message so far. I like what he's done. I mean, he hasn't coached in the SEC. He's not from SEC country, but the places that he's been, he's won. The Washington fans really gravitated towards him and offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. That's probably a name that we should probably be talking about a little bit more, because I think him coming in, he looks like the guy. I think there's like Kiffin up there. There's Sark. Maybe there's some other offensive minds, but I think Ryan Grubb is going to be one of those guys as well. So people are excited about the offense, but the standard at Alabama is defense, right? Coach Saban is a defensive-minded guy. Coach Saban literally coached the cornerbacks every single day at practice, and at the end, we learned that Coach Saban was calling a lot of the defense this last year, probably during, game 4, 5, or something like that. So the standard is defense, and under Pete Golding, Alabama's defense was allowing a lot of points. Some of those, wins where it's like kind of like Big 12 or Pac-12 type, where it's like, 49-42. Alabama fans don't like that. Alabama fans want a staple of a defensive front. So coming in and maybe switching it up from the 3-4 to 4-2-5, I think Alabama fans are curious about the defense. And the defensive backs room got raided. I mean, all those guys are leaving. I mean, you're losing Kool-Aid and Terrion to the NFL, but you're losing Trey Amos, Jake Pope. You're losing Caleb Downs. You're losing Antonio Kite. You're losing Des Ricks. You're losing there was like 7 or 8 guys that are leaving the defensive back room. With that said, Alabama returns or signed a lot of guys that are very highly rated from the class of 2024 that will probably play sooner than later. But I don't know. I like Coach KD. I mean, got to give him a shot. I mean, just got here. He's just putting together his staff. We don't even know who's going to be coaching like the inside linebackers, for example. So I'm going to just wait for a little while and, kind of get through spring. And spring doesn't even really tell you anything. So, but I will tell you that winning cures all. And the first SEC game that Alabama has is against Georgia right here in Tuscaloosa. So Kirby coming in, he's going to be pissed off about losing last year. And there's a lot to dive into. But look, winning cures all. He's won wherever he's gone. You got to be able to continue to recruit at the level that Saban did. A lot of people talk about work ethic. That's one thing in Alabama and I think in Texas that people respect. Like, put in the work. Coach Saban used to get there every single day at 7. If I'm Coach KD, I'm getting there at 6. Long days. You have a conversation with your wife, with your family. You're like, look, this is the level that we're going at. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I got to put the work in, because players respect people that work. Players, you got to win over the locker room, and you can only do that one day at a time. Show up early, talk with the players, make them feel important, draw out a game plan on your whiteboards, whatever, have a vision, because Coach Saban certainly did. You look at Coach Saban from just a life coach perspective, He was always on point, never missed, recruit at the highest level. There's a lot of people that probably dislike Saban, but everybody has respect for him because he came with it from an organizational standpoint, and that's why he's the GOAT.
Well, you're the GOAT. Kyle, tell everybody how they can get all your stuff here. Everybody who's here in the chat, everybody who will watch this on the replay, everyone's watching live. And tell everybody how they can find your stuff, how they can go and support the product that you put out.
All right. So first of all, my name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube, originally from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in Iowa. I lived in D.C., and now I live in beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I've been covering the Alabama Crimson Tide for the last 7 seasons. I'm not affiliated with, any of the great organizations. So I'm independent. I just work off YouTube. And I like that. I'm built to work independently. So if you want to follow the content that we create, I have a call-in show where people call in from across the country talking college football, Alabama football. You can find it at Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to be here. One of the things that I always try to showcase is being authentic. Just like everybody else on here, I go through stuff. I went through a lot, but I have a really high desire to perform at the highest level. And so, having the opportunity to come on here and to talk college football with you, Anwar, somebody who I really respect in the game, I appreciate that. And thanks to everybody inside the comment box for the comments. Definitely support Orange Bloods. Give them a like, give them a subscribe, and we'll catch you soon back at Bama Football on YouTube.
Now, and by the way, before you go, Kyle, let me just say this, and I'm not going to spill anything, and we only got about 2 minutes left. But
right.
The reason why I want you guys to support him is that Kyle was affiliated with the big names at one point. That thing kind of fell apart, and Kyle has been able to build himself back up, build his brand, and so for all you guys who ever have been kind of at a place where you just don't know what you're going to do and how life is going to go for you. And then you come out on the other side. That's what Kyle's been able to do. And that's why I love him so much. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, the product that he had, that right on what he's built. Like, I'm like, well, we're only about 80,000 short. I'm like, golly, we haven't hit 18. He like, well, we just hit 100. I'm like, okay, well, sorry, we need you to win. Seriously. And hopefully he does become the GOAT. So anybody, make sure y'all support his channel.
Appreciate that.
You got some stuff you got going today, Kyle? You got some more discussions?
Man, we're cooking, back at Bama Football on YouTube. And just like Tom G is saying inside the comment box, Publix is expensive. You can't walk out of there with spending like $40. So you got to be sparingly. However, on Wednesday is the coupon time. So last night things were popping as I went in. Today, what we are tracking is kind of transfer portal movement. You have some big visitors come in into Tuscaloosa to visit with Coach KD. So we got you covered at Bama Football on YouTube all day, streaming, different guests coming in. And I'm excited to be here, excited to perform at this level. Yeah, I do got a little dog in me, not afraid to work. So we'll catch you soon back at Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate it, Anwar. Thank you very much, man.
All right. Thank you, Kyle Henderson. You guys go support my man, my main man, my brother from another, Kyle Henderson, for a few things.
Yo, fam, what's up? Kyle from Bama Football on YouTube. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview, and thanks for checking it out. So just in, look, I'm going to report the news as it comes in. Look, you might not like the way that the news is coming in. You might not look what you're reading, but my responsibility is to bring the news to you guys. Okay, so just off the break, I went downstairs and had like I had like half a salad with turkey, and I have a Red Bull, and I got some tea, and I'm feeling good. I'm going to have Coach Sean come in at 2:30 because I got my little girl that gets home at 2:45. It's really important for me to be here for her, available to her and my kids. So just as in the morning when I had to take my son to football practice, they are my priority, right? And I appreciate you guys because you guys are parents as well. All right. So this just in from Hank South. Hank South used to work, I think he worked for Bama Online before he went over to, I think he might still be with 24/7. Anyways, he's from the state of Texas, does a really great job. And they have a crystal ball forecasting Amari Black going to Texas. This is really not a surprise by any means. I mean, you just saw the interview with Anwar, and I was already talking about this. I mean, we knew this was going to potentially happen. And I'm not really surprised to see it. I think one of the showcases, like after one of the games, is like Amari was like flashing his watch. And these guys want to get paid. That's how it is. And we wish him the best. And I think considering with Texas should be fired up about this. He's not as good as your last tight end by any stretch, but he's good. And I think if he would have got the ball more, they try to get creative with him a little bit. He's pretty good, but Isaiah Bond is definitely the better of the two, 100%. And I know they're different positions, but if I had to rank players going from Alabama to Texas, I would rank them like this: Isaiah Bond. I guess I would list Amari Black, and then I would list Kendrick Blackshire. So 3 to Texas and 5 to Florida State, right? So Roydell Williams, Earl Little Jr., T. Ferg, Malik Benson, and Sean Murphy. That's 8 guys. 5 going to Florida State, 3 going to Texas. I almost got transfer portaled out of this internet. Looks like, is the connection okay? Looks like I'm getting like a Wi-Fi signal. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at right now. Tracking it all right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys staying with us. Let's get that other graphic up where we had a Jameer Grimsley, I think is up on the board if we can. I don't know if that's a graphic tee back in the... Oh, I'm lagging? Huh. It looks like I should be good right now. Am I good? All right. What corner just hit the portal? Jameer Grimsley. So if you're just joining us, I should be good now. Bassmaster, the internet's probably like, what is going on? This dude's streaming. But Grimsley is just hit the portal. So, yeah. I think I was laggy for just a minute, right? And if you freeze, and this is some other news that we have, is that Amari Black is forecasted to Texas. So if you freeze like online, you never want to freeze and like you just like, because there could be different positions that you freeze at, right? Like the other day, someone froze, but it was like a good freeze. Ty, I know. I didn't know Ty was such a lady. There's a lot of women who like Ty. Good for him. Like it, man. I think he's off the market though. All right, so tracking the headlines as they happen right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And up top, like the highlighted is basically kind of like the most impactful piece of news that we are tracking. And it's Jameer Grimsley hitting the transfer portal. I think we got a couple super chats to run through, so I'm going to get those, and then I'm going to get to my calls. And then at 2:30, I got Coach Sean coming in. So I think we start with Kiltack. Alabama is big moments and excitement. Some of the best moments in college football have happened in Alabama. Good or bad, Alabama was there. This feels like one of those moments. Greatness could be around the corner. I like the positivity and love the super chat. Thank you very much, Kiltack. Kiltack has been with us for a while. And then we have Bald No Cap. What's up? $9.99. What do you think Nick Saban's reaction is right now, seeing all this hard work drift slowly away? He stacked the roster, I believe, to minimize the damage when in transition will happen. Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I would love to do an interview with Coach Saban now, ESPN, right? Do an interview like that would be the interview worth watching. Like clearly the exit, the retirement, but like right now, how about this? Coach Saban explains the impact of the transfer window post-retirement. Be like, look at the roster that I built up and look at it now. Well, why do you think that is, Coach? And then he could explain exactly from his standpoint what is happening. The pay for play. Hey, Coach Saban, so, you hit the, you retire a couple days after Isaiah Bond gets a Lamborghini and reportedly $700,000. What are your thoughts on that? Hey, Coach Saban, did you think that you were the only reason that Caleb Downs was at Alabama? Did you, so asking him those type of questions, that would be a hell of an interview. Eddie's saying, great show as usual, Kyle. Bama fan, be patient. It's going to get better. Roll Tide. It's going to get better for sure. There's going to be guys that continue to transfer out and we're going to recover it. and it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. And just look at those headlines that are slowly drifting away on January 17th. Tomorrow, those headlines will be gone. Caleb Downs hit the portal. Caden Proctor. Now, new headlines could emerge about where they're going. That's going to sting too, but we've all moved past it. So those guys are gone. That's it. Kill Tack with another 20 spot. Appreciate it. I think it's valid to point out that Texas had way more 5-stars than Washington, and Washington handled their business. Having great players does not help, but coaching is more important. Pete Golding cost us 3 titles. Yeah. This is a good point out. And like I was saying with Anwar, look, just because of the fact that, you have Steve Sarkisian, he hasn't beaten Coach Kalen DeBoer, and neither has Dan Lanning, right? So, neither has Lincoln Riley. So those are some pretty damn good coaches that have not been able to beat him with better talent. USC has better talent. Oregon has better talent. Texas has better talent. All those teams couldn't beat Kalen DeBoer and the talent that he had at Washington. You're coming over here, and yeah, things are leaking a little bit, but there's still a lot of guys. I'm going to pull up returning roster. T helped me put this together in the background. I want you guys to help me out. A lot of some of these guys aren't returning starters, but maybe projected starters. Like Justice Haynes, he wasn't a starter, but he's a projected starter. So I'm going to put these guys on the screen, and you guys help me fill this out. Maybe we could add a couple more guys in the secondary from our 4-2-5 graphic. But for what it's worth, let's just kind of look at where Alabama would be right now. And we could add, let me just, why don't you share this on the screen, T? And I'll ask everybody for their comments, and we'll go through it. Yeah, Bruce, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not a returning starter from last year, but we know he's going to be a starter. So here it is. Let's go full screen, and then I'm going to take calls up to that 2:30 point. So if we go full screen on this, clearly you got Jalen Milroe coming back. You got Jam Miller. You got Justice Haynes, Jalen Hell, who was a freshman this last year, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, C.J. Dupree, Tyler Booker, Jaden Roberts. Defense, you have Jaheim Otis, Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell. Nope, Jalen Key, he left, so take him off. Devontae Smith and Malachi Moore. So we don't know who the tackles are going to be at this point. Maybe Elijah Pritchett. So we'll take off that before we go. So take off Jalen Key. That's the first one that stands out. I like it. I don't know, OG, who will be the tackles. I would think right now maybe Elijah Pritchett and maybe Nyquil Bentrade, the transfer in. But he's going to have to battle with Wilcom Formby, Olis, and Lean. Maybe we could add James Brockemeyer as a center. Coach Smook is saying Tim Keenan. Tony Mitchell, I think he's going to be a starter. So, Coach Smook, why don't you go through that list in the back with T and kind of organize that. Caleb, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Kyle, how about we don't look at the lineup until the portal ends? Yeah, seriously. I like it. Not a bad idea. Kyle, we have to support the NIL collective or we're screwed. I don't know. Like, look, I think I'm also about supporting Yay Alabama, but is that really the only way? Like, shaking down fans for money to support this? What about the massive TV contracts that Alabama gets? I mean, Alabama football, they had $58 million in revenue? Where's all that going? Do they really? I mean, their staff, they have a support staff of honestly, probably 300 different people. So, I think are the fans now in charge of it? I mean, the university, where's all that? The 58 million, the TV contracts are gigantic. I think the fans can help out a bunch, but I mean, I don't know. The fans responsible now for what are the Green Bay Packers? All right, so. I'll take a couple calls up till 2:30, and then I'll switch over to Coach Sean, but we got a 919. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, what's going on, man? This is Mike Machado. I'm a recent subscriber to your show, man. Congratulations. I'm a member of the War Chant, so I'm a Florida State Seminole, man.
Yeah, I
Just
appreciate
calling
it.
in to see what's up. Trying to check in on you guys, man. Make sure ain't nobody do a well-being check on you fellas, man. Make sure everybody's all right.
What city you calling in from? I like to get it organized.
I'm calling from Raleigh.
Okay.
Raleigh area.
All
Raleigh,
right.
North Carolina.
Well,
So I'm a plant up this one.
Well, first of all, I have to
But,
say, Mike, first of all, thank you for calling in to check on Alabama fans. But I have to say, before we really dive into it, just for some dialogue, I was saying earlier on War Chant, and if you can go back on War Chant and post a message to Gene. I actually just sent a Christmas card to Gene, and he sent one back to me. And I do handwritten Christmas cards. So if you get a Christmas card from me, I'm going into it. And he wrote a handwritten Christmas card to me. Gene is the GOAT. I learned so much from him, throughout my career, and what he's done with War Chant. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the amazing thing is, I know you're checking on Alabama fans, but from Florida State's perspective, that program went through so many hard times in the last 5 years. I mean, Mike Norvell has really done a great job rebuilding it, but how are Florida State fans seeing kind of what's going on at Alabama? Are they dancing in the streets? Are they saying karma because of the playoffs? Playoffs. What are you thinking, Mike?
Well, I've been watching Florida State since the 80s, man. I grew up down there in Quincy, and I'm telling you right now, man, it's a glorious day. Oh, it's a glorious day in Tallahassee. I can tell you that right now. You boys up there in Bama, you'll be all right, but y'all about to find out exactly what's about to go down up in Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
I had a couple of points I did want to talk about, but just to reiterate, you Bama fans, y'all in for all you fans that probably about 25 to 33, you jokers in for a rude awakening, man. It's going to be some dark days down there for a bit until y'all get you a real coach, because that DeBoer, he's from the West Coast, man. He might as well go ahead. I figured the reason why he wasn't calling you daggone your players was because he was up there in Whole Food stores looking for recruits, man. Because out there in the West Coast, man, that's how they roll, man.
Yeah.
They
don't even have a whole they don't have a Whole Foods in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, you got to go to
man, he's rolling through Starbucks, man, handing out cards, asking anybody want to play football right now, man. But look, what I wanted to really say is I called in to say, make a couple of points, man. I remember when Alabama, I was a kid when Bear Bryant, stepped down. So I don't really remember that, but I do remember, them kind of going after Bobby Bowden, and Bobby Bowden turned him down. Actually, Bobby Bowden was going to take that job had they given it to him, but he was up there for an interview, which he got offended by. And then you had your other, I forgot the name, the escapes me, the name escapes me, in '92 when y'all won the national title against Miami.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that part because I hated Miami. I was just glad you guys were able to whoop them. But after that, man, there were some dark days, man. I remember when Alabama wasn't even something anybody even really thought about outside of Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nick Saban went there. One of the things that I see that's looking outside in, okay, is that y'all don't have a lot of homegrown talent. You do, but it's not like Florida, Texas, Louisiana. So when you have players that are going there for Nick Saban, man, once Nick Saban, it's almost like, if you go through a divorce and you move to a city just for your wife, she divorces you, ain't nothing there to keep you there.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have people like Florida State, Miami, even Georgia to a point, not really, but, Michigan, USC, you got players there in a home base of talent that grew up as fans. Now, you put Nick Saban up against that, and obviously Nick Saban's going to win, and he did for 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
He came in when Bobby Bowden was kind of digressing, and he took advantage of that and really got some talent out of the state of Florida that normally would have went to Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the time Florida State got its bearings, here y'all go winning 3 national titles and off to the races, you know. So now you're going to come back down to earth. You're going to see this Florida State is going to be someone who y'all are going to have to compete with every year now with recruits. And if we ever go to the SEC, which I don't know if we will, but if we do, man, we're going to run that thing. We're going to run the SEC. We're an SEC team outside of the SEC. I mean, back through the 90s and early 2000s, we were SEC champ every year just about, you know, but you just wait. You Bama fans, y'all wait. I'm talking to the Bama fans now. You guys just wait. Y'all going to see, man, there's going to be a lot of headaches, a lot of stress, a lot of broken TVs, but, you know, just put that on your wish list for come Christmas time, and Santa may give it to you. But there's going to be a lot of 4-loss, 3-loss seasons, man. A wish you could have had type season, but you get right. Y'all be all right. Y'all come around.
Hey, Mike, I appreciate the call, man. And Mike from Riley, Florida State fan. 2 things. I have to ask you 2 questions before I get to my next caller. Cool? Number one, so Mike Norvell finishes the season 13-0, right? And after the season, he said, why even play the games? And to be honest, he seemed pretty whiny. And I felt it was a bad approach. And then you see the fall off after. Do you guys still consider him, you know, kind of like alpha type personality, or did you feel that was kind of beta with how he handled with his whiny attitude?
Well, we kind of look at it the same way when Nick Saban had a little whiny attitude when he complained about, the portal. You know, either you're going to be the man and step up and be the man, or when going gets tough and the competition gets a little bit stiff, you're going to hightail it out of there, tuck your tail between your legs and cover your testicles and then run outside of town. You know, I mean, it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? It looks to me like he's just tired. Once the competition got up there, he's like, I just don't want to play no more. Let me take my ball and go home is what it sounds like to me. Now, I don't know. I'm not up there. I'm not in his office, but it sounds to me like old Nick Saban didn't want to compete when it's on a fair level, when the money gets talking. You know, but I don't know. I'm just old poor boy from Quincy, Florida, don't know nothing. You know, I'm sure a lot of your callers are going to say that. I will say this. Mike Norvell had an absolute right complaint. You guys lost twice. Y'all had 2 losses, okay? Once in the playoffs, which y'all weren't even competitive really, and then once to a defeated twice Texas team. Now, we went through a weak ACC schedule and won without our quarterback, okay? If that was the case, if we didn't have a gripe, if we didn't have a legit gripe, then we wouldn't even be talking about Tom Brady right now if that was the case. You know, let's just pack up everything and vote for the freaking championships prior to the schedule. And another thing you got to understand, too, the only conference that has a winning record against that mighty SEC is the ACC in championships games. We're 3-2, baby. Y'all can't take that from us. We're 3-2 in championship games in the last 10 years against the mighty SEC. Okay, 1 come from Florida State, 2 came from Clemson, and I'll tell you, over the last couple of and this past season, we were 6-4 against y'all anyway. You know, outside of Alabama and Georgia, who do y'all got? Missouri, Tennessee. Philip Fulmer ain't coaching that team anymore. You know, last time I heard anything from Missouri, they showed me state. They ain't showed me nothing yet. Them boys suck. I mean, Alabama's going to be lucky to win a 3-point game against Vanderbilt after Florida State's done route robbing their roster and snatching everything that we can get. It's like the buffet, man. We coming through picking everything. I heard there was 2 things that I heard over the past couple of days. One, which I don't know if I believe it or not, but I'm still got my guys checking in down there in Tallahassee, that your boy Big Al was even down there looking to transfer daggone schools, man. Like, what's going on that, man? Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Your boy Big Al's down there trying to get to Tallahassee. We ain't got no room for that. We stocked already. We got us a good Chief Osceola, man. He liable to scalp that son of a gun and put him on a pig roast, man. We don't know what we might do with that fat son of a gun. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, Man, you boys take it easy.
Mike,
you know, roll Tribe. I'm sorry.
I have one
No
more. I have
Tide, I'm
one more
sorry.
question for you before you leave, man. First of all, I appreciate you
Yes,
calling
sir.
in and coming just to talk college football because it's fun to talk about college football. But I just want to ask you, like,
oh yeah, baby, I love it.
You know, I just want to ask, like, so you go 13-0. Like, what were your feeling when you watched Georgia win 60-3?
I was to the point like y'all, like them Bama fans feeling right now, gut punch, just like absolute misery. Like there was no soul left in my heart, baby. There was nothing there left that I can look forward to. There was no hope, no nothing. And all of a sudden, the unconquered spirit rose up, and we looked up and we said, "Baby, who's this? What's this? We got another fire up there, and it looks like it's coming from Tuscaloosa. Them boys are hurting now, so we're not even thinking about that, man, because we didn't play with but half our team. But here's the deal: that was one game we had to play with half our team. Y'all got to play a whole season with half your team. So that's what y'all got to look for: a bunch of daggone 60-0 ass whoopers coming y'all's way, baby. Oh yeah, it's coming, and it's coming hard. And all you Bama fans, you Roll Tide Willie, all you boys, y'all gonna see what it's about now. Welcome to college football 2024.
Mike, I appreciate you calling in, man. Have a good rest of your day. That was awesome, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Florida State fans. That's the craziest thing is they like see that gives you an idea. Like people are literally dancing in the streets about everything with Alabama, right? Like because Alabama has lived in everybody's heads, right? Like they are the quintessential program and they are so scarred from not making the playoffs, right? And Mike Norvell, 1,000,000% handled it terribly, you know, at the back end of the season. So, I mean, that was bad. And that led to that 63-3 win. So that wasn't it. Plus the ACC is just terrible. Yeah. Mental health issues. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys calling in the show, wherever you're calling from. And the calling line number is 205-850-1994. That was Mike and Riley and Jameer Grimsley. If you just saw, where's that graphic? Let's have a better look at this one. These are returning starters. Let's see if we can minimize and go full screen and take this off. All right, T, let's see what we cooked up here. All right, so we got on the offensive side of the ball, you got Jalen Milroe, James Brockemeyer, Jam Miller, Justice Haynes, Jalen Hell, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, CJ Dupree, Tyler Booker, and Jaden Roberts. Okay. Yeah, on this graphic, I want to just organize it based off like by position. So put the linemen together, running backs together, etc. I think that, you know, that I like that. Okay. And then on the defensive side, Jaheim Otis, Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, Q Rob, at linebackers, kind of like an edge in this new defense. Smitty, Malachi Moore, Tim Keenan. I think he could I would say Damani Jackson on here too. That would probably be another one. Call line number is the call line number is like popping. Okay, so like if you hit, so a couple of things. If you call in and the line is busy, that means that the call in line is full, the call queue, and I pay for every single line. That's why I like end the line when I'm not on because I pay per minute. And it adds up. I mean, it's more expensive than you think. So that's why I'm trying to get like some sponsors to come in to cover the cost of the call-in show. So if you're out there and you want to be a sponsor of the call-in show, I would love that. Basically, it would work like this. Like, you call in and I'd be like, you know, this is Kyle Henderson. You're on the line with, you know, the Subway line or whatever, and I'll take your call from there. So, you know, I say that a million times. I would say your sponsor name. So Bama Football on YouTube. And there's a lot of people that have actually reached out. We're in the process to reach back out to those people to talk about different sponsorships. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being here and coming on to the show to talk Alabama football with me. But I'll leave that email up for just a minute. I think I'm going to I have Coach Sean coming in just a few minutes, so I won't be able to take the calls right now. But you guys just call back, and I'll get you through the next round that I'm on. I'm gonna have Coach Sean come on, get my little girl situated, and then pop on for the afternoon show. So that's kind of where we're at right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So if I didn't get you right now, don't hold offense, but call time and I will get you guys going. All right, yeah, and I've just received a letter from the Attorney General, right, from Florida. That was funny. I just can't imagine how it was to watch that game, 60-6, and see so many people want Alabama to fail. So many people want to see Alabama, the downfall continue to happen at Alabama. I just think, with the guys that you have on the roster, just even right here, I mean, this isn't a full, scaled out roster. I mean, there's a lot of guys that we haven't even added to this list. I didn't see this. What did Jameer Grimsley said? That's how you know it's tampering. He said LSU in Florida, he's not taking any visits, just going to announce. Yeah, I didn't even see if there was an article on Grimsley or whatever, but when I take this next break, I'll definitely dive into it and look at it. Yeah, Grimsley's out, and that's it. We continue to focus on the news as it happens, but also talking about, kind of news and notes and everybody, that's coming in. Can I get this updated graphic too? Is the Devontae Smith, because he did hint at good news, and I think what pissed off people was that the first piece of news to come in was another transfer, which was Grimsley, but I don't think that was associated. So what I'm thinking is that it probably has to do with something that is going to take place this weekend with Noah Carter coming in, Ryan Williams taking his official visit, Jabbar Muhammad coming in, and then Parker Brailsford, he is the center. So Parker Brailsford was a center at Washington this past season, and then behind him was actually Landon Hatchett, who also entered the transfer portal. So those are the two guys, and I think we got Coach Sean. Give me a thumbs up, man. You ready, Coach Sean? All right, Coach Sean. 1 second, Coach. Coach Sean, what's up, man?
What's up, Kyle? How are you, man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing to kind of because when I take my breaks, I like to go and, whether I'm not eating or whatever, is kind of check the pulse of different fan bases. And I think you got a really good taste of it from Mike and Riley calling in about Florida State. People feel like this is a L, this is a W for their program and a huge L for Alabama. And they continue to, feel that way. And I think that we have to we've known this as people that follow Alabama or Alabama football fans or whatever it is. People couldn't stand to not have Nick Saban in, because Nick Saban was clearly the GOAT, could outcoach you, could out scheme you, still get into the playoffs. And I mean, it's amazing to kind of hear the viewpoints and how happy people are. I mean, somebody on the Georgia site, I think I said this yesterday, on their message board, every message board is all Alabama. That's it.
Yeah.
And somebody said it's like watching the Soviet Union fall. So they're so happy with what is happening, but they can't predict, where this team is going to go. And they're still probably curious to, if they have Alabama on their schedule. I mean, Georgia does. I mean, that the roster that I just showed, yeah, you're taking some hits in the DB room, but there's still guys that are coming back. But I know you were talking. Let's talk about Grimsley. And look, you can't sugarcoat this. This sucks. You were talking about him yesterday. Are you surprised to see that he hit the portal?
Yes, extremely surprised. I was just talking about Jameer Grimsley yesterday and how much of a great player this young man was. I watched his highlight tape again. Extremely talented young man on both sides of the ball. So to see this young man transfer, man, is very painful. Very, very painful. This kid was going to play. But again, this should show people that it's really not about playing. It's just about what these guys are being offered by other institutions. These kids are not transferring because they're way down the depth chart or they don't see playing time in their immediate future. They're transferring because they're getting enticed by other programs to leave Alabama. and it's no way around it, right? So yeah, that was very, very painful for me to see that young man transfer. Very bright future ahead, and just one more player gone.
So it looks like Hayes, who's been crushing it, of course, during this time. If it's not, if we're not going to him, we're going to Matt Zenitz with the screenshots. And of course, you guys follow those guys on social media. I mean, everybody inside the comment box pretty much already does. But there's an article right now that you could read a little bit more insight into Jameer Grimsley. And Hayes just tweeted out this. I'm going to bring it out to my screen. And he is saying, let's see what he said, Coach. Give me 1 second. All right. So this is just in. Let me see if I can get my screen posted. And I'm just seeing this too. So Hayes Fawcett is saying, spoke with former Alabama corner Jameer Grimsley, and he said Florida and LSU are the schools that stand out to him. The 6'3", 187-pound corner also said he's most likely not going to take any visits, just announce a commitment.
Of course. Of course. So, man, we just living in a very, very, very different time. We're recruiting very, very different time with the young athletes. And it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate that Alabama's roster is being used as a pig farm. It's unfortunate that Alabama can't go raid somebody else's roster other than Washington's. And everybody's cherry picking Alabama, all the players. So you got to give a big shout out to the players that stay in, because there are bags being offered.
And while we think there could be like a stoppage to this, the thing about it is the fact that, I mean, the offers are going to come in and continue to come in until what is it, February 10th to when this stops?
Yes.
So, I mean, all these guys, Alabama is just a sitting duck.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man, because, I see some of the fans. I missed the caller, Nov J. I missed the caller. Had some stuff going on with my daughter. She's trying to do e-learning, and I was helping her out. But yeah, man, it's Bama has cash, right? Bama has NIL opportunities, but some of the numbers that I heard these schools are offering, man, it's unbelievable. Like when I say unbelievable, I mean really unbelievable that a school is paying players this much money to come take part with them. And the thing about it is when you pay these young men to come in, who's to say how that's going to work with the players that's already on the roster? Who's to say? It may go over well, it may not. So, you laugh now, but this could easily be your roster next. Just like Kyle was saying earlier, this could easily be your roster next. Don't laugh too loud. So we'll see what happens in the future.
I mean, and you kind of looked at numbers on the roster. I mean, or on the depth chart. I mean, someone was saying that there's 76 players. I mean, that's definitely going to impact. With that said, Alabama can go back into the roster, but you're going to see a lot different things taking place during the fourth quarter program, going into spring football. I mean, spring football is probably not even going to tell us that much.
Right. It's probably not, especially in the secondary. This would definitely be, and I'm just going by what's on the roster right now, this would definitely be the youngest secondary that we've ever had in recent memory. If we don't, if we don't accept any more incoming guys, I'm hoping. I was talking with Ty and the guys earlier through text, and so we're hoping to get some guys come in to help out in the secondary. I'm not sure though, Kyle. It's going to be sort of, we're going to be young. Even if we do get some help from some transfers, the depth is going to be extremely young. So, there's going to be a young team in the secondary. It just is what it is. No way around it at this point.
I'm going to show another graphic. Don't let it freak you out, but we got to put it in context.
Yeah.
Here is Jameer Grimsley. Let me make sure I'm spelling it right. Kind of what Alabama's secondary, all the guys that are leaving, following, the news that Coach Saban retires. Coach, you think it's all I mean, it's pretty much just all money. I mean, do you think any of it is tied to like T-Rob? I mean, what is the percentages is tied to T-Rob, and what is the percentages tied to money?
Man, the percentages is definitely tied to money, and it's tied to assistant coaches too. I will admit, assistant coaches right now are sort of the saving grace to a lot of these kids. Assistant coaches and coaches that they know, coaches that sat on their couch, coaches that have talked with the parents is sort of the saving grace. But when you got a kid who started, who is an all-American type kid, and he's even transferring, it's definitely a little more to it, right? And I just don't see how college football can sustain. I don't see how college football can sustain giving these type of monies to anybody. I get it if you're making money off the young man through a business and the university or whoever is benefiting as well. Both parties is benefiting, but just handing out bags of cash to leave the university, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all, and it sort of ruins whatever kind of traction you're trying to build, any kind of trust or motivation. Or once money come into play, there is no loyalty.
Mhm.
All they see is the dollar signs, and that's just what we're going through right now.
We got a new fan funder that is Big Null out of Chicago. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for supporting
Shout
the
out
channel.
Big
If you want
Null.
to support the channel, hit the hyperlink above the screen. As low as $2.99 per month to support the YouTube channel. There's a ticker at the bottom that says it. So it's the hyperlink above the top. It helps me keep the coaches fed as well as Ty and support the business of Bama Football on YouTube. Completely gutted. But here are the guys that are coming back. And of course, maybe you have a chance to add Jabbar Muhammad this weekend coming back. Amy is saying Jabbar Muhammad to Texas. That could very well be the case. But, Coach, as I take a quick break, here are the guys that you're working with in terms of secondary. And, of course, you have T in the back as your producer. So if there's any graphic that you want her to add on, just, give her the heads up, and she got you covered.
Got you covered, man. I appreciate it. So, yeah, guys, we going through it at the moment. It can't even be described as NIL. This is not NIL at all. What's up, Jane Richardson? How you doing, man? What's up to all the Michigan and Texas fans, all the Bama fans? What better roster to pick than Bama's roster, right? What better roster to pick? That's why I got to give big shouts out to Xavier Mincy. You know what I mean? Marcus McCant said it best. Give that man some love on social media. Xavier Mincy. It may be spelled. He may call himself Zay Mincy, but his name is Xavier Mincy. Give some love to him. That young man said, "I'm locked in." He's young. The kid could have went anywhere in the country, and he picked Alabama, and he said, "I'm going to stay here." George Johnson, what's up with you, brother? Give some love to Xavier Brown. That's one of my guys that I figure is going to play early anyway. Xavier comes from Mater Dei, same high school as Bryce Young. They run a very, very similar scheme that we run here at Bama. 3-4 with principles, the coverage, inside leverages, outside playing inside. They run a very similar scheme that we run here at Bama. That kid is going to play Drake Kirkpatrick Jr. Legacy, right? All these kids, you got to give them love. Red Morgan, right? Redarius Morgan, Peyton Woodyard, great family coming all the way from California. Him and Zabian, you got to give these kids their love. Go on social media, find these kids' name, and leave them a message and tell them you appreciate it, because these kids didn't have to stay either. They're fresh, they're young, they're in the 2024 class. These kids could have went anywhere they want. Even now, people are trying to entice them to leave the roster. Carson Tinker says, "Coach, you like the 4.25?" You know what, Chris Tinker? I'm not a big fan of 4.25 being base, but if you have to go 4.25 due to down and distance, as far as third and 4, and you want to run a 4.25 just for down and distance defense, that's fine with me. But as far as base, nah, I don't like the 4.25 at all, because to me, the 4.25 limits your pass rushers. To me, now there's a way to scheme them open, but I much rather have a 3-4 with the jack over on the side. That way he can put his hand in dirt or stand up, depending on down the distance. And I'm just not a 4.25 guy, right? I like multiples better. I like shifting back and forth between the nickel and 3-4. You know what I'm saying? Sort of what Bama does. We've lined up in the 4-2-5 several times, depending on down and distance. Every team has multiple defensive formations for down and distance, but the 4-2-5 being a base defense, nah, I'm not too much of a bigger fan of that at all. You better have some very good pass rushers with their hand in the dirt if you run in 4-2-5. Some guys that are used to putting their hand in the dirt, rushing the passer from that situation. I personally think Will Anderson was more effective with his hand in the dirt. He's one of the few, as you see in the NFL right now, even though he's not the ideal size of a defensive end, right? He is the ideal size of an outside linebacker. So I'm not a real big fan of the 4-2-5, right? But who knows if that's got something to do with it or not. I know Keon Keeley, when he was being recruited by Ohio State, that's the reason why his family said he didn't commit to Ohio State. And Coach Johnson, a very, very, very high esteemed Larry Johnson, he didn't want to put his hand in the dirt. He wanted to stand up and rush off the edge and become a true edge, not a defensive end. I tell people all the time, it's easier to go to the NFL if you're a guy that's standing up and learning to put your hand in the dirt than it is to put your hand in the dirt and learn to stand up. It's much, much easier to stand. If you can stand and rush the passer, you can definitely put your hand in the dirt rushing the passer. But that's not to say if you put your hand in the dirt rushing the passer that you can stand and rushing the passer. I know that's kind of confusing. You know what I'm saying? It's easier to convert from outside linebacker to DN than it is DN to outside linebacker. That's a whole fact. Sort of like safety and corner. If you can play corner, you can play safety, right? That's a whole fact. But if you can play safety, does not mean you can play cornerback. Totally different deal. Flipping your hips, things of that nature, being on an island in coverage alone. Most safeties, what an average safety can't play corner effectively, right? That's why they play in safety. Very guys, Eddie Jackson that played at Bama years ago. Eddie Jackson, great cover guy, but his hips was extremely stiff. Coming out of his break, coming out of his back pedal, very, very stiff hipped, right? Had great ball instincts, great ball skills, but very, very stiff hipped in coverage. So they put him at safety. The man excelled, took off, right? So it's to be expected. That shocked me about Jameer. Very, very, very hurtful because we just talked about this guy yesterday in length. And to have this kid transfer is wow, but shouldn't nothing shock us at this point. Shouldn't nothing shock us at all at this point. The returning defensive backs, Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore, Bray Hubbard, who's an awesome athlete himself in his own right. Jaleel Hurley, who I applaud, kid from Florence, Alabama, kid that's probably going to be on the field as soon as we get back. Tony Mitchell, so it is. Thin Pie of Savage says, facts, Sean. I played lockdown corner when I played, and safety comes easy. Facts. That's a whole fact. If you play cornerback, you can definitely play safety, but not the other way around. A lot of safeties cannot cover deep in man-to-man coverage. That's why they play safety. So yeah, we're gonna be young, guys. We're gonna be exceptionally young. Even if we have some guys to come in from Washington or some transfer guys to come in from Washington that's got Bama on the radar, the Muhammad kid, our depth is still going to be young. Now, kids like Xavier Brown and like Xavier Mincy, Peyton Woodard, Reed Morgan, Jalen Mbakwe, Drake Kirkpatrick, and Zay, as I said, Zay, these kids are exceptionally talented, right? These kids are exceptionally talented. The kid like Xavier Brown played that type of corner in this type of defense, right? Same with Peyton Woodard, played on the hash safety in a very, very complicated defense at Don Bosco. So those kids are going to come in ready. Kids like Jalen Mbakwe, one of the most elite athletes that you will ever find. His high school played him all over the place. I think most recently at quarterback. So it may take a few weeks to get him where he needs to be, as far as being effective playing cornerback in college and at the college level. Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., we all know the legacy and the bloodlines of that young man. Kid who's underrated. I feel like Drake Kirkpatrick, that kid can play corner or safety. Kid has great ball instincts, as we all saw in the All-Star game. Kid that's not afraid to come up and belt you. And Zay Mincy, Zay is an absolute beast athlete, a kid that I think will play early as well in some fashion, right? Red Morgan, another kid that's outstanding, very physical kid too. Red Morgan might be one of the most physical young corners I've ever seen. You know what I mean? That may put him in safety. I'm not sure yet because he will come up and smack you, man. That's a whole fact. That kid is talented, and all these young men have a chance to play. I'm really excited about Bray Hubbard. This kid is a hell of an athlete, man. You know, this kid was young, came in, got some weight put on him, and I think he's ready to go. Him along with Devontae Smith and Tony Mitchell, a kid who had his issues off the field, got that corrected, you know, became a man and understood that, you know, playing football at Alabama is not your right. It's a privilege. And understand it could be taken from you at any moment. And so you got to give these kids respect. Jaleel Hurley, as I said, a straight dog at corner, a bigger kid, taller kid. So we got talent. They're just young talent, guys. We're going to have some growing pains. Mark McMillan became a YouTube member. Shout out to Mark McClellan. I'm sorry. Shout out to you, Mark. We appreciate you more than you know, man. Thank you. Um, so it's going to be a transition, guys. It's going to be a transition. The thing that rub everybody the wrong way, to rub me the wrong way, is audacity of some of these rosters, man. The audacity of Coach Saban being who he is. And it's just like guards guarding a castle. As soon as the guards leave, that's when we're gonna raid the castle. It's like now that Coach Saban is gone, now we're gonna openly raid their roster. I mean, it's you know, you talk bad about Bama, these coaches, they talk bad about Bama, Florida State fans, but you love taking our players. You love invading our roster. So you love us. You love us. We know it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a really bad time in football right now, guys. It really is. Um, you know, it's sort of a scary time to me because when you have this amount of money that's being offered to young men, man, it's dangerous, man. It's exceptionally dangerous for the future, not necessarily for the kids that have already did what they did, but the kids behind them. You don't think the kids in high school are looking at these bags? You don't think the kids that were these kids' former teammates are looking at these bags like, you know what I mean? So I think a precedence needs to be set, man. It's crazy. You know, the shadow of Coach Saban has left us as far as being our head coach, and everybody's coming trying to steal our sheep. Everybody. It's ridiculous, right? So when you look at these kids, Damani Jackson is in the transfer. See, I didn't even know that. I couldn't see it because of the message. This kid just got to Alabama. And it makes you wonder, guys, is it something else going on? Is it something else? Is it just about money? Is it about enticements? Have coaches been in contact with these kids' parents? Have coaches been in contact with the players, agents? Damani just set foot at Alabama 10 seconds ago. And now you're leaving? Man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You know what I mean? I just wish this stuff was over, right? I cannot wait till this portal closes because right now it's a free for all against Alabama. The only objective we have and the only fight we can put up is Washington. We have to raid their roster, unfortunately, or try to get some of their kids to come to Alabama, unfortunately. So it's crazy. It's I don't even know what to say at this point. You know, it is what it is. This is probably what it's going to be. Yeah, Obi-Wan, Jeffrey, they will let him transfer, being that the coach leave. When the coach leaves, you can't leave. That's the rule. You know, if the coach leaves, they will allow the kid to transfer again. That's just the rule that the NCAA made to curtail to the young men, and that's what it is, guys. Chris G, all these players are one injury away from ending their careers. They deserve to get whatever amount of money they can. However, there needs to be some type of regulations put on it. I agree, Chris. I agree. I've been on record saying that I'm not against NIL the way it's supposed to be, right? I'm not against that, but I am against pay for play. There is a difference, believe it or not. Well, let me take that back. There's supposed to be a difference. NIL, guys, is supposed to be through whatever dignities that you commit to. If, for example, if I committed to Alabama, they come to me, Coach Sean, you can make money off your name. We'll put your name on jerseys and sell them in our bookstore. You can make money off of that. Milo's Tea would like to sign you. They want to give you 20% of whatever they make. Every projection, every quarter. Cash App would love to sign you through the University of Alabama, meaning I'll have my Bama jersey on in all the commercials, meaning I promote the university as well as promoting myself, right? That's how it's supposed to be done. That way the university wins and the players win. It's not supposed to be I'll give you a bag of money to come play for me and forget whoever you play for in the beginning. That's pay for play. That's specifically what Coach Saban spoke against, and that's what's happening. Now, he called Texas A&M out for it a year ago, right? And everybody lost their you-know-what. But it's the truth, man. You giving these kids a gang of money to come play for you. It's no guarantee these kids love you like that. It's no guarantee these kids have any respect for you outside of the dollar. You see what happened to those guys. They had too much talent. Dudes was getting into it in the locker room. People got jealous of one another. Kids was going haywire, had all type of off the field issues. So once you get a collection of kids that don't really love the university, they're there just for monetary purposes, hey man, everything goes at that point, right? Everything goes. So it's crazy right now, guys. It really is. Chai Champions Against the World says Bama been playing. Let me see what you say, Champions. Let me catch that. It's going a little fast. Let me see what you said. It says Bama been paying players for 15 years. Come on. Well, Champions, respectfully to you, no, Bama has not been playing players for 15 years. People say that because they can't understand why kids would want to come to Tuscaloosa instead of go to Miami, why kids want to come to Tuscaloosa instead of go to Ann Arbor. Because three letters, NFL. I said earlier, Coach Saban had more first-round draft picks than he does losses, man. Bama sells itself. Everybody knows that. Any GM that you can talk to in the NFL, any GM, shout out to the homie Chris Gear, Miami Dolphins, any GM will tell you we go to Alabama's practices because that is the closest thing in college football to the National Football League. Everything from structure to how they dress, to how they talk, to media tips, to the actual player himself. It's no secret what school had the most Pro Bowlers for the fourth year in a row. It's no secret what school have constant all pros. It's no secret what school has the most active players on NFL rosters today, and it's not even close. It's no secret, champion, and that's the University of Alabama. That school sells itself, brother. There is no paying. People try to put that on Derrick Henry. He bought him a car. That was Derrick Henry's sister's car. She was a nurse. People are crazy. People just make up stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to think Bama been playing people, that's fine. That's fine. It's maybe Michigan should start playing people, and y'all would have won before now. George Johnson says, Coach Sean, the money is not transferring. Okay, my bad, George. I just seen it on the screen. I knew I hadn't heard that about the money, and I hope that's the case. We need him. That kid, he's a starter. He comes from the Pac-12, but he has game experience. We need that at this point, at that position. We're extremely thin at the cornerback position, extremely thin. And some of the young kids have to come in, get in the weight room, and they're gonna have to get on the field. It's very rare that Alabama's in a position where we need a kid, right? Sure, we want all of them, but it's very rare that we need a kid. Well, I think those things are about to change for at least a year. Let's see what my guys in the chat are saying. Shout out to Danny Tate. Shout out to Lynn Shannyfelt. Shout out to all you guys, man. We appreciate you guys tapping in. Brett Leclerc says, any word on a linebacker coach? Nah, Brett, I hadn't heard anything. I just heard that Bala is actually leaving. I was hoping they would keep Bala. That young man came in and coached our linebackers as well as I've seen since Ruben and them was here. We are far from the days of Henry and using Christian in the wrong way and all the past linebackers we had that seemed to struggle in this defense, we actually had some dogs this year that played well and the scheme fit their abilities. So I was very, very high on our linebacker coach, and it kind of sucks that he's leaving. But this is what happens when new coaches come in, man. They want their own people that they know. Um, and that's what it is. Roll Tide Roll, Ryan. I appreciate you, bro. Um, see what Chuck talking about. Chuck says, Coach, if Michigan's roster becomes available, do we try and get cornerback? You better believe it. You better believe it when the portal, but that's just the thing, Chuck. The portal will have to reopen for us to have that opportunity, right? Again, it's sort of unfair because everybody can poach Alabama. We can't poach nobody but Washington at the moment. So the portal would have to reopen for us to even have that opportunity to get any more players. So, but if it does and everything stays the way it's been going, you better believe it. You better believe it. It's open season for them. Caleb Harper, what's up with you, bro? Let's see what Caleb got. Caleb said, I'm walking on at Bama next year to play DB. Put me on the board too. Hey, Caleb, at this point, brother, I would appreciate it. Come on down, man. We could use you, brother. Come on, put your name on the list, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so it's crazy right now, man. Anytime you get, and you know what's so crazy, guys? I laugh sometime at how bad college basketball is, because college basketball, man, it has had these issues for years, right? Paying for players, just all of this crazy stuff, backbiting, backdooring. Man, it's some crazy stuff that go on in Division I basketball recruiting. Like you wouldn't even believe it, man. Kids moving out of houses to move. It is extremely dirty in college basketball, and I didn't want to see that happen in college football, man. I didn't want to see that in college football, and but it looks like we're headed that way. It looks like we're headed that way, man. Let's see what Magoo said. Magoo says you can poach Washington, Arizona, Buffalo, South Alabama, and Michigan once Harbaugh goes to the NFL. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we'll be poaching Buffalo and South Alabama, right? I'm not sure how many players on those rosters would fit at Alabama, right? Maybe for depth purposes, maybe for depth, but we want the tops of the tops here. We want quality Power 5 Division I athletes here. That's the only way you're gonna be able to keep up in this conference, right? Unlike the Pac-12, to where you got maybe 2 good teams, maybe 3. The rest of your schedule you can sift through with average players. Not in this conference. You're going to play Oklahoma. You're going to play LSU. You're going to play Georgia. You're going to go on the road to LSU, on the road to Tennessee. You got on the road to Oklahoma. You got Wisconsin on the road to begin with early in the season. So, man, and then you still got to play Auburn at home. You have a lot of different schools, and it's not about this school being better than that school or that school being better than this school. It's about the grind of playing these schools one after the other. I tell people all the time, you see these schools like Ohio State, even though they had some players out, struggle with Missouri. I tell my friends who are Ohio State fans, now imagine if you was in the SEC. You see how you just played Missouri? You got Ole Miss the week after that. You got Mississippi State the week after that. You got Tennessee the week after that. You got LSU the week after that. You got Bama on the road the week after that. And if you get through all of that, you got to possibly go play one of those schools in the SEC championship, Bama or Georgia, again. That is one hell of a grind that a lot of universities don't have to go through, including Michigan, with all due respects. So, it's just different, guys. It really is. It's a different day. It's a different time. When you look at this list of returners as opposed to new DB recruits, look at that, man. We almost got just as many new recruits as we do DBs on the roster. That is crazy. That's Dustin Davis says, is Auburn getting Ryan Williams? You know what, Dustin? I could not tell you, brother. I don't have a clue. I'm so lost in the sauce when it comes to what these kids want to do, brother. I couldn't tell you, man. I thought I knew, but you just never know where these young men's mind is at, man. And I try not to bash them because we all know, if we're being real, we all know a couple of 100,000 will make you change your mind on anything as an adult, much less a 17, 18, 16, 17-year-old kid. So, man, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I hope we get the young man. I feel like he can flourish in this offense. But with everything that's going on, man, let's just say we have no clue. And we won't know until we know. And that's about the best I can give you, man. I hope that's the case, Michael Lee. Michael Lee says he's heard Ryan is recommitting back to Alabama. I don't know, man, Michael. I hope that's the case, brother. I really do. So yeah, man, and you got to remember, guys, I see a lot of fans attacking the character of these kids. Some of these kids, like Caleb Downs, I know personally has impeccable character. Kids don't even use profanity. Like, I mean, just real Christian raised kids, believe it or not, but it's hard to turn down millions. It's hard to turn down 500K. It's hard to turn down those quantities of money. You know, when you're that young, you may make the league. You should make the NFL, but who knows, man? Go ask Jake Butt from the University of Michigan, right? You know, some fans got mad at players when they sit out these bowl games, especially the ones that seem to be useless, like Papa John's and Hubba Bubba and the Jeep Monarchy Purple Tire Bowl or whatever. These bowls, all they for is just money grabs for the sponsors. They create more bowls because it's more money for the people that sponsor them. You know, you pay $1 million for a bowl, you make 15 off the bowl game. I mean, it's your classic gambling scheme that's legal, right? Jake Butt was going to be the first tight end taken the year O.J. Howard came out. Jake Butt was an awesome tight end. He didn't want to leave his team. Played in the bowl game and tore his knee up. Completely shattered his knee. Never was the same player again, ever. His football career is over. I think he's in another line of work now. So, you know, it's a lot to gain for these players, and it's a lot to lose for these players. I get it, right? They have insurance policies, right? It's, you know, on these players now. So it's a lot of things to cover these guys. Let's see, Wookie Gremlin. Wookie Gremlin, we appreciate your $2 super chat. He says it's their future, and we get the rest. I mean, at the end of the day, Wookie, you're right. It's their future. You know, we as fans, it hurts us as fans. But it's their future. It's their future and what they want to do. Their parents obviously help them with the decision. And you know, who are we, man? Who are we? Someone for okay. So, you know, I much rather focus on the kid. And you know, we keep saying that, let's focus on the kids that are here. But every time we say that, one of the kids who we thought was here leaves. We just talked about Jameer Grimsley yesterday. I was praising him up. You know, I watched his film. Kid was awesome, right? And wow, kid ended up hopping in the portal, man. So what can you say, guys? We living in a tumultuous time right now with recruiting. Shout out to Coach Smoot. What up, Coach Smoot? How you doing, bro? So it is what it is. You know, I'm ready to roll with the punches. Car Conversations. What's up with you? How you feeling? I'm ready to roll with the punches, me personally. Stuff like this, it makes me want to support the staff even more, to know they dealing with this kind of stuff, right? All I ask them to do is, because you're dealing with this kind of stuff, don't forget the kids right in your backyard who do want to come play with for you, who are not going to skip out on you. Don't allow the Georgias and the Texases and all these foreign schools to come into your backyard and entice them. Wave the carrot in front of their face. 100,000. What do you say? You know, don't allow that. Go let these kids know you care, and you give a you know what, and recruit them and offer them and do everything you can do to keep the 5-star talent that's here. Let's see. Let's see what my guy Bruce saying. Bruce always come with some good stuff. Where you at, Bruce? Bruce says, I want to see how tough these players and fans are. This year will tell it all. Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, Bruce, right? If we're being honest, Josh Pate spoke on this. You know, we have a lot of trust fund fans. And shout out to Josh Pate. That is his material, not mine. But he made a great point. it's a lot of trust fund fans, meaning, and I have a lot of family members. I spoke about this. Trust fund fans, meaning you don't know nothing outside of Coach Saban, right? You've been given a trust fund full of wealth, full of 5 stars, full of wins and championships. You don't remember Alabama when we sucked, right? So those of us that were there when we sucked appreciate this time and knew this day was coming. We just didn't expect it to come now, right? So the trust fund Bama fans are going to be on suicide watch. That's just what it is. Unfortunately, not legitimate, not real suicide watch, but fan suicide watch. So, we just got to support those guys too. We got to support the trust fund Bama fans. We got to let them know that it hadn't always been like Coach Saban. We had our down years, right? We had our down years, man. And we got to find a way to get through this. We got to find a way to maneuver NIL. We need our collectives to really come with it and really help us out with these NILs. We need former players to help us with these NILs. You know what I'm saying? Javian Smith. What my man Javian got. What's up, Javian? How you feeling, bro? What's up, Uncle Sean? I say that because of your wisdom. Man, I appreciate you, Javian. I appreciate you more than you know, bro. I'm just here, man. It's your world, brother. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut in it. That's all. Got my man Ty. Is that Ty?
My man.
Ty, what's up, bro? You snuck in on me. What's up with you,
I
bro?
know. I saw you in here and I had the time and I was like, I gotta go rock out with Coach.
Ty snuck in on me, guys. I seen him there. How you feeling, Ty, with everything that's going on, man?
I'm good, man. Like, I think you and I, we've had this conversation with people in here
Yeah.
so many times. This is a wait
Yeah.
and see approach, man. Like, we know people are going to be moving,
Yeah.
but we heard about Grimsley, but then you hear Zay Mincy saying, no, I'm locked in.
Facts.
So, you know what I mean? Like, Zay Mincy being super locked in, that's awesome, right? The guys who want to stay, they're going to be a huge part of the success, and the fans are going to love them. And the guys that want to leave, I understand this is a massive change in college football. I wish you all the best. But
Yeah.
I said this yesterday, Coach. For every person that leaves, the story is wishing them the best, but the real story is who gets the opportunity now. What guy on roster gets that opportunity now?
Yeah.
Still a lot of talent on this roster, Coach.
Super talent, man. Just young talent. That's all. Guys, that's just got to get in there and play, man. Spring is going to be super important. Everything that we have coming up that we can do organized, that's organized as far as football structure is going to be super important because the structure has to be put in place, right, Ty? Everything that we need, that we got to have, man, everything that we can do football purpose wise is super important. Can't skip out on nothing in this off season, right? We need everything, everything to be like a well-oiled machine, just so we can see what we can see, right? And I'm looking forward to it, man. What about you?
I'm excited. I really am. And I know a lot of players have moved. I see DeMaio Gore asking how many players did you say we have on roster? I know yesterday or this morning when I looked, we were at 80. So we'll say 79, 78. Right? You had to get down to 85 anyways. And in a perfect world, Coach, please, but by all means, if I say something, correct me if I'm wrong, but in a perfect world, I think a lot of coaches like to operate being able to be at around 80, 81, especially with the transfer portal in case you want to pull. That way you still have scholarships to give.
Facts.
So, yeah, you've lost a lot of players. Nobody here is going to argue that. You've lost a lot of impactful players. Nobody here is going to argue that. But I think when everybody talks about this exodus that's happened, you'd think that you'd say, oh, Ty, how many players are on the roster? And Coach, the way it's being put out there, you'd think our answer would have to be, oh, there's 50 guys left on the roster.
Yeah.
There's 78, 79 guys. Like, this is about where you would want to be to use the transfer portal. So I'm sitting good, man. I'm sitting good. I can't complain.
You know what, Ty? I would tell the fans the one thing that I'm hopeful of, the one thing that I think is going to happen. I think when the transfer portal opens back up to us in our favor, I think Alabama's about to go ham.
Oh yeah.
I think we're about to go ham and bring in a lot of guys that can help us, a lot of talent that can help us mold the young players, a lot of guys who've played to come in and really, really, really mesh our roster and make it a strong roster. We may have to. This may be one of those things where we have to hit the transfer portal exceptionally hard. So I'm holding out faith on that, right? And we've lost a lot of great players. It's gonna make somebody excessively happy, but we got to do what's best for our roster. We got to do what's best for the University of Alabama. And see what Coach Mook say. Coach Mook says, Sean, I said that earlier. A lot of the top end players at smaller schools are licking their chops. Facts. Look at Trey Amos. Facts, Coach Mook. Hey, Trey Amos, I don't know if people remember, but that man come from Louisiana Lafayette, right? And it's not like we're recruiting a 2-star out of high school. He's been seasoned. He's played college ball. He understands college ball, right? So now this kid has several games under his belt. He stepped into Alabama and boom, pick it up just like that. So that may be our future for a year or so, right? What do you think, Ty?
100%. 100%. That's kind of the natural order, you know. And another thing, Coach, all the schools that have benefited from Alabama and some of the players that have left, they got a scholarship limit too.
Yeah.
And they might be a little bit over right now and they'll rock out in spring, but after spring, then they'll have some exodus. And then that's when Alabama can take advantage. Of course, in a perfect world, you'd want to have those players for a spring period, especially with a new coaching staff. You would really like to have it, but we don't live in a perfect world. You got to do what you got to do and make the best out of what you have. And luckily, even with all the moves, you still have a lot of talent, young, inexperienced, but a lot of exciting talent on the roster. So once again, embrace the change. We're here to ride the wave, right? That's all you can do at this point is just ride the wave. Now, Coach, I got a question for you, man. You see all these new defensive back recruits. And which one of these guys, when you look at this list, just gets you super pumped up? I know all of them you and I have talked extensively about, but given some of the moves that have been made, who do you think has a great chance on this young DB room to make a name for themselves in college football in 2024?
Man, you know what, Ty? It's almost no way I can give you just one. It's almost no way I can give you just one because Xavier Brown is technical enough to play at Alabama right now. Zay Mincy, kid with a chip on his shoulder, kid that's a dog, kids like that always end up playing. And then Peyton Woodyard, this kid has a body style of a safety that's a 3-year safety at Alabama right now. And he played in one of the toughest divisions in California with Mater Dei, with St. John Bosco. Very tough division, full of talent, of talent. So Drake Kirkpatrick, this kid is underrated and can absolutely, you can tell he's been schooled by the best. Kid understands how to play corner. You see him in that all-star game, see his footwork. You see him playing the shoulder leverage on the receiver. You see him working the receivers. Man, this kid is I don't know, Jalen Mbakwe, one of the best athletes to come out of high school I've seen. Red Morgan. This kid will come up and knock your block off. He'll hurt himself trying to knock you out. So, man, I don't know, Ty. It's so many of these young men. But if I had to pick one, if you're asking me to absolutely pick one, I would probably have to go Xavier Brown because Peyton Woodard is going to play. Xavier, and I say Xavier because we are so thin at the cornerback position right now, right? Xavier, I think he can come in being as thin as we are at corner. He's going to put pressure on somebody. So is Peyton Woodard, though. So is Jalen Mbakwe, though. So is Drake Kirkpatrick. So is Zay Mincy, and so is Red Morgan. So take your pick, man. Take your pick on all these young men because they're all going to be. I think that's why those fewer kids are not transferring. They realize I have an opportunity to come into the University of Alabama and lay my claim right now. If you think Alabama's going to be down long, then you're kidding yourself. You get this staff start recruiting the South. We have some great coaches. You know what I'm saying? The fans are going to be there. The talent going to start coming back. All you opposite fan bases fooling yourself, and you're having a kumbaya fiesta right now. But this is Alabama, bro. Don't fool yourself, right? Coach Saban left this place in a great position, even if we do lose key people, right? So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
100%. And I like how you referenced the you referenced the Josh Pate quote earlier about the young fans. There's
Right.
going to be an adjustment period, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
But what Josh Pate said is something that I loved, where it was like, don't look at DeBoer relative to Saban, look at DeBoer relative to his peers, right? Because like Saban, and to quote Josh, he said, you had an alien coaching your program. Look at DeBoer relative to his peers. And when you look at DeBoer relative to his peers, Alabama made a good hire. Made a really good hire. He's a very smart coach. He needs some time to establish the roots in the SEC to recruit. But I'm of the mindset, Coach, and you and I talked about this. SEC country, it's one of those things where it might take him some time, but one of the things you hear about him all the time, Josh said relentless, and I loved that. But you know the other adjective I've heard?
What's that?
Authentic.
Mm-hmm.
And in the South, that'll get you somewhere.
It
if you're
definitely will.
authentic. People will buy in. And so he's smart. He's authentic. People say he's a hard worker. The people around him like him. Give him time. Like, I'm really excited. I think everybody in Alabama Nation, you needed to realize the GOAT just retired. You made a great hire, but you got to give it time. And Coach, the reason I almost asked you a loaded question about the secondary, because you and I have talked at length about this secondary and how talented it is. And I just wanted the people to hear it from you that, yes, there's been a lot of people leave, but Bama is in a position where they recruited the secondary really, really well. And there's a lot of players on this list that other universities would love to have. Other universities, they wouldn't be talking like we are now as Alabama fans, right? If another university got a Jalen Mbakwe, you wouldn't be hearing, oh, this guy's falling at defensive back. They'd be like, oh, man, can't wait to see this young, talented kid make plays out there. It's just going to be growing. It's going to be development. But you know what? As a college football fan, that's really exciting. That's really exciting. So if I had to pick, Coach, I think you already know who I'm going to pick because I was talking about him early. Signing day, asking you if I thought what the dynamic would be. Could we land him? And we ended up getting him. It's got to be Zay Mincy.
Yeah.
I love
that kid
his
is a
game.
monster. He's a monster too. He can play corner. That boy can play corner. He can play safety. He's a hell of an athlete, man. You know, you can't go wrong with that kid, man. You're right, Ty.
I love his game. And Mbakwe, I think one of the things with Mbakwe for me, Coach, it's hard for me to imagine him at one position. Because all I've ever seen him do is it's just like you're watching one of his games and you're watching the defense and you're like, okay, who's that? Oh, that's Jalen Mbakwe. You watch the offense and he's doing everything for them. It's just kind of hard for me to imagine him at one dedicated position, but he was this good in high school. Can you imagine, Coach, how good he's going to be when he's dedicated to one position?
One position. Yeah. He was one of those kids that was so good. He played a lot of different things. And that's a good thing about coming in with a coach like this. I think it was Coach Smook in the chat who just said that, you know, when you really look at the coaching landscape, this guy we got is just as good or even better than your best that's out there right now, right? Look at the man's record. I mean, the man obviously can coach, right? And I feel a little better about what they're doing on the recruiting end, right? They are getting back in the South and start, you know, and for me, this may sound crazy, and only the football people to understand this. It's not even about getting the kids for me. It's just about getting the coaches, right? It's not even about getting the kid for real, because that's gonna come. It's about getting the coaches. Get down in Hoover and let them know who you are. Let's go to Pahokee, Florida, and down in Phoenix City, like Smook say, and let them know who you are. Like, let them see you smile, shake their hand. I want you to get the coaches. And that's why Coach Saban was so good. Everybody know Coach Saban is Coach Saban, but Coach Saban could walk into a high school and they knew him, not know him just from television. He been here. He been in Phoenix City. He been in North Huntsville. They know, okay, with Coach Saban here. Okay. He know the coaches. Coaches can pick up and call this cat on the phone, like call Cedric on the phone. So that's what I want. The players will come. I need you right now to get the coaches, relationship wise.
This is something I talked about the other day, Coach. And I want to talk about it with you because I don't believe we have had the opportunity to talk about it. Maybe we have. So much has happened. It's hard to keep track. Whenever Alabama hired the defensive coordinator, Kane Womack, one of the reasons why I was so excited for the hire is I was like, he's clearly a bright guy. He was up for the Broyles Award winner. We went through the numbers the other day when he was coaching that defense up at Northern Illinois. They were like second in the nation in interceptions, top 5 in takeaways, top 10 in sacks, top 5 in passing efficiency defense numbers. So very clearly brilliant. But one of the things that I thought was flying under the radar, Coach, is that his last name isn't unknown in the SEC.
Right.
His daddy was a defensive coordinator for years in the SEC. And that doesn't automatically mean, oh, just because your dad did it, you're going to be able to do it. But you know what it does do, Coach? It means whenever he's calling a lot of these high school coaches, they're familiar with the family. They talked to his dad 10 years ago, and that's going to give him an in. Oh, I might not have ever talked to you, but I knew your dad. I remember you from when you were super young. What do you think about that? What'd you think about the defensive coordinator hire? I don't even think we've had to talk about that.
At first, I had to educate myself to who he was. I've heard the last name several times, but I had to educate myself on his background and what he did and where he came from before South Alabama. I remember that Indiana team that were very good. They almost beat Ohio State, if I remember that year, in the snow. So I had to educate myself in the guy. And from what really sold me is Big Shank. Big Shank, Alphonse Taylor. He don't really give a lot of people credit. He's not one of these Bama goggles former players. He tell it like it is. And when he put his stamp on Coach Womack, I knew then. He said he attended he had breakfast with him or something like that and heard one of his recruiting pitches. So once Shank put his stamp on it, I knew it must be something to this guy. So did a little research on him. And I think this guy's just one of those coordinators that just need an opportunity, right? And for this man to leave a head coaching job at South Alabama to come coach at Alabama and be a coordinator tells you the interest he had in the position, right? It's South Alabama, but it's still a head coaching spot nonetheless. So I'm really, really, really proud to have him at this point. I couldn't be more ecstatic with the coaches. I'm almost so ecstatic. I'm over the coaches. Great. I'm satisfied. My only concern yesterday was just the recruiting. Once I seen that young man say he hadn't even talked to nobody at Bama, I was like, what? And they must have been listening because they the same day they got in contact with the young man. And from what I hear, the young man is now open again. He's not, he Kirby won't get to sink his claws into this one or Sark or anybody else. This kid is in love with Bama, and all he wanted was just reassure me that I'm still wanted down there. And he's a 5-star, big strapping young man who wants to play, and they'll knock your block off and can't rush the passer. So to get those young men back on board and establish, more importantly, the relationship with his high school coach is what I wanted. And we're headed that direction. So I'm ecstatic right now.
And you know what? I think one of the other things, I don't know if you saw it. Did you see Gillespie and Roach and all them out on the trail today?
Exactly. That's what I want. Yes, sir. That's what I've been calling for. Yes.
This is why I came in here. It was probably about 3 hours after you were talking about the recruiting yesterday. And I started talking about the recruiting. And I was even saying, I was like, Coach Sean's 100% right. I have no issue sending an offer to Carter. I have no issue with him offering all those West Coast kids because he evaluated them himself. And maybe some of them were committed to him or in a position where he thought he was about to. No issue with that. But Grady's committed to the University of Alabama. He has got to be on the list of people you call. Just off principle alone. You were 1,000% right on that. And to see them instantly hit the ground right there, it's as good as it could be right now, considering Nick Saban just retired a week ago. AJP says, what's the word on Jabbar Muhammad from Washington? He's getting some crystal ball predictions for Texas. I believe he's on a visit there now. I believe he's supposed to be coming to Alabama tomorrow and this weekend. If he can get to Bama for the visit, that's when you try and counterpunch. You try and get your pitch in. But yeah, it's all about trying to have him not commit and then cancel the Alabama visit. What are you thinking on that, Coach?
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Ty was the first one to put me on this guy, and did some research with him, and realized we could really, really use a young man of that talent at that position, right? And so yeah, I man, whatever we got to do, to get that young man and let him understand you have a spot, you have a place here. Let him vibe with the team. Let the team get to know him, and kids bond well. Football brings kids together, and let him come up here, visit. I wish it was the summertime though, so we could really, 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 really see Tuscaloosa and really, really see what the Strip has to offer and what Alabama has to offer in the summertime. But bring him up here, man. Let him visit like he's doing, and show him, paint a picture of what it could be, and let that young man know if there's opportunities here for NIL through the school. There's opportunities for you to play and boost your status. This brand name is what it is, right? And this is no disrespect to the Texases or the Georgias, but Alabama is Alabama. Alabama is one of the few college teams that when we lose, it makes news in London. And this is a fact. Coach Jay can tell you that. Right? So Bama is Bama. And then this is me not dissing nobody else, but Alabama is Alabama. That says it all. And the kids that are being recruited, when they ask why not Bama, they'll tell you. When they ask them, well, why Bama? They'll say, man, Bama is Bama. That's what they say. Bama is Bama. So you can say what you want. You can diss us, talk bad about us, right? We want to get this young man, get him on the roster, and let's get on the field. Spring will be here before you know it.
Yeah, Jimmy asked in the chat, and Nicole already answered it. But Jimmy asked if his cousin plays for Texas. Yeah, his cousin's Manny Muhammad, who is a young cornerback for them, true freshman last year. Alabama was after him, actually. And Manny Muhammad really started. I think he played a lot more on the back end in terms of being the guy for Texas in that secondary. He's going to be a very talented player. If you were big fans of college football in general, to watch Manny Muhammad at their secondary, but that's his cousin. That's Jabbar Muhammad's cousin is Manny Muhammad, and he's from DeSoto. Now, like Nicole said, DeBoer and all those guys, they're at Texas, right? Or they're not at, I'm sorry, they're at Alabama, which means after Texas, if you can get him for a visit, you have a good chance. But for Texas, their whole thing right now is we want you to commit here and not take that visit. For Bama, it's, hey, hold off, come take the visit here, see our pitch, see what we have to offer, and then make your decision. So punches and counter punches, it's what we've been talking about for 2 days. This is the game. But there's the Arizona cornerback that's also in the transfer portal, right? And he is a very talented player as well. 6'4", 6'3", I believe, really tall. Calvin Edson, thank you for the $1.99. Any words on Jabbar Muhammad? Actually, man, you're right here at the perfect time. That's exactly what we're discussing. So that's the situation there, Coach. But I mean, what more could you ask for? I guess we're in a position to try and win it.
I mean, to me, nothing really. I mean, now that and that kind of goes into William Banks' question. He was asking who can we get to make us satisfied about recruiting. And I'm satisfied now, William. I'm satisfied from the jump. I just wanted the guys to not forget. With all these kids jumping ship, don't forget about the 5 stars right here in your backyard that are already committed. That's all I was saying. Offers were going from assistants to kids in California. That's cool. Let's get them too, right? But don't let that make you forget about kids that's right here in your backyard, because you can't forget about them and then be on Twitter mad at them when they commit to somewhere else if you don't at least show them we're still interested in you. That's all I was saying. I'm satisfied right now. I'm good.
Nicole, thank you so much. She's feeling a bit better. She's got the flu. Just made her some soup and she went back to bed, but she's a first grade teacher. So if she's not sick, she's passing it to me, and then I'm reaping the rewards there. I stay sick, Coach.
Yeah, I got sinus problems right as we speak, man. I'm draining. It's awful. You know how it is.
I
Awful.
I just and I like to blame her every time. I'm like,
Yeah.
you did this to me, even if she had nothing to do with it, right? I just have to have a. But
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about some of the good news, man. That's kind of the vibe we're on right now. Like I said, we got to ride the wave. It's a wave of change, but have a good time, right? Have a good
Yes.
time. So Noah Carter coming in for a visit. Now, that coach, you and I were talking about him earlier.
Yeah, man.
How
Shout
often have
out
you
to
seen an
Ty.
edge?
Shout out to Ty for putting me on Noah Carter, to putting me on his highlights and his film. I mean, that kid is an absolute monster, right? Those kids that's an edge that's that athletic, that kid could probably play anything you wanted to play, right? And he's aggressive and physical, right? So yeah, man. When is he supposed to be coming in for a visit? Do you know?
This weekend, maybe tomorrow. But he is Coin God said he's too small. If you put him at edge, you let him gain 15, 20 pounds. He's already 220. Him at 235 of muscle. Oh my word. He wouldn't 240, 245 of muscle at edge. He'd be able to do it and he wouldn't be diminishing much athleticism. I don't think at all. But coach, I said this earlier. I cut off the film to go just like get ready to come on here earlier.
Yeah.
Whenever he split out wide and I saw him route someone up from the
Yes.
release and then beat them off the line, I was like, I have never seen an edge route a corner up and just spank him off the line. What are we
Yeah.
doing here?
Yeah, that kid is he's a hell of an athlete, man. Do you know who we were in contention with? Who came down to the last who were fighting to get that young man?
I don't know that it's anybody. As far as I know, I think that the theories out there is that he's very interested in following DeBoer. I think that he was committed to Washington. He got out of his national letter of intent, and I think that the theory right now is that it's going to be shocking if Alabama doesn't land him. Now, that's not to say that they won't. He's free now. So that means the phone lines are going to be ringing. It's going to be ringing, but I think Alabama's in a great place to land him. I
Yeah.
think they're in a really good place to land him. Someone
Yeah, I'm
asks,
happy about that. I'm happy
someone
about
asked
that.
about his competition coach, and he goes to Centennial in Arizona.
Okay. Right.
So he's a dude, and it's not even Coin God. Go back and watch the All American game. They were saying he was really shining in the All American game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man. If can you imagine the happiness if we could pull in that young man and Jabbar? You know what I mean? Man, that would really, really, really stop the bleeding for a little while, to get those two kids to come in and commit to Alabama while all of this other stuff is going on. That would really stop the bleeding and really let people know, be careful. Be careful. So I'm ecstatic about even having them here visiting at a time like this. I just hope the young men realize they have some great opportunities here, contrary to what it looks like right now. And we can get them on the field as soon as we get a chance. And I'm ecstatic about it. I'm happy about it.
Couldn't no, you want to know what I'm really happy about, Coach? In Wade's world, you got to be a mind reader, Wade's world. You beat me to it. You really beat me to it. Here's the thing, man. Coach Sean, I couldn't help but smile the other day when none other than Ryan Williams popped up at the team meeting on
Yeah.
Tuesday night. I don't know if I'm reading too much into this. I don't know if I'm being overly optimistic. Coach, that's got to be a really good sign, no?
Yes, it is, because from what I hear, he popped up on his own, right? And when the coaching staff saw him, everybody was like, "What?" And I seen some pictures of him in the lounge area, taking pictures and really hanging out with the coaches and talking to him. So the interest is still there from that kid. All the haters can say what they want to say. The interest is there. That kid, I still think he's gonna end up at Alabama. Me personally, I know Auburn is throwing everything in the book at him, but the way I see it is, if the kid really, really wanted to go to Auburn, really like that, the kid's been committed to Alabama. decommitted because of, when Coach Saban leave, that's a shock for us all, right? So if he really, really, really wanted to go to Auburn, or if it was really that important to him to go to Auburn, he would have committed to Auburn, right? That's just the way I feel about it. They're on the outside looking in, not us. So, yeah, I was ecstatic about getting Ryan back. That's a talent that I think we really, really could use, could need. And in this offense, the sky is the limit for that young man.
100%, especially when you look, he was committed to the previous staff. And this
Yeah.
isn't a shot at the previous staff. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I have nothing but thanks for Tommy Rees. Had nothing but thanks for Tommy Rees. I think that he was a young guy that was growing on the job. Coach, we've talked about this before. Alabama was in a position where they weren't really allowing offensive coordinators to bring in an offense of their own. It was, hey, we are a institution that we change offensive coordinators every 2 years. You come here, you get an upgrade, you get a head coaching job. So we can't be changing offenses every 2 years. That's just not feasible.
It's not feasible, right?
We establish what we do, and you work within those parameters, and you can add little wrinkles, but for the most part, you work within the established parameters. I can't imagine being 31 years old and then being said, hey, you don't get to call your offense. You have to work within the parameters of a brand new offense with a quarterback in Jalen Milroe, whose ability is otherworldly, but you've never worked with a quarterback of his skill set, with what he does well, with what he needs to grow. And coach, by God, we saw Jalen Milroe improve from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. He kept getting better, right? Now, the last game, a lot of things happen, but it's hard to be an effective quarterback when you have to pick up snaps from your ankles and you have all of a second and a half before you get lamb blasted by the defense. But if you are committed to that offensive staff, I can't imagine how excited I'd be if I was a wide receiver looking at Shepard, Grubb. I just, that's got to be a massive pitch. And the fact that he's coming back, coach, that has to mean he liked what he heard, no?
I think so, Ty. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that does mean he's interested. I mean, if you're a wide receiver, it's kind of like you said, how could you not be, right? If you're a wide receiver and you want to excel at your position and seeing the offenses that this guy has put on the field, how in the world can you not at least indulge and educate yourself to, coach, how will you use me, right? How can you not? So Ryan playing the position that he plays, I think he's doing his due diligence. I think Ryan is doing his due diligence, checking out all the checks and balances, making sure. And I don't understand how could you even go to Auburn, or anywhere else. I think Alabama is set up in the quarterback room better than Auburn. I think Alabama is set up for him to play at his position better in Auburn. And I think Alabama is set up on the offensive side of the ball for him to make plays in the scheme that Alabama runs, not that one. So I really think he was doing his due diligence, and I'm happy to see that young man back on Alabama's campus.
Very happy to see him back on the campus and very happy to see him coming in for another visit. I think that's massive. I absolutely think that's massive. And I think if you can get him talking to Grubb, you get him talking to Shepard, and they start saying the vision, man, you have to be excited because you look at what those Washington coaches did. It's not just a Dunze out there at Washington. They were 4 deep.
Yeah.
Getting busy. Like, sky's the limit, man. And he is such a talented player. Such a talented player.
Yeah, that kid is awesome, man. I did a real quick film breakdown on that young man. And that young man is awesome. That young man is awesome. Obviously, we like to get him into a college weight room, get him into a college weight room, put some weight on him. But his receiving skills are impeccable. The young man is a great athlete, and he just looks better in crimson and white than he do that blue and orange or whatever that is. He just looks better, right? I don't, and the mascot is more beautiful. I don't know if it's a tiger or eagle or whatever.
They don't know, Coach. They don't know.
It's confusing to me, but yeah.
How can we know if they don't know?
Yeah, I don't think they know either. It's the war tiger, war eagle. I don't know, but I think he's definitely headed to Bama. Otherwise, why would that if the interest isn't there, the young man would not have been on campus on his own, right? On his own dime, right? Gas, whatever the case may be. This was not an official visit, right? So the interest had to be there. And to me in this day and age with these kids and their attention span, that's good enough for me. Alabama's right back in the picture.
Sandman says their mascot is toilet paper rolls. And was anybody in chat surprised that they rolled Toomer's corner whenever Saban retired? People were like, "Oh, could you believe that, Ty?" And I was like, "What do you mean? Can I believe it? I expected nothing less." I was not surprised in the least. Like, it is what it is. Now, the next guy, we've talked a bit about Jabbar Muhammad. Let's get on to the offensive line. Scott Huff coming in. Really excited about that. I've heard from some people that they're like, "Oh, well, is he too small in terms of Parker Brailsford?" One, I think if he comes to Bama, they'll try and put 5 to 10 pounds on him. I know that might not sound like a lot, but 5 to 10 pounds in terms of a college strength and conditioning program, if done right, that can be something. But coach, our offensive line this year was the biggest offensive line. It'd be bigger than any NFL offensive line. Well, I'm gonna say it before I'm gonna say it again, coach. When I heard that, that's definitely whenever the lights started going off for me, and I was like, this is alarming. You want to know why, coach? And I'm interested in hearing your take on this because you might look at me and say that's dumb. And if that's your first thought, please don't hold back. You're not going to hurt my feelings. My thought when I kept hearing it's so, this is the biggest offensive line. It's bigger than any NFL offensive line. I got concerned because in my mind, I was like, well, the NFL has access to the best talent in the world for offensive linemen. So it's not that they can't build an offensive line bigger than the one Alabama has. They certainly can, but they don't. Maybe there's a reason for that. And lo and behold, I think we found the reason why. I think we found out why they don't. I don't mind that he's a little bit smaller because you know what he can do, coach? He can snap the ball.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. Bigger does not equate to better, right? Unless we're Nebraska from the 90s. Unless we're Alabama back in the Derrick Henry days, right? Bigger does not equate to better. With these spread offenses and the constant passing game the way it is, I much rather have an agile offensive lineman. Now, I don't want nobody that's 250 out there trying to play tackle, right? But you give me a 6'5", 305, 310 guy that can actually move his feet. I'll take that all day of the week, every day of the week. So bigger, especially at the center position, right? If you're gonna have to have a smaller guy, I'd rather have him at center. I don't want a small guy in my guards because the guard is constant trench warfare. The tackles, give me the more athletic guy at the tackle because of pass blocking and because of the distance between the defensive end or the outside linebacker and the tackle. You got to have somebody to tackle that's extremely agile and can block in space. So yeah, I don't mind him being that side if he plays center, right? To me, that's not really a big deal. I mean, I heard James Brockermeyer was actually doing exceptionally well. I was told that James was a dog, like he was a pit bull type kid. Like he was doing very well. They didn't have no qualms about putting him in if Seth got hurt. The person that told me, I was asking, well, why didn't they put him in to center? And they couldn't really answer that, right? But at the same time, if the kid is smaller and he plays center, I don't have a problem with that at all.
I don't have a problem with that at all either. We have someone in here. Ross asks, help me out, Bama fans. How bad of an offensive coordinator is Bill O'Brien? It was not good here. That's what I'll say. It was not good here. The route modification stuff, it can work in the NFL, right? But the route modification stuff that he was trying to implement at the college level, you have too many moving pieces, in my opinion, right? Like you just don't get to work with the same group of guys. It was a little bit painful, but that's neither here nor there, right? That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So it's not all down, coach. It's not all down. Things are looking up, right? I mean, I said this the other day. The worst portal entry that people were like, oh, we hope he doesn't transfer because you've already, I say the worst guys because Jalen Milroe walked into the facility and said, I'm not leaving. Right. Yeah. Like, so I'm talking about worst in terms of people we didn't know that had come out and say, I'm staying. Downs already transferred. I'm bulletproof at this point. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
what can you do to me? It is what it is. We got a lot of talent. Coach, what area are you most excited for next year? And on the entire roster, what position group are you most excited to see next year? And for
Running
Chad
back.
as well. Ooh.
Running backs. For me, if our running back room stays the way it is, I cannot wait to see our running back room because all those guys are going to get carries. All those guys are going to play a part, especially Jam, Justice, of course, and Richard. We'll get to see Richard in some meaningful repetitions. So running back for me, man, I understand this is a passing offense, but the running backs will have ample opportunity to make value for themselves in this offense. I mean, look at Washington. Those guys toted the rock, toted it, right? Really, the rock is what set up most of their passing plays in the competitive games, right? Their running game was as potent as I've seen, right? Especially in their Pac-12 championship game. The running game was absolutely awesome. So I want to see everyone, right? But I am exceptionally ecstatic and elated to see our running back room take the field.
I love that you say that because Dylan Johnson, I think, is probably the most underappreciated aspect of that Washington offense. And I was screaming that from the hills in October on my channel. I was like, nobody's going to talk about him. And I understand every bit of flowers, every bit of praise that Adunze and Penix are getting, it's deserved. No doubt.
Yeah.
But I kept saying, I was like, Coach, there's a cat on that roster who is eating up yards, who is just such a big piece of this offense. And you listening to people you'd never expected, the running backs. Bama has a running back room. I love that answer that I think they're going to really take advantage of. Demio Gore asked coaches, can y'all talk more about Jamarcus Shepard? Coach is the coach. I'm merely a fanalist, Gore. But it's ironic you say that because that's where I was going to go, is the wide receiver room.
Yeah. Well,
Multiple
Jamarcus
reasons.
Shepard, I mean, I did my research on him as well, and this guy has been a great coach. I'm shocked that I had never heard of him before. It was Coach J. Coach Jarek is the one that really brought him up to me first, right? So when Coach J brought him up to me, I was shocked that I had never ever heard of this guy, right? So I did my research on him, and this guy's he's popular, right? He's had some great achievements being a coach, being a wide receiver coach. He's recruited well. The guy obviously know what he's doing as far as talent is concerned. So this guy's one of the best. That's what's crazy about it. The guy's one of the best position coaches out there. He's one of the best wide receiver coaches out there. So I was shocked that I had never heard of him. He's young. He's 40 years old. So he can relate to the kids, So I was very, very, very happy that we got this man after I did all my research on this guy. So, and this is another one of these coaches that could have went anywhere. This guy could have went anywhere, man, except from what I hear, Michigan was after him. I read where Michigan had got in contact with him to get him as well, to talk with him if they wanted to talk to him as well. And I was like, wow. So this guy, he's from Fort Wayne, Indiana. You know what I mean? So the guy has been all around. He's recruited in the South too. I noticed that. So yeah, this was one hell of a hire at the wide receiver position. I dare say this may even be an upgrade over Holman Wiggins. Now, I don't know how this guy recruits yet here. I read where he has recruited in the South, so I don't know how he recruits yet. But if you're talking about on-field productivity, this may be an upgrade from Holman. It just may be, man. This guy's that good. God-fearing man, you know what I mean? So a big personality, right? Guy understands how to sink your hips. Guy understands how to come out your break. Teaches all the fundamentals. Stepping on DB toes. Smoke could talk to you about that. That's the wide receiver right there. So yeah, listen, guys. This was a huge pickup. Shepard is the man. Trust that.
And it's big praise to say it could be an upgrade because Wiggins, especially from a recruiting standpoint, was just an ace on the trail for Alabama. But my God, you look at the production Coach Shepard has seen. It's incredible.
Yes.
It's really wild. And I even take it not only because of the quality of coach, I look at the room and I look at a Kobe Prentice, I look at a Jalen Hale, I look at an Amari Jefferson, Rico Scott, Aaron Hampton out there, Cole Adams, Kobe Prentice. You go on and on. There's a lot of talented wide receivers in that room. I think Shepard, Grubb. I mean, chat saying Shepard was passing game coordinator there. So you got Grubb there. You got DeBoer who coached offense. You have so many brilliant offensive minds. That's why offensively, Bama fans, be excited because
Yeah.
this offense is going to be a lot of fun. Defensively, I'm excited, but I just want some questions to be answered. I just want to see the defense, how it looks with the personnel we have. Now, if I had to ask you the same thing, Coach, for what are you most excited for on the defensive side, what would be your answer?
I'm excited about seeing the cornerbacks, right? We're going to be young, right? I'm excited about seeing the DBs, man. I want to see how does Linquist, use these guys. I want to see what scheme. I know we were in a 4-2-5, but would that be our base? Would that be our down and distance defense? I mean, I want to see how these guys adapt to what we're going to do, right? I want to see what DBs take the field. I want to see how the young kids adapt to new coaching. And really, for people like Zabian and Zay Mincy, it won't be new people. This will be different than people that recruited them, but they've never been coached at Alabama outside of the early enrollees that were here for our bowl prep. The other guys, they hadn't been recruited by anybody. I mean, they hadn't been taught by anybody at Alabama. They hadn't been coached by anybody at Alabama yet, right? So this will be their first coach at Alabama. So I can see why a lot of those guys didn't leave. Sure, it's not the same people that recruited you, right? But you hadn't been on the field with them either, right? So, I'm excited to see our defensive backfield. I'm excited to see the young guys come in and what older guys come in to mesh with them.
100%. For me, it's tough. It's tough for me because I want to say edge.
Yeah.
Because of the talent Alabama has in transitioning to this 4-2-5, I think that Alabama with some of these guys, they're just going to absolutely feast. Like they're just going to just be on go mode towards the quarterback. But it's got to be interior defensive line for me, right? If you keep Otis, if you keep Keenan, which Keenan seems locked in, but that right there, so does Otis. That's not to say he isn't. Because I know how on edge Bama fans are, right? Like something like that, and you could have people in chat being like, "Oh my God, he's trying." No.
Yeah.
So I need to be much more poignant with my words. That's my fault. That's a really nice too. And then James Smith, really excited to see his development. Edric Hill, sorry, really talented. I'm excited for the interior of the defense and the defensive front as a whole. That's, I think, for me. Now, I have a question for you, Coach. Given that they're going away from the scheme that they were running, at least in terms of a base, and into what they are running, outside linebacker coach, or I'm sorry, edge coach. That's to be, I think there are two positions on the coaching staff that will still be filled. That's got to be one of them, right? Bringing in a guy to kind of have that.
I think so. Should be. Definitely should be.
I think the other one's cornerback, no?
The other one's cornerback, yeah. Well, what is Linquist? Linquist in Linquist coaching DBs?
I don't know if he's
From Buffalo?
safety and co-defensive coordinator or if he's cornerbacks and co-defensive coordinator.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's got to be another position that they feel as far as the outside guys, the edge guys. You would think they would bring somebody in. I think that's probably the plan, because for them to let Bala go, who was an inside linebacker coach, that tell you they must have their eye on some linebacker coaches, because I'm just about positive they wouldn't let Bala go if they didn't have their eye on another coach as it is. If you got an inside guy, I'm pretty positive they got an outside guy as well. I got a question for you though, Ty. I got a question for you. I want to know I don't know if you got a chance to see Landon Hackett, big kid from Washington, out of Ferndale, Washington, 6'2", probably about 310 pounds. I want to know, did you get a chance to look at him? He's a 4-star kid, and what do you think about him?
Listen, we need all the help we can get on our offensive line right now, right? I think that this is one thing I do want Alabama fans to remember. We're still in a good position from the recruiting. You still have Wilkin Formby, you still have Miles McVay, you still have Ola Saline, and that's before we get into any of the new guys. But if you could get a Parker Brailsford, that's the one where I'm just like, center is, if I don't particularly want to start a freshman anywhere on the offensive line.
Right.
If
Especially
you,
not a center. Yeah.
But Coach, you beat me to it. I'm fine with starting one at guard or tackle if I have to. If they're just better, I'm not going to deny who's better. But man, do I not want to start a freshman at center. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. That's tough.
It's such a cerebral position. You need to be diagnosing blitzes. And I always say this, Coach, these guys, they get to Alabama, but if you look at their huddle tape, even some of the guys that go to some of these great high schools, on Friday nights, they could have been lined up next to me.
Yeah.
Well, if they want my butt off the line of scrimmage and they're, 6'3", 330 pounds, and I'm over here 6 foot, 180. I'm not shocked if you whoop my butt off the line of scrimmage, right? Like, cool, that is what it is. But you get to Alabama, you get to any of these schools. This isn't just for Alabama. This is a blanket statement. You're an offensive lineman. If you start as a true freshman, you might be going up against somebody that's been in a strength and conditioning room for 4 years.
It's a fact.
And you've been in there 6 months.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's tough.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
And you got to call protections. And you got to call protections. Most of them anyway. You know what I mean? You got to call protections. You got to identify stuff at playing center. You got to be able to be the quarterback on the offensive line. Everybody's going to kind of check with you to see what's going on, depending on the front that they see. That's even the quarterback himself too. So yeah, you're 100% right.
100. Brailsford is a guy that I really would like Alabama to land. That would really, to me, get the ball rolling in a much better direction. Just like I said, I don't particularly like, if you can help it, starting freshmen on the offensive line. And I understand it happens all the time. Why not James at center, Ty? If James is the best person for the job, Chuck, throw James in there. This is, and I don't mean that to come out as if James can't do it. I just said Parker Brailsford because he was the center on the Joe Moore winning offensive lineman. So I've seen him do it, right? If he comes in here and James is the best option, throw James in there. I want whoever's best to play. I just watched him do it though. And I'd love for him to come in. But because of that, Coach, you look at it, J.C. Latham, you got to replace him. Okay? You got to replace your center, and you got to replace your other tackle. So the only thing you have on the offensive line right now coming back that is right guard, left guard. Give me any help.
Me personally, I think they put Pritchard. This is my humble opinion. I think Pritchard goes back to the left tackle. I think they put Pritchard back at left. I don't think Pritchard's going to play right tackle. I think he'll go back left because left will be Jalen's blind side, and you want your most experienced tackle to block his blind side. Pritchard has played left tackle, right? He actually has game reps at left tackle. So I think Pritchard will try to get worked at left tackle. I think they put the new tackle at right tackle, start him off at right tackle because, again, that's Jalen's blind side, and you want your most experienced tackle at your left tackle. And I think Pritchard is that guy. Depending on how Wilkin Formby develops, I know Wilkin played right tackle in high school. I've seen him playing both, but I've seen him playing right tackle the most. That might be Big Wilkin. Wilkin's about 6'6", 6'7". Olas Alinen, I don't know where they're going to play him at, but I heard that kid was coming on strong at the end of the year. I heard he was one of their better offensive linemen. I see George says Jabbar, Latham, Elijah Pritchard. Yeah, Jabbar on defense, but Elijah Pritchard, I think he will go to the left side. I think they're going to start him off playing left tackle. I don't know if he'll end up there, but the fact that he was Caden's backup and has had game reps, actual real game reps at left side, I can see them letting him get the start at left tackle, letting somebody else try to beat him out. Of course, we know Tyler Booker. Of course, we know Jaden Roberts. So that right tackle will be in that center. Those two spots will be up for grabs. I don't know. We have several guys that could play the position. And don't look over Rock McElderly. Rock McElderly. I heard that kid was an anchor and he can play center as well. He's a young kid, red shirt, freshman, big kid, big, strong, lower body kid. Rock might be 6'3", 310, maybe. You know what I mean? So we have the talent, guys. We have talent that's on the roster. This kid I was talking about, Landon Hatchett, he's coming. He's a kid I think they're trying to get to flip from his LOI to Alabama. Kid 6'3", about 310 pounds. He's a 4-star kid. Kid had offers from Michigan, from Oregon, Texas, USC, Texas A&M. So he's a talented kid. He's a talented kid, young kid, of course. And we'll see what happens, man. There's talent on the horizon. And I think it's gonna be uphill from here. My thing is I just want to get through this portal stuff. Can we please get over this portal stuff so we can know who's gonna be on our roster and who's not?
100%. And unfortunately, Coach, the 30-day window just started.
Yeah, I know, man.
We just passed day 7. 23 more days to go.
It's crazy, man.
We're a third of the way through.
Yeah, free for
That's
all.
bleak.
It is.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like I keep saying, guys, we're here to ride the wave. Someone said we're being overly optimistic. Shakur, I hear you, but at the same time, I think it's realism with optimism, right? And why I say that is this. Coach and I both have acknowledged several times this is a massive transition period. A lot of very talented players have hit the transfer portal. Some of those players would have hit regardless. Like we were saying earlier, Alabama just got to that 78, 79 scholarship range, which they're going to need to use some of them in the transfer portal. So, you have some room. More players will probably leave. This is going to be a transition period, but we're excited about the players that are on roster. We're excited about the players that are choosing to be here, and we're focusing on that because we can't do anything about Coach Saban retiring or the players that have transferred out. The only thing we can do as fan lists and coach as a coach is talk about what's on roster, who could come, why people should be excited about what Alabama currently has. Because as Coach said, we don't know what the team will look like in a month. Coach, take this question right here.
All right. Terrence Richardson says, is Carl Scott still available? And is Bo Davis really at LSU? If so, how did we miss on him? How many defensive coaches are we down? And what other good targets to replace them? Okay, as far as Carl Scott, he's the defensive pass game coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. I don't see him leaving the pros to come beg 18-year-olds again. That's kind of like why he left college football. He had an opportunity to go up. I'm pretty sure the right price will make him come down, but I'm not sure if the university is willing to do that. As far as Bo Davis is somebody I've been wanting back at Bama for years, right? But LSU got him. They paid him a hefty, I think they gave him $2.5 million, 1.5 up front or something like that, I read. So he's at LSU. He'll be LSU's defensive line coach. You better believe they'll be dogs now. Everywhere this guy goes, he develops them. He develops defensive linemen. How did we miss on him? I'm not sure the university was ever trying to get him, Terrence. I don't know. And as far as getting defensive coaches to replace them, we have a defensive line coach in Freddie Roach. Freddie's still there. And as far as outside linebacker coaches and things of that nature, the things that we are missing, I believe, I'm pretty sure that the coaching staff has already identified somebody that they want because they got rid of Bala. And for them to get rid of Bala at this stage tells you that they probably have already eyed somebody that they want, and that is coming.
That and Womack is a linebacker coach as well.
Yes, and the defensive coordinator is a linebacker coach. So, boom, 2 birds with 1 stone.
And the only thing I'll add on, because Coach, you're 100% right. I don't think Bama missed on Bo Davis. He's an LSU guy.
Yeah, went to LSU. Yeah, it's facts.
So I'm never Like that's the most understandable thing in the world to me is
Yeah.
seeing Bo Davis. If he had 5 offers on the table and one of them was from LSU, if he's got a fond memory, if he's got fond ties, that's easily understandable to me to be like,
Yes.
oh, I want to go back home. That makes complete sense. He's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, I
Hell
got
of
a
a
lot of
coach.
respect for Bo Davis, man. A lot of respect. Met him at a Bama camp years and years and years ago. You know, when I used to take kid down there, you know, when he was at Bama, and that dude has forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. Real deeply invested guy. The stuff he got in trouble for, if you know the details, any coach could get in trouble for that. It's one of those things that you could do without even knowing you're doing it, and it's a penalty. And some coach, it wasn't nothing volatile, right? Some of the outlandish stuff that you see going on in college football, it definitely wasn't nothing like that. So very Christian guy. Him and Burton Burns were exceptionally good buddies. Met those two at the same time. So yeah, man, I got a lot of respect for that guy. What's up, Coach Smoot?
What's up, fellas?
Got it,
Smooth.
man.
What's good? I see what y'all boys been doing, man. I've been in the chat. I've been quiet in the
Yeah.
chat, though. I've been watching some things. I've been seeing some things
Give us
from
the good news.
some fans. I really don't have no like nothing changing. You know, the Jameer Grimsley news. I wasn't on when that came out. You know, like I said before I left, we're going to see more before we start reaping the benefits of the portal and not being able to flex our NIL and all this stuff. It's going to be a lot more that they're going to be in question, and they're going to have decisions to make. But like I said on Twitter, man, I posted like I think 2 days ago. With every choice, there's opportunity. With every decision, there's opportunity. And whether it's in-house or people looking to come in-house, come to Alabama, there's going to be opportunity, man. And I'm telling y'all, the stage for Alabama is going to be bigger than it's been before. You know, just for the reason being is Coach Saban's. You saw what happened with Florida State when Jimbo left. You saw how much media attention they got that next season. They had Francois come back. They just was derailed, man. That team was not the same for like 3 or 4 years. I don't see that happening with Alabama and how they've transitioned into getting a coach. Like you're getting a proven winner at coach. Willie Taggart was not a proven winner. Was it somebody else before Willie?
At Florida State?
Yeah, it went from Jimbo to Willie, right?
I think so. Yeah, because he was at Oregon and he left Oregon like he left them flat to go back to Florida State to go to Florida State.
So I mean, this is a different this is a different handling in this transition, and also they didn't have to deal with NIL either. So this NIL transfer portal is a new beast to deal with. I think we're handling about as best as we can. Nobody's had to face it like this since it dropped. Even we talk about Oklahoma with the Ryan Day move. Like I don't think they were hit as hard as Alabama was hit. You know, or as Alabama's being hit. The difference is they're only 1 deep with 5 stars and 4 stars at that point. This is Alabama. We're like 3 deep, 4 stars, 5 stars. It's hard to find a 3-star. It's hard to find a unrated player, a non-quality player on this roster. You know,
look, there's not another roster in college football that has had to deal with NIL like today that has the amount of talent that Alabama has that's had to, been hit like us. Now that LSU team, they all opted out because of NFL stuff, right? That was their choice. Like, okay, we going to the NFL, we leaving. Boom, 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 boom. But as far as other teams coming in and hand picking players that they want, nobody else has had to deal with this like this. But Alabama, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a turnover, but this is part of the evolution process. Like I want y'all, I have a mindset that I'm kind of like starting to have to adapt with this whole process, and it's like when the powers to be of the SEC were who they supposed to be when Nick Saban came in, it was like he just came in and kind of started just turning tables over. Like, all right, this is how we gonna do it. This is the process I'm gonna buy into at Alabama. And you get a good group of guys to buy into that, especially talking about how he did it with his staff first, and then he started on the recruiting trail. Like immediately after that staff got together in 2008, you saw, I mean, at the end of 2007, you saw how they jumped out on the recruiting trail and they made seismic pushes. Julio was a big recruit for Coach Saban before he really got to come out and recruit. Like he really didn't. Julio was a Bama boy, so Coach Saban coming was like a extra incentive. He was kind of had a history lesson, and back then it wasn't no paying nobody. So, but that next year, you see Coach Saban just kind of flip recruiting. Everybody, Florida started tapping back in. Florida guys, we went out west and got a few guys. You went into Texas, like Coach Saban in that first full year as a head coach and having his staff, he got to do some things. And with him being an advisor, I think he's helping skip that first step of 07 with DeBoer. I think he's kind of trying to get us to a place where after the portal door closes, it's like boom. Now we got a directive. Now we got a direction. Now go and prove yourselves as what your value is in recruiting. And right now, I think with who was the defensive guy, Grady, reaching back out to him and trying to get him locked back in with Bama, trying to secure your top end recruits like Ryan Williams, trying to get those guys. That would be kind of like DeBoer's Julio Jones and Mark Ingram. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the type of feel I'm getting behind it. With all the questionable hires, you got a new play caller on the defensive side. You got a young play caller on the defensive side. You got not just up and coming offensive coordinator. Like people are starting to realize what Grubbs brings to the game. Like this could shake college football up with if they can get guys to develop with what they're bringing with the staff, man. I'm telling y'all, it can be really like a surprise to some of us. I think honestly, with the grades that we didn't gave them, 7s, 8s, by the end of the season, we're gonna be like, man, secure a top 10 recruiting class post Saban, you're in trouble, college football.
Look, Robert Moody says, Sean, Anthony Rogers is out of this world. Gillespie was key to keeping him, I think. This dude literally makes dudes give up chasing him down. Robert Moody, that is 100% facts. They call it, you know what his nickname is? Turbo. I mean, this kid is fast as they come. He make you miss. You need a back like this on your roster. You need those thunder and lightning backs. One cut back that will take it to the house, man. This dude, he reminds me of a back that played for Oregon years ago named DeAnthony Thomas. Oh, small, dark-skinned back.
Yeah.
Kid, one cut. Snoop coached him when he was a kid.
Son, yep.
Yeah. This kid, man, one cut, upfield. He had a gruesome injury in the NFL on his leg years after that, and I think his career is over. But this kid is that type of guy, man. One crease is all he needs. See you later. So all facts, Robert Moody.
Yeah. I like him and the one we got right now, Riley. Riley, man. Yes, man. You got to keep that kid. And that's what I'm telling you.
Daniel Hill.
Yeah, man. People were talking about keeping a good recruiter. We have the new age Bo Davis right now, Freddie Roach. I mean, he's got the lineage he has. I mean, look at the type of players that Freddie Roach has been able to come through and at least be a part of their development in the past 6 years. We haven't seen a marquee guy yet because he had to change some ways he was teaching in that Pete Golden type of play calling and scheme. We saw how he tried to adjust in that period, but you saw the difference this past year being under Steele. You saw the difference in the way the defensive lineman approached the game. And the more you started seeing guys adapt to that, his old school way, you saw Tim Keenan going off. You saw Jaheim Otis going off. You saw Justin Boyd return to true form. You saw, I mean, just guys just starting to make a name, and you hate to see the season end the way it did because I felt like those guys up front were just starting to turn it on. They were becoming like dominant up there in the defensive front. So I can't wait to see what Roach can do in recruiting as far as securing guys again and getting them to buy into this new 4-2-5 because you're going to be put in a lot of situations where you just got to lock it down. In the trenches, you got to really lock it down. But also, the 4-man stunts that you're going to see from Kane Womack, this is the stuff that defensive linemen live up to. That this they linebacker, they opportunity to be a linebacker. Coach, I got feet like linebacker. Man, this is your opportunity because he going to send them. He going to run them. He very aggressive defensive play caller. So I'm curious to see how that pans out for us, especially with young guys on the outside. You know, usually you got aggressive defensive play caller. You're gonna make your young guys grow up one way or another. You're gonna live and die with them guys having to play lock man and match man, match zone pass and all. Communication gonna be key. It's gonna be a fun preseason to see what we're working with.
Ty,
Yes,
Coach
sir.
Smoke, I'm about to drop down, man. If we go get medicated
Same.
up, bro. And I'll tap back in with you guys a little later if need be. And tell Kyle I appreciate him. I appreciate everybody in the chat as usual. Ty, you know you my guy, man. Point guard to the fullest. Smoke, you know you my guy, man. Point
For
guard
sure,
to the
bro.
fullest. You already know. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna tap back in with y'all a little later.
For sure, bro. Appreciate you, man.
See you, Coach.
Dang, man.
I'm about to do about the same, man. I gotta go
Yeah, I
take care
know.
of the wife.
I'm here to close out the day session and you know, just round it all up. So it's right on time. I'm not gonna be in front of these people too much longer. We got clips and other things of that nature. I think Kyle's probably gonna bring the phone lines back. I'm not sure. He's in an important meeting right now. So we're gonna hold it down, man. We're gonna hold it down and we're gonna keep it moving. But yeah, man. Anything
Kyle.
else before you get up out of here, bro?
No, I just got to shout out Kyle doing big stuff in a big important meeting. That's why we're here with all you fine people. Nah, man, kill it as always. Thank you everybody in here for interacting. Thank you for being great. It's been a wild ride this past week, but can you imagine if we didn't have this therapy session going pretty much 24/7 over the past week? Can you imagine how sad we'd all be if we didn't have this? So Coach Smook, continue the therapy session, my man.
Appreciate it, man. And
Later,
you
bro.
enjoy the rest of your night, bro. I'm
Yes,
gonna be
sir.
texting you. You already know. All right, chat. Well, if you're just joining in, it's your boy Coach Smook, Bama Football on YouTube, coach, content creator, man. Here talking this. We just bringing it in, man. That's Woo side. Y'all know me. I'm gonna bring it in. And we're gonna just kind of round it out as we get into the late night session. As everything slow down, I know a lot of y'all are about to get to your families and having to prepare dinner and that type of thing. So before we go, we're going to just start addressing some of your concerns, addressing all the worries, rumors, whatever. We're going to talk about it this last hour, and we're going to hit it. We're going to hit it hard. So just bear with me, man. I got to get a graphic up. Let me see if I can get this graphic up for y'all. Let me see. Okay, boom. There we go. Something now. Let's talk about it because this is what we feel like has been impacting. You know, the players leaving, coaching, the staff. They not believing in the staff, right? Shout out Jason Madden with coming in, showing love, man. Shout out to you. Who else in here, man? Chance Green, appreciate you showing love. Robert Moody in the chat, always giving good comments. Money Jit, ask a question. He said, "What do you think about Avery Hampton playing DB?" The thing is, he can play on both sides of the ball, man. This coaching staff is going to be the last determining factor because I think this year you're probably more invested into getting all your athletes on the offensive side so you could develop defensive guys in this new scheme. I think it's one of those things where you kind of got to just pick your poison where your strengths and your weaknesses are. If you got 7 strong receivers, you can risk an Avery Hampton going to DB. Especially with now Grimsley hitting the portal. You can risk an Avery Hampton going and working at DB. It's a full wide receiver room still right now, even with the guys that we lost. Speculating the guys that's coming in, it could be a full wide receiver room. So ain't no telling right now. But good question, man. I appreciate you for chiming in and showing love to the channel today. And guys, I forgot to say it before I kept going, man. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream. How many likes we sitting at? Looks like we sitting right at 880 likes. Let me refresh that page. Where we sitting at? 879. So we right there at 880 likes. Appreciate y'all for showing up. Nicholas Harden, what's good, man? Roll Tide, brother. Appreciate you for pulling up, my guy. So what we want to talk about is let's talk about the staff, man. Yeah, Maurice Linguist. Let's keep Ray right here since he reminded me. So this is the updated staff. We're missing Maurice Linguist, who is the new defensive backs. I think, like Ty was saying, I think he's labeled as the cornerbacks and co-defensive coordinator. Not sure if he's the defensive back coach. If he's labeled the cornerback / defensive coordinator, that means they're looking at another name. So all of you that were talking about Kelly possibly coming back, that would be awesome. That's still up in the air. Maybe they go out and get another young and up and coming guy. I've been hearing talks of the the free safety, the DB coach over at Tulane is getting some real high praises. I saw some news about I think it's a UAB secondary coach. It's a few names being circulated that are up and coming, that are producing a good product. A lot of big name schools have been picking off of some of these rosters as far as for players. So definitely wouldn't be a surprise that some of these rosters are some of these coaches are being picked up from some of these smaller schools too to come and fill these big name school rosters. You got to think, man. Alabama is about to be, Alabama is a marquee job still. The brand is still there. It's going to take 5 or 6 years of losing, and I'm talking about like upside down, totally flipped. The ship is on fire type losing for people to not want to come to Alabama and have that on their resume. But I think right now with the head coaching hire to start off with, I think it was a home run hit with what you have available. I think when you put things in perspective, even with the Kiffins out there, the Sarkeesians, who else was in the mix? They were saying in the mix, Mike Norville, Dan Lannon. When you put all of these coaches in the hat and you put Kalen DeBoer's name in there, you really come out with the best of the bunch. Not necessarily the best. You say maybe Kiffin's probably just as successful as Lane Kiffin. You put Sarkeesian right there. He's top tier when you start looking at the resume. If you really want to look at the resume, everywhere he's been, he's taken a losing program, been handed a losing, underperforming program, and turned it into a winning program. So with that being your head and your leader there, you definitely got to be confident in that. And it's a home run for me is an 8. An 8 out of 10. That's a home run. It's right at the gate. It's right over the fence, and it's a home run. Whoever on bases, we bringing it home. And let's start with his coordinators. He brought along somebody he's familiar with, Ryan Grubb. If we're talking about grading some of these, I gave the head coach hire an A-. I think you're bringing in a winner, who's in unfamiliar territory. How fast does he adapt? So Kalen DeBoer, he gets an A-. Winner everywhere he's been. Literally just came from playing in the national championship. And then you go to the offense coordinator, Ryan Grubb, somebody who's been coaching with him, who's been with him during his success. The thing that Kalen DeBoer is known as being an offensive genius. What's the easiest way to carry on that success? Everywhere you've been going has been your offense that has made the initial turnaround and been like the spearhead of your turnaround and your winning culture. You get what I'm saying? So one of the things I like to consider is continuity. I like to consider guys being familiar with each other when you're assembling a coaching staff. And Coach DeBoer really came through and brought guys that he was really familiar with. So one thing about it is guys like Ryan Grubb, who's going to be the primary play caller. Excuse me, y'all. He's going to be the primary play caller for the offense. You feel confident in him being your primary play caller when Caleb DeBoer, who's an offensive-minded coach, needs to learn how to manage his defensive coordinators. Not necessarily call the game for him, but manage your game situations, manage the defensive play calls if you're trying to set something up for an offensive. Like, these are things that Kalen DeBoer is going to be able to grow and adjust to and coach against as far as coaching against in the SEC. This is a different league. We've all acknowledged that. The SEC is a different league right now. When it comes to the other Power Fives, you're talking about the Big 12, the Big 10, the Pac-2. The SEC is different. The coaching style has to be different. We already see that the recruiting is different. They already see that. That's why they're making an immediate turnaround. So you go on to the other side, Kane Womack, and let me stop and look at comments real quick. Smook, they bought Matt Shadid in from South Alabama. He is a strength and conditioning coach. And we kept Jeff Ballou. That's good. Somebody confirm that for me. And that way we can get that in the back with Taylor. Taylor, I just started. I know you just coming on. But that would be awesome, man. Matt Shadid come along. And a lot of times it's important to make sure that you're getting energetic guys who know what they're talking about in that strength conditioning room, because guess what? That's where in the offseason, that's where your players spend most of their time. They're not spending all their time with their position coaches necessarily. Most of their time is spent with that strength and conditioning team. And I think David Ballou and Jeff Allen, those guys getting the right staff together, getting the right person around surrounding this coaching staff, that's a key factor in retaining recruits too, because you show up and you see a guy that can make you look like, you know, a Kendrick Blackshaw. You see how Kendrick Blackshaw looked leaving Alabama. You talking about physique, guys who care about physique. That's a big thing. And then nutrition, guys that like good food. And I'm gonna tell you from experience, man. Alabama does, like, they go over and above when it comes to their nutrition for their players, man. You got these kids walking around like meal prep. They don't have to spend a dime if they don't want to. The dining facility is open to them 24/7. These kids, I mean, it's almost like living in the White House. They get top end, I mean, steak every night if they want it. Sweet potatoes, like the good stuff they put on weight, man. I told my mom, we was talking about when I was, you know, real heavy in the gym about a year ago. I was like, Mom, if I could just go be a athlete at Alabama for a semester, I'd probably get up to 220. The way they take care, I mean, supplements, the best, the state of the art nutrition, and then the recovery, the recovery post, the strength and conditioning, the physical therapy programs that they have, man, top end. And you retaining that part of the program, that puts more value into it. Like, not everybody chasing the bag out here. Some people are really chasing value, you know? And I think that's what Kellen DeBoer is setting the precedence for. He's setting the precedent for value. He said, yeah, we get to actually be the underdogs for once. My sentiments exactly. The number of trolls in the chat is crazy. I can't imagine going to Texas or UGA fan sites doing the same thing. Hey, it happens, man. That just goes to show you what type of impact Coach Saban has made in college football. But not just that, but, you know, even with how he's handling and advising this transition. Let's move to the defensive side before we talk about the rest of the offensive staff. I saw some mixed opinions on Kane Womack. If y'all had to give a offensive coordinator, I think we get an A. We get an A for that grade, right? Chad, y'all agree with that? Thumbs up if you agree with an A for the offensive coordinator hire. And while y'all put y'all answers in, your thumbs up for that. Thumbs down, thumbs up for the offensive coordinator if you don't agree with my A rating. Somebody said A plus. I'm not gonna say A plus. We definitely got to see him adjust to the SEC. So yeah, Ryan Grubb definitely A. The reason why I say it's an A higher, because this is the guy that Coach Saban went after last year. You know what I'm saying? Coach Saban went after him last year. So I think it's an A, you know, and we not settled, but we ended up taking Tommy Rees. Tommy Rees was high on Coach Saban's consideration. I think Tommy Rees was more so a co-offensive coordinator look for when we were going to look for coaches. I think people wanted him to be, I think the staff and the Coach Saban initially wanted Tommy Rees as a co-offensive coordinator. But Ryan Grubb, I believe, is an A. Kane Womack. We're going to shift to Kane Womack. A little bit about his history. Like I said, his dad was the defensive coordinator at Ole Miss for some time when they were, you know, a solid defense. His dad was actually the coordinator when they started coming up with the Land Shark little mantra that they were living by. You know, Land Shark. If y'all know that during that time, they had a solid group of they was trying to be like the college versions of Legion of Boom. You know, they had some physical DBs. They played the same 4-2-5 scheme that you're going to see the South Alabama coach bring. It's to me, potential wise, if I had to grade the higher potential, I'm going to say a strong B plus. But right now, I give it a B minus, a solid B minus, being that he's connected in the South as far as recruiting. He's a developer. He's produced schemes that develop guys. South Alabama's roster has been getting picked by Power 5 schools for defensive guys in the past 2 years. So he's doing something right and developing guys some type of way that is creating value for themselves, that some of your major Power 5s are going down to South Alabama, down there in Mobile, and picking those guys off from under his nose. That he was the head coach, but he was primarily the defensive designer. He had a defensive play caller, but he made it known that he was the defensive play caller, the majority play caller. He had his hands in it. So you look at where he's been, every stop he's been to as a defensive, as a position coach, as a play caller, he's had success statistically. And the fact the thing still needs to remain the consideration we got to always have in our minds now with all of these guys, most of these guys is, can you do that in the SEC? The SEC is changing. And when we say slight segue, when we talk about the SEC, I want people to understand the SEC is not the most dominant defensive conference anymore. I want people to realize that. I really want you to look at how the Floridas and the Auburns and the A&Ms and the LSUs look right now. Because for the while we was like, man, you can go second tier SEC. You had Alabama, Georgia, Florida was at the top. And then LSU would mix in there every now and then. Then you go second tier, you have a strong LSU. You got Florida would dribble down in there. You got I guess you could put Tennessee right there. Ole Miss, Mississippi State fluctuates in between second tier and then third tier. You got your Arkansas, your before last year, Missouri, Kentucky. Who else? I mean, that's about it. When you talk about those third tier guys, those teams that one day they could look like, 1 week they could look like they about to go 7-8-0, and then they go against one of the powers to be, one of the powerhouses, and they just look like they lose their mind, and then they follow up with 2 or 3 more unforeseen losses. That's the trend. And now you add Texas and Oklahoma to the mix. You look at how Oklahoma handled their season last year. They beat Texas, and then they go and lose 2 games they weren't supposed to lose. And you look at how they played in those 2 games, and even how they were winning games later on down the season, they weren't like dominant. They no defensive presence. Brent Venables, we're seeing a coaching change. We're seeing a culture change. They killed it in recruiting though this past season, which is going to be big for them if they can get those guys in there and develop them. Brent Venables is going to do good things with Oklahoma. So that Oklahoma has that to deal with. Going through a gauntlet throughout the whole season, like. This new system with no divisions is going to be big. Texas, they got through some ugly wins. They handled their opponents, but they got through some ugly wins post beating Alabama. It was like they were on that Bama high the rest of the season. And it took them all the way up. And I think Quinn Ewers was battling injuries. I know y'all had a few injuries on the defensive side, but it was a lot of games. That talented front, that defensive front didn't look all that great like they did against Alabama. So the grind is going to be different scheduling wise. So the same that applies for players, it applies for coaches. These coaches are going to have to, Mack is going to have to scheme against high powered offices 7-8 weeks out of this year, not just 2 weeks out of the year. And when we talk about him scheming against high powered offices, you go look at Troy State down there in Alabama, in Troy, Alabama. Go look at how productive their offense has been the past 5-6 years. They've been a high-powered offense. Didn't Troy beat Auburn a few years back? Did Troy beat Auburn? Coach Mook, I want to hear your input on Coach Shepard since they said you was the receiver. Let me start that comment. We're gonna get to it, man. We're gonna get to it. But yeah, didn't Troy just beat Auburn not too long ago? It was a crazy Auburn just lost a crazy, like it was Liberty or somebody. Somebody just beat Auburn. Oh, Troy beat LSU. That's what it was. Troy beat LSU. There you go. Appreciate that. Darren Jenkins and Sogon Smith came in the chat. Help your boy out. Yeah, I know I can't watch everything. Look, he said everyone. Drewski said everyone beat Auburn, man. That New Mexico State team was very, very, very tricky, man. I'm telling y'all. I know Auburn wasn't up for that game, but once New Mexico State came out, y'all seen there was not much separation in talent, and that's what kind of had a lot of us as Bama fans, man. But if you're a true Bama fan and you've been a Bama fan for more than 10 years, if Auburn don't suit then but they doggone agricultural department students up in some pads, that game might end up in Auburn, in Jordan here. That game might end up 14-13 Bama. Auburn soccer team could come out on that football field, Iron Bowl weekend, Jordan Hare Stadium, and it's gonna be a tough game. I guarantee it. It ain't no. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all say. But yeah, defensive coordinator hired. Run him up. Give him a grade right now in the chat. I gave it a solid B-. Run it up in the chat right now for the next 30 seconds. What's your grade for the defensive coordinator Mack hire? Former head coach at South Alabama, previous defensive coordinator experience at a few stops. Statistically turn defenses around. Run it up. I see B. I see a B plus. I see A. Mason Hatfield said a A. Let me run some of these across the screen so people can see how y'all thinking in the chat. A solid B. Lisa Tadford said a solid B. Chance Brett Leclerc, one of the members on the channel, said a B. Chance, another member on the channel, said B. Caleb said a B plus. Solid. I like that. Darren Jenkins with the A minus. Jimmy Baker, very active chatter, A minus. I like that. Overall, A minus. I mean, I could go A minus, but I just want to see what he does with this personnel group. And does he keep it simple or does he get extravagant? And I think if he gets extravagant, it works against him this year. I think you keep it simple, let guys fly around, be athletes, and he'll get a lot more praise for keeping it simple than trying to be exotic. You get exotic in the trenches like you've been doing. I like what he does with his stunts and his defensive slant calls. You pair him with an aggressive coaching, aggressive developing coach like Roach, and the scheme just fits, the type of personnel we got. So, yeah, I like it. We got a lot of youth. I like it. Coach Smook, I wanted to hear your input on the Coach Shepard situation. Coach Shepard, I'm jumping back to the offensive side. Coach Shepard, man. All right, let me pull up this graphic, man. I want to pull it up for y'all because Coach Shepard has a lineage. James Shepard. Coach Jamarcus Shepard. I keep calling that man James. I'm gonna pull it up real quick and I'm gonna read off some of the offense, some of his coaching career history, and just tell y'all why I'm excited about this guy. First of all, he's not an old coach. He's 40, 83. That puts you right in the mix of what today's like. You right there in the mix of today's having a good understanding of today's youth. How to talk to him, how to connect with him. He's a man of strong faith. I don't know if you all saw the video circulating around, him encouraging his players, encouraging the Washington fan base when he was there. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to have a positive mindset, but he's a technician. He's a guy that puts guys in the lab. He gets in the lab with wide receivers and he just develops, man. He's a math guy. He gets into the numbers about pressure force, amount of steps you want because of your height and your body makeup. He's a what they call them, those guys that major in like sports medicine and stuff, but not physical therapy. What is it? They do muscles. They study muscle movement and all that stuff. Whatever that's called. Y'all know I ain't no scholar, so don't laugh at me too hard. You can laugh, but don't laugh too hard because I'm just. But look at some of the stops he's been at. He started off at high school, and like most wide receiver coaches do. Most of your prominent wide receiver coaches start off in high school because they begin to produce a product in recruiting, and college coaches become interested in that, especially when they could come and they could sit down and talk to you about schematics involving the player. When a position coach can tell a college coach, how this player fits in the scheme, how they could see a player fitting in another scheme, and they could show that they have extensive knowledge on the next level as far as scheme. That's how you see these position coaches start to get elevated from the high school ranks. So you start at Western Kentucky. He was like an analyst at first. Then he immediately his second year goes into being a position coach. Then he gets elevated to special teams coach as a wide receiver coach. One thing I like about his career, he's coached nothing else but wide receivers when it came to positions. So we've been complaining bad about wide receiver development. We've been bringing all this 5-star talent, and look at the guys we've lost. Can I get that graphic up? The wide receivers. I don't know if we have it in the back, Taylor, but the wide receivers we lost. You don't expect a guy like Trayshawn Holden, Javon Baker, even guys who came out the portal, Ajayi Hall. What wide receiver coach doesn't pull him in and try to talk to him and say, man, you got the world in front of you. Calm down. Let me get you bought into this process and watch what you can do on the next level. I mean, Ajayi Hall was supposed to be the next Julio. Yeah, he was a diva, but I think you get a guy like Jamarcus Shepard who's got a good head on his shoulder, faith-based guy who can relate to you, not going to try to preach to you, going to try to, talk with you, develop you as a mentor, not just a coach, but as a mentor, as a big brother figure, like this is a good guy coming into this wide receiver room because we got a talented group of young wide receivers. So if you wanted me to give a grade for the hire for Jamarcus Shepard, I think this one is an A, man. Look, Purdue, he produced. Go just look at the years he was a wide receiver coach and just vaguely think back to some of the teams and some of the offenses where you saw names coming out of these wide receiver rooms. 2016, Washington State. If you think about 2016, that was the year the big buzz on game day with Washington State and that high power offense, those receivers were making noise. He was there coaching those receivers. Then he goes to Purdue. Purdue had no type of passing offense before he got there. He gets there and starts developing no-name guys. Nobody's talking about these guys, and they're getting drafted in the third and fourth round between 2017 and 21. You know, then he gets to Washington in 22, and y'all see what he's been able to do at Washington in the past 2 or 3 years. So I'm excited for Jamarcus Shepard. I gave it a solid A. Chat, right now, your grades for Jamarcus Shepard hire is it an A? And we got some breaking news. Or some updated news. Jabbar Muhammad expected to land in Tuscaloosa soon. And yeah, this is post leaving Texas. I think we had I think we had some other reports earlier that he was getting crystal ball to Texas, I believe. And that's more than understandable hearing that he has relatives there. Texas is doing their thing in the portal right now. You know, tampering, poaching, whatever you want to call it, is legal. They're not doing anything illegal. They're maximizing their resources. But him coming to Alabama and actually, you know, committing to taking this trip, that's a good sign for Alabama. Everybody was talking about our coaching hires. We were literally just talking about the grades on the coaching hire. I think you get Ryan Grubbs and Coach Kalen DeBoer, who are close to this kid, who just got done coaching this kid. You get him talking to him. You get a guy like Courtney Morgan, who just, you know, been involved with this guy. You get a guy like him to talk and say, hey, Lindquist can get you there. Mack is going to call a defense that's going to highlight your strengths. You know, because I honestly believe we get Muhammad. He comes in and he moves to one of your either your star or he goes to your I think he goes to your star. You keep him on that level. He's a bigger body, DB, similar size and anatomy makeup to Malachi Moore. But if we had to be honest, and y'all know I love Malachi Moore, a better cover guy than Malachi Moore. Just as aggressive, probably not as much as a thumper as Malachi Moore, but possesses the same physicality. Definitely a better cover guy. And if you can secure him, you kind of alleviate the loss of Earl Little. And you definitely feel a little bit better about losing Caleb Downs, but you definitely alleviate the loss of seeing what Earl Little probably could have been. And you start to relieve some of that pressure off of losing Caleb Downs. Because right now with Caleb Downs being gone, it opens the door for us to see the likes of Tony Mitchell was being projected to be a guy to come in and compete before his troubles coming into Alabama, before his little situation. Tony Mitchell was being highly spoken of. Devontae Smith, before his injury, he was the starter at safety, next to Malachi Moore coming into last season. Next to Caleb Downs coming into last season. So I'm excited to see how Lindquist can continue to develop guys. I'm very intrigued to see how many older guys, veterans in the portal, are going to be inclined to come and work with a well-known coach. Maurice Lindquist is a coach. His name is known amongst defensive backs, personal trainers that talk about, you know, deep defensive back development. You're hear his name thrown into it, and he has the ties to Texas. So being that you know Muhammad just came from Texas, it's not like Lindquist probably doesn't have any ties down there trying to get a inside scoop on what's the competition looking like. What do I need to be trying to pay attention to when I talk to this guy? How can I find out as much as I can about Alabama and the value that Alabama can provide for this guy? So when he lands tonight, what's my talk with him? What's my heart to heart? How do I figure out his true why so that I can see if he's really a good fit for this vision and this Debo era? How do we get that? And I think that's the process the fan base needs to buy into. You can go out there and look at film and say, oh, yeah, we need this guy. Oh, yeah, we need this guy. Or look at film from last year and say, man, if we lose him, it's going to hurt. But no, this is a new era. We got 2 new systems coming into Alabama. We won't even be able to guess play calling this year on the offensive side or the defensive side. That's how exciting of a change this is. And if you guys embrace that, you won't mind the portal news. You'll actually embrace it because now we got a chance to see, let's say, for instance, if you turn on a Jabbar Muhammad Washington game from last year and you watch Jabbar Muhammad against Oregon, you'll be like, man, this dude just as good as Kool-Aid, if not better. Watching him play against Oregon, you would say that. You'd be like, man, if Kool-Aid could cover like this, you want me to tell you why? Because I literally said it. He's a disciplined corner. He could play boundary. He could play star. He's literally a bigger, as far as weight-wise, he's a bigger Terrion Arnold. Maybe he has the ball skills of Eddie Jackson. You all remember Eddie Jackson's ball skills, the way he played the ball in the air? Eddie Jackson was a menace with the ball in the air. You put a guy like this who's a lockdown corner and loves to attack the ball and has the hands to do it, the 4-2-5 can be dangerous. Because that's really where your bread and butter is. If you could lock up the middle, if you could have solid communication, solid tackling, solid containment in the middle of the field, guys who understand depth and depth responsibility while maintaining, secondary run support responsibility, you got a solid defense. You get too deep in rotation and your inside linebacker, your star guy, your strong safeties, and you can have a solid 4-2-5 scheme, whether you go heavy or go light. Shout out to everybody in the chat. My boy Le Champion jumping in. One of the members, I'm sorry, y'all getting tongue-tied thinking about this guy possibly signing with Alabama. That'd be great. I'm telling y'all, this would be a good pickup for Alabama. Eddie Jackson was that dude. Facts, Le Champion. I think everybody on the panel loves Eddie Jackson too. He was one of the guys, and we're seeing that On3 is predicting Texas. What I want y'all to realize is that a lot of times, I'm sorry, Taylor, I was trying to get this comment out the way. Miro is most certainly the epitome of a leader and the captain of this team. I'm 100% with you, guys like Miro. If he's part of your recruiting plan, when you talk about talking to guys who are going to come on visits this weekend, I think people saw the Miro story throughout the season. I think people are really attracted to that story, and you got to understand that these kids are already talking to each other. How do you think some of these guys like? And this is just because I have a front row seat to it. I have a front row seat to seeing Antonio Kite's transfer portal process, and you all whoever's follows him, you all might have a different view on it, but he has an end goal, and sometimes a personal end goal may seem selfish, but at the end of the day, some people are in this process coming into this as a business. How do I get to my end goal? What's the fastest way to my end goal? And some players are going to take that. Jabbar Muhammad might be that type of player. How do you get to his end goal? This guy can go first round if he comes to the SEC. Texas is an SEC school and dominate like he did at Washington. So we'll have our work cut out for us. On3 is going to report him going to crystal ball him to Texas. I guarantee you, once he leaves from Alabama, if he posts anything about how he enjoyed the talk or anything, the crystal ball will be swinging towards Alabama. So I don't feed into that until a guy really shuts down all visits and he's ready to make an announcement. You go and you start reading rumbles and murmurs from different visits. When you're able to put all those things in the pot and start, dissecting it, that's when you could get a better feel. But the fact that he's committed, that he's landing in Tuscaloosa right now, that is a good sign. This coaching staff has more of a connection than the previous coaching staff you would think. The head coach has a better connection. I think the family thing plays a big part in it. His cousin plays at Texas. That's a big part in it. But other than that, man, it's hard to pass up a chance to play at Alabama. No matter if it's post-Saban or not. We are going to be the center of college football for at least the first 6 weeks. It would take us going 3-3. Even if we go 5-1 in the first 6 weeks, people are going to get scared. But I'm telling y'all, it's going to be one of those off seasons. Y'all going to just have to continue to console your brother to the right, your brother to the left, your sister to the right, your sister to the left. You're going to have to console each other because it's going to happen. We literally are fighting with our hands tied right now. We're trying to headbutt right now. You know what I'm saying? We're in the match right now with our hands behind our back, and we're trying to headbutt to keep up and stay in the mix. And me, I got a big forehead, so I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna last a little bit longer than some of y'all. Some of y'all got these little small, ain't never put a football helmet on foreheads. I wore a football helmet for a long time, and I wore a military Kevlar for a long time. So my forehead, my hairline pushed back a little bit. My forehead extra big. I could survive it. I can headbutt a couple times. I headbutt for y'all. Let me headbutt for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Don't tap out on us though. When the ropes come off the wrist, when they untie us, be ready to swing. Don't get caught out here bad though. We got some. Hey, y'all don't laugh at me talk about my super chat too much. My forehead too much. Dontario Moore, David Cooper talking to Bama. David Cooper, who is David Cooper? Is there a link about David Cooper, or is that just made up? I don't know. Can somebody coach me up? David Cooper. I'm trying to see what are they talking about, guys? I don't know. David Cooper. Is that a comment in the chat? Let me go look it up. Is that some news? My people in the back, y'all talk to me. Talk to me. Where my people at? Okay, I do got text messages. My fault. I'm just not looking at my phone. I'm engaged with y'all. But this is big news. Jabbar Muhammad is definitely big news. David Cooper. Somebody put me on. I want a second. It's hard to do this when we're solo. Recruiter relations for him? Wow. Is there word that he's coming to Alabama? Is it word that he's coming to Alabama? Is he joining our staff? Because if that's the case, that'll be something to talk about. You get a guy like Courtney Morgan and him working together. If you got some news, send it to my inbox on Twitter. If you got me on Twitter, I want to look at it, because that would be huge. That would be huge as far as staff hirings and all of that. Like, that would be huge. I'm looking at Kyle backstage. Like, if y'all could pull something, and pull it up for me, that would be crazy good. As far as getting another foothold in recruiting, that'd be crazy. I don't think. Whoa, you talking about rebounding from losing T-Rob with the players? This guy, man. You see what Georgia and that staff has been able to do. He's the center of it. He's the center of it. Finding personalities, matching personalities to players. You know, getting into the town talk. Like, he's connected. Message boards. He's connected, man. He's connected. So if that would be nice. That would be nice. That would definitely be nice. My thoughts exactly. Andy. That combo there, you talking about, you remember when the Lakers assembled like the marquee front office with getting Shaq, Kobe, the greats in for that run that they had? This was the type of hires you talking about having in our office, like administration side. Told y'all coaches, and this is what we Dr. 334, DR 334. This is what we've been talking about in all my takes. The fact that Coach Saban has been so open and proud to announce that he's going to be involved in the program. He's going to help. He wants to be involved and help as much as he can. He wants to lend as much of a hand as he can. That gives me full confidence that things are going to be headed in some sound decisions are being made. You're going to lose. You're going to have somebody tell me anything that you've earned in life. Have you not had to sacrifice to really enjoy it? A lot of the easy stuff that you get, you don't really appreciate it. You enjoy it for the time, that initial moment, like Christmas. Me and my wife learned early. We got 6 total children, right? The first Christmas, we had all 6 of the kids together. Man, Christmas. I'm looking at my wife over here. Man, if I could tell y'all what shopping for 6 kids at one time is like, is not fun. I tell you that, especially between the ages of what they was then, 9 and 2, 9 and 1, 9 and 2. That's because you have different dynamic. Your 9-year-old think he a teenager, then the 2 behind him that's 8, they want to be teenagers, but they're still little kids. Like, the mindsets are different. So, man, like, you got 2 minds that can come together and hit you from both sides with Morgan and Coop. Oh my God. This could be different. With Saban guiding you in the South, this could be different. And don't forget, with Coop coming over, he's already connected in the South. He can go out and start talking to coaches about, hey, you got a little trend coming on. Come on to Bama, man. Let me help you get in front of some more high schools. Let me help you get your name on the map a little bit more. Come by to this Debo era, like I've been saying, this Debo era. Come by into this. It's an easy conversation to be had. But if that's true, man, it's crazy. I can't find much on him. He doesn't even have. Oh, okay. So hey, it'll be an incognito type move. Something we need. Some good news. That's some good rumors to be spreading. That's some positive stuff. I like that. Appreciate that. Whoever was reporting that. I don't know who came in first with it. I caught on to it late, but whoever brought it in, everybody that was, kind of helping me out, reminding me who it was. Thank you. Baker Swag 11 199 super chat says, we're gonna need to protect Sam for the future. What's y'all thoughts on Sam right now? I know we want this to come into we want this coming into the spring. We want open competition, but do we really want to try to throw Julian Saying out in a transition year? Let's think realistic, chat. Do we want to try to throw Julian Saying out there in a transition year? Or would it be smart for him to buy into learning a new offensive system behind a very experienced quarterback, two experienced quarterback, as far as the college level, quarterbacks at the college level? Okay. Kyle, I'm about to send you something. I'm about to send something to the group text. I just got something. Did y'all just see the Hayes Fawcett report? But yeah, I'm about to put this in the group text right here. I'm sorry, chat.
Yo, I'm here. What's up? We're gonna get it up right now. You got a commitment. Screenshot alert. I got some good news for you. Hayes, this is a big quarterback. We're gonna bring up everything, but first let's give Hayes the credit on here. Out scoops the scoop. And former Washington true freshman Austin Mack has committed to Alabama. 6'6", 230 will have 4 years of eligibility remaining. All right. Let's bring up his roster profile page, and then why don't we change the graphic on the front? And then Smook, we'll chop. Smook, can you be here for a second, man?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Why don't you what we're going to do is bring this up on Austin Mack, and I think we should be able to find out on Washington Football a little bit more about him. And I'm going to bring this up real quick, and then we'll kind of dive into it. But we'll get a banner up on the bottom, and this is breaking news as Austin Mack has committed to Alabama, and then we'll look at some highlights and finally some good news. And this is some interesting news too. I mean, the quarterback coming in, didn't necessarily see there hadn't been a lot of talk about him. Maybe could this be the good news? Who the hell cares? This is some positive stuff right now, right? I mean, at least on the surface right here. Smook, what you think? We'll get a banner on the bottom and then I'll pop right back in.
This is weird to me because you all know I was big on not having to go to the portal for a quarterback. I didn't think we would even entertain it. But you had to expect it with a new offensive system coming over. And if you're gonna go get one, this will be a guy to go get. One thing I will say, I've watched him. I've seen the arm talent. A long way to go, guys. A long way to go. But as far as the athleticism, what is he bought into as far as development wise? I don't get worried about saying or any, if anybody, I think this is the one that kind of, if we want to start, and not to be the negative horse, man, but if you want to start talking realistic, what's possibly happening right now, it might be a situation where we might lose a Lonergan or a Simpson out of this, but this is not a bad swap out. This is not a bad swap out. You kind of get Lonergan size, you kind of get Simpson ceiling, but you get a lot more athleticism from this Austin Mack pickup. I can find some huddle highlights later to kind of show y'all if we want to go that way. But 6'6", 230, my God. And I heard some people were saying he was 6'8". I don't know if there's any truth to that, but 6'6", 230, Alabama has the biggest quarterback Alabama has had is Jake Coker. He was like 6'5", I want to say, about 225. Jake Coker was a big old country boy. You know, this is big. This is Jamarcus Russell almost. Like this is a big kid, man. 6'6". I think he has like a 6'8" wingspan. 11 inch. His hand span is oh my God, that's crazy, man. This is a specimen. When you're talking about size, athleticism, young kid too. So you only can imagine that his body's naturally going to mature. You get him in a weightlifting program, a strength and conditioning program under Ballou, and man, this South Alabama guy's coming in with the nuances of. I think y'all don't understand what's happening. We told you it would happen. It's going to start happening, and these are just the onesies and twosies that's going to be able to make decisions because of their head coaches changes. With the news with Harbaugh starting to heat up, we're going to see more of this. People are going to come to Alabama to compete. Guys can't sit there. Guys on this roster are now going to have to. You've dealt with being the guy standing up and saying that you're going to stick it out. Now, are you really going to stick it out? Are you really committed? Because other guys are going to come in and want to compete. So not only are you coming in to compete, but you shouldn't feel bad about this. This continues to create that competitive nature that you were brought up in before Saban left. Don't come in feeling entitled. If there's anybody that's feeling entitled, they're probably going to hit the portal. They're going to fall off to the wayside. But competition is about to be bred in this spring training, and I'm excited, man. I don't think Austin Mack necessarily has the arm talent as the quarterbacks in our room, but he has a high ceiling, guys. I mean, we've been bragging about Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb, the way they've been able to develop guys. They tend to go with these athletic QBs. Julian Sayin is athletic, but he's not Austin Mack athletic. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely full complete quarterback, more complete of a quarterback than Mack, but he's not athletic, nor does he has a 6'6" college football ready quarterback size, Julian Sayin. But that's neither here or there. Austin Mack, I believe, is a solid pickup. He's 3 years out for sure. Who we talking about? 3 years out for sure. Talking about Austin Mack. Yeah, if he stays at Bama, I think he's a study. He's definitely a project. And that's not saying this is the type of offense where we've seen them have packages for athletic quarterback. They go and they mix it up every now and then. Sometimes they go hurry up with a young guy, and let him get snaps. And you don't know how they're going to do things if Milroe's a quarterback. How often and how early do we see them go with different QB sets because Milroe is probably not seeing the field early and they don't want to let him continue to go into a funk. A lot of games we saw last season, it was you saw that it was a lot put on Milroe to bring himself out of a funk. There was never any type of relief. I think we could have leaned on Ty Simpson a lot more last season when Milroe was in those games where he was struggling in the passing game. You don't have to go out and let Simpson finish the game, but definitely put him out there. So if he is the one with the better arm, let him complete a pass. Let him get him 3 pass play calls to make the defense stand back up. So when Milroe comes out and they're ready to, they ready. Okay, Milroe back out here. All right, we're gonna close. We're gonna tighten up back to the line of scrimmage. We're gonna walk back in the box. Milroe's best ball is the deep ball. Now you got play action set up now because of what you did with Ty Simpson, not necessarily what you did with Milroe, but now you give Milroe his best ball. You set him up for success. So it's the small things like that, chat, and that goes to show y'all. I don't just play a video game. Like I love coaching, offensive schematics. I love learning. I'm a student of that. I'm a student of the whole game of football, but that side of that side of the ball, I love it, man. You could sit me in a film room and just play. Like some of y'all watch Netflix all day, 12, 14 hours a day. If you put like study film in front of me to teach me concepts and nuances of different offensive schemes, I could watch it all day. I love the offensive side. So just what I described with how you could set things up with rotating quarterbacks and a system like what Grubb and DeBoer is bringing over, I think you could see similar things being implemented when they go out and they look at a guy like Austin Mack, who they have previous experience with.
Hey, Smook, is this our boy right here? We're trying to get the highlights pulled up. I'm gonna pull up his huddle real quick so we can go over it. Is this our boy right here? Austin Mack. But what's interesting is when you look to this is like if you look to newest, it says junior year 2024. I mean, out of Folsom, California. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to find now. I'm trying to go double check for you.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah,
that's him, Jarek?
That's him. Yeah. He went to because he went to Folsom. He played under
Did he reclassify? Is this the one that reclassified? Because it's saying class of 2024. It's 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Jarek, kind of fill us in real quick. I'm gonna dub the highlights on, come in, and we'll do a breakdown. Be right back.
Yeah, so pretty much for this quarterback, he played at Folsom High School. For those who don't know, that's literally one of the top powerhouse programs in high school football. Got them, I believe, to he got them to the D1 championship game. I think he got them against Mater Dei, because what it pretty much is, like, there's a northern, like there's the northern section championship, and then there's the southern, there's the southern championship. So for the South, you got Mater Dei, you got St. John Bosco, you got Centennial. You got like Corona, like you got Centennial or Corona, like you got those particular schools down there, and then the north is like Folsom, De La Salle, Sierra Canyon, like those are like those type of schools. So he was one of the best quarterbacks for his region. I definitely think that for the most part, he had 40 touchdowns, 7 interceptions his last year, got them all the way to the championship game. So he was one of the best quarterbacks coming out of high school for the state of California. But I think just like how Smoot kind of implemented, he's raw. He's got talent. He's got a really, really good arm. He's got some sneaky athleticism. And I think that he is a quarterback that can fit the DeBoer system. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Penix, but he's raw. I'm not going to sit up here and say he's better than Dylan Lonergan as far as raw talent, and I won't sit up here and say that he's better than Ty Simpson, because I'll be lying to you guys if I'm going to tell you that Austin Mack is a part of that crew. But he is talented, and there is a reason why he committed to Kalen DeBoer's type system. There's a reason why DeBoer went after him. So just like how we talked about this before, guys, how DeBoer's going to get guys that he's extremely familiar with, right? And I keep trying to tell you guys, those Pacific Northwest kids to those West Coast kids, I'm telling you, they are interested in the University of Alabama. Before, of course, you get an offer at Alabama, you're always going to have you're always going to have a little intrigue for Coach Saban. But in all reality, Coach Saban is not going to make you a top priority. He's not going to make those guys the top priority compared to the Southeastern region. And, he's just not going to make it the top priority. Kalen DeBoer, Dan Lanning, Lincoln Riley, like Jeff Fish, like those coaches are going to make those West Kills to Pacific Northwest or Islander kids. Those guys are going to be the priority. So I think that this is going to be the first year where you're actually going to see an SEC coach prioritize those kids. And some people may not like it, some people may not like it, but this is just reality. Like Kalen DeBoer and the staff that he brought over from Coach Jamarcus Shepard, Scott Huff, Ryan Grubb, these are like, why would they abandon getting kids that they've been recruiting for 2 to 3 years? Like they've been trying to get those kids for 2 to 3 years. Why would they just stop, abandon those kids, and focus on some of the kids now that they just don't really have some any sort of continuity with? So they're going to get kids. They're going to get a lot of people that are interested from that region. So don't be surprised if Alabama starts to land more of those kids, and especially in the transfer portal, that we start to get more of those kids coming over to the University of Alabama.
Facts, man. And I see a lot of fans talking about he's trash. This kid is not trash. Like, you don't throw 6 touchdowns in California high school football in that league.
You don't throw 40 touchdowns in the D1. In the D1,
he threw 6 in one game. I think his junior or his sophomore year, he's through 6 in one game. But like we've been saying, man, definitely a raw talent, man. You'll see, it's some things that I see. I'm like, nah, SEC, his footwork definitely not there. He will be having a whole Miro saga. I mean, times two. If we was to try to think that he was coming in and pushing for the starting job, but he has some upside. I love his arm talent. The deep ball. Nice.
All right, fellas. How we're gonna do this real quick? Let's do a film assessment of him. I'm gonna open up the video and then I'm gonna come back and we're going to play his highlights. Jarek, what I want to do is I'm going to open the video and then Jarek, I want you to come in and give your assessment of him as a quarterback, and then we're gonna talk about it as a roundtable. What we like about him, why he came, what the quarterback room looks like. I'll go ahead and play point on this. So I'll do the open and then I'll come to you, Jarek, again. Alabama has landed Austin Mack, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna go full screen. I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna be recording this, and let's make sure we're all ready to go. Appreciate you guys joining us. Breaking news, and here we go in 3, 2, 1. Fam, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. Alabama has just landed a quarterback who is 6'6", and here with the coaches to talk about it. And let's kind of dive into his film. We'll go full screen on the film. Jarek from Jan Sports, take it away, man. What do we like about Austin Mack? Tell us about him. Talk about his size, and we'll play his film. Here we go.
Yeah, man. Austin Mack coming out of Folsom High School was one of the best quarterbacks in his region. You're talking about a guy that took his team to the Division I level state championship in the northern region of California. Very, very prominent region. You're talking about competing with other schools like De La Salle. Of course, you got to include Folsom into that region, so you're a cannon. And the fact that he threw for 40 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, 3,500 yards passing is extremely impressive. You're talking about a guy that's 6'6", 6'6", a little over 200 pounds, has a long wingspan, has really, really good footwork in the pocket. You're talking about a kid that has been going to these elite high school camps in the state of California, working with elite coaches ever since he was a little kid. So this is a guy that is prominent. Like, one thing we could talk about the state of California, it is a free for all when it comes to talking about elite quarterback prospects. And that's one thing I like about this kid. I really do like about this kid. Now, he is the typical DeBoer type quarterback, right? More of a pocket passing guy, but kind of the modern age pocket passer, right? Has quick feet, has a strong arm, I think that one of the things that I really do like about this kid is his ability to process, especially at the high school level, especially when you go back and watch some of his tape, how he's able to look off defenders, how he's able to really throw with a lot of anticipation, a lot of velocity, a lot of accuracy at the high school level. That is something that you got to be impressed with. People forget, guys, this kid's a 4-star, right? It's not like he's a 2-star or 3-star that just didn't get any offers. He got a lot of offers from that West Coast, Pacific Northwest region, including from Washington with Kalen DeBoer. And, you're talking about an offensive system that is tailor-made for quarterbacks like Austin Mack. You really do have to appreciate that when it comes to the University of Alabama. Now, a lot of people will be concerned about the competition between Dylan Lonergan, Ty Simpson, what's going on with Jalen Milroe. I pretty much can promise you guys, I don't think he's going to be ready for this year. But you're talking about talent that has all the physical intangibles, a guy that comes from a system very similar to the DeBoer system. And this is probably the one guy out of all the quarterbacks that is very, very familiar with Grubb and DeBoer. So I'm excited to see what this kid can do. Again, you can look at the tape right now. You can see how strong his arm is, his ability to anticipate, the footwork that he's able to work with, the power that he's been able to generate, and he also can run. Right, I think he's a little bit more athletic than Michael Penix. But this is how pocket passes are nowadays. They're more mobile than they've ever been before. And that's one of the things that I really do like. I also like his ability, as you guys can see right here. He's keeping his eyes down the field, right? This is a guy that's not just gonna, he's not afraid to take off. He can take off, but for the most part, guys, his eyes are going to be on the field. He's going to be going through his progressions, and that's one of the things that you really have to appreciate, like a quarterback like Austin Mack coming to the University of Alabama.
Austin Mack has just committed to Alabama. I'm Kyle Henderson. He is Jarek of Jan Sports, and we got Coach Smook in. Coach Smook, when we kind of look to his tape, you've had a few minutes just to kind of look at him and kind of go over just some short snaps of him. What stands out, and tell me what you're thinking in terms of him coming to this Alabama quarterback room. I think Jarek brings up a great point about, if anyone's out there and kind of wondering, is he going to be the guy? I don't think anyone's saying the case, but what do you like about his skill set so far coming in from what you've seen from his highlight tape?
Very high upside. I think he sits he trusts his protection a lot. Being a bigger body. When you're above that 6'4", you get up to 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". A lot of those guys, they worry about, the low. the low area around the legs when guys are rushing him. He seems to, have confidence in his protection. And that's a chemistry thing we know with the offensive line. But if he could trust it on that level, just imagine what he can do behind a coach, Scott Huff coached offensive line. Y'all saw the stats with the Washington O-line last year. They allowed the fewest sacks in the nation coming into the playoffs. So you look at his upside, there's a lot of upside. My thing is the footwork for me. I'm a quarterback. I'm a wide receiver. Slash I help with quarterbacks, so I've been able to sit under the tutelage of some very skilled quarterback players and quarterback coaches. And you see a lot of just him depending on his arm strength, which has a lot. If he clean up that footwork, which I think he will be able to do in this system. And the way that these coaches have developed Penix, Penix had minor technique issues, and we saw how he just changed. And I don't think in this day and age you try to tell a kid plant here, plant there. You just teach them about leverage, balance when delivering the ball. Learning how to judge those spots. It looks like he knows when to put touch on the ball. He has nice ball control. That's something you want to see with a big athletic quarterback. A lot of things, he kind of reminds me of DJ Uiagalelei, however you say his last name, DJU that used to be at Clemson. That's who he kind of reminds me of with his size. But his technique is so much further ahead. And you remember how much hype DJ came in with. I think he can develop, man. Don't force him out there too early. He's definitely a 1 year, 2 year development guy. If he wants to stick it out, I think he'll benefit from this coaching staff.
Here with Coach Jarek and Coach Smook as Alabama lands Austin Mack. We can get a graphic of him, kind of just the overall. Yeah, this is who you guys got. 6'6", 225 pounds, and a piece of news worth talking about tonight. And I think when you look to Alabama's quarterback depth chart, clearly you have already on roster Jalen Milroe, Ty Simpson. You have Dylan Lonergan, who a lot of people are really excited about as well. Then you have Julian Sen, and now you add on quarterback Austin Mack. Look, we're talking about news as it happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Coach Jarek, before I get to our next topic and we start talking about other topics revolving around Alabama football, you mentioned something interesting about Ryan Grubb and how he utilizes quarterbacks. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that in terms of what you see Ryan Grubb and how he uses quarterbacks and what you saw him use in Michael Penix in terms of his development and his skill set and what potentially Austin Mack could bring to Alabama?
Well, yeah, Ryan Grubb, one of the things that he likes, and I think Bama fans are going to be excited about this, the ball is out quickly, right? The ball is out extremely quickly, whether if it's screen passes, whether if it's kind of quick, like short to intermediate type throws, whether if it's those second to third level type throws even. The ball is out very, very quickly. One of the biggest issues with the University of Alabama was the fact that Jalen Milroe just kept holding on to the ball a little bit longer. Now, whether that's on him or whether that's on Tommy Rees, that's something that we can try to debate about, but that was an issue last year. This is something that's not going to be an issue when you're with a quarterback that's working under the Grubb system. The ball is going to get out extremely quickly. These receivers, for the most part, it's like Candyland, right? It's an extensive route tree that's perfect synergy between a quarterback and a wide receiver, including even their tight ends. Notice a lot of their tight ends, they like to run a lot of rub routes, a lot of screens, a lot of underneath type routes. But for the most part, guys, Yak is very, very important when it comes to Washington. And Michael Penix, there's a reason why he wasn't touched a lot. He was not touched a lot, and a big reason why was because of the offense surrounding Michael Penix and just Ryan Grubb freeing Grubb and DeBoer, just really freeing up the ability to get that ball out as fast as possible so that he won't get really touched a lot. And they did a phenomenal job, including in a way, I actually think that kind of helped Scott Huff as to why the offensive line won that Joe Moore Award was because of the offensive system that was surrounding a lot of those guys, really elevating the talent level or the talent pool that was surrounding this team. But no, Austin Mack, you're talking about, again, the prototypical modern pocket passer, 6'6", 200 pounds, very, very strong arm, very nice touch, very, very nice velocity when it comes to a lot of his throws. And it's just really just him understanding the system, right? And that's why he even took it on, was because of the system and how we can elevate the talent. And so I'm excited to see what this kid can do in Austin Mack. This is a kid that I'm not going to write out because obviously when you look at the physical intangibles, you can't really ignore it. I'll take that all day compared to someone that's that doesn't really have the prototypical fits to playing under the system. So Austin Mack is someone that I'm definitely going to be excited to see how he's able to grow and develop in the future.
I appreciate it. Good work, Jarek. I appreciate you guys breaking them down. Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here and liking the content. Run the thumbs up on these videos. We appreciate you guys more than you know. Coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Fellas, I'll be back here in just a minute.
Okay. So Austin Mack's going to be the first transfer. Who would have thought that would have been the first case of news? Austin Mack. I was looking for offensive linemen. I was looking for like receivers. I was looking for more defensive backs. Austin Mack's the first, I think, sort of great news that we've gotten as far as somebody that can get in here. But man, I'm excited to see what this kid can do.
Me too. Not necessarily excited to see what he could do. See what type of development takes place here.
Right.
You know, can we get guys to buy into the development? This staff, this offensive staff, I can't speak for the defensive side necessarily. I want to continue to go and find players that have played in one Mack system and developed and went further. But offensively, you don't have to go far to find Grubbs and Jabbar development. You don't, I mean, at every level. Scott Huff, the offensive line coach, wide receiver, like the primary spots you want development. When you're talking about reestablishing an offensive scheme, you're confident in what's been added to, and then you look at Robert Gillespie at the running back position, you're not worried about development. RMP had a comment, and I know you would want to expound on it too. He said, Coach Smook, DJ was a bust at Clemson, went to Oregon State, then transferred to FSU, I think. Hope he's like DJ only in height. I wasn't saying, and I don't know if that's what you're trying to get at. I wasn't saying he has anything DJ skill-wise, because to me, he's a better quarterback than DJ was coming out of high school. I think DJ got a lot of hype being at Bosco. When he's at St. John Bosco.
Yeah, Bosco.
He took the kid in front of him the previous year, or 2 years as a sophomore. He replaced the senior after they did a QB1 series on him. The kid ended up going to Iowa State. He was a small guy. Definitely wasn't a quarterback. I can't remember his name, but he never should have been at quarterback. That wasn't gonna last long for him. 5'8", 5'9", trying to play QB at the next level. You got to be different, man. And I mean different. Your arm got to be there. And you got to have a different mindset. He wasn't him, but DJ took his position and got a lot of hype. And he went to Elite 11 camps and didn't pan out good. Like DJ, he didn't grade high, you know, at those passing camps and things of that nature. And it showed at Clemson. So when you know, when they allowed him to start the Trevor Lawrence game, you saw it. I don't see Austin Mack being thrown into a situation like that. I don't think he's at that level. Like you said, Jay, it's more so of a thing. You look at a talent like this and you're like, man, if I can get this guy for 2 years, let an injury happen in 2 years. We got something for you. You get what I'm saying? So,
and he knows. I think he knows, because we have you look at the quarterback room right now. It's full of talented guys, way more talented quarterbacks compared to Washington. And even if he was staying at Washington, I mean, like I said, he was probably going to compete for the job, but most likely that job would have went to Will Rogers, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to bring in a 4th or 5th year guy and let that dude sit the bench, right? That dude is probably going to he's going to get the nod to start. But yeah, I mean, Austin Mack, I mean, if we're talking about the physical intangibles, and the kid's still growing, like he's still growing. The kid might hit 6'8" by the time he's actually done with college.
People are saying he's 6'8" already. That's the crazy part. Like,
on 3 had him at 6'8". I mean, the kid, I'm telling you, man, he may look 6'8" with that wingspan. That dude's wingspan is insane, dude.
Hey, Nicole's at 48. Hey, look, 448. Listen, this kid is one of those kids, man. You don't pass up on securing that type of athleticism and having the opportunity. If y'all see what's happening with these Washington players that's, you know, going public about coming to Alabama, that's a testament to what we were, you know, highlighting with Coach DeBoer's speech, man. He cares about his players. I want a coach that cares about the players, man. I want a coach that cares about the development and the well-being of these players, who wants these guys to create value for themselves. And if a kid like this that looks at the QB market right now and says, man, I could go just about anywhere outside of the powers and be a day one starter or be slotted, chase a little bag and just be a starter. If I'm just trying to get on the field, he can go anywhere. Why would he come to Alabama? He sees the buzz surrounding Jalen Milroe. He might be coming to Alabama to see, man, hey, let me talk to this dude that went through so much because the same thing that I'm saying about him with his arm talent and all the natural athleticism, we said the same about Jalen Milroe. And we saw how it was on the field when it got time to start facing against those extravagant defenses, those different schemes, how he struggled. The speed of the game was a thing for him. This quarterback is going to have the same type of growing pains, but in a system for 2 years to where he can be taught, he can be straight. And we're not talking about him starting this year. I don't think he starts this year. I don't even think he's two. I think he's going to be a third guy. He's going to be a project. I think there might be some sets for him for Wildcat type looks. I'm ready to see it. I think it's not a big pickup, but it's a good pickup. If you're going to pick somebody up on that side of the ball and that you don't need, this is one that I think is a good one.
In a way, he actually might be a mentor if you actually think about it, because he's the only dude that actually knows the Grub system. He knows it. Now, has he mastered it? No, but he's the only quarterback on this roster that is familiar with the system. So he may come in and just be a guy that Jalen Milroe can ask a lot of questions pertaining about the system. Ty Simpson, a Dylan Lonergan, like these are guys that can in a way look up to him kind of as a mentor or slash leader to sit up here and say like, hey, can you help me out with the system? Like, hey, can you help me with these developing concepts or these passing concepts that are going on? So don't be surprised about that, man. If you just, and that's a great quality moving towards the future for a quarterback, let's say in, year 3 or even year 4 of his development, of saying, that the players can already respect him because of what he's been able to present in the locker room, what he's been able to present in the film room already, and what he's been able to like present in players meetings or quarterback meetings, as far as, helping out these other guys trying to get caught up on the system that's already in place. Because again, he's the only quarterback that knows the system. So that's something that I'm also kind of excited about.
Jay, I'm not even, and this is why I laugh at you. See, y'all know when I get to looking at the chat, when my eyes get like this, I'm laughing at some of y'all trying to keep from. But all y'all talking about Miro sucks. He's 12-2 as a starting quarterback, or is it 11-2 right now as a starter at Alabama, dating back to playing under Bill O'Brien.
And he's 13-2.
13
maybe
and 2.
14-2 if you want to count the Arkansas game, because he.
Well, I always know to subtract the game because of USF. He didn't start or play that game, so I know to always subtract the game from the overall record dating back to add one from last year.
13-2 or 12-2, somewhere around there.
I mean, he's a winning quarterback. So how does he suck? Also, we're not factoring in the fact that this was his first year running the offense under Tommy Rees. I think any quarterback in our system, every quarterback in our system showed, every quarterback that took meaningful snaps showed early in the season that they were struggling with this offensive system. It didn't matter. Y'all could say if Ty Simpson would have started, he played from the second quarter, the second part of the second half of the second quarter all the way to finish the game. He didn't improve in that game. We got out of the game by the skin of our teeth with our run game and defense. The weather didn't permit for him to throw the ball as much, but still, man, there was something. And if you're a quarterback coach and you looked at Ty Simpson in that USF game on his first 3 dropbacks, he wasn't confident. He wasn't locked in. So it's one of those things where you got to take your bumps and bruises. You take the talent and you commit to it.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that. And I think there was a super chat that just went by. I don't know if you see it, Smoot. Let's see if I can get to it. But yeah, it was actually a really, really nice super chat. But pretty much, yeah, the one concern that I think a lot of people are talking about is the fact how we have 5 quarterbacks on the roster, right? That's the one concern that a lot of Bama fans will have. There it is. I got it right here. Got it pulled up right here. Okay, so what we got here? So Demetrius D. Maynard Sr. with the 1999. Appreciate you, sir. He says Bama's had 5 quarterbacks on the roster for the last 20 years. They just filled the quarterback room. Stop complaining. This is a good pickup. And I completely agree with you, Demetrius. I mean, we have 5. I mean, like I said, we got a lot of quarterbacks on the roster, but let me tell you something. That's a lot better. Let me tell you something. It's better than having none. It's a lot better than having none, man. And like I said before, like, Austin Mack coming in as a redshirt freshman, I mean, he could be the mentor. Like, this is the only guy that knows the roster. I mean, he knows the scheme. He knows the playbook already. And he can come in here, get Jalen Miro caught up to speed, get Ty Simpson, get a lot of these guys really kind of caught up to speed. And who knows? I mean, there is such thing as the transfer portal. That does exist. Will
Yeah.
Dylan Lonergan stay in about a year or two? Will he even stay when the spring window happens? Will Ty Simpson stay when the spring window happens? We don't know who's going to stay and who's going to leave. I mean, we got until, I think we're at Tuesday until registration ends, until that's when at least things can start to slow down. I mean, this is going to go on for a while, guys. And so we don't know who's going to be on the roster, who's not going to be on the roster. So to have somebody that's not just playing for Kalen DeBoer, but that's fully committed to the program, because we don't know if these quarterbacks are these are Saban quarterbacks. Austin Mack's the first guy that's not a Saban guy. So he's fully committed to the program. He's fully committed to the process because he was a part of the process for Kalen DeBoer. So this is a guy that 2-3 years from now, we could be having a completely different conversation just because of we know that he's a Kalen DeBoer quarterback.
Think about this, guys. If this guy hadn't reclassed, this is the guy that DeBoer and Grubbs were going after, while at the same time they were going after Julian Sayin.
Right.
When he reclassed into the class, that helped them kind of even the playing field for the quarterback that they wanted, the second quarterback that they wanted out of this class. So you take that and you factor in the way it's happening now, they still prefer Sayin. Washington was heavy on Julian Sayin. So for all of you going out there, Julian Sayin's going to leave. No, Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer were on the forefront as far as pursuing Sayin. Do any of y'all know where Julian Sayin is not an Alabama kid? He didn't grow up an Alabama fan. He became an Alabama
Cali
fan.
kid.
You get what I'm saying? He's a Cali kid. He has the connection. I mean, Washington was there. They were one of the first ones to start seeing him. So don't get into this uproar. All you fair weather fans, man. And Jay, I got to take 30 seconds to finally just let it out. I haven't done it. All of you fair weather fans and all this unraveling, it's embarrassing. Not only is it embarrassing, it's one of those things where you're jumping off the deep end before anything is even processed. A lot of these announcements that you're seeing, they're literally nothing's finalized until you see it on the website that they're in the portal. You get what I'm saying? And even when guys commit here, nothing's finalized until they actually show up on campus. So it's all speculation. Stop making yourself look like a fool when you come in here. Oh, we're gonna lose. Oh, this offense is gonna be trash. Oh, man, Miro got a chance. He has a chance to develop under one of the best offensive coordinators in the game right now. Not a mediocre, unproven offensive coordinator. Not an offensive coordinator that doesn't have a scheme set up for him to thrive in, but an actual offensive coordinator that's going to tell Miro, hey, the faster you get the ball into the receiver hands, the better it makes you look as a quarterback. The faster you can get the ball out of your hands, the more you can see things develop post-pass. That's why you get quarterbacks, athletic quarterbacks, you get the ball out of their hands, because when they get the ball out of their hands, guess what happened? They looking downfield to see what play is being made. And in the midst of that, see, people won't teach this part. In the midst of looking downfield, they be like, oh, dang, if I got protection, this could open up next time we call this. Or coach, hey, that safety biting when we get that double look and the inside, the two receivers looking like he about to screen. That's how you start setting up the development and being confident in making certain passes. Setting up the fake screen with the wheel release route on the outside. That's how you build it up. So all y'all fair weather fans that don't know football, don't ever come here and talk football for real when it comes to schematics, the X's and O's. Stop coming in here dampening the vibe with your negative energy, talking about something. We don't need a quarterback. Competition breeds success. Competition breeds winners. How do you think Alabama doesn't become Alabama under Coach Saban by recruiting 1 5-star at each position in every class? Some of our best teams had 4-star starting, 3-star starting in certain positions. Didn't even get recruited in that class. Talking about Levi Wallace. Talking about Anthony Everett. All these guys had to work their way up and became first-round draft picks. Like, come on, man. Y'all got to get off of this doggone sob train. Stop being spoiled fans. Stop getting on this little PCSD, the post-Coach Saban disorder. Like, get off of that. Stop being diagnosed with that. Like, for real. We got to get back to reality and understand we have a team here. We have athletes. A coach would be a fool to get the Alabama job, right? Post-Coach Saban and just go out and just start picking up trash. Like, what kind of, do y'all really think a coach at the college level is that dumb? Billy Napier is not that dumb. He's just walked into a horrible situation at Florida. Coach Willie Taggart is not that dumb. He just walked into a horrible situation at Florida State. Texas A&M, Jimbo Fisher, the coach behind him is going to walk into a crap fire. Does that mean that coach can't coach or he's dumb? No. Some of these guys get handed horrible situations. Kalen DeBoer is not getting handed a horrible situation because just as much as he can lose, he can gain. The Alabama brand still stands, it's still relevant, and it's never going. It's going to take a earthquake. It's going to take the world to split in half for it to get knocked off the head. And I just had to let it go, man, because some of y'all getting on my nerves, man. Like for real, bro. Some of y'all get them on my nerves. And I would if this was me, if I was by myself, I'd call you by name because y'all know I'm a confrontational person. I'm learning how to sit back and let things kind of play out. You get what I'm saying? I'm very confrontational. I love debate. I love confrontation. I love to stand on what I speak. You get what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate all the support. Start drowning out, flood all of these negative comments and all this stuff. Y'all flood them out. Y'all see them, don't even acknowledge them. That's how we gonna start growing. That's how we're gonna really start getting the fan base back on track. We average 1,000 viewers in this chat. If more fans showed up in this chat and seeing people speaking positive and seeing the bright side of things, we can't start accepting negative before anything's happened. You set yourself, if you have that mindset in life, you won't ever experience success. Everything you get handed, every day you wake up, you're like, oh Lord, am I going to have a flat tire today? Is my car going to start today? Is my microwave, is my toaster, like, is my lights going to be on today? Like, what if you went to work not knowing, you get what I'm saying? Like, where's your mind? Where's your mindset? This is an opportunity for the next phase of greatness. The opportunity for the next phase of greatness. That's how I'm looking at it. Man, let's get back into it. Back on topic. Let me acknowledge some of the chats, man. I had to let it. I said 30 seconds, but I know I went way over. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to go like that. I ain't even go hard. How many DBs do we have in the room right now? I think we got the graphic in the back. We could pull it up. I think right now is 7. No, right now we have 5 returners from last year's roster. With at least, some game snaps. But then you got all the freshmen coming in. So I'll get an update, give you an accurate number. But now it ain't PTSD, Bino. It's PCSD. Post-Coach Saban disorder. Some of these fans are suffering from it bad. And I have a cure. It's called Wake Up and Start Talking Real Life. This is not the end. We are not Oklahoma. We are not, man, I don't want to get back on it. We're not Florida State. We're not going through a rebuild right now. We're not, like, where's the rebuild? Where's the rebuild? You still have Malachi Moore was one of the top safeties in his class. You still have him on your defense. Deontay Lawson, Jahir Campbell, Jaheim Otis is still on the roster. Keon Keeley's still on the roster. Like, we're talking about recent talent. You look on the offensive side, we didn't really lose nothing. We got rid of a problem. Not to say Seth McLaughlin was a problem, but he was one of the things that kept us from going forward. His inability to take the extra effort and work on his craft to be effective and allow this team to be as effective as possible would play the part in our demise. It definitely did. He's not there anymore. You bringing in possibly the center from Washington who just got done playing in the national championship. Something our center couldn't help us get to. Why not bet on him? Why not bring him in? And he's familiar with the type of scheme that your offense, the blocking schemes that your offense is going to be projected to put out there. You making the job that much easier, working from the inside out. That's how you build your offensive line. You get that center squared away. Man, I'm telling y'all, just watch. Spring ball is going to look so lopsided because they don't have time to do as much of that best on best competition when it comes to the scrimmage. I guarantee it. This will be the first year we'll see a little bit of separation in the A-Day game. This will be the first year because it won't be necessarily the format may change, but you'll see a difference in the experienced guys on the college level and your raw guys coming into college because they all gonna be second team. So it's gonna be a lot of young guys on the field, and you're gonna see the spots where experience matters, but development will be key. I'm telling y'all, I've seen this before. A much needed truthful reality check, Coach Smoot. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Appreciate the Dolomite with the $2 super chat. And right now we got the graphic up with the new the returning DBs. Let me get this banner off the chat. And this is why we're talking about it. Everybody keep talking about the DBs transfer and all of that. With Jameer Grimsley in the transfer portal, this is what we're bringing back next season. This is what's currently on the roster. If you look at the returning DBs right there from last year's roster, Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore, Bryson Hubbard, Jaleel Hurley, and Tony Mitchell. All of these guys minus Hurley are labeled as safeties. You know, they played the safety position, and that's what Alabama recruited them by. So you have a solid rotation on your back end. That's not really where we're worried about it. I think Devontae Smith, Tony Mitchell, they're more than capable to come and step into these roles and grow throughout this season and be viable options. Malachi Moore, he more than likely with a new defensive scheme, you probably get to play him in a more natural safety position too for him. Putting him in the box, allowing him to be your hybrid safety, your hybrid strong safety, or your star, and allow him to be the short to intermediate strong side cover guy. That's going to be something that this defensive scheme fits well for Malachi Moore. It's probably going to highlight and take his draft stock up even more. I think Malachi Moore was still getting first round draft grades, if I'm not mistaken, chat. Y'all go look it up. Let me know if Malachi Moore was getting first round predictions if he would have came out this year. For my statisticians and my people that can help me out right there. Who is Lewis? Lewis going crazy in the chat. They saying Malachi Moore wasn't first round. Man, y'all sick. Look at Malachi Moore play close to the. If y'all pay attention to how Deion Branch is playing in the league right now, they not putting Deion Branch in a whole bunch of downfield cover situations. He's playing a hybrid DB role. He literally is in the box wrecking stuff majority of the time. Malachi Moore is that physical, strong safety, sideline to sideline safety that can get down in the box and mix it up. He diagnoses the run game effectively. He diagnoses the quick pass game, the screen game. He diagnoses. I mean, I don't know what else y'all expect from him. If he plays when he plays in a spot like that, he's one of your best, and that's what most draft grades were projecting him. Late first round, early second round. I'm telling you, go look it up. Who said Malachi second? Nah, Jack Kelly. I tell you, you want me to tell you how I know you lying? Because even his after his sophomore slump during the Brian Branch. After the sophomore slump year, they still had Malachi Moore, his draft grades, he was still being projected to go late second round just by the futures. So I know his performance on the field and what he's been able to produce this past season definitely took him up. And the last report was late first round, early second day candidate if he comes out in the draft. I remember even Roman Harper was talking about how much Malachi Moore, and if y'all know, if you're an Alabama fan, you know who Roman Harper is. He played here in the late 90s, I want to believe. I think Roman Harper was there in the late 90s, and then he went to the NFL, played for had the best part of his stint was with the Saints, Super Bowl champion Saints. The year they won the Super Bowl, he played a big part in that. Roman Harper was talking about Malachi Moore and the way that he's returned to form. Let's not forget 2020, Malachi Moore became a starter in Coach Saban's defense as a true freshman who had no spring ball, and the only work that he had was Zoom study. Personal workouts, his workouts in the locker room got cut short because of COVID, so they were doing their own workouts, at home, doing their off-field work. But this guy was mentally there enough to come into as a true freshman to Alabama, play a league only schedule at that, a SEC conference schedule, a full conference schedule, and was part of that team until his injury right before the Auburn game. I think he got injured right before the Iron Bowl in his freshman year, and it kind of stuck with him. That back injury was was a nagging thing for Malachi Moore for 2 years. For 2 whole seasons, you could tell he wasn't the same. No explosion. He was kind of hesitant to go up and put his head in a lot of contact, put his head his hat in the hole. So it was one of those things you kind of was like, what's going on? Can he return? And this preseason, before coming into the season, I was notated on many podcasts saying if Malachi Moore can show us that intensity from his freshman year, he'll start to get that recognition. And it just helped that he had Caleb Downs next to him. So I would love to see him in his new scheme. I think Malachi Moore is definitely your leader in that bunch. Unsung, foregone leader. I think the staff believes in him, and they believes in what the message that he's preaching to that team that's left. Jaleel Hurley, a lot of upside. I wonder if he could actually get active, and actually handle the boundary corner position. I think he's more fit for a star role. But you look at what's coming in outside of this group that's on there. Malachi Moore is probably going to be your current star. Jaleel Hurley probably work behind him and be a boundary corner. But I think with the new guys, I don't even want to talk about Devontae Jackson, and I want to save him for last because I have a pretty interesting take. I think a lot of y'all going to agree with it too. But with the new guys, Peyton Woodard, a safety. If for some reason Devontae Smith or Tony Mitchell doesn't work out over top, I don't mind throwing a young Peyton Woodard out there at free safety as a true freshman. If you're going to go young and just put 3 new guys out there, and have Malachi Moore be kind of like the center of Malachi Moore, and then this 4-2-5, you got to understand your strong safety and your star, they kind of mirror each other with the assignments and alignment. This is going to be a lot of one high look, so you want a guy with range and speed. Smitty is not that fast. Tony Mitchell has a lot more recovery speed than Devontae Smith. Just a straight up speed. Tony Mitchell's a lot faster. Not a lot faster, but he's a little bit more twitchy, a little bit faster. But Peyton Woodard, if you line him up, I think Peyton Woodard takes the cake at that safety spot. I think if you line him up, I think Peyton Woodard takes the cake. Ball skills, once again, Mitchell and Woodard, they're right there neck and neck above Smitty to me. The difference that Smitty has is he diagnoses the run game. He never gets beat over top. You won't ever see Smitty getting beat over top. If anything, he's given too much of a cushion. I think he understands where his strengths and weaknesses are. So you start adding them up on it over at the over top position, though, at the top safety, the free safety position. We got options there. Xavier Brown, moving down to the corners, the boundary side. I think your guys that you're going to have in running for the boundary going into spring is going to be young guys. Jaleel Hurley, like I said, being a returning guy, you got new staff. Seniority doesn't mean anything, So I look for him to compete. But first look, I think this staff is going to be leaning towards Jalen Mbakwe, another talent, another young talent that can have Caleb Downs type impact. If you insert him, you live with his growing pains because he's a smart player. He's an athletic player. I think Mbakwe, even if you get him, he's already there. You get him in the weight room, man, and start putting a little bit. You get 10 pounds on him before kickoff or before fall camp. Mbakwe can be a beast. He could be a beast. He could be just as effective as Caleb Downs was. He's actually faster. He can be your punt returner. Everything we got from Caleb Downs, the potential things that we were wondering why Caleb Downs wasn't getting a chance at punt return earlier in the season when Kool-Aid was showing that he wasn't that guy. You get the same with Mbakwe. This is another freak talent on that side. So I think Mbakwe challenges for a boundary corner spot. I think Zay Mincy is a guy that we definitely got to keep our eyes on. Ty was talking about Zay Mincy earlier. Was raving about Zay Mincy. I think we're gonna see him get pushed into the lineup early and have opportunities. Welcome Jay back, man. We just going over the returning DBs. Everybody, I went on my rant for another 2 minutes. When you went off, I kind of like took that. I ain't gonna lie, I took advantage of it, man. I took it. Oh, you muted. Hold on, let me get you. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I had a rant a little bit earlier, man. I got the snowboard broke, so I had to try to get that fixed up. I had to try to prime it a whole bunch of times, and oh boy, it's annoying. But I get your pain now.
Yeah, man. It's one of those things, man. I'm looking at this roster, even with what we have on roster right now, bro. This is workable going into spring. This is not. We have a lot of time between now and kickoff. I just want y'all to know that we have so much time between now and kickoff. But going into spring, we're not competing against nobody. It doesn't matter which side of the ball wins in spring training. You're still 0-0 after that spring game. So right now, with what we have to work with as far as getting guys in and developing and finding out what their ceiling is, what their potential is, this is a solid group. I left out at the boundary corners. I said Jaden Mbakwe is definitely going to get his shot on one side, one of the boundary corners, with Jaleel Hurley probably competing against him. I honestly think if I had to just throw his name in there, I want to save him for last because I think me and you both have an interesting take on Devontae Jackson, the transfer from USC. Right. But I think Jackson and Mbakwe right now is probably your guys that's competing for one boundary side. And then right now, Mincy, You got Mincy on that side. You got Xavier Brown. You got Jaleel Hurley. I think those three will be more of your guys that you want in coverage. Deciphering, communicating with strong side changes. I highlighted yesterday. Mack is a guy that likes his DBs to travel. He likes his DBs to match up in his system. So you'll have it's likely we might have a weak side corner and a strong side corner this year. And that'll be awesome to see. Putting guys in situations that they're comfortable with. You don't have to create value by being able to stay on one side of the field and do everything on one side of the field. Go do what you do best. LSU did it for a long time. That saved their defense for a long time. Letting DBs travel, oh my God. Your match lock system in the 4-2-5 works better when you let DBs travel. And that's not with motion. I'm talking about formation wise. If they come out and trips right, and you want to align your strong safety over the 2, your corner over the boundary, and your free safety and linebacker, you want them to split your inside receiver, your number 3 receiver, you do that. But in this system, it's more so of if I get trips, I'm bringing my corner over, and my weak side safety is going to have contained boundary responsibilities over there. I like that. I like that because you're giving a guy to stay in rhythm. He's picking up on tendencies throughout the game. You're not making him see different matchups. In that type of system, you only see like maybe 2 different guys in front of you throughout a game when you're talking about rotation. So it gives you the opportunity, the mental capacity to just stick to a simplified assignment and play faster. So Zay Mincy, Zay Mincy, I think Zay Mincy and Jaleel Hurley probably are front runners for that other corner spot with Xavier Brown right there on their heels, putting his name in the hat, showing his ability, showcasing his ability. What you think? Yeah, I know you big on Xavier Brown.
Yeah, I'm a big Xavier. I'm a big Xavier. I'm big on modern day corners, which is Damani Jackson. That's where he came from. But yeah, these corners are. You want to talk about development when it comes to a coaching staff, man. Look at modern day's coaching staff. These dudes get paid just like college coaches. Like these dudes get paid a lot of money. You're talking about professional coaches, guys that coach at the collegiate level that are coaching up these high school kids from 8th grade all the way to their senior year. Like it's ridiculous. So Xavier Brown, technically wise, I think of all the recruits, I think he's the most technical sound out of all the corners here in this class. He's more of the prototypical Saban corner, even though he's he's like Terry Arnold. Like he's a feisty guy. He's not afraid to fight. This is a guy that's going to put hands on you. He can, for the most part, he can shadow you. He can follow you for the most part, can jam you up. He's just a very, very physical type guy that can also I think he'll fit a little bit better in a zone scheme, me personally. Yeah. But he can play man. He can definitely kind of play in that man scheme, like Coach Mook said. Like I said, he can shadow, he can follow him, and the dude is a really, really, really sound corner. So I think in my humble opinion, I think out of all the corners as true freshmen, I think that dude has a great chance to start as a boundary. Who that? Xavier as a boundary, just playing as a boundary. Or if you want, you can try to move him in the star, but I think his natural role is a boundary, even though he's a little undersized compared to some of the guys that we've had in the past.
Yeah, and I think the only reason you don't try him at stars because I think Drake Kirkpatrick and his development phase, I think he's going to fit more as a star / safety in this style of defense. I think his skill set, the way he could jump the ball in the underneaths, all the stick and below patterns, the way he plays the ball on those patterns. He has a natural instinct for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if a DB coach, a more up-to-date DB coach like Linguist and T-Rob, we saw T-Rob slide Caleb Downs into that star role when Terry and Arnold went to that star. When they went into dime look, we saw T-Rob, he was quick to make sure Downs was in that same area, that stick to underneath roll, that hook to deep out, the hook to curl area, the flats. You made sure he put Caleb Downs in that area because that's where him and Malachi Moore, they thrive in those areas. Caleb Downs had the difference. The difference with Caleb Downs is you could put him in the deep cover, you could man him up and watch him cover deep, stay in phase all game. It was Malachi Moore that struggled with staying in phase on the deeper routes. So you alleviate Malachi Moore being put in those positions by putting a Drake Kirkpatrick in that situation who can get in phase, but that's not his strong suit on the boundary. You put him in there. He's a little bit bigger than the other DBs in the room. I think you pack some weight on him over this freshman year. He starts to be able to bump with the tight ends. He's strong enough to stick with those shiftier DBs that come in and out of those cuts. That's what I'm saying. Anything below the sticks with Drake Kirkpatrick at the star, you talking about zone, man, he could thrive in it. So I think he could fit good at that star, even if he has to go to free safety or strong safety. I think he good at any safety spot. If he's getting some offseason training and get that quickness up, that speed, that get up, because it's not that he's slow. He doesn't have a fast get up. His acceleration, like if I had to give him an acceleration rating, I give him like an 88. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not a 90 on the acceleration. He's definitely an 88. So got to get him up. Got to get him up with the speed. But if we had to see him on the field, I want to see him at star. And then the strong safety opposite of that, I think right now, the starter, I think we had listed as I think we had Malachi and Smitty as those walk-up safeties, your strong safety and your star. We call them in the box safeties in our scheme, because my high school defense actually runs this defense I used to at Calvary, we ran a 4-2-5. So we call our safeties box safeties. They were basically our athletic linebackers, guys who were too small to be true linebackers, but a little too slow to be a corner or free safety. So hybrid guys, and you got those guys in Smitty and Malachi Moore. I see guys like we was just talking about. Xavier Brown couldn't slide there, but he would definitely need some size. I think Kirkpatrick right there behind those guys. And Rodarius Morgan, Red Morgan. He's a guy I don't hear a lot. We not hyping him up a lot, but he's a physical guy. But he's one of those guys where he gives you the fear of hitting you, but he's running through you to get the ball. He's a ball hawk. Rodarius Morgan. I don't know if you have been able to watch his highlights, Coach Jay, or can you give your perspective on Rodarius Morgan and where you see where he could possibly be competing at in this spring? Where in that secondary?
I haven't watched his film yet, but from what I've heard from a lot of people, he could be playing as a strong safety.
Yeah,
just because of his skill set and just the intangibles that he kind of brings to the table. I think he's a little bit too raw to play as a boundary. I think at star, star is a very complicated position to play. So I think knowing his skill set and where he can potentially just make that easy jump, that easy transition, is probably going to be at that safety spot. Probably going to be playing more as a strong. I don't even really see as a free. I think a strong safety where you can kind of come down, live in the box, and just bring those physical intangibles into the table. I think that's where he could fit.
Tracy Russell, we appreciate you for becoming a member of the channel. Definitely shouts out to you. Much love. Roll Tide. Thank you for pulling up and joining the channel. We appreciate you for supporting. And anybody else that wants to support, there should be a join icon somewhere below the chat or to the right of it if you're on your phone. Definitely take the opportunity to continue to support the channel. Like Kyle likes to say, free to watch, but ain't free to operate. So we definitely appreciate you and your support, showing love. We definitely appreciate you.
There's a blog on YouTube about that.
Sonic does have good burgers, by the way.
Better burger than who though?
No, I know, but like it kind of like in almost an emergency situation. If you see a Sonic somewhere,
definitely Sonic over McDonald's.
It's just the drinks for me. It's the drinks and just watching people roller skate, especially when it's cold and it's freezing. They got to just bring out the roller skates. Oh boy, no mercy. Jesus. I love it. No mercy at all, especially when there's ice on the ground.
Who did Carver Montgomery get, son? They didn't get what's called from Central, dude. Knicks. That I want to know. Put that in the chat for me, Sean. That's big in high school, bar. You get a new coach at a powerhouse. That'll help another coach, a new coach at Alabama and recruiting. He was crying in the car yesterday when Downs hit the portal. Carlos, where you been at, man? We've been waiting for you to come through and do your gloating about Michigan cheating their way to a national championship, man. We've been waiting for you to come in here and show some love. Good to see you, man.
What's up, fellas? Damn. What's up, Tom G?
What's up?
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, joined to support it. Great having you in On War today. Yeah, On War is my boy, man. I've been on Orange Bloods a bunch this year. It was cool to be cooking with those guys. We appreciate the super chat. And when I was rapping with, I actually, when I saw the Alabama loss in the, when I was out in California, I messaged Catch and I was like, yo, Catch, if you need like a sideline reporter or somebody to be on camera or whatever, before we turned into the network overnight here, hit me up. And then Texas lost too. And then he was like, that's it. So then our seasons ended at the same time, or at least we thought ours did. And now here we are, cooking. As you guys saw today, the news is out there with I guess I'll get one of these graphics updated. But Austin Mack in the house. And earlier when we were on, we broke the news or, news as it happens, basically, as we're doing over here. Jarek, did you just check? You just checked in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Smook, you've been here for a minute. Smook, do you need a blow?
Bro, I'm good. But if y'all want to take it, I'll go and work the back room, interact in the chat like I've been doing, man. I'm excited about changes. I finally got that little rant off my chest too. So
yeah,
I got my second win.
What I want to do too is kind of build out some emojis for our fan funders. So if you're a fan funder and you can hit the hyperlink atop this video to become a fan funder, or I think it's the top of the chat box, as low as $2.99, and basically create like some new emojis for like each of you guys as well, or like cooking or something like that. So I'm gonna work on that. I have that written down. All kind of the business model. But yeah, I think me and Jarek will rap for a little while. Smook, you if you want to play the back, that'd be cool. I might send you some graphics, and then maybe if you could also kind of just keep your ear to the ground on social media, whatever. Anything else we see, just kind of slide to the front.
I got you, bro.
Cool.
Hey, shouts out to the chat. If I could go, and before I go, Kyle, I gotta get some real shout outs, man. Some of these super chats that's coming in and some of the love that y'all giving, it means a lot, man. Y'all know we're got our social media pushes, all of us do, but I've been getting a lot of energy from this group chat, and I appreciate y'all for supporting this channel. Like I don't know how much I can say it, but I really love being a part of this team, man. So appreciate y'all for showing up and showing love. And Tom, the Texas fans, keep coming back, man. Y'all actually talk football. Like Kyle was saying, y'all talk football. It's good trolling. It's healthy trolling. It gives us, if you can troll and get under my skin, not aggravate me, but get under my skin, I like it. So I appreciate y'all. Michigan fans, the ones that's been here, Carlos, guys, I love y'all. Bama fans, that's solid. All my solid fans. Roll Tide, man. And for y'all Fairweather fans, I got more heat for you, so just keep coming back. Don't run away. Keep coming back for it because I'm going to keep giving it to you. Much love, Roll Tide. And I'm out, fellas.
That was Coach Smook doing a great job. So now it's Jarek and I rapping. We appreciate Russell becoming a fan funder. We're kind of looking at this DB chart and kind of guys that are exiting out, guys that are coming in. And then we have some other graphics what we're keeping track of today. So I'll kind of throw different graphics up while we're on tonight. And then maybe later on, kind of depending on the time, I'll take some calls. But what we're tracking today, and I'm going to put the headlines up on the screen so you guys can see the headlines in just a second. But the latest news really is the fact that we have Austin Mack, who came in as let's see if I can get this up. As a quarterback. And we were talking about it earlier. Jarek, we kind of went back and forth. I mean, as we kind of revisit and when I pull up this graphic, I saw in the comments, people were like, why another quarterback? It says he's 6'6". No, he's not 6'6", 330, I think. Oh, does it? 6'6", We'll update the title in the video right now. But that would be a monster of a quarterback. Jarek, why do you think Alabama took another quarterback? Why do some editing?
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, if you go back to Kalen DeBoer from Fresno State, he tried to bring in, I forgot the name, I forgot the dude's name, so I apologize, but he tried to bring in their starting quarterback over to Washington. Of course, that didn't work out, and so he was able to get Michael Penix Jr., a quarterback who he was very, very familiar with, who was the offense coordinator for Michael Penix Jr. at Indiana. Hence why, and then of course the rest was history. That's actually kind of a crazy, change of events, but still, that it happened. So Kalen DeBoer, this is really no surprise to me because this is what Kalen DeBoer always does. He brings in people that he's extremely familiar with, especially when you're going into new uncharted territory. So to get a guy that's already familiar with the system, that's familiar with Kalen DeBoer, that's familiar with Ryan Grubbs, that's still kind of raw and still kind of developing in that way, I think that's huge. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. But I mean, as a retro freshman, you can make a legit argument that he is going to be the mentor of the quarterback room because Jalen Murrow doesn't know the system. Ty Simpson doesn't know the system. Julian Sand, Dylan Lonergan, they don't know this system. He's the only one that's familiar with this offensive scheme. He's familiar with the passing concepts.
Mhm.
He's familiar with the receiving concepts.
Mhm.
He's familiar with what Grubbs and DeBoer likes to do, what they don't like to do, as far as their tendencies, as far as their coaching tendencies goes. So I can guarantee you, knowing how Jalen Murrow is, he's going to go up to him. He's going to ask him a lot of questions. A lot of these quarterbacks are going to be asking this kid a lot of questions, and so he's going to be a leader, which is going to be an awesome trait for him. Because 2-3 years, not even that, but you can talk about earlier this season. This is going to be a guy that's going to be one of the most respected players in the locker room coming in as a red freshman. And the physical intangibles are already there, right? He's a Kalen DeBoer quarterback. This is the type of quarterback that Kalen DeBoer likes. He doesn't like, for the most part, the Jalen Murrows. He doesn't try to go after the Josh Allens or the Lamar Jackson type, those unicorn type quarterbacks. This is the type of style that he wants. He wants big pocket passing quarterbacks that has a very, very quick release. Very, very quick release. Doesn't have a long, windy type release, even though they have a lot of generated arm power. They want guys that generates a lot of power, that generates a lot of velocity, and that can get the ball out as quickly as possible. That's Kalen DeBoer. That's Ryan Grubbs. That's the type of a system that they want, and this is what this quarterback is able to have. Now, of course, he's raw. Coach Mook said, even though I like his footwork at the high school level, it needs to be a lot better compared to the collegiate level, right? So that's got to get improved upon. But showing flashes of his ability to process information, very important when it comes to DeBoer's system. You're going to have to, right? Even though DeBoer and Grubbs can scheme dudes open, no problem, right? They run a lot of screens, they get the ball out extremely quickly, and they get a lot of yak when it comes to their players, which Bama fans will like. But you need to learn how to process information in the football field. Michael Penix Jr. had to really develop that, even with all the ACL injuries that he suffered, even under Kalen DeBoer, he had to get a lot better to become the quarterback that he was today. So Jalen Murrow, I mean, let's be honest, when it comes to processing information, not quite there yet. Like, he's shown flashes, but every Bama fan can agree that dude needs to get a lot better when it comes to that department. Julian Sand, we have no idea what he's about. Ty Simpson, I mean, we've seen some flashes here and there, but we don't have enough game film to determine that. And then Dylan Lonergan's also not that person. So, we could be talking about in a year or two, this guy potentially being the starting quarterback. If not, maybe this year. Maybe there's an open competition. Is the job fully Jalen Murrow's? We don't know that. So I'm happy. Like I said, I'm excited about this kid's development for the future. And, like I said before, guys, this is the only quarterback that knows what DeBoer and Ryan Grubb likes to do.
On the line with actually I'm used to like hearing you call, like now that me and you rapping, we have you on the screen. Jarek of Jan Sports, follow his YouTube channel as well. Just like Ty, he has his own YouTube channel and he does these really great post-game reactions. So you got to check him out. Has a lot of passion. And as you can see, he clearly has a really good delivery and understands the schematics of the game. So when he first started calling, I would always recognize the 716, right? And he was one of the first callers to call on. And then we had him come on. Same kind of premise as Coach Sean that you see. And we welcome these coaches to the show along with Coach Ty Hayes. And, it's great to have these guys on. As we kind of look at the headlines, here are the headlines. And if you come back tonight and you just see a graphic like this and maybe some audio, basically back as news happens. So kind of get used to just having the chat. But here is what we're looking at today. And to come back to Jarek and I, but Alabama, of course, has landed Austin Mack, the 6'6" quarterback from Washington. And then Jabbar Muhammad got in tonight. He might be here in Tuscaloosa. This is Thursday night. Yeah. He has an official visit, just got back from Texas. And then next week he is visiting Oregon. Clearly with Alabama exiting out, a lot of guys hitting the portal or leaving for whatever reason, NFL draft. Alabama needs to get somebody from the defensive side of the ball, defensive secondary. Jabbar Muhammad would really be a outstanding get for Bama. Jarek, as we look to Jabbar Muhammad, I know, look, you're going to have to battle not only with playing time against Texas and Oregon, but also probably NIL as well. And I got to think that Alabama is behind in that front when you compare it. But I mean, what are you thinking here? I mean, I know his cousin plays at Texas. What are we thinking here? I know has he even been forecasted anywhere? Is it forecasted to Texas yet?
I haven't seen any forecasts. There were some predictions for guys that, they're not crystal ball type dudes, but there were predictions that he went to Alabama. But this is very similar to like a Caleb Downs situation as far as, Ohio State and Georgia were kind of teams that were considered favorites, but he ultimately chose Alabama because he wanted to play for Saban, right? And from what we've heard, like that dude was offered a lot. That dude was, NIL was off the charts, but he took a discount because he wanted to play for Saban. And he knew the possibility that Saban was probably going to retire. He still wanted to do it anyway. So this is Muhammad, right? Muhammad wants to go to a place that, first of all, he wants to settle down. He's tired of all the moving. He left a place because of coaching departures. Then he went to Washington, and all of a sudden the coaching departures there. But the good thing about Muhammad is that he's already played under Coach DeBoer. He's played under Coach DeBoer. He's been under he's been under the coaching staff before. He's familiar with some of the coaches that are already there at the University of Alabama. So I can guarantee you that guys like Jamarcus Shepard, guys like Ryan Grubb, Scott Huff, those are going to be guys that, even though they're not his positional coach, these are guys that were the exact same place as he was. And some of those coaches, like a Jamarcus Shepard, like he's a player's coach. He's a guy that you can go up there and you can talk to about any sort of problem. You can talk to him about life. You talk to him about football, whatever you want to talk about. That was the guy to go to. So to have already people in the building that you're already familiar with, and to go under a coach that just got you to a national championship, that's something that he's going to take upon. Not to mention that it is Alabama, right? A lot of people say, well, the logo, the brand is dead. It's not completely dead because everyone knows that the resources at Alabama is top notch, right? It's up there with the Oregons, the A&Ms of the world. We have one of the top 5 or top 3 best athletic facilities on planet Earth. So there's a big possibility he comes to Bama, despite his cousin playing at Texas, despite Oregon, who he's familiar with. He's been in the West Coast system. Their athletic facilities match up to Alabama's. And of course, you get the Phil Knight money with Nike. But having a coach that you're already familiar with, that you've kind of been under before, that really does help Alabama's case a lot. And so, it also doesn't have to help too that we don't have a starting corner right now. And at Oregon, he's going to have to compete. At Texas, he's going to have to compete. At Alabama, he may come up here and just be a day one starter right off the gate. And he's playing in a scheme, even though it's not a 3-3-5 defense, he's not playing under that nickel defense that he played with Washington. He was familiar with this type of scheme when he was at Oklahoma State. So it's not like he doesn't know what this defensive scheme that Womack and Linguist is going to present to him.
Here with Jarek of Jan Sports, you can follow his YouTube channel. Does a really great job and pretty underrated, to be honest. I mean, so when I brought him to the Bama Football and YouTube family, I mean, I can see the talent. There's other content creators like you who call into the show, and you guys might get a call from me or you might get a text from me to be on the show. Honestly, I like putting the content creators behind, take care of my guys, pay them after the show. So every single time, Jarek, right? Send you a payment, right? You play it, you're here. And, the super chats certainly help keep these guys fed. Remember, free to watch, not free to produce. Everybody's time is valuable and everybody has jobs and lives and all that stuff. So it really means a lot. If you guys want to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, go up to the top and hit $2.99 or even more if you can afford it. Super chats are always welcomed. We appreciate that. And if you're not in that position, just hit the subscribe button or just hit the thumbs up button, and even easier. So we appreciate you guys either way coming with it. And it's not like we just showcase, guys who are, have super chatted on the chats. Like, just get in here. We appreciate you, just like our Texas fans right here. And we appreciate, I mean, we met a lot of people for sure throughout this 100,000 explosion right here on YouTube. As we can kind of continue to roll down, we have Jameer Grimsley. He hit the portal earlier today. This is the 11th guy to hit the portal on the defensive side of the ball. That's why we were just talking about Jabbar Muhammad. What was your initial take on, another guy leaving? And I guess what's interesting is he straight out said it's between LSU and was it LSU in Florida, right? I think that's what he said. He's not even going to take any visits. I think that's what he said. What were your thoughts on him? I mean, I liked him as a player. Like just yesterday, I think Coach Sean and I were hyping him up.
Everybody was, yeah. It sucks. The kid is extremely talented, man. 6'3", 198 pounds. A guy that can literally play as a safety, could play as a free, could play as a boundary guy. That dude had all of the physical intangibles and the mindset. He's got of course the skill set, the IQ to play it. That kid was extremely talented, man, as an athlete. And to see him just gone in the portal, yeah, it sucks. It hurts. It hurts big time to lose a player like this. You know, this was Sean's favorite type of player. Now, luckily for us, thankfully, you know, this class has not completely, you know, departed. You know, so thankfully, a majority of this class is, well, at least for now. I'm not going to sit here and say it's guaranteed, but for now, this class is intact. But to lose a guy in this kid's caliber, it's a tough blow. I'm not going to lie to you. It definitely is kind of more of a tough blow. And best of luck to the young man. Best of luck to him. He's a very, very talented player, very, very talented kid. I do know that I think LSU just got their I always keep forgetting his name, but they just hired their the defensive backs coach for I forgot. Because someone remind me in the chat what the guy's name was. I keep forgetting who their defensive back coach. They just brought him back for like 15 plus 20 years. Excellent recruiter. Yeah, they just got him back. Florida is trying to, well, oddly enough, that was Florida's old defensive backs coach. He just went right back to LSU. But yeah, we'll see what kind of happens with that. I probably would guess LSU for now, only because Florida is still, their coaching staff is still, it's a mess. It's a mess right now with Florida. Corey Raymond, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, Corey Raymond is back at LSU, and that dude was the lifeblood of that program as far as recruiting goes, especially when it comes to defensive backs. I think he's going to LSU. Florida's a mess right now. They're trying to figure out their coaching situation. Billy Napier is in hot water with them and the boosters. When the boosters are kind of getting into it and it's starting to be rumbles about there, you know it's a problem. So I think he's going to LSU. We'll see what happens with him, but man, the kid was extremely talented, and he's going to be missed.
I'm going to put up your YouTube. So to find Jarek's YouTube, just go to Jan Sports. So type it in, and you see him there. So keep it real, keep it authentic. He does a really good job, and he comes with it. So if you're looking for his YouTube channel, Jan Sports, definitely go over and subscribe to his channel. He does really great work, and we love having him over here. Does a really good job. We talked about this earlier this morning and then last night. It was Devontae Smith. He hit up the good news. And before that, we got a few super chats to roll through. Appreciate it. WT, thank you for becoming a fan funder. We really appreciate you. JD with the Roll Tide, appreciate it. Jay Townsend, what's up? Jay, $20 spot. What's up? Love your show. Watch your faithful. So check this out. So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, got a call. And I don't know how, but got a call on my phone, and it was Jay. And I'm like, what's up? And he was like, yo, it's Jay. I was at the grocery store, and I was like, yo, I'll call you back. So Jay, you've been a faithful follower. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. He's from Round Rock, outside of Austin, grade A. What's up, man? We appreciate you with the 10 spot. Thank you so much. And walk by faith. Love that. And what do these coaches coach on your show? Different places, a variety of places that each of these guys have talked about on previous episodes. They've done a really good job kind of throughout their coaching career, how they break down film, whether that has been, for example, we can go over that another time about where each of these guys go. Like Coach Smook, played in the game. So did Coach Sean Jarrett himself. Coach Sean kind of went over the list, and we'll go through that another time. But clearly these guys break it down. And I was trying to get a hold of Will. We're playing phone tag right now because he had a really great call, and I want to bring him over as well. And I started thinking about it, bigger that the channel got. I want to reach out to, if you're a coach out there, holy shit. How about this? Yeah, feed the team. Yeah, man, the Man Cave report. I like
appreciate you.
Hell yeah, the soup. Yeah, hell yeah. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what? The channel clearly is bigger than me, and I understand that, and rightfully so. And I want to put the content creators that can contribute at a high level and deliver, whether they've coached at high school, college, whatever, and feature them right here on the YouTube channel. And, we're doing that and it's growing. And I think that's kind of the new wave, honestly, is to continue to feature you guys and the content creators and also to follow their YouTube channels, right? I mean, I love this is kind of the new wave. And, I don't work for any type of network, so we can keep the stream going based off, different content creators and when they can come in and when they can contribute. And as you know, when news happens, boom, think Bama Football on YouTube, bring the scoop right to you guys. Think about the news. I mean, that's the business model that we're rolling with. Yeah, and I am a talent scout, to be honest. I know talent and I know hard work, and linking up with these guys has been great. And I like the delivery and it's been really good. So that's the vision of the YouTube channel right here at Bama Football on YouTube for sure. And JG's been coming since the Monday shows, and we used to have the coaches on just on Monday night. And we started looking around and kind of diving into it, and kind of this network overnight that we've created. So when you see different content creators leading the show, support them, because they are definitely getting paid on the back end from me, from you, and we're keeping them fed. And we're making sure that these content creators are a part of this YouTube channel. And I really appreciate you guys supporting them, especially this 99 spot right here. So 100% love it and appreciate it. And thank you so much. And we continue with Jarek of Jant Sports. Appreciate the 100 spot. Jant Sports on YouTube, Coach Jarek. And yeah, Jant, appreciate it. Yeah, it is good content, honestly. And I love the fact that you can kind of come back and it's always running, right? And it's like, this is where we're at. Like, even when we go like 8 p.m. to like midnight or whatever, it's kind of like the purge time when you guys are, just in the chat chilling. I know a lot of you guys stepped up to become moderators or whatever. I love it. And we continue right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, Ty is good. Ty is definitely a riser for sure. That's why we love him over here. Okay. Noah Carter. We talked about him kind of to start the day. Who is Noah Carter? And we pulled up his highlight tape, and maybe we'll just go over it again, because I mean, the dude's highlight tape was absolutely fire. I'll try to find it on my desk real quick, because I mean, this guy is 6'4", and he's really, really talented. Have you had much time to look at Noah Carter, by the way?
I watched a little bit of it. There were some highlights on Twitter that I was able to kind of check out. But
as I've said before, I'm not associated with On3 or Rivals or any of those great networks. I personally find the interface aesthetically more eye-pleasing at On3, so that's kind of where I go towards. I don't work for those guys, nothing. I mean, so please, like, you have your recruiting choice when you go out to the news. I like this site. I like to check it out. I mean, it makes sense to me on my eyes. So here is Noah Carter. I like how they have it listed out. He's coming here this weekend, and 6'4", 220 pounds. And I mean, the guy has a lot of versatility on both sides of the ball. I'm going to pull up his highlight tape. I think I can find it kind of on the fly, because this dude is really outstanding, and curious to get kind of your take on him when we bring up the film. But give me a spot shadow right now, Jarek, of Noah Carter.
Well, I think he's a speed rusher, right? He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's a very, very speed rusher. 6'4", I think around 220 pounds plus. Love his burst, love his acceleration coming off the line of scrimmage. Now, again, people will talk about the quality of competition he played against. But for the most part, I mean, let's be honest, that's a lot of high school prospects, right? We're trying to evaluate the prospect, not the sort of the competition he played against, even though I do think you can make an argument that's an important indicator. But yeah, the dude, I think the guy's usage of his hands is very interesting. I don't think he has a high level of if we're just talking about his full arsenal as far as pass rushing move sets. He is kind of that prototypical speed rusher that pretty much just goes, uses that kind of that dip, and uses that kind of that dip. Sometimes he likes to kind of just swipe down the hands a little bit and use that dip and use that dip under. And then for the most part, he uses a lot of that speed and that athleticism. He has actually, I will say this too, he has a very underrated spin move. And I think his usage of how he uses that spin move, I think, is pretty underrated in his game. But yeah, he doesn't really have a high arsenal of pass rushing move sets that I was able to kind of watch from him. But I love his speed. I love his burst off the line of scrimmage. I think that overall his bend is very underrated. The dude has a very strong lower body. This dude is taking on 300-pound guys, and you love the motor, you love the effort, but his bend, that dude has a very, very strong lower body. So I think when we're talking about Noah Carter, this is the typical Washington defensive pass rusher. This is that Braylon Trice type of pass rusher. Remember, they also took like a Savell Smalls, who was like a 5-star. Very, very similar. Like he's in that same breath. He's in that very same caliber if we're just talking about his talent. But we talked about this before, guys. This is a Kalen DeBoer prospect. This is a Kalen DeBoer guy. And I'm telling you, there's going to be other guys from that Pacific Northwest, the islands, and the West Coast region that are interested in Kalen DeBoer. Guys that, for the most part, when it came to Nick Saban, like, of course, Nick Saban, of course, we're going to take a look at him because obviously that dude's the standard. He's the head coach. But let's be honest, Nick Saban didn't prioritize these kids. Kalen DeBoer did prioritize these kids. So there's going to be a lot more prospects, just like Noah Carter, that guys that were maybe leaning towards Washington, Oregon, USC, Arizona, Utah. These are guys now that are going to be focused on Alabama. So do not be surprised if Alabama starts to get a lot more of these guys coming in the future.
Yeah, I'm looking him up, and I think he's out of Centennial, right? And Peoria, Arizona, 6'3", 220. Because he's listed as a wide receiver and
He's an athlete, yeah.
Right. So like when I pull up these highlights, which you guys are going to see in just a second, the guy literally is all over the field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up his tape. We'll go over it real quick, and Jarek, we can continue on it. Just give me 1 second while I line this up. I'll be right. I think I got it lined up. Let's see if we can do it. We're just kind of cooking over here. All right, so I think this is him right here. We'll pull this in. This is on Huddle, and all right, here we go. Check out these highlights. I'll go full screen on them so you guys could check them out. I like a lot of stuff about him, and you're going to see why. We watched this earlier today. I thought I could find where he was. We had his highlights pulled up, but anyways, like here we go. So again, this guy is 6'4", 220 pounds. As you can see, he's coming off. My goodness, he just
the speed. This dude is a tremendous pursuer of the football. See, there it is. There's that dip we talked about a little bit earlier. Was able to get to the ball carrier. Has a tremendous bend. Very underrated bend.
And you'll see like how athletic he is. Look at him.
Yeah,
that was a nice snag.
One-handed catch.
Oh, there's another angle of it. Yeah, so one of the things that stood out for me is he's like all over the field. And look, if these are the type of guys, look, he's returning punts.
Yep. This is a Kalen DeBoer athlete. These are the type of players he likes to recruit. That Braylon Trice type of athlete, right? These are the type of guys that they want. They want more athletic, kind of raw prospect guys. And for the most part, 2-3 years on the line, these guys are going to get fully developed.
And if you guys are just joining and you're like, who is this? This is Noah Carter, class of 2024. And, he's coming in to Tuscaloosa right now. He's listed on On3 as a edge rusher. But as you can see, he plays all over. He literally plays all over. He's like an athlete. And we're here with Jarek of Jan Sports on YouTube breaking it down. I look, this is a preview of the type of guys that are going to recruit. I love it.
Yep. And oh my God, can we play that back?
Yeah.
Play that clip right back. That's that pursuit. But that's the motor. Most guys, when you're getting, look at that, because you're taking on the engager, you're back 5-6 yards on the field. Mostly you would quit. No, he continues to fight, strips the ball, able to take that away and score for a touchdown. That's nasty. That's nasty, guys. And these are the type of players that we want. We want guys that have high motors, don't really quit on these particular plays. I think there's another angle right here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just another angle of the play.
No, there's a clip on here. I don't know.
They got him at corner.
I know. They literally have.
We got him all over the place. So,
and this is the thing that I like about him I don't know where it is. It's somewhere on this film. But basically, he doesn't give up on the play, and he chases down this guy. Look at here, he is returning a punt. Doesn't give up on a play. Super athletic. I don't, who knows? He comes in here. I don't know where you put him.
He's an athlete. And like I said, he also, I think he played a little bit of linebacker, but receiver, tight end, they had him as a corner. You know who that reminds me of a lot, Kyle? That's
Who's
Christian
that?
Harris. Christian Harris.
Yep.
Because when Christian Harris when he came off of University Lab, where did he play him at? Receiver and corner. Never played as a linebacker,
I
only
know.
except in camps.
Yes.
Never played it. And then he was able to come in here as a true freshman. Obviously because of the amount of injuries that we suffered, but he was able to kind of jump into that fold as a true freshman and balled out. This is Christian Harris, guys.
He just jumped that snap. Jeez, that was crazy. I didn't think I watched these highlights earlier. This guy's a freak. Look at that. Put him at receiver. No, I'm saying, like, who cares? Yeah, what is his 40 time? Chat, can we do that while we're breaking down this film? This dude's a monster. I like him at receiver.
Yeah.
Hey, chat, let me see where you guys want him to play. I want to hear from chat. And then somebody like Jarvis, someone X is like verified. Jimmy's up there too. So split the difference and do 4-4. Is he really that fast? Honestly, look at him. He's a menace. Look,
I'm impressed with his lateral quickness. I think
Jimmy's saying he has a 30-inch vertical.
We seen that dude literally jump off the building on the next grade. I wouldn't be surprised.
Watch, look at him. All right, so who you're looking at is Noah Carter, and he's class of 2024. He will be in Texas. He will be in town right now, and like this coming week with all these other guys coming in, and he's killing it. Love him on the outside. He's played. Someone's saying tight end. Look, you have Caleb Odom coming in too. Caleb Odom's already here, killing it. You have two of these type of tight ends. Play both. Hell yeah. I never even knew about.
That's great edge presence.
Oh yeah,
very, very good edge presence. Was able to beat the tackle. Was able to set the edge and make a play. That's a 3-4 yard loss.
Hey Janet, we've shown him running the ball a couple times. Like he's like returning punts and stuff like that. But I haven't seen there's one clip on here where he's like chasing down someone. So you'll see that, Janet, here in a few. I don't know. Billingsley, man, Billingsley was a guy that just didn't. I thought he was going to be that guy. He just never did. Look at him. Oof. Did you see him fly through that gap right there? Look at him.
And this dude's stats is ridiculous. When you actually look up some of his stats, high school level is not even fair. Dude had 15. I think I'm trying to read right here. So he had full. I think So his senior season, he had 8 receiving touchdowns. He had 2 punt return touchdowns. He had 55 tackles and 11 sacks. And he occasionally plays quarterback. He's occasionally their wildcat quarterback, and they'll have him throw. His junior season played as a corner and a safety, reportedly cornerback and as a safety. And sophomore, he literally played everywhere. He played as a Y, played as an X, as a Z, as a Z sort of receiver.
There
had
you
him
go.
In the backfield as a running back. Yep, there it is. The dude plays everywhere except for offensive lineman, which is kind of selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. That's just my opinion. But the dude plays everywhere on the football field. And for those who don't know, guys, Centennial, not the Centennial in California, but the Centennial in Arizona, that's a legit powerhouse school. Yeah. That's a powerhouse school. That's a legit football program. So to have an athlete like this kind of come in would be big. Would be huge.
So okay, Jarek. So okay, he comes in here currently like on 3. He's listed as edge. Where do you put him at from what you've seen right here in like a 4-2-5 scheme? Or what are we looking at here realistically? Of course, you get in here, you like to maybe, add some weight to him. I don't know. Like, what do you do from, kind of a personnel standpoint?
I would try to put him as an edge and see if he can set the edge. That's what I would try to have him as. But if I don't like that, if I feel like he's not doing that, because obviously he's got to get a lot better. He's raw when it comes to his pass rushing, when it comes to his arsenal. Of course, he uses his bend and he uses that dip. That's a big move set that he likes to use. So obviously in the collegiate level, you're going against bigger, stronger, and faster type dudes. You're not just going to beat dudes with pure speed unless you're like Calavian Chasson. But I will say this: if you want to put him as like, a linebacker, if you want to put him more as an inside linebacker, whether if you're playing like as a Mike or maybe as a Sam linebacker or a Mike, I would not be impressed, especially when you're in this 4-2-5 system. I would not be surprised at all if you want to get in there, especially because when you're playing with a 2 linebacker set, that's sideline to sideline type speed, right? That's kind of that's getting like a Jordan Jenkins, not Jordan Jenkins. I forgot a Jordan Brooks from Seattle, or a Patrick Queen for LSU. Somebody in the chat actually compared him to Patrick Queen. That's actually a very good comparison. And then also like you look at a Matt Milano, like these speedy type linebackers, a Nick Bolton. That's another great comparison. This is what I would love to see, guys that played in a 4-2-5 system before. This is something that I would like. And remember, Michigan, what do they run? A 4-2-5 system. And what did Michigan have a lot with their linebackers? Speed, tons and tons of speed. And so to have a kid like this kind of come in, of course, he's got to pack on some weight. They had him listed as 216, but he's probably like around 225, 230 when he's finally done. Mm-hmm. But that's a lot of speed to simply just ignore. So they got him as an edge, but honestly, I think edge, you try him out, see if he works out there. If he doesn't work out, I want to put him as a sandbacker. Let him work from there and see where he can go.
Talking about Noah Carter, I'll bring up his On3 profile again. So everybody can see. I mean, absolute baller. I mean, in every sense of the word. And I really like, so he's coming in, and that's why you're talking. If you're just joining us and you saw us talking about Noah Carter, this is who he is. And as Jarek said, he's coming out of Centennial, which is really a powerhouse program in Arizona, and would really be a great pickup for the coaching staff. And you kind of look to like that good news and who are the guys coming in? Well, earlier today, you saw that Austin Mack committed to Alabama. Is a 6'6" quarterback who's 230 pounds. And we are missing Maurice in that graphic. Okay, cool. We'll double check that, Jared. So appreciate you looking at that. Overall, really, really like it. So that was good stuff, Jared, because we kind of broke down Noah Carter. Didn't even know we really kind of do a film assessment of it, but I love it. Yeah, so good stuff, and definitely hit the thumbs up on these videos, and we appreciate you guys being here as we kind of go over the news and notes of today. He is Jarrett Call of Jans Sports. My name is Kyle Anderson, both of Bama Football on YouTube, and appreciate you guys hitting us with the super chats and sticking with us as we continue to break down Alabama football all day, every day, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. A couple other things that I want to cruise through. This whole thing with like Ryan Williams, right, Jarek? Talk of the town. I think he canceled his recent visit to LSU, but he will also be in town this weekend. How are you selling him, besides like NIL or whatever, in terms of what Ryan Grubb does offensively to get him the football often, frequently? Can this be a guy that is completely featured in this offense? Do you think he has a talent level? I know people love him from right now to be able to, contribute at this level under Ryan Grubb's system. Have you had an opportunity to look at that? And who does he remind you of? Let's talk about Ryan Williams a little bit, and how do you sell him to get to Alabama? Because look, who's Auburn's quarterback, right? If it's down to right. So if you look to Auburn and Alabama, get you the football, and then you look to the offensive coordinators, you look to guys who can get you the ball. What is your take on Ryan Williams, and how are you selling him in this type of system?
Well, first of all, if I'm killing DeBoer and Ryan Grubbs, I'm not even gonna say a word to him. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take him to the film room, and I'm immediately gonna put on the Washington film, put on the tape, and say, Ryan Williams, if you're not sold on this, you're an idiot. I don't care how old you are. If you're not sold on this product that I am showing you right now, what I do with my receivers, especially especially the extensive route tree that these dudes run. These guys are not running 2-3 route patterns. These guys are running a complete unit when it comes to their route tree. It is extremely advanced. It is NFL level. It is NFL quality. So how can you as a player ignore that and sit up and say, you know what, I'm sold on Auburn's system. I'm sold on, when that's not even an NFL type style of system. You're not really going to be fitting into their type of scheme. That doesn't fit your skill set. This does. A lot of rub routes, a lot of screens, a lot of short to intermediate routes, third level, high level, sort of passing concepts and receiving concepts. And you're telling me you're going to ignore that so that you can go and play for Hugh Freeze and Peyton Thorne in Auburn, when for the most part, for the majority of last season, they simply game planned for one game, which was the Alabama game. Are you kidding me? Like, And then if I'm also Kalen DeBoer, I'm looking at him saying, watch the draft. Look how many receivers are going to come out from Washington in this single draft class. People forget about this, guys. If McMillan wasn't hurt after that Michigan State game, you're talking about potentially 3 1,000-yard receivers, because you saw what happened when McMillan came back. And that was their screen guy. That's a guy that they use primarily in the slot for a lot of their screens. They use him in a lot of high-low concepts. And he was extremely effective for all levels of the field. That's where I think Ryan Williams can fit in. Now, he's going to draw a lot of comparisons to like a Jalen Waddle type of figure. I've seen some like DeAnthony Thomas type figures. I think he's a much better and more polished receiver than a DeAnthony Thomas, who was really more of a gadget type of player. I've seen some comparisons to Josh Reed. I know, again, if you're a new school player, you might not know who Josh Reed is for LSU. But I think that you couldn't put him in that category, kind of like a Jalen Waddle type figure. How he's not the biggest type guy, he's not the smallest, but he's extremely shifty. He's fast. He's extremely shifty, phenomenal lateral quickness and everything. But no, if I'm Kalen DeBoer, I don't even got to say a word to him. All I got to say is, here, we're gonna do this old school, because I know your parents probably got a DVD player. I'm gonna burn this. I'm gonna burn this DVD tape, give it to you. And if you don't like what I'm about to show you with these receiving concepts, then it is what it is. Good luck to you at Auburn. There is no way that you're going to ignore a NFL prototype system that has clearly worked. No way.
Another item that I wanted to talk to you about, a couple as we kind of fly through like what we're watching, and there is a big weekend of visitors. You have Jabbar Muhammad set to visit. We can talk about that a little bit, and then Parker Brailsford. I mean, these Washington guys coming to Bama, the coaching staff's there. How are you feeling about some of these transfers potentially coming in? What do you think is likely? Alabama clearly needs a center. I know James Brockermeyer is there. Who is Landon Hatchett? Well, he's a freshman center at Washington. Parker Brailsford, he was an All-American center, could theoretically come in. I know Caden Proctor is out. Then you theoretically slide in Elijah Pritchett to that left tackle. You have Tyler Booker, who is also an All-American or SEC. And then you have, competition for center. You have Jaden the Hulk Roberts coming in, offensive line. So, what do you think is most realistic? I kind of feel that Parker Brailsford is going to commit to Alabama, or there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, there's writing on the wall. I don't know about Jabbar Muhammad, because I think he could get whatever he wants, NIL. But Alabama does need secondary players. Let's kind of talk about Jabbar and Parker Brailsford and kind of get your thoughts, Coach.
Well, I agree with Bradford. I think he's coming to Alabama. We desperately need a center, and I think for the most part, I don't think he's the only one. I think Washington had 4 dudes that were starting from the offensive line. No, meant 5, because the kid from Mater Dei just came to the portal as well, who was a redshirt freshman. So you may see 3 dudes come to Alabama, and I would not be surprised by that at all. And a big reason why is because of Scott Huff. Like we talked about this before, Kyle, how coaches are extremely important when it comes to filling in that process. Yeah. And we've seen it. Caleb Downs went to Alabama. Went to potentially going to Georgia or maybe Ohio State. But I think that he's a crystal ball to going to Georgia. Why? Because of T-Rob. And if T-Rob would have stayed at Alabama, I'm 100% confident he would have stayed here. Scott Huff was the glue to Washington's success as far as their offensive line. That offensive line was a lot better because of the scheme, but also because of the personal development of those Washington players. And they're talented. Some of those Washington players are talented, and people are concerned about the fact how we have a center that's 6'2", 278. But the dude held his own. His worst game was against Michigan. It wasn't even that bad of a game. Their tackles and their interior guards were honestly the problem. The center honestly held his own against a guy like Chris Jenkins and some of their rotational guys at that 1-0 shade. But honestly, I think that getting him into the fold is very, very important. But don't be surprised. But don't be surprised if we start to look out for more of a tackle. Don't be surprised if we try to look for more interior offensive linemen, because with now that you have, obviously your 5-star in the transfer portal, potentially Caden Proctor going to Iowa, what you could do is, instead of even having a Pritchett, if you're not confident in Pritchett, which again Scott Huff doesn't really know Pritchett, what you could do, you can focus on the portal. You can get the guys that you are familiar with. We've already seen what Kalen DeBoer has done by bringing in a guy like Austin Mack, and obviously with his coaching staff. So why not bring in the players that you're already familiar with, get some of those tackles that you can have in there, have them play there, or have Booker kick out the tackle. And then you can really get in, focus on the interior offensive line and try to upgrade that as well. Because people forget Tyler Booker was recruited as an offensive tackle coming out of IMG Academy, not as a guard. And I think he has the prototypical body of a tackle. I think he has to lose a little bit of weight, but he has the prototypical body and size to play as a tackle. And honestly, I'm surprised that we didn't play him as a tackle this season. But, some things that obviously we got to focus on, we got to try to work with. But no, overall wise, I mean, this is where Scott Huff and this is where this Washington coaching staff really comes into place, because those West Coast kids and these Washington kids are very interested in the resources that they have at Alabama compared to what they couldn't have at Washington.
Here with Coach Jarek. Appreciate it, man. That was a nice rundown, man. How you feeling, man? You good? I told Smoot,
I'm good.
I just texted him. How do you feel about answering some Q&A with the chat for a little while? I might dip out for just a minute and then I'll come back, and then I think I have Coach Smoot coming on in like 5 minutes or something like that. You good to go, Jarek?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, man. Cool. All right. Hey, fam, support Coach Jarek like you guys would support me. I appreciate it. Does an amazing job. Giant Sports on YouTube. Hit him up with questions, and we'll be back in just a minute, or at least I will. And of course, as news happens, we'll bring that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Coach, you got it.
Yep. All right, guys. So what is your takes, especially about the offensive line? I'm glad that we kind of had this that Kyle was able to kind of ask that particular question. But what are your takes on the offensive line? As far as what do you think Booker's going to get kicked out to a tackle? Do you think that we'll start to bring in a little bit more offensive linemen? I'm very interested to see what you guys have to say about that, because I mean, guys, the offensive line gave up 49 sacks, and even though we have a guy in Scott Huff, the dude's influence, especially with Kellen DeBoer and Brian Huff and with Ryan Grubbs coming into the fold, because it's going to be very influential when it comes to these Washington kids. So I'm very interested to see what you guys kind of think about that. Let's see, Jared said offensive line will be very, very strong. Now, I agree. And especially with Robert Bala, that's another person that we haven't even talked about, guys, with Coach Bala as our strength and conditioning coach. Remember, his assignment was to get these guys to like around 300 pounds, like get these guys that very, very big, because we wanted to try to run more of a power scheme or a zone scheme. It was like a hybrid type scheme. It didn't make sense to me why we had to build guys to like 350 pounds, but yet we're running a little bit more of a zone scheme when you need your tackles to be fast, to have a lot of quickness. It made no sense. And then when we decided to go with a more of a power run based scheme, it would work. And it would fit their tendencies, and we would like bully people around. Why? Because you changed the scheme up a little bit. So it made no sense why we even try to go to a zone scheme in the first place. But Scott Huff and Ryan Grubbs, they have an identity. They know exactly what they want to try to run at. And I'm very, very curious to see what this offensive line is going to look like in the future. What's up, Smoot?
What's up, bro? Man, it's so cold outside, bro. I got a flat, so I was standing out there trying to I got one of those mobile pumps. You know what I'm talking about? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah. Who's our strength and conditioning coach? Isn't it David Balla or Robert? Or was Robert the inside linebacker coach?
The inside linebacker coach?
Yeah, who's the inside linebacker coach that we just
Robert Balla. Robert Balla.
It was Robert Balla. Okay, so David Ballou. I always kind of confuse it. David Ballou. Yeah, David Ballou, like a beluga whale. Okay, so David Ballou, a beluga whale.
Hey, that's a big dude, man. I don't know if you've seen him in person. That's a big dude, man. He's
that dude's
he's like one of them old country barrel chested type dudes, man. He's one of them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was standing outside, bro. It's cold. I'm out there about to cry. I don't like the cold, man. I could deal with the heat. I'm just, bro, the cold, and then it was raining earlier. It's just, I don't like it. Former Alabama linebacker Ian Jackson expected to transfer to UTSA. Sources tell. That's a good move for him.
Yeah.
That's a good move for him. A kid like him, he's been at Bama for a while. He just couldn't get on the field, man. It was so much talent coming in, and it was getting put ahead of him. It was like, man, you hate to see him go, but at the same time, when you see a move like this, that's a scheme that fits his skill set, man. That defense right there, they put their linebackers in space, something that I think he's good at. He's a solid cover linebacker, and he aggressive, on the run blitz. So, I like that for him. What you think, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, Ian Jackson, talented 4-star kid, local kid. Just couldn't find a spot on the team, and it sucked for him. So this made more sense, especially now that you're losing a guy like Robert Balla. You're now kind of losing him and to see him depart. So, to go to a small school, get big opportunity. We already seen Trey Moore. I mean, Trey Moore had 13 sacks, so he was able to kind of benefit and even get his name and the NFL talks and discussion for next season if he would have stayed there. We've seen there was actually a player that ended up in the first round. He played with the New Orleans Saints, still plays with the Saints, who ended up becoming the first round pick for UTSA. Like I said, you can get your name out there. You can get a lot of recognition by going to some of these small schools and going up there and ball. He clearly has a talent to be a not just a starting quality linebacker, but to potentially be a all conference linebacker. So I'm excited for him. Hopefully, he gets the opportunity that he deserves. Hard worker, very respected in the locker room, and hopefully Ian Jackson ends up becoming the player that we all think he can be.
Hey guys, I don't know if you anybody from the DMV area or wherever there's Wawa's at. Everybody been to Wawa, right? We was talking about little random food spots and stuff earlier today.
I've been to Wawa once in DC.
Man, if you ever go to a Wawa, get the strawberry lemonade, man. The strawberry lemonade, any other flavors, the white peach, bruh. This is some of the best lemonade, some of the best tea I have, bro.
Oh, Jay, I got the peach tranquility. I got the peach that peach tranquility type thing.
No, go get the Wawa brand, bro. They got brand. Oh my god, it is so good. You put this on some ice or you let it slush up. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, it is good, man. I'm telling y'all, that junk is good. That's why y'all see me turn around like that because I didn't know I had any left. So when I turned around and I seen it, man, I seen it in the back of my camera. I was like, man, and it's something in that, man. I'm excited. I just got my second win, man. I'm ready now. But what we was talking about, my fault, man. I'm ready. I'm ready now.
Now we were talking about the offensive line, and just like who we could potentially pick up because these Washington kids, especially with Scott Huff, we could pick up potentially 2 or 3 of these dudes. And we could have a change within the offensive line as far as some of these positions. Like Tyler Booker can get kicked out as a tackle, and we can try to fit in one of these Washington kids right at the offensive guard position and center, or at center. Like it could be a change up on the formation on this offensive line.
I mean, I think right now with the core of what we have, we definitely want that center, man. We definitely want him. Even if you wasn't to, because I think with what we have, you got to move Booker back out to tackle. I'm leading to having him and Roberts playing on the same side on that right side. That's familiarity. You put him to the strong side of the center. I mean, it just sounds right. And then you bring in I think they have the left tackle right now that's in the portal.
The left tackle, guard, center. I mean, they have 4 dudes that started us in the portal right now, and then that 5th dude that's coming from Outer Day, he just entered the portal, and that was a dude that was about to start the season.
Exactly, and then we also have the guy from Texas A&M. So right. I mean, you don't know, like we're deep, man. You got Miles McVay, you could put there at left tackle. You got Olin, you could put at left guard or left tackle. I think he's probably going to be more of a guard if he doesn't get moved to center. I don't know. I'm not a lineman expert, so but I think we got options right now. But having those guys come out the portal, that would be big, man. That would be huge, especially coming in, being familiar with the scheme, like you were saying earlier about having Austin Mack. Ain't that his name, Austin Mack?
Mm-hmm, quarterback.
Yeah, the quarterback. Having him, that's mentorship. You got a locker room with the brotherhood, man. And to get through this process, I think there's some mature individuals in there, some mature young men that are saying, like, hey, we got to come in, we got to be open to change. The quicker we are open to change and adapting to what's new, what he's done to create successful teams, the better. And you got guys coming in like that's not coming in trying to muscle their way in, not trying to step on nobody's toes, but just coming in to win, to continue to create value for themselves, playing for championships. You could do something special with guys like that, and especially you talking about securing the trenches. What better way to start than the offensive line? You want to help this? You want to help Milroe develop? You want to help Simpson develop? You want to help Sane, Lonergan, the new quarterback that just signed? You want to help them develop? build up the trenches, start in the trenches, and I think these will be some valuable pickups. And I think you were alluding to them getting with the strength and conditioning program down here. Man, I think that you talking about you get what I'm saying? We've seen what they can do. We've seen Jaheim Otis lose a whole person in a matter of months, like and perform at a level he had never in his career. So I think it's a good move, man.
Yeah,
Jonathan
and you think
Thomas,
about this too, like a Gurion Hatchett, Julius Bello, like these are Vincent Holmes. All these dudes started, all of them. Like these dudes all started in that Joe Moore Award, and they're not the biggest dudes. They're not the biggest, strongest guys out there. So can you imagine working with a top 3 strength conditioning coach in the country? And whether if you want to build weight or try to build some muscle mass, or you're trying to get a little bit lean, you're trying to get a little bit of a cut, whatever you want, or whatever Scott Huff wants to do, those resources that you couldn't have at Washington that you now have at Alabama. Oh boy.
Jonathan Thomas says, we have talented offensive linemen who've waited their turn. They deserve the chance. I get that we need a center, but we don't need any other linemen. I would never say that, Jonathan. I appreciate the $4.99. Definitely appreciate your support, man. Appreciate you for taking time and sharing your thoughts. I'm gonna slightly disagree with you. I understand giving the guys who stuck around, the talented guys. I think it's open field. I think you create value when you bring in talent to compete. That's how Alabama reached their standard and the level that they was able to reach during Saban's era. He didn't stop recruiting number 1 guys just because he had the number 1 guy from the year before. And this was in a time where when you showed up, regardless if you liked the situation or not, when you committed for 4 years, the only way you was going to get out of it is if you had to sit out a year and then you can go play. So now it's different because of transfer portal and stuff. It's even more important to continue to stack talent. And I don't think people realize that. Like, you don't sit there and pull off of guys because they're leaning one. No, you stack talent. And I think this is an opportunity to do that without having to worry about giving the overdoing resources to the recruiting trail for the class to come. Because these kids are going to visit anyways. This is all just, this is preseason recruiting. You get in, you start getting your face-to-faces because it's the off-season. But these kids are going to take visits during the season. And that's when we've seen a lot of flips happen in recent time because it gets so close to early signing day, and they make them they put out the every week film, editing kids in the weekly highlights from the game before. Like I'm seeing some of everything with this recruiting, so I think it works to our advantage if we go and create value with going to get those guys.
Yep, absolutely, man. Let's see, Jay Townsend with the $20 super chat. He says, "What's up, Coach Jay? I think Booker would be a good move to tackle because of his experience and his football IQ. What do you guys think about Coach Jabbar not communicating with the recruits that Coach Saban made offers to? Just asking." Yeah, like I said, I like Booker at tackle just because again he played at tackle at IMG, was a big body dude, was always 6'4", like 330-ish, was pushing 350 a little bit earlier. The dude's a powerhouse. The dude's a train, and he can play as a high-level guard. Kind of reminds me like with Evan Neal, or even like what we had with some of our earlier tackles that played at guard. And then they made that transition earlier to tackle when they got a little bit more experience. And I think that's a possibility now that he's a junior, that he can play as a tackle, especially if we start to get more guys on the offensive line. There's nothing wrong with getting more offensive line guys. Nothing wrong with that at all. To add more depth, add more experience, especially guys that just played in a national championship. Nothing wrong with that at all. As far as like Wells goes, I think DeBoer, I don't think he's made it a top priority as of yet. He understands it. He understands that has to be the priority. And I think what you're starting to see now is that he's offering guys in state offers. So he's starting to focus on that. But just like how me and Coach we talked a little bit earlier, he's not going to depart from the kids that he's been recruiting for 2 to 3 years. Like, he's not going to get that away because he was working his tail off to get these kids to come to Washington. Well, now he already has a good relationship established with some of these Pacific Northwest, these island kids, these West Coast kids. Like, why abandon that relationship when you know you have a great chance of bringing them on to Alabama? You already done the talent evaluation. You know that they're not a problem, whether that's on the offensive side of the ball or the defense side of the ball. Now all of a sudden you got the coaching staff that's now intact, especially when you bring in a Jamarcus Shepard, you bring in a Brian Huff, and you bring in a Scott. Like, you bring in these coaches over that already have developed relationships. You don't just abandon that. You have to follow it up. Like, we're about to get a kid from the 24 class and Noah Carter. Hopefully, we just seen the dude's highlight tape. The dude's a freak.
Bro, I was reacting earlier.
Yeah, dog.
I told Kyle earlier. I said, man, you got to let me get those because that was my first time seeing the huddle one. I had seen the 2022 one, and it wasn't mid. It was like it was solid. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like going crazy. Like the diving one-handed catch between the two defenders, and he did that like he was comfortable doing it, like he had been doing it. This guy is 6'2", 225, bro. He's going when he stopped growing, he probably gonna be like 6'4", probably 245, 235, you know, somewhere in between that medium frame, like Amari Knee Black build. And he looks like he can get faster. He don't look like he did no speed training, like he don't look like he's had no specialized training. He looked raw, man. And he's out there performing like that. I was like, Jesus Christ, man.
Ken Shavers with $5 Super Chat says sources are reporting Bama has reached out to Georgia Recruiting Relations Director David Cooper.
Yeah, I reacted to that earlier. See, that's what I was saying. I'm glad you're here. React, bro, because you know Courtney Morgan is already here. And so what if, man? What if we can pull some type of a staff hire like that? What does that mean? Explain to the people because I tried to, and I know you could be more articulate in explaining what that means.
Well, as far as their the director of relations, so their recruiting relations.
If we was to get that director of recruiting relations, David Cooper, the way he assembled that staff for was played his role. Yeah, man.
The dude's a guru, man. When it comes to like when you see all these good coaching staffs that Kirby Smart continues to bring over these direct replacements, and they dominate in recruiting. There's a reason why, and the master behind that is David Cooper. You're talking about a guy that understands the regions of recruiting. He understands each region of recruiting and what specific coach he needs to get in order for Kirby Smart, not just for their personal development as a coach, but also from the recruiting standpoint. Like they already know their masters. These guys have direct ties to these high schools, to the high schools, to the players, to the 7-on-7 camps, whatever you can imagine relating to football when it comes to when it comes to football in these particular regions. David Cooper knows the ins and outs. Like Kirby Smart getting these number one recruiting classes is because of David Cooper. That's the man that you have to look up for. So if you can grab him all of a sudden, that's a big jump, man, when it comes to overall recruiting.
All your top programs that have these analysts, these off-field analysts, he's the one that's kind of like tying guys to, tying trees together and, making sure guys this coach shake hands with this coach or this analyst at the college level shake hands with this high school coach, because you never know, man. We've seen grad assistants and analysts go from off-field roles to on-field position, coaches, and like overnight. And if you have that, you don't even have to be established as a coach or a position coach, but because you already was in an analyst role and you got connected through this recruiting relations manager, that's how deep it is. So you shaking the right hands, you're talking to the right people, and he's the one that keeps when you talking about getting flips and stuff, he knows because of those type of relationships that he's kind of coordinated or had a hand in, getting guys to bump the right elbows and stuff. So yeah, man.
Yep. And he gives coaches intel. He gives coaches like personal recruiting intel just so that they can have an advantage when they're going and visit these kids.
All the time. Why you think Kirby is so public about stepping on all these recruits right now? I'm telling you, man. Kirby spent the last weekend with a recruit that came for Junior Day. The wide receiver I've been telling y'all about. He went for Junior Day, and he turns around literally that was this past weekend, and then Kirby turns around and drives right over to Atlanta and visits him before he goes to track practice. Like Kirby is not playing, man. He knows the time is now, and he is not playing. I'm ready to see what happens when the windows close for everybody and they open back up for Alabama. I'm ready to see what type of counterattack, like y'all were talking about earlier, Jabbar and this whole staff that we're assembling. I'm wondering what type of counterattack we're setting up, because I don't think we come out like tiptoeing. Jabbar is not his personality doesn't say bow and sit back, and he gonna bite. You know what I'm saying? He gonna swing back. And I think he got some calculated moves, and he got the GOAT sitting right there in his back pocket, right there on his shoulder. Like, and he's embracing it. So trust the process, y'all. I'm telling y'all, this is gonna be crazy.
Yep. I already said it before, man. These West Coast kids and Pacific Northwest kids, that's the first jump. That's the first wave of guys that's going to come in. Then the second wave is going to be these. Then the second wave will be the Southeast.
I'm telling you, you
it's
already
take a while,
have,
but it will happen.
You already have them on your radar. They're just unsure. You didn't lose them yet. They're just unsure right now. So
yeah,
Georgia's familiar. Florida is familiar. LSU is familiar. So of course, but you have this whole season to say, okay, this is the product we bringing now. Ain't nothing to worry about. It's still here, if not better, for the offensive guys. If anything, man, this offense, bro, I'm telling you, I guarantee you, if Ryan Williams had any type of conversation with the offensive coaching staff, if he sat down and talked to Coach Shepard and knowing Ryan Williams' fame and what I've learned about Coach Shepard, this is a done deal. If I just from the outside looking in, I'm not calling nothing, I'm not predicting nothing, but from the outside looking in, how involved his family is with his recruiting, as much as y'all don't like the fact that they're letting this young man enjoy these experiences, he's already missing his senior year of high school. So why not go out and live it up, man? Enjoy the process. Saban never put the pressure on him to stop taking visits or anything like that. So why should we? Let him enjoy it. But when it's to come down to it, I think the time is coming down where they're about to cut it down. And he's had some serious conversations. And I'm telling you, if he's had a chance to sit down and talk to Coach Shepard, that's a done deal, man. He's a lock. He's a lock. Because his heart was at Bama. His heart is at Bama. He's a Bama kid, man.
And it makes no sense. Why it makes no sense for you to go to Auburn in a system that's just not. It's not going to make you better. It's not going to develop you to a high level compared to this system. If I'm Jamarcus Shepard, if I'm DeBoer, if I'm Ryan Grubb, I'm not even going to say a word to this kid. And Smoot knows. You get the DVD with all the film tape. You get the DVD. You play it in your Xbox. You play it right there in your Xbox, and you just play the film. You watch McMillan. You watch Adunze. You watch Jalen Polk. You watch these tight ends. Watch these advanced receiving concepts that they run. The advanced receiving concepts, the route tree, the extensive route tree that's been going on at Washington. And you can't sit up here and tell me you don't want to play in the DeBoer offense. You don't think that is an NFL style of offense that you're playing in. You want to talk about development? How can you get into the next level? Oh, well, here you go. Here's an NFL offense for you. And you're telling me you don't want to play in that?
Jay, the amount of second phase completion you didn't have to win the first phase in this style of offense because of the pre-snap motion, because of the alignment. I was talking to somebody in the Discord. We were talking about an alignment when you split the tight end. They go. It looks like 14. It looks like 10 personnel. It looks like 10 personnel. It looks like they have 4 wide receivers, but the tight end is split all the way out. So you got Caleb Odom out there. You got Kendrick Law at your slot. You got whoever at running back, Justin Haynes. You got Milroe, whoever at quarterback. Then out here on the right side, they got this tight bunch receiver set, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have two of these eligible receivers off the line. Man, the amount of pre-snap motion that you can create, you have to account for that space in their defensive alignment. You can't have a traditional 4-2 out there. You don't want it. You go with an odd man front, you're getting beat. So it's like just the alignment in itself, how they design it, man. You sit there and you're like, dang, I could just go over here and be the Y right here. Like I can see just Ryan Williams just going crazy at the Y or at the Z when they go to our 4 wide set. Like, man, this kid, it ain't a question for me if it's my choice.
You've seen how they use McMillan, especially when it comes to these rub routes and these screen passes, especially when they're in these bunch sets, and how he's pivotal when it comes to yak. You don't think Ryan Williams with the ball with his hands after the catch is going to be successful? Boy.
Hey Jay, this is the question. This is a question I want you to weigh in on too. They asked it earlier. I didn't really weigh in on it. You think we for sure going to stick with this 4-2-5? We know his lineage. Kane Womack, talk about it.
It'll be interesting to see what he does. Like I said, he's run a base 4-3 before. He's never run a 3-4. So I will say that he's not that familiar. So I think you can go back to like what his dad ran when he was Ole Miss's defensive coordinator. That's pretty much where he gets a lot of his experience and a lot of his kind of advice from. But I think we will stick with it. At Washington, they did run I think they ran a 3-3-5 defense.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we want to try if we're going to go to that. I would not be advised to running that because I think we don't have the personnel that fits it. But I think a 4-2-5 kind of fits a little bit better than what we ran at Washington. So I do think you stick to what you know. These players can run that scheme. Stick to what you know instead of just experimenting in your first year.
Yeah, and the 4-2-5 is basically your base nickel. It's just personnel. The personnel is, do you have a true DB out there at your strong, or do you have a linebacker, or do you have a true end out there, or do you have outside edge rushers? Like that's what people, I think, they kind of get in big cahoots about, but it's the concept still remain the same. If you want to be honest, Alabama, the way our personnel, our base personnel look, we really had a 3-3-5 instead of a 4-2-5. It was just the way we aligned in the gap responsibility that we put on the front is what made it a true 4-2-5. So I mean, I don't think it'll be too foreign. I think terminology will be a big thing. I think concept, though, this is what I'm excited about, Jay. Concept wise, I think it's going to be good for what our defense needs. Like, and I brought the example up earlier with the chat. The motion. You remember how we played motion in our defense? We had the guy, follow him across the formation. He go to the boundary. There was no push or bump concept. In the match zone, guys turning their backs, leaving the middle of the field open instead of waiting for the release to break on the ball, shadow, wait for the release. Like those concepts, those are being implemented in Kane Womack's 4-2-5 style defense, which allows your linebackers to be a lot more keyed on basic concepts, run, flats, run, curl, whatever. Like the way he runs it and sets it up and the way he likes to use his defensive stunts, I think this is going to play right into what Alabama's personnel is already built for.
Yeah. And I think that there was actually a comment a little earlier about Justin Jefferson, potentially being a hybrid linebacker, especially in this game. That's actually interesting.
That would be perfect, man. It would be perfect. He honestly, with his speed, would thrive in this type of style, of defense, because you get in third and passing, you want somebody that can get out and cover in the curls and in the flats. Like you want a linebacker that understands that coverage responsibility. So you could have a guy like Campbell, a guy like Lawson, a guy like Jeremiah Alexander, who might be, in that inside linebacker room now. You have them being able to spy and close run lanes, crash run lanes, and be sure about being aggressive in those pursuits. So it's an exciting time to see how we adjust. I think you have so many options, man.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, there's obviously you got Jahai Campbell, there's Deontay Lawson, guys that can get out in space and cover. But Justin Jefferson, I think, might have been the best linebacker as far as coverage, but just based off what we saw from the spring game. That dude was all over the place. And that honestly kind of makes me excited about Carter, because we talked about this earlier. Is that Carter you could flip him, you can switch him in there as well. His ability, like his acceleration, his burst, but his ability to cover one side from the other field, because he's played linebacker before, was extensive. Like it was impressive, man.
Man, what's crazy is like even the kid from Germany, man. You get him in a true 4-2-5. You give him, like, he doesn't have the size to play your traditional linebacker right now in the SEC, but you could put him at that strong. You talking about a heavy set? You could bring him in as your strong safety. You get what I'm saying? And he could act as your fourth linebacker out there, that if forced to cover a tight end or running back out the field, he has the athleticism already there. You know what I'm saying? And he also gives you the speed and the size to be a second level run fitter. So you got so much that you could do with the scheme, man. And you got hybrid guys on the roster right now. It's a lot. Hey coaches, this is my first ever super chat. Was wondering if y'all could sing Dixieland Delight for us. I heard Smook can sing.
There you go.
What's up, Coach DeBoer?
Show up for the crowd.
You know what? I am not going to do that tonight. I'm going to save it for the season, because I want to save my performance for the first win, like the first big win. Because we've already been talking about it. I'm looking forward to this season. I think it's going to be a lot of excitement. I'm looking for the first loss. I think it's going to come late in the season in one of those. And this is just my honest take. I think we can pull a 10-2 season and make the playoffs and potentially make a second round playoff push. Like I feel like this is how this team is set up right now. And I think if we suffer a loss, it won't be the one everybody think is going to be. It'll be one later that'll catch us off guard, catch us on a high, catch us on a high horse. And then maybe one, right before, the last weekend to secure the SEC championship title. You get what I'm saying? Because there's no championship game anymore. It's just outright now, right? Am I correct?
Yeah,
It's
there's no
just one
divisions.
outright.
It's just 1 and 2.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be a different year, but I think we're going to see a lot of success. And yeah, man. So I'm gonna save it for one of those moments. But I appreciate the super chat, Coach Debo, pulling up, Daddy Debo. I can't wait for this dude that experiences some success as the coach at Alabama, man. I really think he's built for this, bro.
All it takes is one natty. You get to natty, a statue's built. How it works.
I'm telling you, bro. And he literally was there, man. And I don't want to base it off of that, but I think the psychological aspect, and I would like to talk about this. I don't know if we could bring the coach graphic up, this staff. I want to kind of go back to the staff. Let me see. There we go. So we kind of went in on Jabbar, Grubb, Mack. To circle it back, man, I kind of we talked about, we left off on Jamarcus Shepard. I want y'all to understand the psychological aspect of being in this position right now. And I'm gonna set it up like this. Coach Jabbar came into this job knowing that Nick Saban was going to be around the program, correct, right? He publicly spoke that he was okay with Coach Saban. He was going to lean on him, all of that. Alabama is expected to hire Wisconsin safety coach / co-defensive coordinator. Did you see that?
Oh, well, I'm just looking at right now. Got a message.
Somebody fact check that for me. Let me see. Oh yeah, I just got a message too. Oh Lord. See? Okay, look like it's circulating. We got some more breaking news. Taylor, I don't know if you're in the back or not. Got some breaking news. I'm about to screenshot it and send it to the group now.
Yep, I see it. Colin Hishkiller. I don't want to mess up the name, but Hishkiller. Colin Hishkiller as an assistant coach. Yep, there it is. Colin Hishkiller.
Let's get some research going, man.
He was under Jim Leonard. I know that he was under Jim Leonard. Jim Leonard's and those corners. If Wisconsin ball can play, they can play. They don't have this. They don't have the talent they used to, but they can ball.
They're disciplined. One thing about a Wisconsin defense, they're disciplined. They've never been the most athletic. They've never had the most talented guy on the field.
Right.
They are a disciplined culture. These are quality. And you don't have to do research to go and see that. You just go look at the games, look at the film, turn them on the film, look at where they're disciplined at. They don't get beat over top a lot. Those guys have so much eye discipline. They have to play with so many styles of offense that they have to see in that conference. You see Ohio State every year. You see Penn State. You see what's the other power? Michigan. Don't they play Michigan every year? Like they're
in the East. They're in the they're in the other division, but they play. It's like crossover.
Yep, I'm about to get some research going, man. I mean, I don't even know much about him, but I just know about the culture, man. We're going to get quality guys out of some. You look at what Kane Womack was doing at South Alabama as the head coach.
Oh my God! Now I know who he is. Yes, he coached Sauce. He coached Sauce Gardner and he coached Kobe Bryant. Cincinnati Cincinnati. Remember, guys, that's the guy that's the person for the most part. Yeah, he coached Kobe and he coached Sauce Gardner at Cincinnati. He got them that #1 pass rank defense in the country back in 21. That and again, it was a different scheme. It was a heavy zone scheme, very, very heavy zone scheme that they ran in Cincinnati. But yeah, He was he was the defensive backs coach, and I think he was the co-defensive coordinator at Cincinnati right under Luke Fickell. So the dude knows what he's doing. The guy knows what he's doing. At Wisconsin, again, he's under Jim Leonard. So Jim Leonard is one of the youngest, best defensive coordinators in all of college football. So he was under their tutelage. Now, again, Wisconsin, they're not like how they were back in the early 2010s. When they had like Russell Wilson and Melvin Gordon and a lot of those dudes back there, but they never did. But at Cincinnati, he was that dude as far as their pass defense goes.
Yeah, some of the stuff that's rolling in right now, that's what I'm saying, man. You can learn a lot when guys stick around in certain type of environment, certain type of coaches, man. You just named the Cincinnati coach. You remember how they turned that program around, and college football came and just picked that staff apart, and man. Yeah, just go turn on a Wisconsin game. It's a boring game because the defense is solid. If you're one of them people that like high scoring games, you don't want to watch anybody play Wisconsin. They very seldomly just get blown out. There's always a defensive struggle. They don't have depth, so yeah, third quarter against the powers, yeah, they tend to fade out if they don't have an offense. But this is going to be a solid hire, man. Just off of the strength of knowing what culture he come from. And knowing where we struggled last year, where did we get beat in the passing game in the biggest moments?
Safeties.
The safeties. And this guy is your former, he was a safeties coach over and co-defensive coordinator at Wisconsin.
Co-defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach in Cincinnati. He coached Kobe Bryant and Coach Sauce. That was their guy.
Yo, this is shaping up. This is shaping up real nicely, y'all.
Yeah,
it's shaping up real nicely. Let me see if I could get, and I'm glad I got this graphic up. Let me see if I can get a.
Jim Leonard is not. He is no joke with this. When it comes to his defensive coaching staff and the personnel, he is no joke. So to see a guy and get somebody like this that has a lot of experience, plus another guy that knows DeBoer. He's close to DeBoer, very familiar with DeBoer. So he's getting coaches that he already has an establishment with,
and clearly can go and get guys. Can go and get guys and develop
as well. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. He can go and get guys and develop guys. Oh man, it's like we're watching Saban create Frankenstein, right? Like baby Frankenstein. That's what it feels like, man. I did a first take on that. My similarities of how this staff is being assembled and how it seems like Coach Saban is kind of trying to push it ahead of the steps he had to go through in 2007. He's trying to help this staff kind of skip over that. Yep, right here. Let me see. Can I pull it up from here?
Yeah, Wisconsin fans saying it's a huge loss. Absolutely, it's a huge loss. Like you're talking about one of the best. Yeah, you're talking about a guy that was pivotal for Cincinnati's success in 21. Pivotal as far as the defensive backs and the develop. And guys, we talk about development. That dude, again, I'm going to keep mentioning these names because some people don't understand it. He coached third-round pick Kobe Bryant and first-round pick, top 5 overall pick in Sauce Gardner. And there were a couple more dudes that got drafted for Cincinnati, especially in their safeties, that were taken for that year. And then he was able to go to Wisconsin. He had some solid years at Wisconsin as far as fixing up their pass defense and fixing up their pass defense with Jim Leonard. Did a great job there. And now he's coming to the University of Alabama. So, again, he's not the full defensive back coach. That's Coach Linguist. But to have somebody that can coach up and a guy that has history of developing safeties and sending them off to the NFL, this is another guy that has that extensive history. So, yeah, Bama's cooking.
Trying to get it cut up right now, bro, so we can get it on the screen. It's gonna be nice right here. How do I clip this screen? But bro, I'm trying to see. See, this is why I don't try to do it right here. But yeah, I think Wisconsin is saying that it's a huge loss. I think that's a big that just speaks volumes to the quality of coaches that we're assembling. So I don't think Taylor's in the background. I'm trying to get the clip. Coach Jay, talk about that even that side of defense at Wisconsin. You get what I'm saying? Like how this staff is being assembled. You're talking about familiarity with a general defensive scheme. You're bringing different minds, different pieces, trying to develop and puzzle piece together what you want overall. I see that happening, man, and it's happening. Like it's not guys just being familiar with each other. You're talking about schematically putting pieces together that make sense. If you want to play aggressive up front, you got to have discipline back in. What do you get out of a DB coach from Wisconsin? A disciplined safety, a good run support safety, a good cover safety. Like we're not getting some slack, hand-me-down hires. This is solid. These are solid hires, man.
Yep. And guess what scheme they run? We just talked about this a little bit earlier. Now, they don't run a 4-2-5 like Alabama's bringing it over, but he ran a 3-3-5 and a 2-4-5. So when it comes to those, so that's something that we have talked about. Now, Jabbar, with Coach Morrell as the co-defensive coordinator, they ran a 3-3-5. So even though we're bringing in a coach that already has a 4-2-5 scheme, there's going to be some concept. Don't be surprised if we actually start to add a little bit more of that 3-3-5, some of that hybrid type scheme, because we're getting a lot more coaches that are familiar in that particular area.
And it's the new age of college football. In order to be able to cover space, you have to have athletic linebackers who can go and seal edges, and literally they got to play big. And if we go to that style based off of what I feel like we will, majority of the snaps, of course, that'll be heavy sets. You'll have a true end out there. You'll have your Jordan Renards out there. You'll have your Overtons out on the edge. You'll have your two tackles, when the time is fitting for, probably third and run, second and run. But generally, you want to be able to leave that base set out there and be able to convert to your 2-4-5 if you need to, pull those linebackers, stand them up, and get them over more in the overhang to play out in space, in the flats, in the underneath, just in case. Or you want to be able to bump them in, make it look more so of a 4-2-5 look, walk your linebackers in a little bit tighter to the line of scrimmage, be able to walk your safeties into the box, your strong safety and your star. You got to be flexible with this formation, and we have the personnel for it.
There was a couple super chats. Oh, what's this? What's going on here?
What's that? You can use Montgomery at center to kick and play anywhere in the trenches. Talking about Rock Montgomery. I'm ready to see all these players get a fair shot, man. I mean, my thing was with him. I think it was a playbook thing. You know what I'm saying? That was keeping him from even. You got to be able to think at center, and that's why I think you slide him to guard. He could do what he does now. He's a mauler, man. He's aggressive. He's not as big as Jaden, but he give you the same type of fire, same type of motor. So I'm right there with you. Appreciate the super chat, Ryan. Definitely appreciate it.
Did you get this one too, Smoke?
Smoke, who you think is a better fit at QB for Grubb's offense? Ooh, I'm not prepared to have that conversation, man.
It's interesting, man.
Night. It's an interesting.
We just brought in a quarterback that knows the scheme.
And not even that. I don't think he's in the running. I don't even think he's the best fit right now for what this offense needs or what this football team needs in order for Coach Jabbar to experience success. He needs a quarterback that's got some game experience, that's got some college experience. You get what I'm saying? Like some serious snaps. And I think Ty Simpson has enough film, getting enough pickup time, getting enough relief snaps. Even like the gut play he made on the, I think was it a 2-point conversion? Was it a 2-point conversion he got when they had a bad snap and he picked it up and had to take it in? He ended up scoring. Yeah, it was a 2-point conversion, and I think he got a personal foul for celebrating. even the USF game, man, when he ran the touchdown and dropped the ball too early. Like I think people forget about that play. Ty Simpson is a baller too. So does he fit? He has more rounded as a passing quarterback, more traditional style. So I don't know. I think you pick your poison. If you can get Miro to develop and get the ball out of his hands quick, like what they want, Ty clearly can do it. got the baseball background too. So Dylan Lonergan, you talking about a perfect fit. A baseball player loves this style of offense, man. A baseball player loves this style of offense, man. I'm telling you.
An offense where I can get the ball out very, very quickly.
Yeah. Telling you.
And where my arm strength is really gonna be tested. Ooh.
Yeah. And Lonergan has each, to me, if you talk about who can be more consistent as far as delivery at every level in the passing game, I think you got to give it to Lonergan. And you have to go back and look at his film. But go back and look at A-Day. Look how comfortable he was in the mids, you know. And it was one route he threw. I think, I don't know, was it Henderson? It might have been Henderson or Jaron Hamilton. It was like a flag route, but it ended up being like a curl, a sit, and he set him down behind the corner underneath the safety, and the receiver just kept like going. Instead of sitting down, he kept like fading towards the sideline, and it looked like it was underthrown, but it wasn't. Because if you sit down right there, you catch, you already planted. You could make your move off the safety coming off your, depending on which shoulder he's attacking, which should be the outside shoulder. So you make your inside move, and you could have got yard after catch. But that's something that I saw. That's a small thing that I saw. So that's a good question. That's the highway.
Ryan Ware with the Fight Out Super Chat. He says you can see Montgomery at center. This kid can play anywhere in the trenches.
Yeah, that's what we was just talking about. I was saying having him at center might be solid, but I think he has a better chance at one of the guard position. Being in that rotation. Just let him be aggressive.
You know what I like? I just thought about this. Look at the versatility of areas that Coach DeBoer is getting these coaches from. Like, think about this. He has a co-defensive coordinator from the Big Ten Conference to be a safety coach. He got somebody from the South region in Womack from South Alabama in that conference area. Again, more of our particular region. He got Coach Linguist who's from the South, who knows the state of Texas and recruiting that particular area, but he also knows the Northeast because he's coached at Buffalo for 3 to 4 years.
As a head coach.
So as a head coach, right? So or as a head coach, co-defensive coordinator, and defensive back coach with Coach Linguist. So he knows the Northeast, he knows Erie County, Pennsylvania area, he knows, of course, the Buffalo area, he knows the New York State area, the New Jersey area, the Midwest area, such as like that Detroit, Michigan sort of area. Look at the versatility. And then he got people from the Pacific Northwest. He has people from the West Coast. Look at the areas that he's getting in from. You know what that's setting up, guys? That's recruiting regions.
Pipelines, man.
Pipelines. Those pipelines are all established because all of a sudden you're getting kids that are already familiar with these coaches. They're already familiar with these coaches. And the fact that they're now at Alabama, that's going to generate a lot more buzz for these kids to be interested. You see what these West Coast, Pacific Northwest saying. You go on social media and you see what these kids are hyping up and what they're saying.
Man,
I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be
the portal is going to be beautiful for us.
It is going to be an exodus.
Guys that are currently playing in college football that are getting snaps, but they're not happy where they're at. They see an opportunity at Alabama right now, and it's going to be quality guys. And they have intel on a lot of these coaches that they're seeing getting hired at Alabama. They know buzz when coaches like, man, who that got my boy over there looking nice like that? You get what I'm saying? I guarantee you, Evan Stewart looked over at Oregon. He was like, man, who got my boy Tez over there looking nice like that? Evan Stewart and Tez Walker are tight, right? If I'm not mistaken. Tez Walker, the wide receiver at Oregon. Him and Evan Stewart are tight. Man, who got my boy over there looking right? So Evan Stewart going to Oregon is no surprise. As much as we wanted it to be Alabama, he didn't know who was going to be wide receiver coach at Alabama at the time when he made his decision. I guarantee you now that he knows it is Jamarcus Shepard, and he have an opportunity and he see depth chart wise, he can come in and really slide in here. I guarantee you, Evan Stewart entertained the thought of jumping back in the portal. That's how crazy this portal can work for you and work against you. That's what the fans need to realize. It's shaping up, man. I'm telling you.
You see, grade A Moses with the $10 super chat says Saban is creating Frankenstein.
That's what I said.
Might be DeBoer. Yeah, Saban and DeBoer, man, they're starting to become a package duo. And then William with the $5 super chat says, "Roll Tide and go Cheese, beat the Bills." Oh no, we're not doing that, William.
Hey, William.
I appreciate the super chat, but we ain't doing that, William.
Well,
we're not entertaining that fact, William.
You trying to start them fighting words, Will? Come on, man. This is a family show.
Yeah, we
This
ain't
is a
doing
family
that. Not
show.
today, man.
Oh man, y'all are funny. We love it, man. I love the energy in the chat. We've been going about to be 12 hours strong, and y'all have been bringing energy all day. So give yourselves some hands and do the clap emojis in the chat for real, man. Like y'all been bringing the energy all day. I've been in and out the chat. I've been in and off the stream. I've been in the back office, just being available. Wanting to be a part of this monumental move that's happening in the fan base. I'm telling y'all, if you keep sharing the stream, you keep putting people on the Bama football on YouTube. It ain't just about me, Jay, Sean, Ty, Cock, and exposure. We're telling you, college is open. He's telling you like he wants to put out good Bama football content. This is a monumental time for our football program. We have a new staff, some we haven't had experience for 17 years, man. We're all in a state of shock. And what better way to do it than to come together and band together as a fan base and go into this looking at having all the positives in front of us, all the positives. Not giving more power to the negatives, but having all the positives. That could play a big part in how this team can develop. Because they listen, they hear the outside noise. I guarantee you, there's no way there's 1,000 viewers right now watching us, 1,000 viewers watching Locked on Bama, 1,000 viewers watching this other show, 500 Bama fans watching all these different shows, and they're not a family member of a player or one of the players of a close friend of a player that talks and consoles these players. There's no way. So it matters what we're saying in some of these chats. It matters what we're saying on some of these podcasts. I'm telling you, just because you got 20 viewers, it don't matter. You don't know who might be sharing it. So let's create a positive environment for these players, man. I'm telling y'all, for this coaching staff. I believe for real. I ain't just being I ain't pumping no body chest and nothing like that. I'm not trying to fluff nothing. I really believe these are strategic moves. And the more you do your research and look at the history, it just starts to make sense.
Let's see. Jamie Reese with the $2 super chat said that OC/DC with head coaching experience is valuable. And don't we got 4 coaches that used to coach as either a coordinator and they took lesser roles?
Bro, it's and because you could see the value in it's value in this script. Hey, man, you put that on your chest and you go out there and you call some good games, you win some big games, you be a part of that. You know how much value you created for yourself, and to do it with a new head coach, that means you're gonna have to do it for at least 3 years. You can sustain that, and then don't mess around and want and have a challenge and say, hey, let's stick this thing out and try to do at least 2 full recruiting cycles of development. Let's see what we do with that. Let's see how we can fight NIL. Man, this could be something special. I'm telling y'all, I'm going to do part 2 to that video, man, because the more I do my research, it's like, it's just wins. We taking a lot of portal losses right now because in that part of the fight, we got our hands tied behind our back. Like I told y'all better get the head button. Y'all see this big old forehead? Get the head button. That's all we can do right now. This is us head button. Us head button right now. If we get these coaching hires, we head button. We ain't laying down, man. We are not laying down. These coaching hires, the staff hires, these are big. The rumor about Cooper, that's big, man. If that has any legs, I would love to see it, y'all. I would love to see it. Don't be laughing at they said head banging. Chris, don't be.
Let's see. We got Troy on the $5 super chat. He says, Coach Jay, I'm tired of the Bills beating my Steelers. Do you think Miro can play? Let's see, he can play and end up like Hurts when he went to Oklahoma. I think Miro could be like Jaden Daniels. I'm going to sit up here and say it. I'm a believer in Miro. I think the kid can end up being a top 5 pick if you put him under the right coaching scheme and get him the right quarterbacks coach that can develop him. You see what happened with Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels went through this exact sort of progression at Arizona State, all the way through LSU, and then Alabama. Like went through the exact same sort of transition. So I think Jalen Miro can do it. I seen that dude massively grow as a quarterback this year. I massively grow as a quarterback, even under Tommy Rees. I think Tommy Rees is still learning the game as well. But he grew up, and I think that for the most part, getting a coach in this sort of offense where the passing concepts and receiving concepts are going to be taken to another level, one of the best in the country. Why can't Jalen Miro do it? And if he can't do it, then guess what? Ty Simpson, Dylan Lonergan, you're bringing Austin Mack, then these quarterbacks are going to be waiting out through the door because this is this is a gift from God if you're Jalen Murrow as far as getting an offensive branded coach, especially a Ryan Grubbs who Nick Saban tried to get. Nick Saban, that was his top option. Could not stay at Washington because he wanted to be loyal to Coach DeBoer. So I think Jalen Murrow has all the potential in the making of the world to do it. He's just got to put it together.
So let's dive into this, man, and we can do, on the spot research. You can, while I'm kind of giving my overall reactions to the news. Like I said, just pull some history, man. You know you good with that type of stuff, and we're gonna run it, bro. So right now with yeah, okay, I just got the text. So we talking about Colin Hitchler, man. A big hire. I think it's a knockout. Just knowing, like you said, like I was telling y'all before, just knowing the culture that they come from. You go and look at the product on the field. Not familiar with his coaching tree, but knowing what scheme they coach out of, what scheme he coaches out of, the lineage he's coaching under right now as a co-defense. I think he was the co-defensive coordinator there too, right? At Wisconsin.
Yeah. He
Okay.
was the co-DC at Cincinnati, and he was the co-DC at Wisconsin.
So I mean, he's been a part of some monumental defenses, like some solid defenses in recent history.
Number 2 pass defense in the country at Cincinnati, guys. In 21 when we played in the playoffs.
And I mean, that's what we gave them boys credit for. Like they made that the fact that we came in there with such a talent gap and they was able to compensate, they made that a battle, man. And I think they had 2 of them ended up getting injured in the game, didn't it? Didn't the safety get injured?
Yeah. Wasn't Duggar. It was their safety ended up getting hurt, but their corners and nickels and they shut down Bryce. That was the first game where I thought he got completely just locked down. With receivers healthy and everything. They locked the receivers down. Now, of course, Ja'Cory Brooks had a big reception. He had a big reception, I think, on a high-low for like 30, 40 yards on a touchdown. But besides that, he got locked down. That was the most impressive secondary I think we played against that year, even better than Georgia.
Man, this is big news for Alabama. I don't think people are looking at these looking at these hires and giving them the real credit, man. It's a lot of information that you can get access to on the internet. Instead of panicking and getting up in a roar, start doing some research, man. Trying to get this banner up. Here we go, right here.
Brian Cook, that's who got hurt. I had Brian Cook.
Okay.
So I call him the Predator.
Let's pull up some numbers for this Wisconsin defense, and I'm gonna pull them up on this screen over here. Let's talk about what this secondary under his direction, under his tutelage, Badgers football stats. All right. Let's look at some of the rankings. And mind you, this is not a direct reflection of his play calling or anything, but you got to understand he's a co-defensive coordinator who coaches DBs, so coach the safety. So you got to understand in a co-defensive coordinator role, if he was up in the booth, he probably made your initial defensive call, and the other defensive coordinator made the on-field adjustments for probably the middle linebackers, assisted them in the calls. That's how the co-position works, or one or the other. The on-field guy to make the initial on-field call, and then the guy in the booth to be the one to make the adjustments, the calls on the headset to signal the adjustments. So the system is being set up so that all the pressure is not put on one guy. Everybody was worried about Kane Womack. Kane Womack is a linebacker specialist. That's an area where we needed a lot of improvement as far as eye discipline, run gap fitting, all of those things. We saw our inside linebackers struggle. Why not have your defensive coordinator, one of your defensive coordinators, be your inside linebacker coach, right? Be the one that manages that group. Still have a coach come in and fill that position, but you know how Saban worked with DBs? Give your defensive coordinator, one of them, the inside linebackers, because Roach got his D line locked down. I think he's going to continue to develop guys.
Yeah, Mm-hmm.
And it seems like we're going to go after a solid outside linebacker guy. If not, you don't need to because of the scheme. You kind of mix them in with the inside, mix them in with the defensive ends, with the deep line. So depending how we run it, I think this is a good hire, man. You go and get it. You go and get another coach, who's called plays, put them over top, have them either on field, up in the booth, make your adjustments, and it eases the responsibilities of the staff. Makes it that much easier.
And I like his path too. I think his path from he worked in the NFL, was kind of more of a training camp assistant. Then he was kind of more of a player personnel sort of assistant with the Eagles and the Chiefs. Worked his way up from South Alabama. He was there for around 3 to 4 seasons, kind of more as a graduate assistant, and then he was finally able to become a safeties coach his final year. Then he became quality control control coordinator. Then he became a defensive analyst. And then became a safeties coach, and then a year later, for 21, and then obviously for what he did in 22 was the co-defensive coordinator / safeties coach, and that was able to get him a job at Wisconsin. So you gotta like his resume, man. The dude ever since he's been coming from the American Conference, he's had the #1 scoring defense 3 straight seasons in a row, responsible for that. You got like what he was able to do at Wisconsin, show the immense improvement, because their secondary was solid with Jim Leonard, but it wasn't like how it was. It wasn't as great as it was before because of NIL recruiting. So you're able to kind of pick him up, and knowing his transition to what he was at Cincinnati, came to Wisconsin, and he showed some improvement. With that passing defense. And these Wisconsin fans, oh my God, they are pissed. They are mad. They are lit up right now. They are pissed off about this because they really like this guy as a co-defense coordinator. They like Wisconsin back in the day, even under Brett Bielema, like this was one of the best. They were known for the line of scrimmage. They were known for their aggressive secondaries. They were known for their linebacking play. And then all of a sudden, to have somebody reestablish that link and reestablish that culture, that tradition back into the Wisconsin defensive unit, and to be kind of the heartbeat besides Jim Leonard on your defense, boy, for that to just go out after that mass amount of improvement, that's got to suck if you're a Wisconsin fan. So, man, I'm thrilled about this hire, and he took a lesser role to become the safeties coach. This is a guy that was about to get an extension at Wisconsin. He was about to get an extension, guys, and he came to Alabama just for pennies.
I think they respect that and let him remain as a co-defensive coordinator. You got Kane Womack, who's young in the SEC. He hasn't called at the Power 5 level. You get what I'm saying? He hasn't called the defense at the. Why not support him with somebody who's got that experience, not necessarily as a primary play caller, but has the experience in being a support role in play calling? Why not? It makes sense. And then you got him at both levels, safety and inside linebacker specialist. I talked about this in my video. You go to the other side of the ball, Ryan Grubb, quarterback, guru, Jabbar, wide receiver as a player, but quarterback, developer. Jamarcus Shepard, wide receiver specialist. Scott Huff, offensive lineman specialist. You brought them over. They're all familiar with each other, right? Coach Gillespie, running back development guru. Just go down the list. He's been responsible for how many Heisman? 2? Since 2016, 2017? Mm-hmm. So, come on, man. Like, he's had a part to play in that. Then you go to the other side of the ball. You got Gillespie as your developer on that side. You come to the defense side. You get your defensive coordinator, who's an inside linebacker specialist. Most of his history is from the linebacker core. Coaching the linebackers. You just have to appreciate the quality and the thought going into these hires. They're going to get this guy. How do you not make him a defensive coordinator, co-defensive coordinator as a safeties coach? He's your second set of eyes on the field. He's coaching those guys up. And he's a coach that players respond well to. That's what you see on Twitter right now. Players respond to this coach. Quality players. Hold on, man. I got to step off. Today is my second oldest birthday. I got to step off and sing happy birthday.
Oh, okay. Yep. Happy birthday, bro. I'll
be right back, chat.
Yep. We got a couple super chats. Eric Elliott with 189. He says, Coach. And I got to pronounce the name right, but Coach Heschler, he says Cincy defense from 2021. Yeah, that defense was nasty. That defense was nasty. Again, you're talking about Brian Cook, Kobe Bryant, Sauce Gardner. That unit was disgusting. And like I said, that was the only passing defense, in my personal opinion, that locked down Bryce Young. They gave him a lot of the toughest fits. And like I said, we got a $5 super chat from Bino. He says we're literally going to have a nationwide recruiting pipeline. Guys, it's so true. It's true though, man. Like, we got dudes that are recruiting from the Northeast region. We got guys that know the Pacific Northwest. We got guys that know the West Coast. We got guys that know the Southeastern region. We got guys that know the Midwest. Like, we are getting coaches from everywhere that has some sort of recruiting pipeline in the past. So, guys, this is exciting news. This is exciting news. And like I said, if everything is going according to plan, I'm telling you guys, this is why we just got to trust the process. Everything is going according to plan. And I'm going to let you guys know this right now. Watch out about these West Coast and Pacific Northwest kids. Watch out for it, because the intrigue, it is getting bigger and bigger on the daily. Go to social media. Look at these recruits that look at these Washington prospects that were under DeBoer's tutelage. Watch their reactions about these hires. Watch how they keep typing up Alabama and how they keep saying and keep showing off their the offers and how they want to talk about potentially taking official visits or unofficial visits. The pipeline is starting. This is starting to really look like a nationwide